Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2068 to Chapter 2150. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. Since Xianxia was lying in the ancient demonic coffin, Lu Ming was determined to get his hands on the ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming waved his stone sword and launched a barrage of attacks at the black-robed emperor. The black-robed emperor was pushed back again. Just when Lu Ming had the chance to keep the ancient demonic coffin, the space above the mountain cracked open and a figure appeared. The figure was covered in demonic light and his face could not be seen clearly. With a wave of his hand, a huge hand was formed and grabbed at the ancient demonic coffin. Get lost. Lu Ming left the black-robed great emperor and took a heavy step forward. His huge figure dashed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, the stone sword slashed out violently. Boom, the sword light shattered the giant hand that the other party had congealed. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack the other party. The figure could only block the attack and clashed with the stone sword. Boom, the figure was pushed back a few steps and the demonic light on his body shook, revealing his face. Undying Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The expert that had appeared was the Undying Emperor of the Undying Demon Nation. The Undying Emperor wants the ancient demonic coffin, the ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he guessed the undead Heavenly Emperor's intention. Shush, the Undying Emperor did not want to fight with Lu Ming. His body shook and a dozen figures appeared and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin from all directions. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. It was as if all of them were real. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He controlled the stone man and its body shrunk to the size of a normal person. Lu Ming's speed increased tremendously after he became the size of a normal person. He took a step forward and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword and a dozen sword lights were shot towards the Undying Emperor's figures. Bang, more than 10 figures of the undead emperor attacked at the same time. All of them displayed their terrifying battle strength and defeated Lu Ming's sword light. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach the Ionic Devil coffin, the black-robed Great Emperor appeared once more, blocking Lu Ming's path. The three of them fell into a chaotic battle. Lu Ming and the Undying Emperor Lord wanted to snatch the Ionic Demon coffin, whereas the black-robed Emperor Lord wanted to protect the Ionic Demon coffin. Lu Ming was infuriated. He completely disregarded his own defense. The energy within the stone man erupted wildly, suppressing the other two for a moment. But in this way, the stone golem's energy consumption was astonishing. It wouldn't be able to last for too long. Don't even think about it. At this moment, the black-robed emperor howled, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. He actually risked his injuries to receive an attack from Lu Ming and retreated towards the Ionic Devil coffin. Dong, at the same time, he blasted out a move that landed on the ancient fiend coffin, sending it flying away. In that direction, there was a ravine that was filled with demonic chi. It was pitch black. The Ionic Devil coffin flew into the ravine and disappeared. The Ionic Devil coffin is mine. The Undying Emperor Lord charged towards the ravine. But just as he was about to charge in, he seemed to be blocked by a force. Following this, the Undying Emperor Lord's body was sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming also charged towards the ravine. Boom, at the entrance of the ravine, Lu Ming seemed to have rammed into a wall. There was a force blocking him. Lu Ming unleashed the energy within the stone golem, but it was useless. He was blocked by the force and couldn't charge in. Moreover, there was a powerful force in the ravine that charged towards Lu Ming. Even the stone golem's energy couldn't resist it. Lu Ming was sent flying. Those above the Martial Emperor realm can't enter. Those below the Martial Emperor realm can forget about coming out. The black-robed Great Emperor sneered. However, it seemed like Lu Ming did not hear him. He continued to charge into the ravine with a kick. As he was about to reach the entrance of the ravine, the stone golem emitted a glow and disappeared, revealing Lu Ming's actual body. With a whoosh, Lu Ming charged into the ravine and disappeared. Those below the Martial Emperor realm. The black-robed Great Emperor blurted out. He then let out a hollow laugh and said, "Those below the Martial Emperor realm can enter, but they won't be able to come out for the rest of their lives." Damn it. The undying Emperor Lord let out a furious roar and charged into the ravine once again. The black-robed Great Emperor did not stop him. This time, the undying Emperor did not manage to enter the ravine. He was sent flying by a force. Bang! A loud explosion could be heard in the sky. Following this, two rays of light flew in the direction of the ravine. Following this, two figures appeared. They were the ancient Great Emperor and the other black-robed Great Emperor. The two black-robed Great Emperors had gathered together. The ancient Great Emperor glanced at the undying Emperor coldly and said, "Undying, are you here to steal the ancient demonic coffin too? Brother Ancient One, you can't even protect your own treasure well and have it stolen by someone else. I'm here to help you retrieve it." The undying Emperor let out a hollow laugh with a disdainful look. "There's no need for you to worry." The ancient Emperor snorted coldly before looking at the gorge. Stepping forth, he headed in the direction of the gorge. The two black-robed Great Emperors stood to the side without any intention of stopping him. However, the ancient Great Emperor was the same as the undying Emperor. He was sent flying by the force. "You can't enter, please leave," one of the black-robed Great Emperors said. "Aren't you going to hand over the ancient demonic coffin that you stole from me?" The ancient Great Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. "Of course it's useful. Besides, we can't give it to you even if we want to. Those above the Martial Emperor realm can't enter, and those below the Martial Emperor realm can't come out either," one of the black-robed Great Emperors said with a hollow laugh. "Those below the Martial Emperor realm can't come out?" The ancient Great Emperor frowned. "So, please leave. Don't think about letting those below the Martial Emperor realm in. This is the sacred place of our tribe. No one can enter," one of the black-robed Great Emperors said. The two of them moved and blocked the entrance of the ravine. "Haha, this is your business. I won't interfere." The undying Emperor laughed. Although he couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin, it wasn't his to begin with. So, he didn't lose anything. On the other hand, the ancient Great Emperor had suffered a great loss after losing the ancient demonic coffin. The undying Emperor laughed. He then tore the space apart and left the place. The ancient Great Emperor looked at the ravine with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He then flew into the sky and shouted, "Stop! Leave this place! Stop it!" The black-robed Great Emperors ordered. All of a sudden, the people from both sides stopped fighting and rushed up into the sky. They came to the ancient Great Emperor's side. "Great Emperor, the Blue Demon King has been killed by Lu Ming," one of the true emperors reported to the ancient Great Emperor. "I know. The Blue Demon King asked for it." The ancient Great Emperor nodded with a cold look in his eyes. Although he was fighting with the enemy, he was still paying attention to the situation below. He knew everything that had happened. Hearing the ancient Great Emperor's words, no one dared to say anything. They knew that the Blue Demon King's death was in vain. This was because the abilities that Lu Ming had displayed were simply too terrifying. Not to mention his rare talents, just the stone statue alone was enough to fight against an emperor. This alone was enough to gain the attention of the ancient Great Emperor. The Blue Demon King was just a true emperor. Given his age, it was impossible for him to break through to the emperor realm in his lifetime. Therefore, his death was in vain. "Let's go back first," the ancient Great Emperor said. Of course, he wouldn't give up on the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin had been passed down for countless years. It was the most precious treasure of the ancient demonic kingdom. It was mysterious and he wouldn't give it up so easily. He planned to go back first and bring more experts with him. Soon, the people of the ancient demonic kingdom left the place. "Will that kid be okay after going in?" A black-robed emperor looked in the direction of the valley. "Martial emperors can't enter this place. Those below martial emperors can't come out unless they are heaven-defying geniuses. However, such geniuses were rare even in the ancient era," another black-robed emperor said. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the valley, he saw the ancient demonic coffin in front of him. Lu Ming hurried over and looked into the demonic coffin. Xianxia was lying quietly in the coffin. His breathing was even as if he was asleep. This was definitely Xianxia. Lu Ming wouldn't be mistaken. His aura was exactly the same. "Xiao Qing, Xiao Qing. Lu Ming called out softly. However, Xianxia didn't respond at all. Why is Xiaoqing here? Moreover, he's lying in the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient demonic coffin should have been stolen by the black-robed emperors. They spent so much effort to steal the ancient demonic coffin. Why did they put Xiaoqing in the coffin? Could it be that Xiaoqing's soul was injured and those black-robed emperors were trying to save Xiaoqing? Lu Ming was filled with doubts and guesses. However, all of this would have to wait for Xianxia to wake up to find out the answer. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he looked behind him and was shocked by what he saw. Because there was no path behind, that place was clearly the entrance to the canyon, the place where Lu Ming had just entered. But now, there was nothing there. There was no entrance to the canyon. Lu Ming punched out, and a fist energy blasted towards the void, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and did not stir up any waves. There's no way back. Looks like I can only go forward. Lu Ming looked toward the front of the canyon. Up ahead, it was incomparably deep and dark. It was unknown how long it went or where it led to. Lu Ming stored the ancient demonic coffin into the mountain and river diagram and proceeded forward. Stop. You can't cross this path. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Lu Ming and spoke coldly. It was a middle-aged man with a saber on his back. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Senior, I came here by accident. Please make things easy for me. You can't cross this place unless you defeat me." The middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and his voice was cold as if he was not a real person. Lu Ming looked carefully and saw that the middle-aged man was not a real person, but a condensation of energy. Could it be that I have to go through some tests to get out of here? Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment, he rushed over and used the hell-suppressing heaven skill to punch out. Swoosh, a saber light with a black light burst out, splitting the fog and slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom, the saber light collided with Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging toward him, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Lu Ming's figure could not help but retreat. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of shock. Lu Ming could tell that the middle-aged burly man was at the quasi-emperor realm. However, his strength was indeed a little frightening. Lu Ming had used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the law of primal chaos. The power of that punch was enough to force a one-star void emperor to retreat. However, the situation just now was the opposite. The one who retreated was Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a desire to fight as he stepped forward. Chaotic light spread out from his body and covered his entire body. Swoosh, Lu Ming used the chaos ring and pointed out. A huge chaotic calamity finger pressed toward the other party. At the same time, endless runes spread out from his left hand, and 9 dragons flew out and attacked the other party. The middle-aged man's face was cold as if it would always be the same expression. The saber in his hand slashed out again. The jet-black saber light directly tore apart the chaotic calamity finger and the 9 dragons formed by the law of array. Saber chi swept out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Even the law of primal chaos and chaotic light that covered his body were almost torn apart. What terrifying combat strength! This middle-aged man was definitely an astonishing existence among the emperor-to-be. If we can't separate, then we'll merge. The desire to fight in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. Instead of retreating, he advanced toward the middle-aged man. His finger continuously pointed out, and streams of finger force shot toward the other party. This was the chaotic calamity finger, but it was indeed the result of the fusion of the law of primal chaos and the law of array. Now, because the 2 sacred hearts had merged into one, Lu Ming's 2 laws had also completely merged, and its power was astonishing. The saber light in the middle-aged man's hand flashed and collided with the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! Boom! Saber light overflowed and energy burst out, constantly bombarding the canyon. With their current combat strength, they could definitely tear the ground apart, but in this canyon, they could only leave shallow marks on the ground and walls. The 2 exchanged a few blows. Surprisingly, Lu Ming could not gain the upper hand even after using the fusion of the 2 laws. He could only fight to a draw with the other party. Kill! Lu Ming roared and unleashed his strength to the extreme. His sacred heart spun rapidly, and his sacred power surged like a river, constantly gushing out. Lu Ming circulated the power of the laws to the extreme as he fought the middle-aged man. Even so, the two were still tied. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Boom! Lu Ming exchanged another blow with the other party and borrowed the force to retreat a few hundred meters. When Lu Ming retreated a distance, the middle-aged man did not chase after him. He just stood there, blocking his way. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was shocked. He guessed that the middle-aged man's combat strength was about the same as an Elysian child's. Even if it was not too far off. Lu Ming's current cultivation was very close to that of a quasi-emperor. And Lu Ming's spiritual body was stronger than an ordinary Elysian child's. The sacred heart was formed by two sacred hearts, and with the fusion of the two laws, Lu Ming was confident that he could even fight against an Elysian child who had stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. But now, he could only fight to a draw with the other party. Just now, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly thought of another matter. He raised his hand, and a wave of death chi spread out from his palm. Lu Ming raised his hand, and the law of death emanated from his hand. Although it was very weak, only a trace of aura, it was enough to shake the whole world if it were to spread. Lu Ming himself was also shocked. He was dumbfounded and took a long time to react. He seemed to have mastered the law of death. Previously, in the ancient city, Lu Ming was chased by the Blue Demon King and rushed into the magma. His body was burned and turned into ashes. In a way, Lu Ming had really fallen at that time and was facing death. That experience gave Lu Ming a deep understanding of death. Later, when his body was reassembled, he had been busy absorbing energy for the Heavenly Emperor's body and did not have time to carefully sense it. Just now, when he fought with the middle-aged man with all his strength and circulated his strength to the extreme, his moves actually contained a trace of the law of death. This was an incredible thing. Below the martial emperor realm, one could only comprehend one law. This was the truth. However, because Lu Ming cultivated the twin life restriction and merged his main body and second body, he cultivated two sacred hearts and mastered two laws. Then, when he was on the verge of death in the magma, the two sacred hearts merged, causing the two laws to fuse together. Below the martial emperor realm, one could control two laws and fuse them together. This was already an incredible thing, and countless people would be shocked if they heard it. However, compared to now, it was just a small matter. The law of death was also one of the 10 supreme laws. Moreover, no two of the 10 supreme laws could coexist. This was an unchanging truth since ancient times. Even if one cultivated to the martial emperor realm, it was impossible to control two supreme laws. A mountain could not accommodate two tigers. However, now, Lu Ming had not reached the martial emperor realm, but he seemed to have mastered two supreme laws. Although the law of death was still extremely weak, he had indeed mastered it. Two supreme laws coexisting, if this spread, people would be scared to death. Could it be because of my sacred heart? Lu Ming could not help but guess. His sacred heart was too special. It was transformed from the twin life restriction. In history, even if there were people who cultivated the twin life restriction and even cultivated two saint hearts, they would not be able to do so. But no one was like Lu Ming, whose two sacred hearts had merged again. The probability of this happening was simply too small. Therefore, Lu Ming's special sacred heart allowed him to accommodate many nomological laws at the same time, including the 10 strongest nomological laws. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was ecstatic. Did this mean that he would be able to control more ultimate laws in the future? If he were to grasp all of the 10 supreme laws and fuse them together, what would happen? Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but thump in anticipation. Then I'll cultivate here for a while. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before taking out the ancient demon coffin and placing it on the ground. After glancing at Xianxia, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged beside the ancient demon coffin and started to comprehend the law of death. As he deepened his comprehension, a layer of death intent emanated from his body. Although it was extremely faint, it was indeed the law of death. Lu Ming cultivated continuously for several days. His comprehension of the law of death slowly deepened, but it was not even half complete. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He knew that he had really grasped the law of death. The same person had grasped two ultimate laws at the same time. Even Lu Ming himself felt like he was dreaming. The law of death is still too weak now. When the law of death is improved and can even be fused with other laws, how strong will it be? Also, I've already grasped 3 laws. Can I grasp more? Lu Ming's imagination began to run wild. At his current level, he naturally did not need to comprehend other laws like he did when his cultivation was low. He could skip these steps and directly comprehend the laws. Just like martial emperors, when they comprehended new laws, they would start from the laws. In the following days, Lu Ming comprehended the law of death every day, trying to fuse the law of death with the other 2 laws. Lu Ming's saint heart was really amazing. The process of Lu Ming trying to fuse the laws was actually very smooth. Half a month later, Lu Ming's law of death had already been cultivated to 10%. He could also fuse it with the law of chaos and the law of array path. In this way, Lu Ming's battle strength had increased by a few points. However, in this half a month, Xianxia had not woken up. This made Lu Ming a little anxious. What if Xianxia never woke up? Was he still waiting for the ancient demonic coffin in mid-autumn moon? However, it was useless to be anxious. He could only wait. Lu Ming focused his mind and continued to comprehend the law of death. Now, the law of chaos and the law of array path were already very mature. It was very difficult to improve. But the law of death was only at the initial stage. While Lu Ming was in the magma back then, it was equivalent to experiencing death. His comprehension of the law of death was extremely fast. As time passed, his comprehension of the law of death became deeper and deeper. In a blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already been in this canyon for a month. The maturity of the law of death had also reached 20%. Let's go again. Lu Ming put away the ancient demonic coffin and stepped forward. When he arrived at a certain area, that middle-aged burly man appeared again. Without anything to say, Lu Ming directly made his move. The moment he made his move, Lu Ming used his full strength. This time, Lu Ming used 3 kinds of laws together. The law of death was one of the 10 strongest laws after all. Fusing with the law of chaos, the power that erupted was actually terrifyingly strong. It was as if some kind of qualitative change had occurred. This time, Lu Ming completely gained the upper hand. After several dozen moves, Lu Ming defeated the other party's saber light with one move, bombarding the other party's body, defeating the other party. He finally defeated this middle-aged burly man. Lu Ming revealed a smile and continued forward. However, after advancing for a while, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. Because 2 figures appeared in front of him. 2 middle-aged burly men. Lu Ming fought with the other party and discovered that the 2 middle-aged burly men's combat strength was exactly the same as the previous one. One was already very terrifying. 2 attacking together, Lu Ming used all his strength but still fell into a disadvantage. He was speechless and could only retreat. Looks like I won't be able to break out in a short time. Lu Ming shook his head, then took out the ancient demonic coffin again. And? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Just now, he discovered that Xianxia's finger moved. Lu Ming definitely did not see wrongly. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Could it be that Xianxia was about to wake up? Lu Ming stared closely at Xianxia. Sure enough, not long after, Xianxia's finger moved again. Not long after, it moved again. A moment later, Xianxia made an end sound and opened her eyes. After opening her big black eyes, she saw Lu Ming. At first, her eyes were a little blank. Then, endless joy. Lu Ming. Xianxia's eyes were wide open as she stared at Lu Ming. At first, she seemed to be in disbelief, but slowly, it turned into pleasant surprise. Lu Ming. Xianxia called out softly, still in disbelief, as if she was dreaming. Xiaoqing, it's me. Lu Ming was also overjoyed. Xianxia had finally woken up. From the looks of it, she was fine. It had been several years since they had last parted. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss her. Lu Ming, it's really you. Xianxia seemed to have finally confirmed that it was really Lu Ming. Her delicate body moved, and she rushed out of the ancient demon coffin, throwing herself into Lu Ming's arms. Lu Ming hugged Xianxia's slender waist and hugged Xianxia tightly in his arms. After a long while, the two of them separated. Xiaoqing, why are you here? And why are you in the ancient demon coffin? How is Patriarch Ice Dragon? And who are those black-robed men? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He was indeed full of questions. Back then, Patriarch Ice Dragon and I escaped the pursuit of the evil spirit sect. Then, Xianxia told him about her experiences over the years. Back then, Xianxia and Patriarch Ice Dragon had escaped the pursuit of the evil spirit sect and accidentally escaped to an ancient ruin. That ancient ruin was very mysterious. While exploring that ancient ruin, Xianxia had unintentionally stepped onto an ancient teleportation array and was directly teleported to the demon sea of the land of 10,000 devils. In the demon sea, she met those black-robed men. Xianxia told him that the demon sea should have fallen from the heaven realm during the ancient war. Among them, some people did not die and had been passed down. They were those black-robed men. All these years, she had been cultivating in the demon sea. She wanted to leave, but those black-robed men did not let her. So, Patriarch Ice Dragon is still in that ancient ruin? Lu Ming said. It's possible. However, that ancient ruin is very mysterious. There might be other teleportation formations. Patriarch Ice Dragon might have been teleported to another place. Xianxia said. How did those black-robed men steal the ancient demon coffin and place you inside? This was Lu Ming's biggest question. I don't know either. Those people are very mysterious. Xianxia said, seemingly unwilling to talk about it. He changed the topic and asked Lu Ming, why are you here? How did you survive all these years? It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Lu Ming, so you've been through so much. Xianxia gently leaned on Lu Ming. However, I've finally found you. No matter how much I've gone through, it's all worth it. Lu Ming put his arm around Xianxia's shoulder. However, that girl of yours is dead set on you. At this time, Xianxia suddenly looked at Lu Ming, blinking his big eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, are you jealous? Yes. Xianxia was very straightforward. He nodded directly, but then said, however, she is devoted to you and can even die for you. If you let her down, I won't let you off. Lu Ming was a little confused. What did Xianxia mean? He was jealous, but he also told Lu Ming not to let down Autumn Moon. Lu Ming really couldn't figure out what he was thinking. A heartless person is not worth entrusting your life to. You won't understand even if I tell you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put your lass into the ancient demon coffin. Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming quickly took out the great pill amplification furnace and put Autumn Moon into the ancient demon coffin. There was a mysterious energy in the ancient demon coffin that immediately covered Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon's face seemed to be a little redder. Lu Ming was finally relieved. Then, Lu Ming put the ancient demon coffin into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming and Xianxia hadn't seen each other for many years and had a lot to talk about. The two of them started chatting again. As they were chatting, Xianxia suddenly frowned, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He said softly, of course, Lu Ming noticed all these. Xiaoqing, what's wrong? Lu Ming quickly asked. No, nothing. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Lu Ming was suspicious. Xianxia clearly showed a trace of pain just now. Is Xiaoqing injured? Lu Ming was puzzled. He held Xianxia's little hand and carefully felt Xianxia's body. He was not injured at all. Xiaoqing, do you know what's going on with this canyon? Do we really have to go all the way to the end before we can get out? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Xianxia nodded and said, in the 9 heavens of the heaven realm, there is a heaven called the ancient demon heaven domain. Almost everyone there is a demon cultivator. When the ancient demon race invaded, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many demon cities and demon mountains fell from the heaven realm and formed the demon sea. And this mountain fell from the heaven realm. This mountain should belong to an extremely powerful force in the heaven realm. And this canyon is a test for the disciples of that force. Only the strongest below the martial emperor can pass through here. If you can't pass, you will be trapped here for the rest of your life or even die of old age. Such a strict test. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Once one entered this canyon, there was no other way out except to use extremely strong combat strength. This was forcing one to constantly improve and continuously squeeze out one's potential. The way demon cultivators did things was indeed unusual. It was very strange. How strong is the strongest below the martial emperor? Lu Ming muttered. I speculate that the strongest below the martial emperor is just a saying. Or rather, it's just a limit. There is always a higher mountain. Who knows what the strongest combat strength is? It's just a limit. Once you reach that limit, you can get out. Xianxia explained. She had been in the demon sea for a few years and learned a lot from those black-robed men. It seems that I can only break out by continuously increasing my strength. Lu Ming said. With his current strength, it was obvious that he could not break out. Next, the two chatted for a long time. After a long time, Lu Ming went to the side, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ming went to break through again. However, he was still not a match for the two middle-aged men and was forced back. After returning, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. A few days later, he went to break through again. This way, Lu Ming improved very quickly. However, there was something that worried Lu Ming. He had seen Xianxia frowning a few times, and pain flashed in her eyes. However, when he asked Xianxia said that she was fine. However, Lu Ming could clearly sense the worry in Xianxia's eyes. Little Qing, is there anything that the two of us can't talk about? If there is anything, you must tell me. Lu Ming walked to Xianxia's side and gently hugged her. Xianxia suddenly hugged Lu Ming's neck and pressed her red lips against Lu Ming's. Ah? Lu Ming was stunned. Why? You don't want to? Xianxia's voice rang in his ears again. Of course I do. Lu Ming's lips pressed on Xianxia's lips again. At the same time, his hands wandered all over Xianxia's body. Finally, he reached into his clothes and touched Xianxia's smooth jade-like skin. Xianxia's body trembled slightly as if he had been electrocuted. His mouth let out a soft gasp. Immediately, Xianxia responded even more passionately. His small hands wandered all over Lu Ming's body. Slowly, Xianxia's clothes were taken off, revealing a delicate body that was fairer than jade. It could be said to be the most outstanding work of art in the world. Lu Ming was completely lost in this perfect work of art. The two bodies were entangled together. Soon, panting sounds could be heard in the valley. At this moment, they were completely oblivious. They only had eyes for each other. This battle lasted for a full hour before it finally stopped. Even though the two of them had high cultivation, they were sweating profusely. Xianxia lay in Lu Ming's arms and hugged Lu Ming tightly. He didn't say anything and didn't want to let go. After a long time, a wooden figure suddenly appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was completely black and looked like a doll. Lu Ming, this is a death substitute magic puppet. If you encounter a fatal danger, you can die in its place once. Take it. Xianxia handed the doll to Lu Ming. Death substitute magic puppet? Can it die in its place? Lu Ming was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in the world. Wasn't it equivalent to having an extra life? If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a frenzy because it was too precious. This depends on the cultivation. It's useless to use this death substitute magic puppet if one is above the martial emperor realm. It's only useful if one is below the martial emperor realm. Xianxia said. Little Qing, keep it for yourself. Lu Ming said. I still have some. You can keep them. Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. That's good. Since Xianxia still had some, Lu Ming did not refuse and put away the death substitution golem. Then, Lu Ming's hand started to wander up and down Xianxia's smooth body. Xianxia's face flushed red, her big eyes became watery, and her rosy lips opened slightly. It was really tempting. Xiao Qing, you are so beautiful. Lu Ming said gently. Have you said that to anyone else? Of course not. Yes. Xiaoqing, let's continue. Haven't you been here before? How is having a child once enough? A gentle voice came out, and the canyon was full of spring. The two of them did not know how many rounds they had fought. In the end, even with Lu Ming's cultivation level, he felt so exhausted that he collapsed. He lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Xianxia was the same. She lay beside Lu Ming and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming suddenly woke up from his sleep. Because he felt a cold murderous intent enveloping him. This was an instinctive vigilance. He ran his saint force and retreated far away. He took out a piece of clothing from his storage ring and put it on. Then, he looked ahead. In front of him, Xianxia was wearing a long black dress. Her beauty was unparalleled. But at this moment, her eyes were extremely cold and filled with cold murderous intent. She stared coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He was unfamiliar with Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia had never looked at him with such eyes. Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Lu Ming could not help but ask as he stepped forward. Kill. A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. Her body emitted a dark demonic light and turned into a dark demonic sword. Her figure was like a flickering shadow as she rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Whoosh, the dark sword light slashed towards Lu Ming, aiming straight for Lu Ming's vital point. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, he ran his saint force and controlled the law of chaos to form a defensive wall in front of him. But to Lu Ming's shock, Xianxia's demonic sword slashed down and directly tore apart Lu Ming's defensive wall. The defensive wall formed by the law of chaos seemed very fragile under Xianxia's sword light. This shocked Lu Ming. The sword light in Xianxia's hand did not stop as it slashed towards Lu Ming's glabella. She was not joking. She really wanted to kill Lu Ming. Xianxia, compared to yesterday's passionate appearance, was like heaven and earth. Yesterday, Xianxia was as passionate as fire and tender as water. She wanted to give birth to Lu Ming's child. Today, she drew her sword and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Her murderous intent was as cold as a blade. Nianqing, stop. Tell me what you want. Lu Ming shouted. At the same time, the light of chaos burst out. With a wave of his hand, a phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and blocked in front of him. This phantom of the prison-suppressing monument was covered in the law of chaos and the light of chaos. Its defensive power was astonishing. But when Xianxia's sword light slashed down, the light of chaos shook violently and a hole was torn open. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. This power, Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. Xianxia's power did not have the slightest power of the law. She only had extremely condensed demonic power. Her attack power was extremely strong. This power was very similar to the power cultivated by the ancient fiend's primordial demon Dao. Lu Ming had fought with the ancient fiend before, so he could clearly feel it. But Xianxia's power was purer, more condensed, and more powerful than the ancient fiend's power. Lowly ant, how dare you insult me? Die! Xianxia shouted. Her murderous intent was extremely dense. Demonic light filled the air and the sword light was resplendent. She continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. His pupils constricted as he shouted, "Who are you? You are not Xiaoqing." Xianxia would never speak to him in such a tone, nor would she call him a lowly ant. But the aura of the person in front of him was clearly Xianxia. What was going on? Could it be that Xianxia's body had been possessed? I am Xianxia. Xianxia is me. Xianxia said coldly. Her sword light did not stop as she attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. He used the law of primal chaos, the law of array Dao, and even the law of death to fight with Xianxia. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. No, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like she has been possessed. What's going on? If one's body was possessed, their soul would be destroyed and they would not have self-awareness. But Xianxia had self-awareness, so it was impossible that she had been possessed. Could it be related to the primordial demon coffin? But I have never heard of such a situation when using the primordial demon coffin. Could it be related to the power in Xiaoqing's body? Lu Ming thought of the power in Xianxia's body. In the past, he had always felt that there was a terrifying power dormant in Xianxia's body. In the past, Lu Ming thought that it was because of Xianxia's great potential. But now that he thought about it, the situation was not right. There was another person in the same situation, Xianxia. Lu Ming also felt a terrifying power dormant in Xianxia's body. In addition, Lu Ming also thought that the current Xianxia was very different from the Xianxia of the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming thought about it carefully and realized that Xianxia's personality had indeed changed a lot. Was all of this similar to Xianxia's current situation? At the same time, he also thought that during this period, he often saw Xianxia's painful expression. Was all of this related? Lu Ming's mind flashed through many thoughts. His hands didn't stop. He continuously pointed with 2 fingers and fought with Xianxia. That was because Xianxia was too powerful. That kind of devilish energy could break through all obstructions. Lu Ming's combination of several laws seemed to be unable to resist and was about to be torn apart. Xiaoqing's cultivation seems to be at the peak of the absolute saint realm, the same as mine. But what kind of power is this? Is it also the power cultivated by the ancient demonic path? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he pointed with his finger. This finger contained the law of chaos, the law of array, and the law of death. The huge finger pointed at Xianxia's sword light. Xianxia's sword light slashed down, and even small cracks appeared in the space. It was too shocking. It slashed the huge finger and broke it open. Xiaoqing, wake up! Lu Ming shouted. He didn't believe that Xianxia would really kill him. Lowly ant, you've tainted my body. You deserve to die. Xianxia spoke again. Her face was extremely cold. The demonic light on her body became stronger. There seemed to be endless power surging out of her body. Her sword light was cold and continued to attack Lu Ming. Her sword light was even stronger than before. The sword light exploded, illuminating the canyon. Although Lu Ming used all his strength, he was still no match. The combination of 3 laws couldn't block Xianxia's sword light. He was torn apart by the sword light. Puff, Lu Ming's body was slashed by the sword light. A deep sword wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed and dyed his clothes red. The moment Lu Ming was injured, Xianxia's eyes flickered. She paused for a moment and stopped. Kill him. He defiled me. He must be killed. Xianxia shouted, as if she was talking to herself. Her gaze once again turned cold as she raised her sword and charged towards Lu Ming. Whoosh, the sword light was like a rainbow, cutting through the sky. But this time, Lu Ming did not move, nor did he resist. He allowed the sword light to stab him. Seeing that the sword light was about to pierce Lu Ming's heart, Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of struggle. No! She shouted and moved her wrist. The sword light deviated slightly and pierced into Lu Ming's chest. However, it had already deviated from the position of his heart. Xiaoqing, if you want to kill him, I'll let you kill him. If you're pregnant with our child, take good care of him in the future. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xianxia gently. Kill him. No. Xianxia shouted continuously. It was as if there were 2 of them talking, but it was clearly the voice of one person. The struggle in Xianxia's eyes intensified. Even her beautiful face was somewhat distorted. Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia's situation was obviously not right. It was as if there were 2 people in her body. Lu Ming, take care. In the end, Xianxia looked at Lu Ming tenderly and turned to leave. Like a rainbow, she rushed into the depths of the canyon. A few roars came from the canyon, but the next moment, the roars disappeared. Xiaoqing! Lu Ming shouted. The sword light that pierced into Lu Ming's body was condensed by Xianxia's demonic energy. At this moment, it had already dissipated. Lu Ming rushed into the depths of the canyon. However, when Lu Ming rushed out for a distance, 2 middle-aged men appeared and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked and could not rush over. In the end, he was pushed back by the two middle-aged men. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, he was extremely anxious and had endless questions in his heart. However, he was blocked and could not rush over. He could not find Xianxia and ask about it. It must be related to the energy in Xiaoqing's body. What is it? Xianxia has it too. Also, those black-robed men deliberately stole the ancient demonic coffin and placed Xiaoqing in it. Is it related to this? The next time I see Xianxia, I must get to the bottom of this. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was really afraid. He was afraid that Xianxia was no longer the Xianxia of the past and had become a different person. Xianxia broke through several checkpoints in a row. The strength she displayed was incomparably shocking. After breaking through several checkpoints, she stopped. Why don't you let me kill him? He has tainted us. Xianxia shouted, her killing intent cold. If you kill him, I'll kill myself. Then, Xianxia muttered to herself. Why are you so stubborn? You are me, and I am you. Let us merge completely and return to the supreme realm. Why are we trapped in this small world? No, you are you, and I am me. I will never merge with you. Never. Xianxia seemed to be talking to herself. Then, her figure moved and rushed out of the canyon. Soon, her figure completely disappeared. Lu Ming sat on a piece of black rock, quietly thinking. He thought a lot, but he still couldn't find an answer. Strength. As long as I am strong enough, I will definitely understand everything and let Xiaoqing return to her original state. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Slowly, his heart calmed down. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced too much. He was very clear that there was no use in being anxious. It was better to calm down and improve his strength. Lu Ming closed his eyes and sat there quietly. 3 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His gaze had become calm. Then, Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment ancient tree and sat quietly under it to comprehend the law of death. Now, the tree of enlightenment was already 10 meters tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves. Rays of mysterious brilliance circled between the branches, endlessly mysterious. In these years, Lu Ming had paid a great price to nurture the Enlightenment ancient tree. As expected, the Enlightenment ancient tree had improved greatly. Comprehending the law under the Enlightenment ancient tree was twice the result with half the effort. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's law of death had improved rapidly. At the same time, his fusion with the other 2 laws had become more thorough. His strength was increasing every day. This time, he successfully got past the 2 middle-aged men and continued on his way. But this time, 3 middle-aged men appeared in front of him. The 3 of them joined forces and fought Lu Ming. Lu Ming was blocked again. He could only stop and continue to improve his strength. At this time, Lu Ming's heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, the ancient demonic coffin appeared in the canyon. Inside the ancient demonic coffin, Autumn Moon's body emitted a powerful aura. After a few months, Autumn Moon finally showed some changes. In the past, the people of Vientiane Tower said that as long as one stayed in the ancient demonic coffin for a month, Autumn Moon would wake up. But in reality, 3 months had passed. Huff huff, at this time, Autumn Moon's body exploded with a powerful suction force. The energy of heaven and earth quickly rushed towards Autumn Moon. Breaking through? Endless origin chi gathered towards Autumn Moon and Autumn Moon's aura became stronger and stronger. Peak Absolute Saint, Complete Absolute Saint, in a short period of time, Autumn Moon's aura soared. Gradually, Autumn Moon's body floated out of the ancient demonic coffin and floated in midair. Buzz, suddenly, a layer of light spread out from Autumn Moon's body. It was the light of laws. Lu Ming was shocked. Autumn Moon had been in a coma and her soul was incomplete. He didn't expect her to be able to cultivate the light of laws. This was really unbelievable. But it didn't stop there. Autumn Moon's aura was still rising. Her body was filled with the aura of the laws of yin and yang. Suddenly, the laws of yin and yang gathered into a long river and flowed around Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon's aura soared again. The laws of laws have formed a river, Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Autumn Moon had broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm after being in a coma for a while. Indeed, during this period of time, Lu Ming had condensed a large amount of sacred medicine into Autumn Moon's body. However, the laws couldn't be improved with sacred medicine. They needed to be comprehended. Autumn Moon was in a coma, how could she comprehend the laws? Lu Ming was very confused. After her aura reached the Boundary Emperor realm, it finally calmed down. At this moment, Autumn Moon also opened her eyes. Two bright lights burst out from Autumn Moon's eyes. The next moment, they were retracted. Then, Autumn Moon's aura was also retracted. Young Master. When Autumn Moon saw Lu Ming, she cheered and jumped into Lu Ming's arms. Autumn Moon, you're finally awake. Lu Ming touched Autumn Moon's head and smiled. His mood finally improved a little. Yes, young master, are you okay? Those people wanted to kill you. Autumn Moon looked around nervously. Her memory was still stuck in the Lotus world. It's fine. It's been a long time. Lu Ming smiled. How long has it been? Autumn Moon blinked her big eyes suspiciously. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened during this period of time. Of course, he skipped over some things, such as Xianxia. So much time has passed? Have I been unconscious all this time? Strange, I've always felt like I was in a strange state, enveloped by the laws of yin and yang. I've always been in a daze, but suddenly, a warm energy enveloped me from behind. Autumn Moon started talking. Could it be the enlightenment of the soul? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When it came to epiphany, it was a rare state of cultivation. Lu Ming speculated that after Autumn Moon's soul was injured, she fell into a state of epiphany. This state was extremely rare. She would involuntarily comprehend the Tao and the laws. And her body was tempered by the alchemy fire in the Great Pill Amplification Furnace. In addition, she had refined countless sacred herbs. Therefore, when she woke up, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did she cultivate the light of the laws, but she also broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. Perhaps, the ancient demonic coffin also played a role. Fortune and misfortune really came hand in hand. It was hard to predict the future. Lu Ming was also happy for Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, your current cultivation has surpassed young masters. Lu Ming smiled. But Autumn Moon is definitely not young master's opponent. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and pulled Lu Ming, talking non-stop. In the following days, the two of them cultivated while breaking through the levels. This place was very mysterious. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon advanced together, 6 middle-aged men would appear in front of them, causing Lu Ming to retreat in shock. Although Autumn Moon had reached the quasi-emperor realm, her combat strength was not enough to deal with one middle-aged man, let alone 3. It was obviously impossible for the two of them to break through the levels together. Therefore, every time they broke through the levels, Autumn Moon would enter the mountain river diagram. This way, only 3 middle-aged men would appear. As time passed, Lu Ming's comprehension of the death laws became higher and higher. Another month passed. Lu Ming had been in the canyon for 4 months. At this time, Lu Ming's mastery of the death laws had reached 50%. Combined with other laws, Lu Ming could already fight the 3 middle-aged men to a draw. He could even slightly suppress them. Fighting with these middle-aged men allowed Lu Ming to improve, and his speed was also very fast. Here, he could fight to his heart's content without any worries. Every time, Lu Ming would unleash his combat strength to the limit, constantly squeezing out his potential. At this time, Lu Ming would occasionally let Autumn Moon go forward to break through the levels. Lu Ming would do his best to deal with 5 middle-aged men, while Autumn Moon would deal with 1. This way, it was also very helpful for Autumn Moon's improvement. Time passed quickly, and another month passed. The two of them had gained a lot every day. On this day, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree and closed his eyes to cultivate. Suddenly, endless runes spread out around his body. Endless runes began to gather, forming a long river. The laws formed a river. This was the Array Dao Law. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's Array Dao Law was the first to break through, stepping into the perfect state, and the laws condensed into a river. At this moment, the power of the Array Dao Law passed through Lu Ming's body and began to refine Lu Ming's physical body. Once the laws formed a river, the corresponding power of the laws would pass through the physical body again, using the power of the laws to refine the physical body, making the physical body stronger. At the same time, the sacred power would also become more condensed and more vigorous. This was also the reason why quasi-emperors were so much stronger than perfected absolute saints. Lu Ming's body shook like beans being fried. It was his muscles shaking and his bones colliding. Autumn Moon sat cross-legged not far away, waiting quietly. A day later, Lu Ming finished cultivating, and the river of laws disappeared. Without a trace. I can be considered a quasi-emperor now, right? Lu Ming smiled. He couldn't figure out his specific realm now. According to the chaos law, he was still a perfected absolute saint, but according to the Array Dao law, he was already a quasi-emperor. But no matter what, his combat strength had indeed skyrocketed. When the Array Dao law formed a river, its power increased greatly. At the same time, when the laws formed a river, it refined his physical body and sacred power, both of them increasing by a level. I really wonder how much my physical body and sacred power will improve when the chaos law and death law form a river later on. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Every precept that formed a river would bring great improvement to one's physical body and saint power. If all his nomological laws were to form a river, to what extent would his battle prowess rise? Lu Ming was sure that no one at the same level as him would be a match for him. Even the Elysian child could be defeated with a flip of his hand. What if I comprehend a few more laws? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he comprehended a few more laws and formed a river, it would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to start with the devouring law. The devouring law was also a powerful sovereign law. Moreover, the 9 dragons had the power of devouring and Lu Ming was most familiar with it. Comprehending the devouring law would definitely be faster than comprehending other laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had an ambition. Since he wanted to comprehend laws, he had to comprehend laws above the sovereign law. It would be a waste of time to comprehend ordinary laws. After all, ordinary laws and the chaotic law could be changed directly. Roar, Lu Ming controlled his body and a dragon's roar came from his body. At the same time, a terrifying devouring power erupted. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and comprehended the devouring law from the devouring power. Sure enough, after a few days, Lu Ming found the right path and had some enlightenment. After a few more days, Lu Ming succeeded in comprehending a trace of the devouring law. His sacred heart could indeed accommodate many laws and was not affected at all. Lu Ming was extremely excited. All of this could only be done by those above the martial emperor realm. However, he had done it now. Once he broke through to the martial emperor realm in the future, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. There would be no shackles and his improvement would be amazing. It was worth it to spend the time to comprehend now. Young master, you're amazing. You've already mastered 4 laws. Autumn Moon walked over. Even though she had always admired Lu Ming, she could not help but be amazed. It was unheard of for someone below the martial emperor realm to master 4 laws at the same time. Moreover, 2 of them were the strongest laws. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon nodded and the 2 of them walked forward. 6 middle-aged men appeared at the same time and attacked Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Kill! Lu Ming roared and merged the chaotic law, death law, and array law. Lu Ming used the chaotic calamity finger and pointed 5 fingers consecutively. As for Qiu Yu, she charged towards the 6th middle-aged man. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dazzling blade light slashed towards Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon successfully blocked one of them. 5 blade lights landed on the primal chaos finger of calamity. Boom! Boom! 5 explosions rang out as the saber lights shattered. The 5 middle-aged men could not help but move back. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and unleashed his full strength, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks at the 5 middle-aged men. The breakthrough of formation Dao laws made Lu Ming's combat strength increase by a level, completely suppressing the 5 middle-aged burly men in a disadvantageous position. After a dozen or so moves, a finger energy pierced through a middle-aged man's forehead and killed him, turning him into energy and dissipating. After killing one person, the remaining 4 were even less of a match for Lu Ming. After a few moves, Lu Ming killed another person. Bang! Bang! Next, the remaining middle-aged men were beaten up one by Lu Ming, including the middle-aged man who fought with Autumn Moon. After passing through this level, the two continued forward and passed through this area. It was empty in front of them, with no one to be seen. Lu Ming sighed softly, knowing that Xianxia had probably passed through the level and left this place. Autumn Moon, wait here. I'll go and test it out. Lu Ming said. Okay. Young master, be careful. Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. After walking for a while, another figure appeared. This time, only one figure appeared. It was not a middle-aged man, but a young man. This person looked to be in his 20s. He was as tall as a spear and carried a pitch-black demonic sword on his back. Only the strongest can pass. Show me your strength. The young man said coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Lu Ming also stepped forward and used the primal chaos finger of calamity to fight against his opponent. This young man's combat strength was extremely shocking. He should be at the Quasi-Emperor realm, but he was probably stronger than the Elysian child after reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was still not as strong as the 5 middle-aged men from before. He was between 3 middle-aged men and 5 middle-aged men. He was still not a match for Lu Ming. After exchanging more than 20 moves, the young man was defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon continued forward and passed through this area. However, the canyon seemed to be very long. Looking forward, it was incomparably deep. After passing through this area, Lu Ming continued forward alone. This time, 2 young men appeared at once. The 2 young men joined forces and their combat strength increased greatly. Lu Ming fought with them. Although he did his best, it was a draw in the end. It seems that it's really difficult to break through. Lu Ming was a little speechless. At the same time, he was amazed. The difficulty of the demonic forces in the heaven domain was simply abnormal. Even the Elysian children would not be able to break through this level of difficulty. Lu Ming's current combat strength definitely surpassed that of a Quasi-Emperor Elysian child. However, he still could not break through. My attack method is still single. My strongest attack method is the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. However, the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger is suitable for long-range attacks. It's still lacking in close combat. I need to comprehend 1 or 2 more magic skills. Lu Ming pondered. Naturally, the Primal Chaos scripture recorded more than just the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. There were others. However, in the past, cultivating the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was enough. Magic skills and laws mutually reinforced each other. Comprehending a magic skill and continuously cultivating it could improve one's comprehension of laws and increase one's mastery. Hence, comprehending a few more magic skills might not be beneficial. Instead, it would be a distraction. However, it was different now. Lu Ming had comprehended the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger to the limit. If he cultivated other magic skills, there would be no obstacles. He could cultivate them to the peak in a short time. In the Primal Chaos scripture, Lu Ming chose a magic skill called the Primal Chaos Divine Palm to cultivate. After successfully cultivating the Primal Chaos Divine Palm, one's palm would be like Primal Chaos. Every palm strike would be like a Primal Chaos Divine Mountain pressing down. Its power was unparalleled. It could penetrate the earth and blow up mountains. Now, Lu Ming's Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was almost at 99%. The speed of cultivating the Primal Chaos Divine Palm was like a rocket. In just a few days, he had already cultivated it to the limit. Its power was not inferior to the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. In particular, the fusion of several laws made its power even more shocking. With one more attack method, Lu Ming temporarily put aside his magic skills and focused on comprehending a few laws. Autumn Moon was also working hard on her cultivation. After becoming a quasi-emperor, one would need to continuously accumulate and then completely integrate the laws into the Saint Heart. With the laws as the foundation and the Saint Heart as the material, one would evolve the world. This step was very difficult. Many people were trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for their entire lives, unable to break through. It was not something that could be done in a day. Time flew by quickly. Apart from cultivating, Lu Ming was also breaking through. Both of them had gained a lot. Just like that, Lu Ming had been in this canyon for more than 2 years. Lu Ming had been in the land of 10,000 demons for more than 2.5 years. There was less than half a year until the Battle of the 10 Earths. At this time, Lu Ming finally arrived at the last stage of the canyon. There was only one figure guarding the last stage of the canyon. It was also a young man, but his combat strength was unbelievably powerful. Boom! Boom! In the canyon, 2 figures were fighting fiercely, constantly bombarding each other. Lu Ming's body was covered in the light of chaos, and his palms turned gray, as if they were made of chaos stones, indestructible. This was the chaotic divine palm, and every palm strike was earth-shattering. Moreover, his palms were fused with other precepts, and its power was extremely powerful. However, the young man was able to fight Lu Ming, and he also used a terrifying palm technique, constantly colliding with Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The palm wind surged, scraping off a layer of the rocks on the ground. One should know that the rocks here were very hard. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Is this the place where the heavenly realm's major forces tested their disciples in ancient times? This difficulty is too great. Lu Ming was also shocked. After more than 2 years of cultivation, Lu Ming's law of chaos had already reached 99%. However, it was very difficult to cross this step and cultivate it to perfection. He had to accumulate experience and accumulate the laws. Although the chaotic law was not perfect yet, Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. In addition, the death law was already at 80%, but the devouring law had caught up and reached 90%. Lu Ming did not have a corresponding divine art for the death law and the devouring law, so they could not complement each other, and his cultivation speed was naturally much slower. However, because Lu Ming's current cultivation level was high, and he was constantly fighting, and after the battles, he was comprehending under the Tree of Enlightenment, so his speed of improvement was extremely fast. The chaotic law was at 99%, the perfect array law, the death law was at 80%, and the devouring law was at 90%. 2 supreme precepts, 2 sovereign precepts, merged together. In addition to Lu Ming's powerful spiritual body and rich saint power, the power was too strong, and Lu Ming found it difficult to measure his current combat strength. However, with such combat strength, it was still not easy to pass this stage. It was obvious that the difficulty of this canyon's test was astonishing. Could it be that in the ancient era, there were so many terrifying geniuses in the heaven realm? Then, Lu Ming thought of Xianxia. At this point, there was no trace of Xianxia. Obviously, Xianxia had successfully passed the trial. Xianxia's battle prowess was shocking. Why did she suddenly have such battle prowess? Lu Ming had a lot of doubts in his heart. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand and began to suppress his opponent. With 4 types of laws fused together, a casual palm strike could pierce through the void and tear space apart. Gotcha! Lu Ming's palm made a cracking sound as it was broken by Lu Ming's palm strike. Devour, seal, death. Lu Ming instantly circulated 4 types of laws. Endless runes enveloped his opponent, trying to seal him. At the same time, he continuously bombarded his opponent with destructive power. Then, he used the Devour law to devour his opponent. At the same time, the Death law enveloped his opponent, forming a death cage to pull him into the abyss of death. Finally, he used the Primal Chaos law as the main attack. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck his opponent's body. The opponent's body was penetrated by a terrifying force and finally shattered into pieces. Success! Lu Ming finally reached the end and passed the last trial. According to Xianxia, only the strongest below the martial emperor realm could pass. However, to Lu Ming, he was far from reaching his peak. His other laws had not formed a river yet. Young master, you're really amazing. Xiao Moon walked over, her eyes shining. Xiao Moon had already cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm and cultivated the light of laws. However, she felt that her battle prowess was too far from Lu Ming's. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled. He walked over to hold Xiao Yu's hand and stepped into the door of light in front of them. In the next moment, they appeared at the peak of a mountain. It seems like we're out of the Demon Sea. Lu Ming looked into the distance. There were mountains everywhere, full of vitality, unlike the Demon Sea, which was dead silent. I wonder where this place is in the land of infinite demons. Let's go and ask around. Lu Ming said. Then, he turned into 2 rays of light and left with Qiao Moon. After flying for a while, they saw a city. The 2 of them went in to ask around. So this place is in the ancient Devil Nation, and it's not far from the capital. Lu Ming muttered. He planned to go to the capital of the ancient Devil Nation to return the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient Great Emperor. Although the ancient demonic coffin was precious, it was still the national treasure of the ancient Devil Nation. The ancient Great Emperor valued it greatly. If he did not return it, it would be equivalent to offending the ancient Great Emperor and the countless experts of the ancient Devil Nation. It was obviously unwise to offend the ancient Devil Nation for the ancient demonic coffin. Anyway, Qiao Moon had awakened, and he did not need the ancient demonic coffin for the time being. Besides, he was going to take the teleportation portal of the ancient Devil Nation to return to the primordial mountain. After flying for a day, they finally arrived at the capital of the ancient Devil Nation. When Lu Ming defeated the ancient devil, he was very famous. Naturally, someone went in to report his arrival to the ancient Great Emperor. Soon, Lu Ming saw the ancient Great Emperor. Lu Ming, you're fine. When the ancient Heavenly Emperor saw Lu Ming, he was shocked as well. In the past few years, he had sent a large number of experts and emperors into the Devil Sea to attack the black-robed people. He even sent boundary emperors into the canyon. However, those boundary emperors were like stones thrown into the sea. They never came out after entering the canyon. This was normal. An ordinary quasi-emperor would most likely be killed by the powerful figures guarding the first stage after entering the canyon. At that time, Lu Ming would have already passed several stages and no one would be able to see him. Therefore, the ancient Great Emperor was surprised to see Lu Ming. He thought that Lu Ming had met with misfortune. I was lucky to escape. Great Emperor, I'm here to return the ancient demonic coffin to you. Lu Ming said. Then, he waved his hand and the ancient demonic coffin appeared in the hall. Haha, it's really the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient Great Emperor was overjoyed. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price, but he still couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin back. Now that Lu Ming had it back, he was naturally happy. The ancient Great Emperor kept the ancient demonic coffin and smiled. Then, he looked at Autumn Moon and said, Lu Ming, this little girl is the person you want to save, right? Yes. Lu Ming said. Not bad. You're loyal. The ancient Great Emperor smiled. Lu Ming, I won't forget that you helped me get the ancient demonic coffin back. If you need help in the future, I'll help you with all my strength. Thank you, Great Emperor. Lu Ming was happy. Returning the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient Great Emperor was a wise choice. After returning the ancient demonic coffin to the ancient Great Emperor, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon took the teleportation array and returned to Yuan Mountain. Of course, it was impossible to teleport directly to Yuan Mountain. They were teleported to a place close to Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon flew towards Yuan Mountain. Half a month later, they finally returned to the ancient Moon's sacred ground. The Great Pill Derivation Hall was empty. Uncle Kong was not there. Lu Ming went to the Phoenix Palace to inquire about the news. He found out that the palace master of the Phoenix Palace had brought some people to the Divine Fate Land. He also found out that Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others had ended their seclusion and were heading to the Divine Fate Land. However, the other party told him that the Elysian children were still in seclusion. However, the great emperors would send them to the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming guessed that the Elysian children should be Bubbles, Ouyang Moli, Xianxia, and the others. It seems that I have to go to the Divine Fate Land too. Lu Ming thought. Some people had already gone to the Divine Fate Land. The great emperors would send the rest over. He did not need to worry about them. After resting in the ancient Moon's sacred ground for 2 days, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon set off for the Divine Fate Land. It was impossible to go to the Divine Fate Land with just the teleportation array. It was too far and there were special reasons. The two of them went through several teleportation arrays and arrived at the edge of Yuan Mountain. The Divine Fate Land was in the middle of the Yuan continent. It was very special because it was surrounded by the sea ring. It was as if a continent had been smashed by an incomparably huge ring. That ring had become a ring ocean, and the inner part of the ring was the Divine Fate Land. Among the 10 lands of the Yuan continent, other than the Barren Land, the other 8 lands were at the periphery of the sea ring. They surrounded the Divine Fate Land with the sea ring. The Divine Fate Land was undoubtedly the largest, most vast, and most powerful among the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. It was said that the Divine Fate Land was the total area of the other 8 lands except for the Barren Land. One could imagine how big the Divine Fate Land was. The Divine Fate Land was a place full of outstanding people. There were all kinds of races, sects, and clans. In the distant past, the Desolate race was also a powerful ancient race in the Divine Fate Land. With such prosperity, there were naturally countless geniuses. Especially now that the Golden Age had arrived, no one knew how many geniuses were born in the Divine Fate Land. Most likely, there were quite a few top Elysian children. The Battle of the 10 Lands would be held in Destiny City in the Divine Fate Land. If one wanted to reach the Divine Fate Land from other places, they would have to pass through the Ringed Sea. However, the Ringed Sea was too wide, and the environment there was extremely harsh. Terrifying gales, torrential rain, and lightning were common occurrences in the Ringed Sea. There were even some regions where the space was extremely unstable. Terrifying spatial cracks and void storms would appear. It was too difficult and dangerous to fly through the Ringed Sea. Therefore, some of the powerful factions in the Divine Fate Land had developed a kind of battleship that could cross the sea. Furthermore, these battleships knew some special routes that could allow them to avoid danger. If an ordinary person wanted to cross the Ringed Sea to reach the Divine Fate Land, they would have to ride such a battleship. Of course, they would have to pay a huge sum of origin stones. This was also the way the factions in the Divine Fate Land earned origin stones. Especially during this period, countless people from other regions gathered around the Ringed Sea to head to the Divine Fate Land. Every time the battleships crossed the sea, they would be full. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon came to a large city near the Ringed Sea. After asking around, they went to the Ringed Sea. Rumble, huge waves surged into the sky, deafening everyone. Looking from afar, one could see waves hundreds of meters high crashing against the shoreline of the Ringed Sea. In the sea, there were a few giant ships docked. Those were battleships. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long and thousands of meters tall. They were extremely majestic. Dense crowds of people boarded the battleships. The Battle of the 10 Lands had never happened in history. This was the first time. Furthermore, it was the Golden Age now. Unparalleled geniuses were appearing one after another, and peak battles were about to take place in the Divine Fate Land. This attracted too many people. Just the primordial mountain alone had attracted countless people to the Divine Fate Land. Every day, a large number of people boarded the battleships and headed to the Divine Fate Land. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon casually chose a battleship, paid a large sum of origin stones, and boarded the battleship. The battleship was very big. It had many floors and many rooms. Anyone who boarded the battleship would have a room assigned to them. The two of them entered the room to cultivate and wait. A few days later, the battleship rumbled and started to move. It officially set off for the Divine Fate Land. After the battleship started to move, countless people poured out of their rooms and came to the deck. The scenery of the Ringed Sea was magnificent. Many people came here for the first time and naturally did not want to miss it. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also came to the deck and looked around. Rumble, the huge battleship rode the wind and broke the waves, heading towards the Divine Fate Land. Its speed was astonishing. Soon, it left the Yuan Mountain and entered the vast Ringed Sea. Whoosh, in the distance, there was a violent storm. Lightning tore through the void as if it was going to split the sky. However, a layer of light barrier rose from the battleship, blocking the rain and wind outside. Splash, not long after, they saw a huge monster appear on the sea. It was an incomparably huge sea beast. Although the environment of the Ringed Sea was harsh, there were still some sea beasts that lived there. Their strength was also very shocking. Autumn Moon was very curious. She pulled Lu Ming and looked around, chattering nonstop. This trip to the Divine Fate Land would take about half a month. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were not in a hurry to cultivate. It was a good time to relax. In the Demon Sea, in order to pass through the canyon, Lu Ming had been cultivating every day. He had been very tense. Now was a good time to relax. He stood on the deck and looked at the endless sea. He only felt that his mind was open. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. More sea beasts have appeared, and there are many of them. Strange, we have been encountering sea beasts recently. I heard from other experienced people that although there are sea beasts in the Ring Sea, because the environment of the Ring Sea is too harsh, there are not many sea beasts. Usually, we will only encounter them occasionally when we go out to sea. In the past few days, we have encountered a lot of sea beasts, and many of them are in groups. It is indeed strange. Some people discussed and felt that it was a little strange, but they did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Look, what is that? Not good, those are sea beasts. There are so many sea beasts. Someone exclaimed because a dense number of sea beasts had appeared in front of the battleship. This forced the battleship to stop. Then, more sea beasts appeared on the sea around the battleship. The sea beasts surrounded the battleship. Dong! Dong! The drums were deafening. Countless people rushed out of their rooms and onto the deck. Their faces paled when they saw the sea beasts around them. What's going on? There aren't many sea beasts in the Ring Sea. They rarely gather and attack the battleship. What's going on? Why are there so many sea beasts here? Some experienced people cried out in alarm, their faces incomparably solemn. Some merchants traveled between the two places frequently and had never encountered such a situation. Everyone, the situation isn't looking good. Prepare to fight. A middle-aged man with a violent aura said. He was a true emperor. This person was the captain of the warship, an expert from the Divine Fate land. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic pillar shot out of the sea. It was 10,000 feet long and looked like a giant rod, slamming into the warship. Boom, this giant stick struck the light shield of the battleship, causing the battleship to shake violently. At this time, people realized that it wasn't a rod at all. It looked more like the tentacles of an octopus. Rumble, sure enough, in the next moment, the sea churned and a gigantic creature emerged from the sea. It was a gigantic octopus, bigger than a towering mountain, much bigger than a battleship. Boom! Boom! The octopus waved its 8 tentacles like whips and lashed at the warship. The warship shook violently, as if it was about to flip over at any moment. What's going on? Countless people paled. This octopus was definitely a terrifying existence. It should be a true emperor since its aura was too strong. Also, there were many powerful sea beasts in all directions. If the cross-sea warship was destroyed, they would be in danger facing so many sea beasts and the harsh environment of the sea. Many people paled. In the past, he had heard that it was very safe to ride a cross-sea warship, and there were very few accidents. Why did something happen when they were on it? Evil creature, you're courting death. The captain of the battleship, the burly middle-aged man, let out a roar as he charged out of the shield. A battle saber appeared in his hand, which he slashed out with. A saber light tens of thousands of feet long slashed through the air towards the octopus. Pluff, one of the octopus tentacles was severed by the saber light. Blood dyed the sea red. Gah, the octopus let out a strange roar as if it was enraged. The remaining tentacles attacked the man. The man kept on slashing out saber lights to fight the octopus. Both of them were incomparably powerful existences with monstrous strength. When they clashed, it was difficult to determine the victor. Roar, at this time, a loud roar came from the sea. The sea churned and another gigantic creature appeared. A true dragon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A huge monster appeared in the sea. It was actually a true dragon. This was a blue dragon. Its entire body was blue, sparkling and translucent. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. 2 huge eyes stared coldly at the cross-sea battleship. The terrifying aura made everyone shudder. It was also a powerful true emperor. Seniors, why are you attacking us? Can you please let us go? A true dragon. After that, the young man's body began to change. He was actually also a true dragon. In the land of Yuan Mountain, there were countless beautiful mountain peaks. Naturally, there were some true dragons residing there. Roar, however, the incomparably huge true dragon in the sea clearly did not buy it. With a loud roar, it attacked the battleship. Boom, the blue true dragon stepped forward. The sea roared and turned into pillars of water that bombarded the warship. The warship shook and the light shield trembled. It wouldn't be able to hold on for long if this continued. But to everyone's despair, another gigantic creature appeared from another direction. It was a shark that wasn't any weaker than the true dragon. It also attacked the warship. Everyone, let's run for our lives. The warship belonged to a powerful force in the divine fate land. Naturally, there were many people on the warship. An old man spoke. He was also a powerful existence. Boom. Boom, the warship continued to shake. In the end, the defensive shield was broken. The true dragon roared and stepped on the sea. It grabbed the warship with its mountain-like claws and tore a piece of the warship's hull. Kill, the old man charged at the true dragon. However, the shark crashed into the battleship, almost causing the battleship to disintegrate. At the same time, countless sea beasts roared and charged over from all directions. Run! Run, run, run! On the sea-crossing warship, countless people rushed in all directions. Lu Ming and Qiao Yu also dashed down from the cross-sea battleship and rushed toward the depths of the Ring Sea. Roar! Caw, the sea beasts let out all kinds of strange cries. He noticed that the powerful sea beasts were targeting the people on the warship. Many martial emperors and above were fighting. The sea beasts below the martial emperor realm attacked those below the martial emperor realm or divine beasts. A chaotic battle broke out on the surface of the sea. It was extremely tragic. There were people screaming and falling into the sea, dying there forever. Of course, there were also sea beasts that were killed and blood stained the sea. Autumn Moon, enter the mountain river diagram first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded. She knew that her strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming could move more easily alone. After putting Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming flew towards the depths of the sea. Whoosh, a huge silver swordfish like a divine sword killed a human absolute saint and charged towards Lu Ming. Bang, Lu Ming struck out with his palm and killed the swordfish. Its body was torn into pieces. However, more sea beasts pounced on Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming struck out continuously and killed 7 or 8 sea beasts. There are too many sea beasts. If this continues, it will be difficult to break through. Lu Ming frowned. If he was targeted by a powerful Void Emperor or even a true Emperor, he would be in danger. After all, during the battle in the demonic sea, Lu Ming controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body to fight against 2 great emperors. There was not much energy left in the Heavenly Emperor's body. It was less than 10% and could no longer be controlled. Without the Heavenly Emperor's body, he could only rely on himself. Into the sea. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He dived into the sea and swam towards the depths of the sea. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Those sea beasts were on the surface of the sea or in the air. They would be much weaker in the sea. Sure enough, after Lu Ming entered the sea, he found that there were fewer sea beasts in the sea. Most of them were looking at the surface of the sea. Lu Ming swam forward quickly. Lu Ming jabbed out a few times. Finger forces shot out and killed several sea beasts. However, Lu Ming's combat prowess finally attracted the attention of a strong sea beast. This was a seal the size of a mountain. It charged at Lu Ming. It is equivalent to a 2-star foe emperor. Sensing the other party's aura, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he did not fear it at all. He charged at this seal and executed the Primal Chaos Divine Palm. His palm turned gray, containing the power of 4 laws. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck one of the seal's claws. The seal's body shook violently. Lu Ming shattered its claws, causing blood to flow out continuously. Its huge body continuously moved back. This seal revealed an extremely shocked expression. This seal was a 2-star foe emperor. Especially in the sea, it possessed boundless strength and stronger combat prowess. However, it was not a match for Lu Ming and was injured by Lu Ming's palm strike. Furthermore, Lu Ming's aura had not reached Martial Emperor yet. To think that he possessed such strong combat prowess shocked the seal. Whoosh! Lu Ming did not continue fighting. He charged past the seal and swam to the front. That seal did not dare to give chase. After that, Lu Ming killed a few more sea beasts and gradually left the battlefield. Just at this moment, Lu Ming discovered a youth following not far behind him. Splash! The seawater churned. Several sea beasts, all quasi-emperors, chased after this youth relentlessly. The youth waved his hands. With a wave of his hand, several figures appeared beside him. Puppets. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered that the few figures beside the young man were puppets. These were humanoid puppets. They looked like real people and carried a battle sword on their backs. However, these puppets did not have any signs of life. Hence, Lu Ming could tell that they were puppets with one glance. The puppets charged out and fought with those sea beasts. The puppet body did not fear death or pain. Its combat prowess was astonishing. It actually managed to suppress the sea beasts. In just a few moves, it killed a few quasi-emperor sea beasts. What a wonderful puppet technique. Lu Ming was a little surprised. That was because those puppets actually knew divine abilities and could control the power of laws. That was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming knew a little about the art of puppetry. When his cultivation was still weak, he had studied the art of puppetry in the divine wilderness continent. At that time, his attainments in the art of puppetry were not low. However, this young man's puppetry technique was many times better than his. In the land of Yuan Mountain, I have never heard of a faction that is very proficient in puppet techniques. Could it be that this person is not from Yuan Mountain? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind before he continued forward. However, Lu Ming discovered that the young man was still following behind him. This made Lu Ming frown slightly. What made Lu Ming frown even more was that, not long after, a few more sea beasts chased after them. To be precise, they were not chasing after Lu Ming, but the young man. The young man controlled the puppet and killed a few sea beasts before following Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and stopped. When the young man came closer, he said coldly, "Brother, why are you following me? Brother, can you do me a favor? Let's leave this sea region together." The young man cupped his fists and said. The young man was wearing a yellow robe and was quite handsome. He did not give off an overbearing feeling and was very polite. "Why should I help you?" Lu Ming said with a sullen face. He did not know the other party, so why should he help him? "Brother, to be honest, I am a disciple of the Divine Golem sect in the land of Divine Fate. The Divine Golem sect is known for their puppets. If you help me, I can give you a rare flying puppet. Its speed is astonishing and can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle." After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and a puppet that looked like an eagle appeared. "It can reach 100 times the speed of a flying shuttle." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Such a puppet was extremely rare and valuable. It was perfect to use as a means of transportation. As a matter of fact, Lu Ming was quite interested. The Divine Golem sect in the land of Divine Fate? Famous for their puppets. To be honest, I'm quite interested in your puppetry techniques. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said smilingly. He was indeed interested in their puppetry techniques. The puppets they refined were able to execute the rules of cultivation. If he were able to master them, it would be a great help to him. "Brother, are you interested in learning the art of puppetry?" "Sure, once we arrive at the land of Divine Fate, you can follow me to the Divine Golem sect to learn. I can teach you some of my techniques too," the young man said. "The Divine Golem sect is willing to teach you the art of puppetry?" Lu Ming was doubtful. "Brother, you might not know this, but the Divine Golem sect is not a traditional sect. It is formed by many experts who are proficient in the art of puppetry. Their goal is to attract more experts to join them. Therefore, the Divine Golem sect encourages everyone to exchange their knowledge of the art of puppetry. It is not forbidden to teach them to others," the young man in a yellow robe explained. Saying this, the young man tossed a jade talisman toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and scanned it with his divine sense. He discovered that it was indeed filled with secret techniques related to puppetry. Why didn't you find someone else to teach you? Why me? Lu Ming asked casually. That's because your battle strength is strong. You're not a martial emperor, yet you managed to injure a 2-star illusionary emperor seal with one move. Such battle strength is truly unimaginable. I never thought that there would be a genius like you in Yuan Mountain. Saying this, the young man's eyes were filled with astonishment. Previously, his jaw almost dropped when he saw Lu Ming's strength. I'll be taking this puppet too. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the eagle puppet away. The young man was overjoyed. Lu Ming had agreed to help him by accepting the puppet. Following this, the two continued forward. Later, Lu Ming found out that the young man was called Chao Kai. It was obvious that Chao Kai was also a genius with an emperor body. The law he controlled was the law of tools. The law of tools was also a kind of law of emperors. It was as famous as the law of formations. The law of tools controlled all weapons in the world. It was much more advanced than the law of weapons of the Wan clan. The law of weapons could only control metallized weapons. As for the law of tools, as long as it was a weapon, it could be controlled. It was extremely mysterious. However, not long after, a few sea beasts chased after them, which were easily dealt with by the two of them. However, after a while, they encountered more sea beasts, which made Lu Ming frown. They had already left the battlefield. Normally, there shouldn't be so many sea beasts chasing after them. However, there were still sea beasts chasing after them, as if they had locked onto them. Roar! A giant sea lion roared and broke through the water with a shocking aura. A 1-starred illusionary monarch sea beast. Chao Kai's face was a little pale. Lu Ming rushed forward and fought with the sea lion. In a few moves, the 1-starred illusionary monarch sea lion was directly shattered by Lu Ming's palm and died a violent death. Brother Lu's combat strength is truly shocking. Chao Kai was born in the Divine Fate land and had seen the Elysian Child before. The Elysian Child's combat strength was indeed astonishing. A Elysian Child who had reached the Boundary Emperor realm could fight against a 1-star Void Emperor and even suppress him. The stronger Elysian Child could even defeat a 1-star Void Emperor after reaching the Boundary Emperor realm. However, it would be difficult to kill one. He had never heard of someone like Lu Ming who could kill a 1-star Void Emperor in a few moves. The Battle of 10 Earths this time will probably be extremely intense. I wonder what kind of freaks will appear. Chao Kai could not help but think. Brother Chao, are you hiding something from me? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Chao Kai. He felt that something was wrong. Those sea beasts seemed to have locked onto them and were constantly chasing after them. Brother Lu, why do you say that? Chao Kai's expression changed slightly. These sea beasts are obviously coming for us. I don't have anything to be targeted by these sea beasts. Then, it can only be you. Moreover, I'm really curious. Why did you, a prodigy from the Divine Fate land, come to the Yuan Mountain? Now, people from all places are gathering towards the Divine Fate land. Lu Ming said. Chao Kai smiled bitterly and said, I knew it. I can't hide it from Brother Lu. To be honest, a few months ago, I set off from the Divine Fate land and entered the Ring Sea to steal a kind of treasure in the Ring Sea. This treasure is very useful for refining puppets. However, I was chased by the sea beasts at that time and the people accompanying me were all killed. I was lucky and escaped to the Yuan Mountain. This time I was preparing to return, but I didn't expect to be targeted by the sea beasts. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and said, It seems that the sea beasts attacking the ship this time is also because of you. Lu Ming suddenly realized. He finally understood why so many sea beasts attacked the ship inexplicably. It was all because Chao Kai had stolen a kind of peerless treasure from the sea. I didn't expect it to be like this. I have already laid down layers of seals on that treasure. I originally thought that the sea beasts couldn't sense it. Now, it seems that the sea beasts still have some sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked the ship. There won't be sea beasts chasing after me. Chao Kai smiled bitterly. Looks like the sea beasts only sensed a little. Otherwise, it would be a true emperor chasing you instead of a bunch of shrimps. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, do you have a solution? Chao said. Yes, you can give the treasure to me for safekeeping. I can completely isolate the aura of the treasure. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Chao Kai. All right. To Lu Ming's surprise, Chao Kai nodded, took out a storage ring, and handed it to Lu Ming. One had to know that something that could attract so many powerful sea beasts was definitely a peerless treasure. Chao Kai actually gave it to Lu Ming directly, which was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Brother Lu, the treasure is in my storage ring. I've stacked a few storage rings and placed them in my paradise treasure. I didn't expect that I still couldn't completely isolate it. Chao Kai sighed. With his status, he naturally didn't lack paradise treasures. Brother Chao, don't worry. I'll return it to you. Lu Ming waved his hands and put away the storage ring that Chao Kai had given him into the mountain river map. Lu Ming naturally didn't rely on the mountain and river diagram to isolate the treasure's aura. Chao Kai also had paradise treasures, but even he couldn't isolate it, so the mountain and river diagram was naturally useless. Lu Ming relied on the divine breath technique. The mountain and river diagram was in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to completely restrain and isolate the aura in his body. At the same time, he also isolated the aura in his sea of consciousness. After that, the two continued forward. As expected, they didn't attract any more sea beasts. The two continued forward and flew out of the sea after a day. Brother Lu, we won't be able to reach the divine fate land if we continue like this. The sea is always changing and it's easy to get lost. There are also many dangerous places. We need to stop a warship to reach the divine fate land. Chao Kai said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Chao Kai was a skyprite of the divine fate land and he knew more about the sea. After that, Chao Kai took out a puppet and floated it in the air. The two sat on the puppet and waited quietly. Now, they could only try their luck and see if there were any warships passing by. Fortunately, there were many warships passing by during this period. They might be able to find one. Lu Ming sat on the puppet and studied the art of puppetry. The art of puppetry recorded in the jade talisman that Chao Kai gave him was extremely mysterious. However, Lu Ming already had the foundation of the art of puppetry. More importantly, Lu Ming had mastered the law of array Dao. Although the law of array Dao wasn't as compatible with the art of puppetry as the law of blacksmiths, the refining of puppets couldn't be done without inscriptions and runes. Therefore, by mastering the law of array Dao, it would be easier to comprehend the art of puppetry. Just like that, they waited here for half a month. Rumble, in front of them, a huge monster drove over. It was the warship. Moreover, the direction it was traveling was from the primordial mountain land to the divine fate land. The two of them released their auras and made a commotion, attracting the attention of the people on the warship. As the warship approached, an expert stared at them and said, "What's going on with you? Why are you in the sea ring?" "Sir, our warship was attacked by sea beasts more than half a month ago and was destroyed. We escaped." Chao Kai replied. "So, you are the survivors of that warship. Come on up." The expert's expression changed, then he let the two of them on the ship. The last time the warship was besieged by sea beasts, many people survived. This matter had already spread. The warships passing by naturally heard about it. Since they had encountered survivors, they naturally didn't mind giving them a ride. Of course, they had to pay for the origin stones. Lu Ming and Chao Kai boarded the warship. The warship restarted and headed towards the divine fate land. This time, there was no danger. 7 days later, they finally crossed the sea ring and arrived at the divine fate land. What dense origin chi! The divine fate land's origin chi is denser than the primordial mountain land. After getting off the warship and arriving at the coast, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Brother Lu, the divine golem sect is a faction near the coast. We can go there from the nearby teleportation formation. Chao Kai said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. It was his first time in the blessed land and he was unfamiliar with the place. He needed to find a place to stay and familiarize himself with the place. Moreover, there were still more than 4 months before the Battle of the 10 Earths. It was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry to go to Destiny City. Brother Chao, here's your storage ring. Lu Ming returned Chao Kai's storage ring to him. "Thank you, Brother Lu." Chao Kai took it and expressed his gratitude. When he gave the storage ring to Lu Ming, he was prepared that Lu Ming wouldn't return it. If Lu Ming didn't return it, there was nothing he could do. He was touched that Lu Ming returned the storage ring to him. He also admired Lu Ming. The Divine Golem sect was located in the coastal area of the Divine Fate land. It was a sect formed by many experts who were proficient in the art of puppetry. They focused on discussing and improving together. Therefore, the Divine Golem sect was relatively free. Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon and Chao Kai to the Divine Golem sect, but no one bothered them. "What amazing puppets!" Walking in the Divine Golem sect, Autumn Moon exclaimed. There were all kinds of puppets in the Divine Golem sect. Some were in the shape of beasts, some were in the shape of humans, and some were almost identical to humans. These puppets were helping the Divine Golem sect deal with all kinds of matters, such as mining, refining, and even planting spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. There were many things that were not handled by humans, and were directly handed to the puppets. I heard that when the art of puppetry is cultivated to the highest level, the puppets will gain sentience and be no different from living beings. That's amazing! Chao Kai exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart moved. He thought of Earth 1, Gold 1, and the others from the Chaos Hall. Weren't they puppets? But they were no different from living beings. Next, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon temporarily stayed in the Divine Golem sect. There were some places in the Divine Golem sect that could help one comprehend the art of puppetry. Lu Ming walked around the Divine Golem sect to comprehend the art of puppetry. Of course, he would not put all his effort into the art of puppetry. His own cultivation was the way to go. He only needed to be slightly proficient in the art of puppetry. Half a month later, Lu Ming's art of puppetry had improved greatly. He could now control several powerful puppets with his soul power. This should be enough. On this day, Chao Kai found Lu Ming and Autumn Moon and told Lu Ming that in a few days, two powerful sons of heaven would be fighting on the ancient emperor platform. These two Elysian children were both children of death. Two sons of death? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now, the geniuses from all over the world have entered the Divine Fate land. Together with the geniuses of the Divine Fate land itself, the geniuses here are as numerous as the clouds. It's a scene that has never been seen before. The Battle of the 10 Earths hasn't started yet. Geniuses from all over the Divine Fate land will clash from time to time. Battles between geniuses happen all the time, especially between Elysian children who control the same type of law. They all want to surpass each other and become the only one. The battles are even more intense. Chao Kai explained. Lu Ming nodded. This was unavoidable. Moreover, before the Battle of 10 Lands, it was better to get a feel of the opponent's strength. The duel between the two Elysian children has attracted a lot of geniuses. Do you want to go and watch? Chao said. Go. Lu Ming nodded. Now that he had comprehended the law of death, he might be able to gain some insights from watching the battles between the other sons of death. Also, he was very curious, who were the two sons of death? He had seen two sons of death before. One was Deathblade, and the other was Gelong from the land of myriad devils. Was it the two of them? Perhaps there were others who had mastered the law of death. Immediately, they set off. The ancient emperor platform was a 2-day journey from here. The duel would take place 3 days later. They didn't want to delay or they might not be able to make it. 2 days later, they arrived at a small city near the ancient emperor platform. They rested there for a night. The next day was the day of the duel between the two sons of death. They headed towards the ancient emperor platform. When they arrived, there was already a sea of people. At a glance, many of them were young geniuses. There were also some older geniuses. Everyone was standing around a platform. This platform looked very old and was full of mottled traces of time. This was the ancient emperor platform. Legend had it that an ancient celestial emperor comprehended the Tao here. This platform was sturdy and indestructible. It had become a place for many experts to duel. Around the platform, there were 9 stone pillars that pierced through the sky. It gave off a lofty feeling. Lu Ming's gaze swept through the crowd and found a few familiar faces. For example, Wei Tiandao and the others were geniuses of the primordial mountain. They had cultivated together in the primordial mountain sacred court. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure flashed and rushed to one of the 9 stone pillars. He stood on the stone pillar and looked down at the crowd. Who is this person? How dare he stand on the emperor gazing pillar? Is he so confident? Could it be an Elysian child? If it isn't, then I'll definitely be beaten into a pig's head. Some people exclaimed, while others sneered at his misfortune. Cao Kai explained. Lu Ming understood the meaning of the emperor gazing pillar. The emperor gazing pillar was not an ordinary martial emperor, but a celestial emperor. Stepping on the emperor gazing pillar represented talent, potential, and a symbol of status. Only the strongest geniuses could stand on the emperor gazing pillar. If an ordinary person stepped on it, they would definitely be beaten down. Whoosh, not long after, another figure stepped on the emperor gazing pillar. It was a handsome young man in a purple gold robe. His face was cold and arrogant. That's Ziliusu. He only has the king body. Although I heard that he has cultivated the law of light and has powerful combat strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough to stand on the emperor gazing pillar. That's right. Watch carefully. Someone will definitely make a move. Seeing the young man in the purple gold robe fly up the emperor gazing pillar, there was a burst of discussion. Just as the crowd was discussing, a young man in a black robe stepped on the air. He walked step by step toward Ziliusu, his powerful aura crushing toward Ziliusu. A mere king body dares to step on the emperor gazing pillar? Get lost. The young man in the black robe said indifferently, his aura growing stronger. Let's see if you have what it takes to make me go down. Ziliusu said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. A ray of light spread out and covered his entire body. Not only that, a long purple river danced around his body, making him look like a deity. The law of light forms a river. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. He was indeed worthy of being called a place where geniuses gathered. There were too many geniuses in the divine fate land. This purple tassel was absolutely powerful. She had a peerless king body and had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, she had cultivated the light of law. In the past, when it was rare for an Elysian child to appear, she would definitely be a heaven's pride that could suppress the world. As long as the son of heaven did not appear, no one would be able to compete with him. Even in the current golden age, he would be a top-notch genius. However, the young man in the black robe remained calm. There was even a hint of disdain as he said, "Since you don't want to get lost, I'll make you." Buzz. Buzz, the space seemed to vibrate. Suddenly, 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared behind the young man in the black robe. The vortexes spun continuously as if they were going to suck in one's mind. 6 paths of reincarnation. It's the law of reincarnation. He's a son of reincarnation. I know who he is. He's Yuhi, a peerless genius in the divine fate land. Many people exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This person was also a son of reincarnation, just like Ouyang Moli. If this person encountered Ouyang Moli, there would be a battle. Are you going to scram yourself, or do you want me to make you scram? Yuhi looked at Purple Tassel indifferently, his disdain growing. Purple Tassel's expression was ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "So what if you're the son of reincarnation? Today, I want to see how powerful the reincarnation laws are." You're overestimating yourself. Yuhi said coldly as he stepped forward. Boom, the 6 vortexes behind Yuhi moved with him and charged at Purple Tassel. The 6 vortexes spun rapidly, erupting with terrifying power as they tried to suck Purple Tassel in and pull him into the reincarnation laws. Purple Tassel's expression was grave as he unleashed all of his strength. Purple light burst out from his body, forming a purple sword light that slashed at Yuhi. Purple Tassel had used all of his strength in this move. It was powerful and terrifying to ordinary people. However, he was facing a son of reincarnation. Boom, under the pressure of the 6 vortexes, Purple Tassel's sword light collapsed, turning into purple light spots that dissipated. Purple Tassel's body shook violently as he flew out like a cannonball, vomiting blood in the air. The crowd was shocked. Just one move and Purple Tassel was defeated. He vomited blood and could not withstand a single blow. Is the difference between a monarch body and an Elysian sun that big? Someone said unwillingly. He was also a monarch body. Yuhi's cultivation should have broken through to the boundary emperor realm. Otherwise, he would not have defeated Purple Tassel in one move. However, the difference between an Elysian sun and a monarch body is indeed that big. In a battle of the same level, a monarch body is no match for an Elysian sun. Unless an Elysian sun has not cultivated the law of light. In that case, a monarch body can compete with an Elysian sun, but the chances of defeat are still high. Some of the Skyprides sighed. There's no need to sigh. An Elysian sun does have an absolute advantage under the martial emperor realm. He is almost invincible in a battle of the same level, but that's only for those below the martial emperor realm. When one reaches the martial emperor realm, they can comprehend many kinds of laws. Some monarch bodies are not monarch bodies and are late bloomers. Their performance before reaching the martial emperor realm is mediocre, but after breaking through to the martial emperor realm, they will rise and comprehend the strongest laws. They can compete or even defeat an Elysian sun. A young man said, full of confidence in himself. Hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. That's right, that was indeed the case. Right now, the so-called king body and Elysian sun only held a temporary advantage. However, after one reached martial emperor, this advantage would weaken. That was because martial emperors could comprehend many kinds of laws. Some people below martial emperors could only comprehend ordinary laws. However, after breaking through to martial emperors, they could comprehend the strongest laws in one go. After that, they would continue to break through and become unrivaled experts. There were many such examples in history. After defeating Ziliosu, Yuhi landed on the emperor-gazing pillar and stood with his hands behind his back. He was filled with a domineering aura. Purple Tassel glared at Yuhi, but in the end, she did not step onto the other emperor-gazing pillars. If one's strength was insufficient, even if they managed to step on it, they would be blasted back down. Originally, there were a few other king bodies that were also restless, but now, they restrained themselves. At that moment, someone looked at the young man who was the first to step onto the emperor-gazing pillar. This person wore a white robe. Even after seeing Yuhi defeat Ziliosu, his expression was still calm. Everyone immediately knew that this person was also an Elysian child. The two sons of death hadn't arrived yet, but two sons of heaven had already appeared. This made everyone look forward to it. Since the Elysian children were gathering, would they fight each other first? Haha, it's really lively. With a loud laugh, a young man in a red robe stepped on the air and landed on an emperor-gazing pillar. Someone recognized that this was also an Elysian child from the Divine Fate Land. The Divine Fate Land was the most powerful land in the Primordial Realm's 10 lands. Its area was vast and boundless. Excluding the Barren Land, the area of the other 8 lands added together was only as large as the Divine Fate Land. There were naturally many geniuses there. It was said that the Divine Fate Land had each of the 10 strongest laws, and some even had more than one. It was really shocking to see the top 10 gathered in one place. Ba. A Buddhist chant sounded, and a young monk stepped on the air. His snow-white kasaya fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly. This monk also landed on one of the emperor-gazing pillars. It's Saint Monk Wuchen from Boundless Temple. Someone exclaimed, seemingly very shocked. Saint Monk Wuchen is also here. I heard that Saint Monk Wuchen has mastered one of the 10 strongest laws, the law of karma. Everything is within karma. Someone said solemnly. The law of karma. Lu Ming's eyes also narrowed. The law of karma was also one of the 10 strongest laws. There was no doubt that it was a very terrifying and mysterious law. Everything in the world had karma, and karma formed the world. Mastering the law of karma and being able to control karma was absolutely terrifying. Now, for Elysian children had arrived. Many people were looking forward to seeing if these Elysian children would have a great battle first. At this moment, 2 rainbow lights flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. These 2 rainbow lights were also 2 young men. They did not slow down and directly landed on the emperor-gazing pillars. It's him. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. He was the top genius of the Undying Demon Kingdom in the land of all demons, the son of the void. Someone recognized the other person. He was a peerless genius from the divine fate land. 6 Elysian children. Someone exclaimed. This time, it's a golden age that's rarely seen since ancient times. Many Elysian children are born everywhere. My land of all demons has 40,000 Elysian children. Everyone discussed. After that, a genius from the land of all demons said proudly. It was already very shocking that there were 4 Elysian children in one place. How many Elysian children are there in your land of Yuan Mountain? Someone looked at the genius of Yuan Mountain and asked. 6. One of the geniuses from Yuan Mountain answered. 6? You must be bragging. How can your land of Yuan Mountain have 6 Elysian children? The genius of the land of all demons immediately suspected. Among the 10 lands of the primordial realm, excluding the barren land, the primordial mountain land was considered weak. Now, a prodigy from the primordial mountain land actually said that there were 6 Elysian children in the primordial mountain land, which immediately attracted suspicion. Many people cast contemptuous gazes at Yuan Mountain. Being looked down upon, the genius of Yuan Mountain was a little unhappy. Among them, Wei Tiandao said, My land of Yuan Mountain does indeed have 6 Elysian children. They are the son of chaos, son of eternity, son of death, son of spacetime, son of life, and son of reincarnation. What? There are sons of chaos in Yuan Mountain? The more you say, the more ridiculous it is. It's possible to say that there are other Elysian children, but to say that there are sons of chaos is most likely bragging. Some people despised him. Although the 10 strongest laws were equally famous, in fact, there were 2 laws that were the rarest and had the lowest probability of appearing in history. The law of primal chaos and the law of destiny, these 2 laws were faintly stronger and more mysterious than the other strongest laws. The law of destiny, as its name implied, could control destiny. Everything in the world had destiny. This kind of law was terrifying to the extreme. The law of primal chaos existed before the world was created. Everything in the world was born from primal chaos. The law of primal chaos was known as the Emperor of Laws, and it wasn't just for show. Therefore, many people found it hard to believe that there was a son of primal chaos in the land of Yuan Mountain. What we said is the truth. Wei Tiandao and the others said. Although Wei Tiandao had a grudge with Lu Ming, he had to bring up Lu Ming at this time. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon. The others were bewildered. Could it be that a son of primal chaos was really born in the land of Yuan Mountain? If so, the battle of the 10 Earths this time would probably be even more intense. Because there was also a son of primal chaos in the divine fate land. He was unimaginably powerful and was almost invincible in the divine fate land. There were so many prodigies in the divine fate land, but only a few of them were a match for the son of primal chaos. Even some of the other sons of primal chaos were defeated by him. If there was really a son of primal chaos in the land of Yuan Mountain, who would be stronger and who would be weaker, everyone was discussing. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care too much. Brother Lu, why don't you go up and occupy one of the emperor-gazing pillars? Chao Kai looked at Lu Ming. Chao Kai was very clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. It was terrifying and shocking. He was definitely an extremely terrifying son of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of interest. Didn't he come to the divine fate land to fight with these top prodigies to improve himself? In the land of Yuan Mountain, there was almost no opponent for him. Since the battle of the Lotus World, Xianxia he hadn't appeared. Now that so many sons of primal chaos had appeared, Lu Ming also revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Autumn Moon, wait for me here. Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Young master, go, do your best. Autumn Moon waved her little fists. Lu Ming smiled and soared into the sky. Then, he flew toward one of the emperor pillars and landed on one of them. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. It's him. When the prodigies of Yuan Mountain saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with shock. In the land of Yuan Mountain, Lu Ming's reputation had already reached its peak. Not only had he defeated Xianxia, but he had also controlled the heavenly emperor's body to kill a few martial emperors. In the end, he had even defeated the great emperor of the He clan. Such an achievement was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. He is the son of primal chaos of my primal mountain. A prodigy from Yuan Mountain spoke. What? Many people were shocked and looked at Lu Ming. So this is the son of Chaos of Primal Mountain. Was he really the son of Chaos? Even the Elysian children on the emperor-gazing pillars were looking at Lu Ming, their eyes gleaming with the desire to do battle. Son of Chaos? I'd like to see how strong you are. Sure enough, someone moved. It was a burly young man in a gray robe. Previously, someone had recognized that this person came from the Sky Savage Land, one of the 10 lands of Yuan continent. He was a son of Primal Chaos and controlled the Primal Chaos laws. The Primal Chaos laws and the Primal Chaos laws were the most similar among the 10 strongest laws. The Primal Chaos had not been created and the Primal Chaos had not been determined, however, the world had always ranked the Primal Chaos laws before the Primal Chaos laws. Now that the son of Primal Chaos saw Lu Ming, his desire to do battle was obvious. Boom, this person was called Huang Meng. At this moment, he unleashed a powerful aura and stepped into the air towards Lu Ming. Complete Paragon Saint. Lu Ming could see at a glance that Huang Meng's cultivation was at the complete Paragon Saint realm. However, he had already reached the peak and was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. Boom, Huang Meng made his move. He was very direct. He was like a primordial beast, his body filled with the Primal Chaos laws. The Primal Chaos laws were as heavy as a mountain like the Primal Chaos laws. Huang Meng threw out a punch, and a terrifying fist force blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the chaotic divine palm, and his palm was like a Primal Chaos stone, slapping towards Huang Meng. Dong, the sky shook like a drum, and a shocking explosion erupted. Then, a figure retreated, and the void trembled as he stepped on it. It was Huang Meng. The person who retreated was Huang Meng. As for Lu Ming, he stood motionless on the emperor-gazing pillar. It's the Primal Chaos laws, it's really the Primal Chaos laws. Someone exclaimed. Before the battle, some people still didn't believe it. Now that the battle had started, they finally saw that Lu Ming was really using the Primal Chaos laws. A son of Primal Chaos had really appeared in the Yuan Mountain. Again. Huang Meng shouted, and a layer of law light spread out from his body. He once again charged towards Lu Ming. He kept throwing out punches, and each punch was as heavy as a mountain. Each punch could destroy a mountain. Lu Ming still used the chaotic divine palm to meet the attack. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were continuous explosions. The force of the collision between the two turned into a gust of wind that swept in all directions, causing some people who were close to them to retreat. After more than 10 consecutive explosions, Huang Meng's body was pushed back. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was intense shock in his eyes. Because Lu Ming's Primal Chaos laws hadn't formed a river, it meant that Lu Ming wasn't a quasi-emperor, but a perfected absolute saint. In a battle of the same level, he was actually crushed, which made him a little discouraged. Thank you for letting me win, Lu Ming said. Just now, he didn't use any other laws, and only used the Primal Chaos laws. Although his Primal Chaos laws were only at 99% completion, which was comparable to his opponent's Primal Chaos laws. However, Lu Ming's physical body was stronger than that of an ordinary Elysian. Moreover, Lu Ming's array nomological laws had already formed a river. After tempering his physical body once, his physical body was even stronger. In addition, Lu Ming's sacred power was stronger than ordinary people, so even if Lu Ming only used the Primal Chaos laws, no one would be a match for him in a battle of the same level. Naturally, he could crush Huang Meng. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He was at the same level as Huang Meng, but he could crush Huang Meng. They were both Elysian children. How could this be? Was the Primal Chaos laws really that powerful? But there were also Elysian children in the Divine Fate land. Although their combat strength was strong, they couldn't crush Elysian children of the same level. Many people looked at Lu Ming solemnly. You're very strong. I'm no match for you. Huang Meng shook his head and returned to the emperor-gazing pillar. Let me try. After Huang Meng retreated, another person stepped forward. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. It was Yuhi, the reincarnation child. Many people were excited. Yuhi was going to fight. Yuhi had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. A quasi-emperor Elysian child's combat strength was absolutely amazing. He was going to fight Lu Ming. Would Lu Ming be a match for him? Let's fight in the air. Yuhi took a step forward and soared into the sky as well. Lu Ming and Yuhi stood facing each other in the sky. Before they made a move, their powerful auras clashed continuously. Yuhi was dressed in a black robe and his body was covered in the light of the law of reincarnation. Behind him, there were 6 vortexes that kept spinning. He wanted to make everything in the world enter the cycle of reincarnation. Bang! Yuhi took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. A long sword appeared in his hand and he slashed it out. The long sword rapidly enlarged and turned into a giant sword. The most shocking thing was that there were 6 reincarnation vortexes on the giant sword as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was covered in the light of the law of chaos. He was not afraid at all as he charged toward Yuhi's giant sword. At the same time, he used the chaotic divine palm and slapped out. Lu Ming did not use any other laws. He only used the law of chaos. He wanted to see just how strong his battle prowess was without the use of other laws. Clang! Lu Ming's palm hit Yuhi's giant sword. It was like 2 divine weapons colliding, creating a terrifying vibration. There was a burst of energy and Yuhi's sword was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body also retreated a few steps. This move was a draw. So strong. How can the son of chaos be so strong? Many people were shocked beyond words. Lu Ming was only a perfected absolute saint, but he could fight with Yuhi. After all, Yuhi had already broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm. Once a Boundary Emperor reached the Boundary Emperor realm, his laws would be perfect and become like a river. Moreover, when he broke through to the Boundary Emperor realm, both his physical body and saint power would be tempered by the laws and would be greatly improved. A perfected absolute saint seemed to be a step away from a Boundary Emperor realm, but the difference in strength was huge. Now, both of them were sons of heaven, but Lu Ming was able to fight against Yuhi even though his cultivation was lower. It was really shocking. Kill! Yuhi roared. His eyes were like 2 vortexes, as black as ink. He took a big step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his palm to meet the attack, and the 2 of them engaged in an intense confrontation. The crowd could only see the 2 figures colliding in the air, unceasingly killing each other. That kind of scene was horrifying. Is this the battle prowess of a quasi-emperor? This is comparable to a martial emperor. Once an Elysian child breaks through to quasi-emperor, his battle prowess will be comparable to a martial emperor. I heard that Yuhi had just become a quasi-emperor not long ago, but he's still a genuine quasi-emperor. Lu Ming is only in the great circle of the absolute saint realm, but he's able to fight against Yuhi. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yuhi had exchanged dozens of blows. Many people were unable to calm down and were discussing excitedly. Naturally, they did not know that Lu Ming already had one type of law perfected. His physical body and saint power had undergone a tempering process. Although it was only the tempering of the King Path law, it was still a great improvement. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to fight Yuhi as a perfected absolute saint with only one law of chaos. But now, Lu Ming could definitely stop him. Yuhi was also shocked, but he was already fighting with all his might. He was originally very ambitious. He wanted to stand out in the Battle of the 10 Earths, become famous, and obtain a great opportunity. But now, before the Battle of the 10 Earths even began, he had encountered an unprecedented setback. With his cultivation as a quasi-emperor, he could not take down a perfected absolute saint. He was the son of reincarnation, known to be invincible among those of the same level. But now, he could not take down someone with a lower cultivation than him. This was a great blow to his confidence. Therefore, he had to defeat Lu Ming. Yuhi roared and unleashed his full strength. The sword whistled endlessly. The 6 whirlpools of the reincarnation whirlpool merged together to form a huge whirlpool. It wanted to pull Lu Ming into the whirlpool and achieve reincarnation. But Lu Ming was like a rock in the sea, unmoving. Whoosh! This time, Lu Ming used the chaotic finger of tribulation. He pointed out, and a huge chaotic finger of tribulation formed and pointed at the huge reincarnation whirlpool. Rumble, the 2 collided, and a terrifying explosion erupted. In the end, both sides dissipated. Lu Ming and Yuhi both retreated 1,000 meters and stood in the air. Yuhi seemed to be in disbelief. He could not take down Lu Ming and could only fight to a draw with Lu Ming. The other sons of heaven on the emperor gazing pillar were also very shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. Once he broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, who could be his match? It seems that there are many geniuses in the world. In the past, I underestimated the heroes of the world. Yuhi said slowly. At this moment, he had regained his composure. You're very strong too. Lu Ming said. Let's fight again in the Battle of the 10 Earths. After saying that, Yuhi stepped out and returned to the emperor gazing pillar. Lu Ming smiled and also returned to the emperor gazing pillar. This Lu Ming is becoming more and more terrifying. Wei Tiandao whispered. The geniuses of Yuan Mountain had the deepest feeling. They knew that Lu Ming still had a secret technique that he had not used. Back when he fought against Xianxia, Lu Ming used that secret technique to defeat Xianxia. If he used that secret technique, even he would not be a match for him. I heard that Xianxia had already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. But now it seems that even if Xianxia broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, I'm afraid he is not a match for Lu Ming. Some of the geniuses of Yuan Mountain discussed in low voices. Brother Lu didn't use his full strength at all. Chao Kai curled his lips. He had seen Lu Ming's attack. He could easily kill a 1-star Void Emperor. That kind of combat strength was far more than what he had shown just now. However, since Lu Ming did not expose himself, he naturally would not say anything. By now, there were more and more people here. He's here. Suddenly, someone spoke and looked to the east. There, a figure was flying over at an astonishing speed. The next moment, the light faded and a young man appeared in the air. It's really him, Deathblade. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This young man was indeed Deathblade. The next moment, a rainbow light flew over from the west and a young man appeared. It's him. Lu Ming also knew this young man. He was Gelong, the son of Death of the eternal devil nation in the land of infinite devils. Obviously, the two people who were fighting were them. Come on stage, let's fight it out. Gelong looked at Deathblade. That's what I want. Deathblade said indifferently. The two moved at the same time and stepped onto the ancient emperor platform. Boom. Boom, the two stood facing each other, and their bodies emitted a terrifying death aura at the same time. The death aura collided as if it was going to turn the ancient emperor platform into a kingdom of death. It was extremely rare for two sons of heaven to fight with the same kind of law. The crowd watched without blinking. Lu Ming watched even more seriously. After all, he had also comprehended the law of death. Suddenly, the two moved. They turned into two phantoms and charged at each other, fighting fiercely. The entire ancient emperor platform had turned into a death zone, shrouded by the law of death. 2.5 years ago, both Deathblade and Gelong were at the peak of the absolute saint realm. But now, both of them had reached the boundary emperor realm. After 2 years of accumulation, both of them must have been cultivating in some secret place, so their progress must have been fast. For example, Deathblade, Lu Xiang, and the others had been sent to a secret place to cultivate and had only recently come out of seclusion. Boom. Boom, the two sons of death kept clashing, and the air of death turned into a terrifying killing power that swept out in all directions. In a short time, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Abyss of Death. Gelong used his ultimate move and formed an abyss of death that covered the sky and enveloped Deathblade. He wanted to drag Deathblade into the abyss of death and bury him. Deathblade flashed quickly, wanting to dodge, but the abyss of death was too big. It covered the sky and dragged Deathblade into the abyss of death. Is Deathblade going to lose? Many people's hearts jumped. It's not that easy. They're both sons of death and have similar cultivation. It's not that easy to determine the winner. Someone shook his head. Sure enough, the abyss of death shook, and a terrifying saber light broke out of the abyss of death. Heavenly saber of death. A cold voice came from the abyss of death, and a huge saber light slashed out of the abyss of death. Boom, the abyss of death shook and exploded inch by inch. A figure with a terrifying saber light rushed out of the abyss of death. Slash. Deathblade rushed out, and his saber light soared into the sky. Every slash carried a terrifying aura of death. When the saber light slashed out, it was as if even space fell into a deathly silence. Gelong shouted and continued to fight with Deathblade. The usage of every law is different. Even if different people master the same law, the profundities they can unleash will be different. Lu Ming thought as he watched seriously. Watching the battle between Deathblade and Gelong, Lu Ming seemed to understand something. His understanding of the law of death had deepened. Deathblade and Gelong had exchanged hundreds of moves. At this point, both of them had used all their strength and were quite tired. It was a battle of wills and battle experience. I will win. Deathblade shouted, and his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were full of unyielding battle intent. It was as if he would defeat anything placed in front of him. His blade of death became even sharper and more dazzling as it slashed at Gelong. Gelong was gradually at a disadvantage. Deathblade is going to win. Deathblade's willpower is even stronger than Gelong's. We're both sons of death. Today, we're going to determine the victor. Many people were discussing this matter. After another dozen or so moves, Gelong was finally defeated. The blade of death swept across his body, leaving a deep wound that was constantly corroding him. Even though he had also grasped the laws of death, it was difficult for him to erase it in a short period of time. Puff, Gelong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled as if he couldn't believe that he had lost to the Deathblade. The 10 Lands battle hadn't even started and he had already lost to another son of death. This was a huge blow to him. The other side as well. After this battle, Deathblade's brilliance was completely revealed, defeating another Elysian child, strengthening his own conviction, as well as his undefeatable conviction. After this battle, the Deathblade would definitely transform and reach a higher level. On the other hand, Gelong's willpower would probably be affected, and he would be even less of a match for the Deathblade in the future. This was also why when Elysian children of death met, there would definitely be a battle. Because only by defeating Elysian children of death and stepping on them could one become stronger, forging an undefeatable conviction and stepping onto the peak. This time, in the Golden Age, there might be more than 2 sons of death, but at least the Deathblade had defeated one and could continue to fight for supremacy. As for Gelong, he had already lost the qualifications to become the strongest son of death. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter later on, it would be difficult for him to make a comeback. You've lost. The Deathblade said indifferently. I will defeat you in the 10 Lands battle. Gelong said. He couldn't admit defeat like this, otherwise, he would never be the Deathblade's opponent in his lifetime. With today's defeat, you will be even less of a match for me in the future. The Deathblade said with an undefeatable conviction. Then, he rose into the air and left this place. After the Deathblade left, Gelong also left this place. The battle ended just like that. Haha, let me tell you, the Deathblade is also from my Yuan Mountain. A prodigy from Yuan Mountain laughed. This surprised some people. Lu Ming also came from Yuan Mountain. Just now, he defeated a son of reincarnation. Moreover, he defeated a son of reincarnation as the weak, which was shocking. And this time, Deathblade defeated another child of death, who also came from the primordial mountain. Yuan Mountain was amazing. Several terrifying prodigies had appeared one after another. Could it be that there were really 6 Elysian children in Yuan Mountain? Some prodigies looked a little dignified. On the emperor-gazing pillar, those Elysian children glanced at Lu Ming one after another, then rose into the air and left this place. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Some prodigies came over to greet Lu Ming. They were all people who used to cultivate in Yuan Mountain Academy. Some of them were still enemies with Lu Ming at that time. Because at that time, there were 4 major alliances in Yuan Mountain Academy, such as the Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Association. Now, the leader of the Knights Association greeted Lu Ming with a smile. Brother Luo. Lu Ming nodded. The leader of the Knights Association was called Luo Zhan. Brother Lu is getting stronger and stronger. Now, I'm too far behind you. Luo Zhan sighed. He had a king physique and had now stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. However, Lu Ming could even defeat a quasi-emperor from the Elysian children. He was far behind. Brother Luo, you're too polite. By the way, you came a few days earlier to see Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others? Lu Ming asked. As far as he knew, Long Chen, Huang Li, and some others had already arrived at the Divine Fate Land. Logically speaking, if they were nearby, they should have come to watch such a big show. However, Lu Ming didn't see any of them. Half a month ago, I did see Long Chen and Huang Li. The two of them worked together, but I haven't seen them recently. I think they must have left this area and gone to Destiny City. Luo Zhan said. Lu Ming nodded. The Battle of 10 Earths was getting closer and closer. They might have gone to Destiny City first. Brother Lu, are you going to Aeon City? I heard that when you enter Aeon City, the Heavenly Emperor's statue will awaken and emit the Heavenly Tao aura. It's very mysterious and can help people comprehend the Tao. Many people have gone to Aeon City. Luo Zhan said. The Heavenly Emperor's statue has awakened? Lu Ming, Chao Kai, and Xiao Mun were shocked. The Heavenly Emperor's statue was no small matter. Don't you know? Great, we can go together. Luo Zhan said. Okay, let's go take a look. Lu Ming said. Aeon City could be said to be the largest city in the south of the Divine Fate Land. It was known as Aeon City and had existed for countless years. This ancient city was occupied by several huge forces. In history, more than one celestial emperor had appeared, and it was extremely powerful. Recently, in Aeon City, there was a famous celestial emperor statue that had actually awakened, exuding the aura of the heavenly Tao that could help people comprehend the Tao, attracting countless people to come. Moreover, it just so happened that the Battle of 10 Earths was approaching. Countless people from all over rushed over, so naturally, there were more people. Lu Ming and the others walked on the street, looking around and exclaiming in amazement. Aeon City was no smaller than Celestial City in the land of Yuan Mountain. In fact, it was even more majestic. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the Celestial Emperor statue. A huge statue, carved from jade, was 1,000 meters tall, standing in the center of Aeon City. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He stood with his hands behind his back, but he had a kind of aura that could swallow the world and sweep away the world. This was the Celestial Emperor statue. It was only a statue at first, but now, the statue was emitting rays of light that illuminated the area. A mystical aura was emitted from it. Is there a Celestial Emperor in Aeon City now? Lu Ming asked, his heart was not calm. No, legend has it that there are almost no Celestial Emperors in the Yuan realm now. Chao Kai said. No Celestial Emperors? Lu Ming, Autumn, Moon, and the others were all puzzled. Yes, I also heard that most of the Celestial Emperors have gone to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. Perhaps a few of them stayed in the Yuan realm, but it has been a long time since a Celestial Emperor appeared. Chao Kai said. Lu Ming nodded. The Yuan realm, from ancient times until now, must have given birth to some Celestial Emperors. The Celestial Emperors no longer had a great calamity, their lifespan was endless, and their combat strength was unparalleled. If they did not encounter a great enemy, they would almost never fall. But now, it was almost impossible to see a Celestial Emperor in the Yuan realm, so it was very likely that they really went to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. For example, in the land of Yuan Mountain, it was impossible for only Celestial Emperor Hengyu to be born. There must be other Celestial Emperors. How intense is the war in the Heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Even the Celestial Emperor had gone to the Heaven realm to participate in the war. One could imagine how terrifying the war was. Under the huge statue of the Celestial Emperor, there were many people sitting cross-legged, mainly young people. An old man at the side explained. Although the revival of the Heavenly Emperor's statue was miraculous, it was mainly useful for cultivators below Martial Emperor. Even low-level Faux Emperors might be of some use. However, for those with higher cultivations, it would not be of much use. Let's go too, Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Chao Kai, Luo Zhan, and the others walked to the Heavenly Emperor's statue and sat down cross-legged in an empty space. Along the way, they saw many geniuses. Most of the Elysian children who had appeared on the Emperor Gazing Pillar had appeared here. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His mind was empty. All of a sudden, he felt a gush of energy shrouding him. That gush of energy seemed to allow his mind to pass through layers of space and become one with heaven. The heavenly Tao contained everything. The myriad of laws of the world were all within the heavenly Tao. Lu Ming's mind shuddered as he began to comprehend the law of death. He could feel that his understanding of the law of death was extremely clear. It was even clearer and faster than when he was comprehending under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. This is a good place. Lu Ming wore a smile on his face as he began to comprehend the law of death. He mainly focused on comprehending the law of death and the law of devour. Time gradually passed. His progress in comprehending the two laws was extremely fast. Every day, he would spend half of his time comprehending the law of death and the other half comprehending the law of devour. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming's comprehension of the law of death had reached 85%, while his comprehension of the law of devour had reached 92%. Comprehending the law of death was more difficult as one progressed. It was shocking to have such a great progress in just a month. On this day, while Lu Ming was comprehending the law of death, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end as he felt a murderous intent looming over him. Although he was cultivating, he was more or less paying attention to the outside world. If someone was hostile to him, he would immediately be alerted. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and looked behind him. Behind him, a young man was walking over and looking coldly at Lu Ming. Bang! The young man stopped at a spot not far from Lu Ming. "You're Lu Ming?" The young man spoke indifferently, full of arrogance. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not know this person, but he could feel that this person did not come with good intentions. "That's right," Lu Ming replied. At this time, many people outside the statue were not cultivating and noticed Lu Ming and the young man. "It's Mu Yang of the Mu clan. He's an extremely terrifying genius. It's said that he's the son of the void who controls the law of nothingness. He reached the quasi-emperor realm a long time ago. Who is that young man? Mu Yang seems to be hostile to him." "I know. That young man is from the Yuan Mountain. He's the son of chaos with a peak absolute saint cultivation. He defeated the quasi-emperor son of reincarnation, Yu He." "What? He's the son of chaos? And he defeated the quasi-emperor son of reincarnation with a peak absolute saint cultivation?" Many people were shocked when they heard the truth. The son of chaos was already shocking. Moreover, he was a peak absolute saint and defeated the quasi-emperor son of reincarnation. This was even more shocking. "My name is Mu Yang. Yuan Xian is my good friend." At this time, the young man spoke. "Yuan Xian?" Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of this name. What did Mu Yang have to do with Yuan Xian? "My good friend Yuan Xian is also the son of chaos." "You've met him before," Mu Yang said indifferently. "The son of chaos? Could it be him?" Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the son of chaos he met during the Hunyuan sex assessment. "Yuan Xian once mentioned you, saying that you control the primal chaos emperor's primal chaos scripture. He's now in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. As his good friend, I naturally have to share his burden. Hand over your primal chaos scripture," Mu Yang said indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it had a commanding tone. "It's really that person." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The only person who knew that Lu Ming had the primal chaos scripture was the son of chaos who had also been to the primal chaos palace. The son of chaos was extremely rare. It was even harder to be born than the other sons of heaven. Lu Ming hadn't heard of any other sons of chaos who had mastered the law of chaos. "If you want the primal chaos scripture, let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming spoke, his voice turning cold. "Oh, so you're saying that you want to fight me? Don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated Yu He. In the divine fate land, there are many people stronger than Yu He," Mu Yang said coldly. "You'll know if you try." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Mu Yang's body. Waves of energy rushed toward Lu Ming like shock waves. Lu Ming and Mu Yang faced each other, an icy cold aura pervading the area, causing many people who were cultivating to wake up. What's going on? It's Mu Yang, and that Lu Ming. Many people were shocked and angry, but when they saw that it was Mu Yang and Lu Ming, they all shut their mouths. They could see that the two peerless geniuses had a conflict, and were about to fight. Boom, Mu Yang attacked, his palm was covered with a layer of light. It was extremely terrifying, as if even space had turned into nothingness, causing the area around his palm to look like a black hole. Boom, Lu Ming went up, using the primal chaos divine palm, his palm turned gray, like a primal chaos stone. The two's palms heavily collided. It was as if a great bell had vibrated, a terrifying force formed rings of shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Many people's bodies blossomed with light, blocking the shockwaves. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming and Mu Yang's bodies trembled. They continued to exchange a few blows, but there was no clear victor. What a powerful force. Lu Ming felt that Mu Yang's power was like a storm, pressing down on him. Combined with the law of nothingness, it almost broke his law of primal chaos and turned him into nothingness. This Mu Yang was definitely stronger than you. You do have some strength, no wonder you are so arrogant, but this strength is not enough. Mu Yang's eyes seemed to blossom with a strange light. It was the light of nothingness. His aura became stronger and stronger. But at this moment, an incomparably terrifying aura exploded. From the sky, a terrifying pressure, like an immemorial mountain, pressed down on Lu Ming and Mu Yang, causing their bodies to stiffen. Unknowingly, a white-haired old man had appeared in the sky. The old man looked down at Lu Ming and Mu Yang, coldly saying, "In front of the Heavenly Emperor's statue, no impudence, no fighting, violators will be killed. Since it's your first offense, I will let you go this time. If you want to fight, go somewhere else." Lu Ming and Mu Yang retracted their auras, but their eyes were still coldly staring at each other. "Do you dare to fight with me on the stage?" Mu Yang said coldly. He was extremely confident in himself. Previously, although the battle prowess Lu Ming had displayed was very shocking, he was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming because he had not used his full strength just now. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. "Senior, let us go," Mu Yang said to the old man in the sky. The old man withdrew his aura, and the pressure on Lu Ming and the others disappeared. "Come if you have the guts." Mu Yang left behind these words before stepping into the air and leaving. Lu Ming smiled and followed him. Qiao Yu, Chao Kai, and the rest hurried to catch up. The son of primal chaos is going to battle Mu Yang. Let's go take a look. I heard that Mu Yang advanced to Quasi-Emperor long ago and is already preparing to break through to Martial Emperor. His combat prowess is extremely strong. That Lu Ming has not advanced to Quasi-Emperor yet. He actually dares to accept the challenge? The Heavenly Sons are all proud and arrogant. How can they not accept a challenge? However, I think that Lu Ming will most likely lose this time. After all, he is only a complete paragon saint. I think so too. No matter how strong a complete paragon saint is, there is a limit to it. Voices could be heard all around. Of course, Lu Ming could hear them. He guessed that Mu Yang had already started to develop a small world. Such a person could already prepare to break through to Martial Emperor. Not long after, they came to a spacious area. There was a huge battle stage here. At this moment, there were two people fighting on the stage. They were two youths with king bodies. Their combat prowess was not weak. However, Mu Yang was extremely domineering. He directly flew towards the battle stage and stepped on it. He shouted, "Both of you, get down." The terrifying void light caused the two youths' expressions to change drastically. They quickly retreated and landed at the edge of the battle stage, looking at Mu Yang with ugly expressions. They were in the middle of a battle, and Mu Yang had directly asked them to get down. This was an insult to them. What? Why are you still here? Do you want to fight with me? Mu Yang looked at the two youths with king bodies and his voice was filled with displeasure. The two youths did not dare to fight with Mu Yang. In the end, they could only swallow their anger and jump down from the battle stage. Many people around them were unhappy. Mu Yang was too domineering. However, no one stood out to criticize him. Not only was Mu Yang powerful, but the force behind him was also terrifying. No one was willing to offend him. Lu Ming, get down here and fight with me. Mu Yang's voice resounded in all directions. Don't shout so loudly. I won't run. Lu Ming said indifferently. He stepped into the air and landed on the battle stage. Lu Ming, I advise you to obediently hand over the primal chaos scripture. This time, I can let you go and let you participate in the battle of the 10 Earths. Otherwise, you won't even be able to participate in the battle of the 10 Earths. Mu Yang said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his message to Lu Ming. He did not transmit it to anyone else. I said, if you want it, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Stubborn. Then I'll let you see what it means by there's always someone better than you. Mu Yang's eyes were cold. His body emitted a cold killing intent. Boom, he took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His body was enveloped in the light of the void as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the law of primal chaos and went up to meet him. This time, they were not under the Heavenly Emperor's statue but on the battle stage. There was no need to hold back. The two of them fought without restraint. Boom. Boom, the two of them clashed continuously. The battle stage rumbled and exploded continuously. The two of them fought with speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. The fighting ring was surrounded by people, densely packed with people. There were many terrifying geniuses. Many of them were sons of the heavens. Lu Ming is no match for Mu Yang. He said. Previously, he had fought with Lu Ming and was aware of Lu Ming's strength. Ba. That may not be the case. I think that Lu Ming will win. Monk Wuchen of Wuya Temple chanted the name of Buddha and said with a smile. These words caused everyone's expression to change. Monk Wuchen controlled the law of cause and effect. Everything in the world was related to cause and effect. He might be able to see through cause and effect. You said that Lu Ming hid his strength when he fought with me previously? Yuhi's eyes shone brightly. He was unwilling to believe it. I can't say. You'll know when you continue watching. Monk Wuchen smiled. It was unfathomable. At that moment, Lu Ming and Mu Yang had exchanged more than 10 blows. At that moment, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He has indeed started to evolve a small world. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Mu Yang had already started to break through to the martial emperor realm. He had started to use the law of cause as a foundation to evolve a small world. His saint force contained a trace of the power of a small world. Its power was shocking. Now, Lu Ming had only used the law of primal chaos and was already at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, I have said that you are no match for me. Mu Yang launched a flurry of attacks. At the same time, his cold and arrogant voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It's too early for you to be happy. Lu Ming replied indifferently. If one type of law wasn't enough, then he would use two. Lu Ming's muscles bulged as his saint power surged. Silently, he merged the Array Dao law into the primal chaos law. Boom, Lu Ming's palm power suddenly increased as he struck out, breaking Mu Yang's law of nothingness. Mu Yang's expression changed as his body shook and he couldn't help but retreat. Your power? How is that possible? Mu Yang said in shock. How could Lu Ming's power suddenly increase? He was much stronger than before. He couldn't see that Lu Ming had merged two types of laws. In the land of infinite demons, Lu Ming had stayed in the canyon of the Demon Sea for more than 2 years. Every day, he would challenge and fight. He was already extremely proficient in the use of laws. When he used a few types of laws, he could use the primal chaos law to cover up the other laws. Of course, if he used 2 types of supreme laws at the same time, it wouldn't be able to be covered up because supreme laws were too strong. But when he used supreme laws and monarch Dao law, he could cover it up so that others couldn't see it. Therefore, Mu Yang couldn't understand how Lu Ming's power had increased so much. Around the battle stage, the others were also shocked. Lu Ming had suddenly exploded and forced Mu Yang to retreat. Lu Ming indeed hid his strength when he fought with me previously. Yuhi sighed as his eyes were filled with disappointment. He still wanted to defeat Lu Ming in the 10 Lands battle, but now it seemed that it would be difficult. Ba. Monk Wuchen chanted a Buddhist chant. When the other Elysian children looked at Lu Ming, their expressions were grave. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong and exceeded common sense. Kill. On the battle stage, Lu Ming roared as he charged towards Mu Yang. Every move of his contained the fusion of the primal chaos law and the array Dao law. Its power was astonishing. Moreover, the array Dao law was already perfect, so its power was even greater. The fusion of the laws didn't increase the power by as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it increased exponentially. The more laws were fused, the stronger the power. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming and Mu Yang once again clashed, but this time, Mu Yang was completely suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position. He was no match for Lu Ming, and every time they clashed, his body would violently tremble, as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. His incomparably powerful saint energy was actually useless. He could not block it. Impossible, how is this possible? Mu Yang simply couldn't accept it. He had already begun to develop a small world. Once the time was right, he would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. Xiaoqian was already infinitely close to martial emperor. Furthermore, he was a firmament scion. He was much stronger than those firmament scions who had just advanced to quasi-emperor. However, Lu Ming was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His law of chaos hadn't formed a river yet. How could he be so strong? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He roared angrily and used all of his strength, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. The Sea of Void. In the end, Mu Yang executed his strongest move. This was a terrifying magic skill with boundless power. It pushed the law of void's power to its limits, forming a sea of law of void that enveloped everything. It wanted to turn everything into nothingness. In reality, many people grasped more than one magic skill after becoming a quasi-emperor. This was because after becoming a quasi-emperor and reaching the peak of the law of chaos, one could easily grasp other magic skills and raise them to their limits. It was just like how Lu Ming cultivated the primal chaos divine palm. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have a corresponding magic skill. The Sea of Nothingness was Mu Yang's trump card. Splash. It really sounded like waves crashing. Lu Ming was enveloped by the Sea of Void. Turn into nothingness. Mu Yang roared, his voice filled with boundless killing intent. At this moment, he no longer wanted to take the primal chaos scripture from Lu Ming. Instead, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. The battle of the 10 Earths had yet to begin. He could not lose. Once he lost, he would suffer a crushing defeat in the battle of the 10 Earths. What a terrifying magic skill. Lu Ming is in danger. Someone exclaimed. The law of void turned into an ocean and enveloped an area. It was simply too terrifying. Many people could not help but worry for Lu Ming. Mu Yang can be said to be a seated expert in this battle of the 10 Earths. He has a high chance of entering the top 10. When he erupts, his battle strength is truly shocking. That's right. In the past, Mu Yang was almost invincible in the Divine Fate land. There were only a few people in the younger generation who could defeat him. Some people spoke. However, Autumn Moon and Chao Kai's eyes were calm. There was no worry in their eyes. Autumn Moon knew very well how strong Lu Ming was when he erupted with his full strength. As for Chao Kai, he had seen Lu Ming fight before. They knew that Lu Ming had not used his full strength yet. Rumble. Mu Yang stood above the Sea of Void. His eyes were cold as he constantly used the law of void to ensure that Lu Ming would be turned into nothingness. But in the next instant, Mu Yang's expression changed. Because the Sea of Void had started to shake. It was as if there was a giant beast stirring up the winds and clouds. Boom. In the end, an incomparably huge finger that looked like the finger of a god charged out of the Sea of Void. Boom. Boom. Next, primal chaos tribulation fingers charged out from various parts of the Sea of Void. The Sea of Void turned into a beehive. Then, with a violent explosion, it completely exploded. Impossible. Mu Yang roared in disbelief. His body shook violently as he retreated. Blood flowed out of his mouth. Nothing is impossible. Kill. The Sea of Void disappeared and Lu Ming's figure appeared. He was unscathed as he roared and charged at Mu Yang. Boom. The large hand pressed down. Mu Yang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. He was sent flying dozens of meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming followed closely behind. He did not give Mu Yang any chance to catch his breath as he launched a torrential barrage of attacks at Mu Yang. Mu Yang was already injured and was no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging a few blows with Lu Ming, he felt as if his arm was about to break as he continued to spit out blood. Bang! Finally, he was unable to block and was struck by Lu Ming's palm on his chest. His chest caved in from the blow and almost exploded into a large hole. If not for his powerful law light and astonishing defensive power, his body would have exploded from this move. But even so, he was still lying on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. With your strength, you still want to get the primal chaos scripture from me? Let Xianxia do it herself. Lu Ming looked down at Mu Yang and said coldly, full of disdain. Mu Yang was mad with hatred. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Lu Ming, let me tell you. I have already investigated you. You have many friends in Yuan Mountain. Now, there are a few people who are guests in my Mu family. You better hand over the primal chaos scripture and follow me to the Mu family. Otherwise, all your friends will die. Mu Yang suddenly said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his voice. What? Lu Ming was shocked. Seeing Lu Ming's shock, Mu Yang sneered. Ever since he knew that there was a son of chaos in Yuan Mountain who was Xianxia's nemesis, he had been paying attention to Yuan Mountain. When the geniuses of Yuan Mountain came to the Divine Fate Land, he began to investigate, wanting to know Lu Ming's whereabouts and deal with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not come, but he found out about Lu Ming's friends, and he immediately sent people to capture them. It was just a precaution, but he did not expect it to come in handy. There are 2 people who control the law of force, one is called Long Chen, and the other is called Desolate Force. They are both in my Mu family. Haha, Lu Ming, follow me to the Mu family and hand over the primal chaos scripture. Mu Yang laughed and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. His heart was filled with cold killing intent. Today, Lu Ming had defeated him in front of everyone, and in his opinion, it was a great humiliation. As long as Lu Ming stepped into the Mu family, he would make Lu Ming regret it. You deserve to die. Lu Ming said coldly, staring at Mu Yang with a cold gaze. At that moment, his killing intent was extremely dense. It seemed that Long Chen and Desolate Force had indeed fallen into Mu Yang's hands. You still dare to threaten me at this time? Mu Yang's face was gloomy. I said you're stupid, you really are. You shouldn't have said it here, at this time. Lu Ming said coldly. Mu Yang's face changed drastically, and he shouted, what are you trying to do? At the same time, he quickly retreated, but it was too late. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Mu Yang. Boom! This time, Lu Ming had also integrated the law of devour, making Lu Ming's battle strength even stronger. With one strike, Mu Yang's arms directly exploded, turning into flesh and blood that splattered everywhere. The terrifying power directly pierced through Mu Yang's protective light of laws and pierced through his body, revealing a hole that went straight through his front and back. Mu Yang fell to the ground and screamed. Crack! In the next moment, Lu Ming rushed over and stepped on Mu Yang's legs, breaking them. Mu Yang let out a hysterical scream. Lu Ming, I'll kill you! Mu Yang roared. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming stomped on Mu Yang's face, almost crushing his head. Mu Yang vomited a large mouthful of blood, and almost all of his teeth fell out. Tell your men to bring my friend here in exchange for you. If my friend loses a single hair, I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. You dare? Mu Yang roared. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on his face again, causing Mu Yang to scream miserably. At this moment, Mu Yang was filled with regret. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He should not have mentioned that he had captured Long Chen and Desolate Force on the fighting ring. He had not expected Lu Ming to be so decisive. The main reason was that the force behind him was too strong. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Lu Ming would not dare to do anything to him. Also, Lu Ming's friend was in his hands. He thought that he had everything under control, but he had not expected Lu Ming to take him down directly. The main reason was that Lu Ming was too decisive. In an instant, he had thought of a way to save Mu Yang. Ordinary people would not have thought of it and would not be so decisive. Around the fighting ring, many people looked at each other. Because Mu Yang had spoken to them through voice transmission, they did not know the whole story and were very confused. They did not understand why Lu Ming had suddenly gone crazy and tortured Mu Yang. How dare you? Let go of young Master Mu Yang. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're the son of chaos. If you offend the Mu family, you'll die without a burial ground. At the scene, a few experts from the Mu family roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. They were all martial emperors. If you guys continue to blabber, I'll kill him. Lu Ming coldly glanced at the martial emperors and said coldly. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. The martial emperors from the Mu family all shut up. Mu Yang was the #1 genius of the Mu family. His talent was peerless. Nothing could happen to him. Why aren't you calling people to bring my friend here? Lu Ming lowered his head and looked down at Mu Yang. At this moment, Mu Yang was being stepped on by Lu Ming. He was incomparably humiliated. If there was a crack in the fighting ring, he would find a crack and hide in it. He was the son of the Void, a genius who was about to break through to the martial emperor realm. He was known as one of the strongest factions in the Battle of the 10 Earths. However, at this moment, he was being ruthlessly stepped on by Lu Ming. He really could not bear it. However, the cold killing intent from Lu Ming's body told him that Lu Ming would really kill him. Go and bring people here. Finally, Mu Yang roared and called the experts of the Mu family to bring people here. The experts of the Mu family had ugly expressions, but in the end, they still left and flew towards the Mu family. The headquarters of the Mu family was in Aeon City. It seems that Mu Yang has captured Lu Ming's friend. Through the conversation between Lu Ming and Mu Yang, many people could see what was going on. No wonder Lu Ming was suddenly furious. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming's ability was too powerful. It had reached a terrifying level. Is his cultivation really still at the peak of the absolute saint realm? He hasn't broken through to the boundary emperor realm? Some people spoke, finding it hard to believe. His laws have not formed a river. He is indeed at the peak of the absolute saint realm. An expert spoke and confirmed Lu Ming's cultivation. This made everyone gasp. Lu Ming's physical body is extremely powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary son of the heavens. I reckon that he must have had a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter, causing his physical body to become shockingly powerful. His combat strength has also greatly increased. An older generation figure spoke. They had seen through the situation. Although his physical body is powerful, his law power is even more terrifying. He is strong in all aspects and has almost no weakness. Another older generation figure spoke. Monster. Many people sighed. Fortunately, this person's cultivation is low. If his cultivation was high, who would be his match in this battle of the 10 lands? It's hard to say. Don't forget that this generation has given birth to a son of destiny. These words caused many people to be greatly shocked. Yes, a son of destiny, this was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying figure, a true invincible figure. Also, the ancient cultivation system has also appeared. Someone has cultivated it to a terrifying level. Also, the son of Chaos Yuan Xian is said to be in seclusion to break through to the martial emperor realm. Following that, someone spoke, causing everyone's hearts to tremble again. Meanwhile, some sons of the heavens had extremely solemn expressions. This time, the battle of the 10 lands would probably be incomparably intense. It would become a shocking event. Lu Ming did not wait for too long. In less than half an hour, a group of people flew over. They were the experts of the Mu family. They flew over with 2 young men. Long Chen, Huang Li. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The 2 young men were Long Chen and Huang Li. Lu Ming. Long Chen and Huang Li also saw Lu Ming and revealed a look of shock. When they saw Mu Yang being stepped on by Lu Ming, they knew what had happened. Lu Ming, what you're doing is too dangerous. Long Chen sighed with a solemn expression. We're friends. Yes, they were friends. If they were friends, how could they leave them in the lurch? If the situation was reversed and Lu Ming was in danger, they would definitely save him. Long Chen, Huang Li, is it just the two of you? Is there anyone else? Lu Ming inquired. If there were others captured by Mu Yang, he would save them as well. No, it's just the two of us. That bastard, I'll kill him one day. Huang Li spoke, looking at Mu Yang unhappily. Swap. Lu Ming looked at the Mu family's experts. Hand over young Master Mu Yang first, then we'll let him go. One of the Mu family's experts said cunningly. Nonsense, hand him over, or I'll cripple him now. Lu Ming said coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand, pressing against Mu Yang's dantian. The Mu family's experts' faces changed. Mu Yang's identity was too important, they didn't dare to gamble. In their eyes, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others were just king physiques. How could their value be compared to Mu Yang's? Alright, we'll let him go. One of the Mu family's experts shouted, releasing Long Chen and Huang Li. The two of them quickly flew to Lu Ming's side. Now, you can let young Master Mu Yang go. One of the Mu family's experts said. Let him go now? Do you think I'm stupid? This is Aeon City, your Mu family's territory. If I let him go now, won't your Mu family's experts kill me with a slap? Lu Ming sneered. Brat, don't push your luck, one of the Mu family's experts roared. The other Mu family's experts had ugly expressions. They had indeed hidden experts in the dark. As long as Lu Ming let Mu Yang go, the Mu family's experts would take action and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Only death awaited those who dared to threaten their Mu family. However, Lu Ming didn't fall for their trick, which made them furious. The rest of the people were also secretly amazed. They were amazed by Lu Ming's courage and his meticulousness. What do you mean I'm going overboard? I'm doing this to save my own life. Your young Master Mu Yang's life is so precious. If he were to die because of us, honestly speaking, it's not worth it at all. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Lu Ming's neck, causing Mu Yang's eyes to spit fire. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. What do you want to do? In the end, the Mu family compromised, and an expert spoke. Tell us to leave the city. Your Mu family can't follow us. I have a secret technique that allows me to sense the aura of experts. Once we leave the city, I'll immediately kill Mu Yang. It'll be a life and death struggle. Lu Ming said. As for what kind of secret technique he had that could allow him to sense the aura of experts, it was pure nonsense to deceive the Mu clan. There was nothing he could do about it. He was facing a colossus like the Mu clan, and he couldn't use his celestial emperor body right now, so he could only use some other methods. How can we trust you? What if you harm young Master Mu Yang after leaving the city? An expert of the Mu clan spoke, not wanting to back down. You can only take a gamble, there's no other choice. Lu Ming's voice resounded, causing the Mu clan's experts to narrow their eyes, revealing killing intent. Moreover, your Mu clan is so powerful, and I don't have any great enmity with you. There's no need for me to offend the Mu clan, so why would I kill Mu Yang? I'm not crazy. Lu Ming continued. The Mu clan's experts fell silent. Lu Ming was right. If Lu Ming really killed Mu Yang, he would have to face the Mu clan's crazy revenge. To Lu Ming, there was no benefit at all. Alright, we agree. Kid, you better not play any tricks. One of the Mu clan's experts said. Of course not. Long Chen, Huang Li, let's go. Lu Ming lifted Mu Yang and flew out, with Long Chen and Huang Li following closely behind. Your Mu clan, it's best if no one else follows. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the others. Some of them wanted to join in the fun, but Lu Ming wouldn't allow that. What if the Mu clan's people were mixed in with them? Everyone, please stay. The Mu clan's people were helpless. They knew that Lu Ming's thoughts were meticulous, and there was no loophole. They could only block the others. The Mu clan's power was incomparably powerful. The others naturally wouldn't go against the Mu clan, so they all stopped. Lu Ming's group of 3 brought Mu Yang out of Aeon City with extreme speed. Of course, Qiu Yu also followed. As for Cao Kai, Lu Ming transmitted a message to him to stay in Aeon City. Because Cao Kai and Lu Ming didn't have much of a relationship, and they just met, the Mu clan shouldn't make things difficult for him. Not long after, Lu Ming's group left Aeon City. Lu Ming didn't let go of Mu Yang immediately. He was afraid that if the Mu clan's experts were high up in the sky, it would be troublesome. Lu Ming used a Ray Dao law to completely seal Mu Yang. Not long after, they arrived at a large mountain. Lu Ming's group rushed into a cave, hiding from all sight. This brat is so young, but his thoughts are too meticulous. High up in the sky, there were indeed two figures. These two were experts from the Mu clan. They were incomparably terrifying as they were both peak true emperors. They concealed their auras and hid in the sky. As long as Lu Ming let go of Mu Yang, they would attack and kill Lu Ming's group. However, Lu Ming was very careful and hid in the cave. They couldn't see him and didn't dare to use their spiritual senses. If Lu Ming sensed them, they might really kill Mu Yang. They could only wait. Xiao Yu, Long Chen, Huang Li, use your divine aura technique and hide in my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said to the three Xiao Yu in the cave. Just the mountain and river diagram alone wasn't enough. True emperors were too strong and could sense the aura inside a heavenly grotto. Only by using the divine aura technique together with the mountain and river diagram could they isolate the aura of the other party. The three Xiao Yu had cultivated the divine aura technique before. The three nodded and used it to enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming threw Mu Yang into the cave and coldly stared at him. Tell Yuan Xian that I will cut off his head sooner or later. With that, Lu Ming's body sank into the ground and disappeared from sight. Lu Ming converted the law of primal chaos into the law of the earth and sank into the ground for 100 miles. At the same time, he used the divine aura technique to conceal his aura as much as possible before heading deeper into the divine fate ground. Lu Ming didn't kill Mu Yang because he knew that Mu Yang would definitely seek revenge. However, if he did, he would have to face the wrath of the entire Mu clan and even Grand Emperors. That would be even more dangerous. In the sky, the two true emperors had been waiting for half a day. They had lost their patience. It's been so long, let's go down and take a look. One of them said. The other nodded. The two of them rushed down and arrived at the cave. They saw that Mu Yang was covered in dense symbols. One of the true emperors waved his hand and broke the seal on Mu Yang's body. Ah, damn it, I will tear that brat to pieces. Mu Yang roared crazily after regaining his freedom. This time, he had lost too much face and became a laughingstock. His hatred for Lu Ming would never be washed away. Send someone to find that brat. Lu Ming traveled underground for more than a day. He didn't know how far he had traveled before Lu Ming came out of the ground. After coming out of the ground, Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned youth. He used the divine breathing technique and took out a goshawk puppet. This goshawk puppet was given to him by Chao Kai. When it spread its wings, it was 100 meters wide and its speed was 100 times faster than the shuttle. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on it and flew toward Destiny City. For the time being, Lu Ming didn't let Qiu Moon and the other two out. He let them cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. This place was still very far away from Destiny City. 2 days later, Lu Ming came to a teleportation area. Through the teleportation array, he finally arrived near Destiny City. At this time, Lu Ming let Qiu Moon, Long Chen, and Huang Li come out of the mountain and river diagram and rushed towards Destiny City. Tianming City was majestic and had been standing on this piece of land for countless years. Legend had it that Tianming City was the first ancient city in the primordial realm. It had existed for countless years, and after countless years of expansion, it occupied a vast area. Naturally, there were terrifying forces entrenched in Tianming City. Some people even said that there was a heavenly emperor in Destiny City. No one could verify this news, but it was definitely shocking. Legend had it that most heavenly emperors had gone to the heavenly world to participate in the war. It had been many years since a heavenly emperor had appeared in the Yuan continent. That was why there was a saying that emperors were the pinnacle if a heavenly emperor didn't appear. Furthermore, because the Battle of the Ten Earths was coming, countless young geniuses from all over the Yuan continent had gathered in Destiny City. Therefore, the strongest forces in Destiny City had announced that no killing was allowed in Destiny City during this period of time. If there was a fight, it could be on a fixed stage. This was to protect the young geniuses. Apart from the young geniuses, there were even more martial emperors. During this period of time, the experts in Destiny City would gather. If they didn't control it, it would definitely be chaotic. This was also the reason why Lu Ming and the others rushed to Destiny City. The Mu clan wouldn't give up. Right now, Destiny City was the safest place. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others finally entered Destiny City. Even though they had seen the likes of Celestial City and Aeon City, Destiny City still gave them a great shock. Because it was simply too ancient, too vicissitudes of life, too vast. Tianming City was like another world. It contained everything, mountains, rivers, and even various forbidden grounds. Over the years, countless experts had been born, and naturally, there were also countless opportunities. The origin chi in this land was extremely dense. The four of them strolled around the city before settling down at an inn. Although it was called an inn, it was actually a huge courtyard. There were a total of 8 rooms, and the area was extremely large. Of course, the price was also shocking. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the others had been in Destiny City for 7 days. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The Mu clan hadn't come looking for them. Tianming City is so vast, and it can be said to be the most prosperous place in the Yuan continent. I wonder if I can buy the Law of Death divine ability. Lu Ming pondered as he ended his cultivation. The further one cultivated the Law of Death, the harder it was to comprehend it. Lu Ming felt that he needed a Law of Death divine ability. That way, they could complement each other, and it would be faster for him to improve. Thinking of this, Lu Ming walked out of the inn and asked around. Then, he went to the largest trading place in Destiny City. The largest trading place in Tianming City was also the largest trading place in Yuan continent. It had everything. When Lu Ming walked in, he was dazzled by what he saw. There were all kinds of treasures. Lu Ming even saw a few rare treasures in the world. Lu Ming was very envious. Of course, the prices were also shockingly expensive. However, no one dared to rob here because this place was built by the strongest forces in Destiny City. It was said that there were terrifying experts overseeing this place. Even great emperors had to behave themselves. Lu Ming walked around and bought some spiritual liquid, intending to water the Enlightenment ancient tree. After that, he came to a shop that specialized in selling secret manuals. "Young master, how may I help you?" As soon as Lu Ming entered the shop, a young and beautiful lady approached him with a gentle smile on her face. Lu Ming didn't disguise himself. After coming to Destiny City, he returned to his original appearance. "I want to buy a divine ability." Lu Ming smiled. "May I know what Law of Death divine ability you are looking for?" "Our shop is rich in all kinds of divine ability. We have at least 90% of the divine ability from the myriad of Law of Death." The young lady smiled. 90%. Lu Ming was shocked. This shop was definitely not simple. There were thousands of Law of Death in the world, and it was hard to count them. However, this shop actually said that it had 90% of the divine ability from the myriad of Law of Death. "I want a divine ability from the Law of Death," Lu Ming said directly. The young lady's eyes lit up and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Could Lu Ming be a deaf child? Apart from the deaf child who controlled the Law of Death, it was useless for others to buy a divine ability from him. "Young master, please follow me." The young lady's smile widened and brought Lu Ming to a room. "Young master, please take a seat." In the room, there was an old man, who was the manager of this place. He looked at Lu Ming with a smile. "Young master needs a divine ability from the Law of Death?" the old man asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "So, young master is a deaf child?" the old man asked again. Lu Ming nodded. The old man smiled and said, "Our shop happens to have a divine ability from the Law of Death called the Death Eye. However, the price is not cheap." "I'll buy it." Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be a divine ability from the Law of Death here. It was indeed worthy of being called Destiny City. However, the price of a divine ability was too high. In the end, Lu Ming spent 80% of his wealth to buy the Death Eye. His heart was bleeding from the pain. One had to know that Lu Ming had killed many experts during this period, including the Blue Demon King of the ancient Devil Kingdom. That was a peak true emperor expert. Lu Ming could be said to be rich. However, it was almost emptied out in an instant. A divine ability from one of the 10 strongest laws was too expensive. However, it was all worth it. The death eye could erupt with the power of the law of death through the eyes, instantly plunging the enemy into death and robbing them of their vitality. It was extremely domineering. As long as he succeeded in cultivating it, Lu Ming would have another powerful technique. Moreover, it would also be able to promote the cultivation of the law of death. After returning to the inn, Lu Ming immediately started comprehending the death eye. Sure enough, with the help of the divine ability, Lu Ming's comprehension of the law of death became faster and easier. Aeon City, the Mu clan, in a large hall. Mu Yang sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. After half a month, his injuries had fully recovered, but his anger and murderous intent hadn't subsided in the slightest. Over the past half a month, the news of Mu Yang being brutally abused by Lu Ming had already spread throughout Aeon City and the entire Divine Fate land at the speed of a hurricane. Mu Yang was known as a seed expert, but he was beaten so miserably by a son of primal chaos who was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. It was hard for him not to be noticed. Now, countless people were secretly discussing how Lu Ming had trampled on Mu Yang's face in public and even used him as a hostage. He had become a laughingstock. Damn it, damn it. Mu Yang's face was twisted with murderous intent. Have you found out where that bastard is? Mu Yang coldly asked the person who had come to report to him. Young noble, we found out. Lu Ming's group has already entered Destiny City. A burly man reported. Humph, want to hide in Destiny City? Don't even think about it. Kill. Send people into Destiny City and kill that bastard. Mu Yang roared. Young noble, this isn't appropriate. A white-haired old man spoke. He was a powerful true emperor from the Mu clan. Why is it inappropriate? Mu Yang coldly asked. Right now, several powerful forces in Destiny City have given the order that no one is allowed to fight in Destiny City. Otherwise, we'll be making an enemy out of them. If we send people to fight in Destiny City, I'm afraid we'll offend them. The old man said. Although the Mu clan was a powerful overlord in Aeon City, there was still a gap between them and the other forces in Destiny City. The Mu clan didn't dare to offend the overlords of Destiny City either. Mu Yang's expression darkened. After a while, he coldly said, we don't have to do it ourselves. Go find the people from the Nation of Death. Those lunatics will do anything as long as they're paid. Everyone's expression changed as a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. It was as if they were very afraid of the Nation of Death. The kingdom of the God of Death and the Divine Fate land was indeed terrifying. That was because this was a terrifying assassin organization. There were all kinds of terrifying assassins. As long as you paid, you could kill any expert. Moreover, the Death God Nation loved to hunt down geniuses and experts. Their most glorious battle record was when they killed a great emperor, shocking the entire Divine Fate land. Some people even suspected that this Death God Nation was created by a foreign race. There were also powerful forces that wanted to eliminate this assassin organization, but this organization was too mysterious. No one knew where their headquarters were. At most, they could only eliminate some of their branches. They would always be able to rise from the ashes. Now, Mu Yang wanted to ask the assassins of the Nation of Death to kill Lu Ming. Others might not dare to make a move in Destiny City, but the Nation of Death did. Lu Ming, if you offend me, only death awaits you. Mu Yang said coldly. Lu Ming had been in Destiny City for a month. Cultivating like this is still too slow. On this day, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and sighed. Now, his law of primal chaos had reached a bottleneck. It was only a step away from perfection, and it seemed like it could be crossed at any time. However, this any time could be a few months, or it could be a year or two. It was hard to say. Some people were stuck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, Lu Ming's main focus was now on the law of death and the law of devour. Following the improvement of these two laws, his battle prowess would also become stronger and stronger. However, even with the Azura's Eye, the improvement of the law of death was still too slow. Lu Ming wasn't satisfied. I heard that there's an ancient battlefield in Destiny City that contains powerful death chi and evil chi. Many people who cultivate evil qi will cultivate there. It's the most suitable place for the law of death to cultivate. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to go to that ancient battlefield to cultivate. There were still about 2 months before the Battle of the Ten Earths. Everyone was thinking of ways to improve their cultivation. Because it was said that there would be great opportunities in the Battle of the Ten Earths. Only the strong could obtain them. Although Lu Ming was very strong now, there was always someone stronger. Who knew what other terrifying geniuses there were? Now, was there anyone who had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? If there were powerful geniuses who had already entered the Martial Emperor realm, their strength would definitely be terrifying. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible. He said goodbye to Qiu Yu, Long Chen, and Huang Li, then left the inn and went to the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was in the northern region of Destiny City. It was a battlefield left behind from ancient times. It was deathly silent and filled with death qi and evil qi. Lu Ming was as fast as lightning, but it still took him half a day to reach the ancient battlefield. This was a boundless great mountain, deathly still. As far as the eye could see, it was completely barren, without a single living creature. Lu Ming stepped in. The death qi is indeed dense. As soon as he entered the mountain, Lu Ming felt that the death qi here was very dense. It was very suitable for cultivating the law of death. Moreover, the deeper he went, the denser the death qi was. Lu Ming did not stop and went deeper. He also found other people in this battlefield. They were all people who cultivated evil cultivation methods or evil laws. Lu Ming went deeper and finally came to a short peak. He then sat down cross-legged and quietly comprehended the law of death. As expected, the speed of comprehending the law of death here was several times faster than outside. Every day, Lu Ming had great gains. 3 days later, Lu Ming's law of death reached about 88%. What Lu Ming did not know was that there was a group of people on a towering mountain outside the ancient battlefield. This group of people were all shrouded in black robes and their faces could not be seen clearly. That kid is cultivating in that ancient battlefield. One of them reported to a person wearing a death god mask. Good, I heard that the kid is the son of chaos. If we kill him this time, it will definitely shake the divine fate land. He. The expert wearing the death god mask sneered and then ordered, wait a moment. Quickly kill that kid and leave this place. If we wait too long, I'm afraid that the experts of those forces will come here. Yes. Some of the black-robed people bowed and accepted the order. Go, I will stand guard here. If the people of those forces come, I will inform you to evacuate immediately. The person wearing the death god mask said. Then, the black-robed people flashed and left one after another. Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. A great fear was approaching. Not good. The moment Lu Ming's body shot out, a terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky towards the place where Lu Ming had been sitting, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. The short mountain was also split in half. Martial Emperor. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The person who had attacked was definitely a martial emperor. However, he should only be a 1-star martial emperor. Swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment, 2 sword lights flashed above and below Lu Ming. 2 sword lights, one above and one below, shot towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Boom, Lu Ming's sacred force circulated crazily as he quickly retreated, avoiding the 2 sword lights. Martial emperors, both of them are martial emperors, a few people appeared behind him, all of them were martial emperors. Your reaction is quite fast. A cold voice rang out. A few black-robed men appeared in the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. Who are you people? Lu Ming asked coldly. If the Grim Reaper wants you to die today, he won't let you live until tomorrow. One of the black-robed men said coldly. It's the Grim Reaper Nation. Run. There were also people cultivating in the area. When they heard those words, they were so frightened that they screamed and ran for their lives. Grim Reaper Nation. Lu Ming frowned. He had just arrived at the Divine Fate Land and had never heard of it. Don't talk nonsense, let's end this quickly. One of the black-robed men said coldly. Swoosh, the black-robed men moved at an astonishing speed. A few beams of sword gleams charged toward Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. You are the ones who will die. Lu Ming no longer hid his strength. He unleashed his full strength and charged towards one of the black-robed men. Boom, he threw out a palm. His palm was gray and it was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down. It directly shattered the sword light of the black-robed man. The terrifying palm force bombarded the black-robed man's body, directly tearing him apart. A one-star martial emperor had been killed by Lu Ming in seconds. The other black-robed men were extremely shocked at this scene. No, his battle prowess doesn't match the information we received. A black-robed man roared. According to the information they received, Lu Ming's battle prowess was only slightly stronger than Mu Yang's. As a son of the void, Mu Yang had already begun to create a world. His battle prowess was sufficient to contend against a one-star martial emperor, and he could even suppress a one-star martial emperor. Although he was slightly stronger than Mu Yang, his battle prowess should not be much stronger. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill a one-star martial emperor in one move. Attack, attack together! One of the gang members roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, figures flickered in the sky. There were a total of 7 or 8 figures. In addition to the previous few, there were more than a dozen of them. Terrifying auras filled the air. They were all martial emperors and above. No matter how strong he is, he must die today. Kill! A black-robed man roared and slammed his palm down. A pitch-black palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely terrifying. 3-star martial emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. A 3-star martial emperor was simply too strong. Lu Ming did not dare to receive the attack head-on. Instead, he directly charged out. You want to leave? Get back! A black-robed man appeared in front. He held a pitch-black saber and slashed out. A vast saber light slashed at Lu Ming. This was also a 3-star martial emperor. At such a close distance, dodging was already impossible. Xiaoqian could only receive the attack head-on. Lu Ming circulated his full power, and 4 laws erupted at the same time. Boom! Lu Ming blasted his palm on the saber gleam, emitting an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was sent flying. The terrifying power caused Lu Ming to vomit a mouthful of blood. A 3-star martial emperor was too strong. Lu Ming was still not a match for him. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Lu Ming was sent flying, the other black-robed men charged at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and death chi burst out of his eyes. One of the black-robed men was startled when the death chi enveloped him. Bang! Lu Ming rushed over and sent the person flying. In the process of retreating, the person's body cracked and broke into pieces. Lu Ming went all out. A 1-star foe emperor found it hard to block a single move from Lu Ming. The Death Law and the Primal Chaos Law. Heavens! How is this possible? 2 supreme laws. A monster. A demonic genius. Kill him. We must kill him. Lu Ming erupted with his full power. With 2 supreme laws circulating at the same time, he could not hide them and would reveal them. When those black-robed men saw that Lu Ming actually grasped 2 supreme laws, they were incomparably shocked. Some of them even roared in shock. A person, furthermore, one below martial emperor, actually grasped 2 supreme laws. This was simply unheard of and inconceivable. Kill! Lu Ming attacked continuously, targeting a 1-star martial emperor. He threw a palm strike, and that person exploded in the air. Boom! The other black-robed men also attacked together. There were a total of 2 3-star martial emperors, 4 2-star martial emperors, and 3 1-star martial emperors. Only 9 people remained. When 9 people attacked together, their combat prowess was too horrifying. Lu Ming's acupoints lit up. Several tens of holy armaments and a few imperial armaments hovered around him, forming the first line of defense. At the same time, the light of laws covered his body. 4 kinds of laws circulated throughout his body, forming the second line of defense. Whoosh! Lu Ming changed directions and charged into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming did his best to avoid the attacks of the 2 3-star martial emperors. As for the other martial emperors, he could not avoid that many and could only take them head-on. Boom! Boom! Instantly, at least 5 attacks struck Lu Ming. 3 2-star martial emperors and 2 1-star martial emperors. The battle weapons hovering around Lu Ming exploded like fireworks. Absolute holy armaments could not block the attacks of martial emperors. In the end, only a few imperial armaments remained intact. Pooh! Lu Ming coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Although the attacks were blocked by the battle weapons, there were still powerful attacks that landed on his body. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming arrived in front of a 1-star martial emperor. This 1-star martial emperor turned pale with fright. He wanted to flee but was killed in the air by Lu Ming's palm strike. Following that, Lu Ming jabbed out with his finger. A huge primal chaos tribulation finger formed and shot toward a 2-star martial emperor. This finger contained 4 kinds of laws. Its might was astonishingly strong. That 2-star martial emperor blocked with all his strength. However, he was still sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The others were shocked and attacked even more frantically. A terrifying palm imprint and a saber light shot toward Lu Ming. The 2 3-star martial emperors attacked again. Lu Ming did his best to dodge. However, in the end, he did not manage to dodge completely. He was struck by that palm imprint. The terrifying power nearly caused Lu Ming's body to crack. Lu Ming felt intense pain all over his body. He felt like his bones were about to break. He coughed up blood non-stop. However, he borrowed the power of that palm imprint to instantly arrive in front of that injured 2-star martial emperor. Boom! Lu Ming's palm trembled as he sent out several palm strikes. The terrifying palm energy directly tore apart his opponent's defense. With a miserable shriek, this 2-star martial emperor was torn apart by Lu Ming, dying miserably on the spot. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too terrifying, far surpassing the information they received. He could even kill a 2-star martial emperor. This was truly frightening. Kill. We must kill such a person even more. The Death God Nation's assassins revealed frenzied expressions. Now, they no longer cared about how many origin stones Mu Yang gave them. They wanted to kill Lu Ming even more. The remaining assassins attacked with all their might, surrounding and attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared as he circulated his death laws with all his might. The surrounding death chi continuously gathered, strengthening Lu Ming's offense and defense. In this ancient battlefield, the death laws could bring out their greatest might, far surpassing the usual. Hence, Lu Ming's battle prowess was stronger in this ancient battlefield than in other places. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming charged around, fighting the Death God Nation's experts. The ones that posed the greatest threat to him were the 2 3-star martial emperors. Although Lu Ming was strong now, able to kill 2-star martial emperors, he was still no match for 3-star martial emperors. After 10 odd moves, Lu Ming successfully killed another 1-star martial emperor. However, he was also struck by a 3-star martial emperor and 2 2-star illusionary emperors. Several horrifying wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, and many of his bones were even broken. Fortunately, the death chi here was too dense, greatly increasing Lu Ming's defense. In the end, he managed to survive. Kill. Lu Ming went berserk. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was bathed in blood. He looked like a demonic god. Bang! Lu Ming sent a 2-star illusionary emperor flying, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge out of the encirclement and into the depths of the ancient battlefield. The death chi in the depths of the ancient battlefield was even denser, which was more advantageous for him. Send out the news. Get my lord to personally take action. A 3-star martial emperor roared as he chased Lu Ming relentlessly. This time, their losses were too heavy. Previously, they had thought that Lu Ming's combat power was only slightly stronger than an ordinary 1-star empty emperor and not even stronger than a 2-star empty emperor. However, they had sent out 4 2-star empty emperors and 2 3-star empty emperors. It could be said that they were foolproof. However, Lu Ming's battle prowess was much stronger than he had imagined. Lu Ming had killed 4 or 5 people consecutively, but they had yet to kill Lu Ming. If this continued, Lu Ming might really be able to escape if he fled into the depths of the ancient battlefield. This was something they could not tolerate. Very few people that the Death God Kingdom wanted to kill were able to escape. As for the remaining people, they pursued Lu Ming with all their might. One of them had already spread the news. Bang! Lu Ming, who was running at top speed, was hit by a palm energy. This was the palm energy of a 3-star illusionary emperor, which was exceptionally powerful. Lu Ming was sent flying, his body in intense pain. However, Lu Ming's eyes were resolute as he moved forward at top speed. From the other party's roar just now, it was obvious that there were even stronger people nearby. Lu Ming could only escape into the depths of the ancient battlefield to have a chance to survive. Who wants to kill me? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He did not know the people from the Death God Kingdom at all. Moreover, from the way these people attacked, it was obvious that they were assassins. Who was it that hired assassins to kill him? Mu Yang. Lu Ming thought of Mu Yang. It was most likely Mu Yang. Mu Yang, I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming's heart was filled with killing intent. As he ran forward with all his might. During this process, Lu Ming's body squirmed and his injuries were rapidly recovering. Now, his spirit body was too strong and his vitality was incomparably vigorous. Although he was severely injured, his recovery speed was also very shocking. The remaining assassins continued to chase and attack Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but occasionally, he would be hit by all kinds of attacks. Luckily, the death chi here was getting denser and denser. To Lu Ming, there were many benefits. His entire body was filled with death chi, forming an armor that covered his entire body. He controlled the death laws, the death chi was beneficial to him, but to others, it was like a poison. When ordinary people faced the death chi would constantly corrode them. Chi, the remaining assassins had to use a portion of their strength to resist the invasion of the death chi. If you want to kill me, I will make you pay a price. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were flickering with a crazed look. His body that was running suddenly stopped, then with extreme speed, he pounced towards the back. Those assassins thought that Lu Ming was running for his life. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would suddenly turn around and attack? For a moment, they were stunned. Although it was only for a moment, but to experts like them, a moment was enough to determine life and death. Bam! Lu Ming struck out with his palm, killing the last 1-star empty emperor. Then, his body moved and attacked another 2-star empty emperor. At this moment, the 2-star empty emperor finally reacted. He activated the power of the realm and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and directly dispersed the sword light. The terrifying palm force hit the 2-star empty emperor's body. The man screamed as his chest was penetrated, a big hole appeared and he was forced to retreat. How could Lu Ming let him escape? His body moved and he chased after him. You are courting death. Kill. The other assassins roared and attacked Lu Ming. Block. Lu Ming roared and controlled the remaining emperor weapons to block behind him. At the same time, endless death chi gathered and formed a thick wall of death behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored the attacks behind him and attacked the 2-star empty emperor with all his might. Bam! Bam! The 2-star empty emperor was already severely injured. Although he tried his best to block, he still could not block it. After a few moves, Lu Ming's palm struck his head. His head exploded like a watermelon and his body and soul were destroyed. The other assassins' attacks fell behind Lu Ming. A few emperor weapons vibrated and almost exploded. Cracks appeared on them and the thick wall of death was also destroyed. All kinds of attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a mountain. However, in the next moment, the mountain rumbled and Lu Ming rushed out from the mountain and continued to rush into the depths of the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming coughed out blood. Fortunately, the emperor weapons and the wall of death had blocked most of the power. Otherwise, he would be in danger after being hit by so many attacks. Even so, he was still severely injured. Damn it! The remaining assassins were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Lu Ming had killed another 2 of them. The loss was too great. They had suffered a great loss in this deal. However, as long as they could kill Lu Ming, it was worth it. They chased after Lu Ming and did not let him go. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light burst out from the sky and slashed towards Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It's coming. That sword light made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. That was definitely a terrifying expert, definitely not an ordinary empty emperor. Peak empty emperor, swoosh, Lu Ming displayed his extreme speed, his body constantly changing, like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast, trying his best to avoid the sword light. In the end, the sword light slashed down, and Lu Ming dodged it. However, there were still aftershocks that swept Lu Ming. Lu Ming groaned, and his body flew far away. In the air, Lu Ming coughed up blood. When he was about to land, Lu Ming struck out a palm, and a palm force bombarded the ground. Lu Ming borrowed the force, and his body drifted forward faster. A peak void emperor was invincible. He was too powerful. He could kill Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming could only escape, but it was a terrible crisis. Now, no one could help him, and he could only rely on himself. In the sky, a black-robed man wearing a death mask appeared, and his body was filled with incomparable cold-killing intent. If one could see through the mask, they would definitely see that this person's face was cold and gloomy. He glanced around and saw the remaining assassins, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He had sent so many experts, all of whom were in the martial emperor realm, to assassinate a junior, who was still in the saint realm, but they could not kill him, and so many of his own people had died. If this spread out, it would be a great blow to the reputation of the Death Nation. Therefore, Lu Ming must die. Swoosh, he slashed with his sword again, and a ray of sword gleam charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but this time was even worse. The sword edge brushed past him, and his body was almost split in half. There was a 1-meter-long sword wound on his body, and it was so deep that his bones could be seen, and even his internal organs could be seen wriggling. However, Lu Ming did not stop, and he continued to rush forward. In front, there was a large pit, and it was covered with bones. It's here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Kill. High up in the air, the expert wearing the death god mask saw that his 2 moves had failed to kill Lu Ming, and his killing intent became even colder. Endless sword light bloomed in his hand, and hundreds of sword lights appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of sword lights, densely packed from all directions, pierced towards Lu Ming. Hundreds of sword lights had completely sealed off Lu Ming's escape route. This was a sure kill move, executed by a peak illusionary emperor. Lu Ming had nowhere to run. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights all struck Lu Ming, drowning him. There was a violent rumble, bones flew everywhere, dust flew, and Lu Ming let out an unwilling roar. After that, there was no more movement. When the dust settled, there was nothing left. With a flash, a few black-robed figures flew over and landed on the ground. Above them, the expert wearing the Grim Reaper mask also descended from the air. Is Lu Ming dead? He must be dead. Under Lord's attack, not even his bones are left. The black-robed figures spoke one after another. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper mask scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness, and even penetrated deep into the ground, but he did not find anything unusual. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a storage ring flew out from among the bones and landed in his hand. There were bloodstains on the storage ring. He sensed it and knew that it was Lu Ming's aura. Lu Ming should be dead. His bones have merged with the bones here, leaving only a storage ring. The expert wearing the Grim Reaper mask said. He was very confident that under that move, Lu Ming would have died without a doubt. In that instant, Lu Ming could not have escaped. There was only one explanation: Lu Ming was dead, and not even his bones were left. The storage ring was the best explanation. This kid is really a freak. He's too terrifying. He can control 2 supreme laws. Fortunately, Lord came. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the kid escaped. The other black-robed figures flattered. He is indeed a freak. Alright, let's hurry and leave. The news will spread soon. I'm afraid the experts of Destiny City will be here soon. Also, in 2 days, spread the news that the Son of Chaos was killed by us. It will definitely shock the world. the masked expert said coldly. Then, his figure flashed and the figures of the assassins disappeared. 10 miles away, in a hidden mountain valley, Lu Ming coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. Naturally, he was not dead. This time, it's all thanks to Xianxia's scapegoat puppet. Lu Ming sighed. Just now, when he was about to be drowned by the sword light, he decisively used the scapegoat puppet that Xianxia had given him. The scapegoat puppet was incomparably mysterious. In an instant, his body was moved 10 miles away, and the enemy's attack was all absorbed by the puppet. Therefore, Lu Ming was not dead. The one who died was the scapegoat puppet. The scapegoat puppet had died for him once. At the critical moment, Lu Ming had left behind an interspatial ring. Even so, Lu Ming was swept by the aftershocks, and several more sword wounds appeared on his body. Waves of destructive power constantly drilled into the depths of his body. These people think I'm dead. It's not good for me to show myself now. I'll change my identity and heal here. I'll appear again when the Battle of 10 Earths begins. Lu Ming thought to himself. If he showed himself now, who knew if the enemy would send another assassination attempt? He didn't have a scapegoat puppet now. Lu Ming used the divine breath art to conceal his aura, then headed deeper into the ancient battlefield. He found a hidden place and entered the mountain river diagram to heal his injuries. His injuries were very serious. There were streaks of destructive sword light in his body that wanted to destroy his body. If he wanted to heal his injuries, he first had to dispel the sword light. Lu Ming controlled the 4 laws and began to dispel the sword light. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Lu Ming finally dispelled the sword light. As soon as the sword light was dispelled, Lu Ming's body began to rapidly recover. His bones and muscles were regenerating and healing rapidly. At this moment, a piece of news spread that shook the entire Divine Fate land. Lu Ming, the son of Primal Chaos who came from Primal Mountain, had been killed by the Nation of Death in Destiny City. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked. Lu Ming had displayed terrifying talent and battle strength as soon as he came to the Divine Fate land. With his cultivation at the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint Realm, he had defeated several sons of Primal Chaos consecutively. Even Mu Yang, who was known as a seed expert, was defeated by Lu Ming and trampled under Lu Ming's feet. Originally, countless people thought highly of Lu Ming. They thought that Lu Ming would be a peak expert in the Battle of 10 Earths, a seed expert. Countless people looked forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the son of Primal Chaos, Xianxia. But now, Lu Ming had been killed by the Nation of Death. This was because the news was released by the Nation of Death. The Nation of Death was very arrogant. They claimed to the outside world that so what if he was a peerless genius? So what if he hid in Destiny City? If the Nation of Death wanted to kill someone, it was useless no matter where he hid. The overlords of Destiny City had previously announced to the public that killing was prohibited in the city for the safety of the geniuses. But now, the Nation of Death had assassinated the Son of Chaos in Destiny City. This was a slap in the face to the overlords of Destiny City. The world was in an uproar. A powerful Son of Chaos had actually been assassinated by the Nation of Death in Destiny City. This was a major event that shocked countless people. Many people even suspected that this was true. But later on, someone stood out and said that it was true because they were at the ancient battlefield and saw with their own eyes that the Nation of Death had sent out a large number of experts to assassinate the Son of Chaos, Lu Ming. When the news was confirmed, many people found it difficult to calm down, especially some powerful geniuses. The Nation of Death was too terrifying. Since they could assassinate the Son of Chaos, they could also assassinate them. Many geniuses' activities became low-key. The overlords of Destiny City were furious and sent out a large number of experts to encircle and annihilate the Nation of Death. Unfortunately, they only managed to destroy a few insignificant branches and couldn't find the headquarters. The Nation of Death's people jumped out and clamored again. It didn't matter where the Nation of Death wanted to kill someone, their words were extremely arrogant. Left with no choice, the overlords of Destiny City could only strengthen the city's defenses. There were powerful existences guarding every corner of the city. The moment something went wrong, they would send out experts to prevent another assassination attempt from happening. But this matter had a huge impact and affected the hearts of countless people. In the Inn of Destiny City, Autumn Moon, Long Chen, and Huang Li were in disbelief when they heard the news. Impossible, the young master won't die. Autumn Moon's face was pale as tears welled up in her eyes. Don't worry, Lu Ming definitely won't die. Long Chen and Huang Li spoke one after another. They clenched their fists tightly and emitted cold killing intent. In another ancient city to the south of Celestial City, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and a few others were traveling. When they heard the news, their faces were also pale. No, no one can kill him. Several people whispered. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. The moment Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Emoli stepped into the divine fate land, they were shocked by the news. My master won't die. Both of them found it hard to believe that Lu Ming would be killed. In their eyes, Lu Ming was irreplaceable. One day, he would be invincible. On a mountain peak, Deathblade stood against the wind, his aura wild. Lu Ming, you can't die yet. I still have to defeat you and replace you as the Golden Inheritor. A deep voice came from the Deathblade's mouth. Within an elegant courtyard in Destiny City, Xianxia stood tall with his hands behind his back. After a few years, the Eternal Star River had become even more terrifying. Its aura was unfathomable. Lu Ming, I wanted to kill you with my own hands. What a pity. Xianxia smiled faintly. On Yuan Mountain, the Hang Clan, He Clan, Daluo Heaven Sect, Ancient Moon Holy Land, Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, and other forces were overjoyed when they heard the news. Lu Ming's death was great news for them, especially for the Ancient Moon Holy Land, Wan Clan, Golden Crow Clan, and other forces. This was because in the Celestial Emperor City, Lu Ming had used the Celestial Emperor's body to kill a few experts. He had even beaten the great emperor of the He family until he fled. This made some forces in the Ancient Moon Holy Land who had a grudge against Lu Ming turn cold. They had been on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would use the Celestial Emperor's body to kill their sects and annihilate them. Now that Lu Ming was killed, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they guessed that Lu Ming's Heavenly Emperor's body was severely restricted. Otherwise, how could he be assassinated by the Death God Nation? If he could control the Heavenly Emperor's body, the people from the Death God Nation would only be courting death. Ha ha ha, boy, you dare to go against me. Only death awaits you. In Aeon City, Mu Clan, Mu Yang laughed heartily. His only regret was that he did not kill Lu Ming with his own hands. The Divine Fate Land was in an uproar. Lu Ming had been in the depths of the ancient battlefield. After a few days, Lu Ming's injuries had healed. However, he did not go out and continued to cultivate in the ancient battlefield. He speculated that the assassins from the Death God Nation were probably hired by Mu Yang. As long as Mu Yang knew that he was dead, Mu Yang would not make any moves. Only then would Long Chen, Qiu Yu, and the others be safe. The depths of the ancient battlefield were very beneficial for cultivating the law of death. In the following days, Lu Ming focused on cultivating in seclusion to comprehend the law of death. Every day, there would be great gains. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming had made great progress in the law of death. His law of death had already reached 95% and was on par with the law of devour. Now, Lu Ming's 4 types of law fused together and erupted. The power was even more shocking. Lu Ming's strength had increased again. At this time, Lu Ming walked out of the ancient battlefield. Because the time for the Battle of 10 Earths had arrived. Lu Ming disguised himself as a dark-skinned youth. Walking on the streets, no one could recognize him. Lu Ming inquired about the news of the Battle of 10 Earths. As there were too many people participating in the Battle of 10 Earths, the Battle of 10 Earths had to be screened. Countless geniuses from all over the Yuan continent had come. The number was shocking. If they were to compete one by one, it would be unrealistic and too slow. Therefore, the Battle of 10 Earths was divided into 4 battle zones. East, South, West, and North, the 4 battle zones. Everyone could choose any battle zone to register. Then, they would be screened before they could participate in the final battle. The time would begin tomorrow. Lu Ming found a place to stay. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, Lu Ming headed towards the southern battle zone. It was an extremely spacious place, but when Lu Ming arrived, he found that the empty space was almost filled with people. Of course, many people were over the age limit and were here to watch the fun. There were naturally not that many young geniuses. In the center of the empty space, there was a huge platform. At this moment, there were a few figures floating above the platform, emitting shocking auras. Great Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He discovered that one of the people's aura was extremely deep and terrifying. Lu Ming had come into contact with great emperors more than once. Naturally, he could easily determine that this person was a great emperor. The 4 battle zones were controlled by the 4 overlord forces of Destiny City. This should be an expert from one of the overlord forces. The screening is divided into several rounds. The first round is very simple. You can register first and then step onto this platform. We will test you together. The Emperor Realm expert spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. Below the platform, there were a few registration places. Some youths went forward one after another and began to register. After registering, they stepped onto the platform. Alright, let's begin the test for this batch. The Great Emperor ordered. This Great Emperor looked to be in his 50s and had a majestic aura. Immediately, an old man stepped forward. In a moment, I'll unleash my pressure on you. Resist it with all your might. As long as you can withstand it for 30 breaths, those who can't withstand it will be eliminated. The old man said. Many people's hearts moved. This method was simple. A group of people would gather together and use their auras to suppress those who could withstand it. This way, the efficiency would be high. Those who weren't strong could be eliminated quickly. Begin. As the old man's voice sounded, a terrifying aura erupted from his body and enveloped the entire platform. True Emperor. Lu Ming could tell that this elder was a true Emperor-level expert. As soon as the old man's aura was released, some people's expressions changed. Their bodies trembled, and then they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and knelt on the ground. Senior, please have mercy. I can't withstand it anymore. The youth roared, feeling as if his body was about to be crushed into meat paste. Get down. The old man said indifferently as he controlled his aura. The pressure on the youth instantly lightened, and he hurriedly rushed down the platform, gasping for breath. A mere bright saint dares to go up on the platform? He's overestimating himself. This is the Battle of 10 Earths, not some small place. A bright saint dares to go up? What a joke. Many people shook their heads and laughed. The Battle of 10 Earths gathered the strongest prodigies in the 10 Earths. A mere bright saint was not enough. The youth's face flushed red. In fact, there were many people like that young man. Plop. Plop, on the platform, many youths knelt down and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. These youths' cultivation was around the bright saint realm. The Battle of 10 Earths was really affecting. It was the first time in history, and countless people paid attention to it. Many youths wanted to perform on such a stage, hoping to be noticed. Therefore, many of those who didn't have high cultivation wanted to participate. Many people coughed out blood and rushed down the platform, eliminated. As time passed, the old man's aura became stronger and stronger. Later on, even the great saints couldn't withstand it and were eliminated. In the end, only about 100 people out of the 1,000 managed to resist for 30 breaths of time. Of course, everyone's condition was different. Some people were trembling all over, cold sweat flowing down their backs, and they were gasping for breath. It was obvious that they had exhausted all their strength. Some people, on the other hand, were calm and collected. Their expressions were normal and relaxed. The names of those who had advanced to the next round were kept, and they could enter the next round. You've all seen it for yourself. If you're not strong enough, then don't sign up. You'll only embarrass yourself and get injured. The middle-aged great emperor said. Many youths had ugly expressions on their faces. In the end, they sighed helplessly. They originally wanted to show off, but in reality, they didn't even have the qualifications to participate. They didn't even have the qualifications to serve as a foil. The Battle of the 10 Lands was the stage for true geniuses. As long as one could get a spot in the 10 Lands battle, it would be a huge honor. However, most people could only watch. Following that, more and more people came forward to register. When there were about 1,000 people, the old man once again unleashed his aura and pressured the young man on the platform. This time, the situation was much better. Out of the 1,000 participants, about 500 of them made it to the next round. Because those who didn't have enough cultivation knew that they wouldn't be able to pass and would only get injured if they went up, they didn't sign up. Then, the selection continued. Xianxia, Emily, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others in the crowd. They were all here, and they were all in the southern war zone. With their cultivation bases, they naturally passed the selection easily. I'll go up too. Lu Ming smiled and began to sign up. He wasn't in a hurry to meet Xianxia and the others. What's your name? On the registration platform, someone looked at Lu Ming. Tianyun. Lu Ming said. Leave your aura. The other party said. Lu Ming nodded and left a wisp of aura. This was to identify his identity. Then, Lu Ming stepped onto the platform. I have hair, I'm heartless. Lu Ming had just stepped onto the platform when he heard a Buddhist chant behind him. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Lu Ming was too familiar with this voice. Although he hadn't heard it for more than 10 years, he definitely wouldn't forget it. Lu Ming turned around and saw a slightly plump young monk stepping onto the platform. Heartless monk, Lu Ming was a little dazed. He didn't expect to meet Heartless monk here. Back then, when he was in the Divine Wilderness continent, Heartless and Moonless left before him and came to Yuan continent. It had been more than 10 years since they last met. Heartless monk was still the same as more than 10 years ago. He hadn't changed at all. When he walked up and saw Lu Ming looking at him, he couldn't help but chant a Buddhist chant. I have hair. Benefactor, you're looking at me with such affection. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to me? Unfortunately, you're a man. If you were a beautiful woman, I would consider it. Heartless monk said with a smile. Go to hell. Lu Ming curled his lips. This guy hadn't changed at all. Benefactor, why do I feel like we've met before? It's a familiar feeling. Oh no, oh no. Why would I have such feelings for a man? Heartless monk started to stare at Lu Ming. Then, his face turned bitter and he sighed. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded. At the same time, he was shocked. This unreliable monk's spiritual sense was really sharp. He had used his divine breath technique but Heartless monk still felt it. Ba. Then, another chant was heard and a few young monks stepped onto the platform. Moonless, Dustless. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. Moonless Bodhisattva was also a familiar face in the Divine Wilderness continent. The other one was Dustless of Boundless Temple. He controlled the law of karma and was one of the Elysian children. Soon, there were about 1,000 people on the platform. The true Emperor Realm Old Man started to release his aura. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone. However, this pressure was nothing to Lu Ming. He didn't feel anything. Lu Ming saw that Heartless, Moonless, and Dustless were the same. Their faces were calm and they didn't react at all. It seems like Heartless and Moonless strength has increased tremendously after coming to the Yuan continent. Lu Ming thought to himself. To begin with, Lu Ming was unfamiliar with the cultivation of Buddhism. He discovered that he could not see through the cultivation level of the few young monks. It was as if there was a ball of dazzling golden light in their bodies that concealed their cultivation level. 30 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. They had passed the test easily. I have hair. Benefactor, have we met before? It seems like you have fate with Buddhism. Why don't you shave and join the Buddhist sect? Heartless came to Lu Ming and said with a smile. Go to hell. Next, the test continued. After a few more tests, no one signed up. In the end, about 3,000 people passed the first round. Come with me for the next round. The middle-aged great emperor said and stepped into the air. Those who passed the first round followed behind him. Those who were watching the show naturally followed as well. The crowd flew across the sky. Soon, the middle-aged martial monarch came to a stop in midair. There was a huge door of light in midair. This is the second round of the selection. Once you enter the door of light, you will enter a tunnel. There are various tests waiting for you in the tunnel. As long as you can pass through the tunnel within 30 minutes, you will pass the test. You may enter together. The middle-aged great emperor said. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, more than 3,000 people flew into the door of light. The door of light was huge. It did not seem crowded at all when more than 3,000 people flew in. The moment the 3,000 people flew into the door of light, they disappeared. Lu Ming felt his body tremble. He had arrived in a tunnel. There was no one else around. He was the only one. He knew that there must be a formation here. Great emperors had powerful means. It was not surprising that they had set up some mysterious formations. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Although the tunnel was a little difficult, it was not a problem for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not go all out, but he passed through the entire passageway very quickly. Looking at the passageway that appeared in front of him, Lu Ming smiled faintly. About 5 minutes, he only used 5 minutes to pass through the tunnel. The test of this tunnel was very complicated. It not only tested one's combat strength, but also courage, decisiveness, wisdom, willpower, etc. It was very comprehensive. If one was outstanding in all these aspects, their talent would definitely not be bad. However, Lu Ming had experienced many similar trials and tribulations along the way. To him, these trials were not difficult at all. Lu Ming stepped out of the tunnel. As soon as Lu Ming stepped out of the tunnel, he saw many people looking at him. Lu Ming was stunned. He realized that there were many people standing in the air. Most of them were of the older generation. Some of them had terrifying auras. It can't be, there are so many great emperors. Lu Ming was shocked. He discovered that there were no less than 10 old men emitting the aura of great emperors. This made Lu Ming's heart tremble. I have hair. Benefactor, your speed is not fast. Ha ha ha. With a Buddhist chant, an unscrupulous monk appeared. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's, which surprised Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had not used his full strength just now. Lu Ming glanced around and saw that a few young men had already passed through the passage. It's him. Lu Ming saw a young man with a tall and straight figure. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a domineering aura. The son of chaos, Xianxia, Lu Ming had seen it during the Hunyuan sect assessment, so how could he forget it? Xianxia cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Ming before shifting her gaze away. Little fellow, what law are you cultivating? At this time, an old man looked at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. The law of death. Lu Ming nodded and the aura of the law of death emanated from his body. You are indeed the son of chaos? Little fellow, are you willing to be my disciple? The old man asked. I feel that we are fated to be his disciple. He should be my disciple. Another old man spoke. These people were all great emperors. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that these great emperors were waiting here to recruit disciples? Benefactor, these are all great emperors from God's destined land. Their purpose is to find talented young men to accept as disciples and pass on their mantle. An unscrupulous monk transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and understood. In Yuan continent, changing one's master was not a big deal under certain circumstances. For example, some peerless geniuses might have a master with a low cultivation when their cultivation was still weak. However, these geniuses would quickly rise and surpass their masters in a short period of time. For example, Lu Ming's current cultivation was much stronger than Cloud Dragon Valley masters. Therefore, those masters who had started their apprenticeship could no longer help those geniuses. Those geniuses could naturally find other stronger masters. Therefore, these great emperors were waiting here to try their luck. If they met a peerless genius who did not have a strong background and was willing to be their master, they would have profited. Senior, thank you for your kindness. I already have a master and will not be taking you as my disciple for the time being. Lu Ming cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. What a pity. The few great emperors shook their heads and felt that it was a pity. He was the son of death and could pass through the passage in 5 minutes. It could be said that he was top-notch in all aspects. These great emperors were very tempted. However, it was obvious that only a few of these geniuses would be willing to take a master. Normally, they would have a strong background or an expert. The crowd continued to wait. Later on, a few more people appeared. Lu Ming saw a familiar face, the ancient devil. The land of infinite demons, the genius who cultivated the primordial demon Tao. This person was undoubtedly a terrifying opponent. A few years had passed. He did not know what level his cultivation had reached. Xianxia, Moli. At the 8th minute, Lu Ming saw Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli walking out at almost the same time. So young. Many people's eyes moved. As for those old men, their eyes lit up. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli looked too young. Ouyang Moli was slightly older, but he looked to be around 20 years old. As for Lu Xianxia, she looked to be less than 20 years old. It was extremely rare to be able to walk out of the passage in 8 minutes at such a young age. Those old men's hearts moved again. Haha, these two brats are not bad. Passing through the passage in 8 minutes. Excellent talent. An old man stepped forward and said with a smile. Greetings, senior. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli bowed politely. What law did the two of you comprehend? Another old man stepped forward and asked with a smile. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli did not hide and released their auras. The children of last time, the children of last time. The old man's eyes lit up even more. Little girl, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Little brat, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? The old men spoke one after another, staring at Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. Their eyes were burning with passion. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli looked at each other and shook their heads. Senior, I already have a master. I won't acknowledge anyone else as my master. Lu Xianxia shook her head and said. You already have a master? Who is your master? What's his cultivation level? I'm a great emperor. An old man was anxious and quickly spoke, revealing his cultivation level. My master's cultivation level is not as high as senior's, but in the future, he will definitely become a top expert. Lu Xianxia said with a determined expression. Haha, little girl, how can it be so easy to become a top expert? Don't be fooled. However, Lu Xianxia continued to shake her head. The old man was getting anxious. Lu Xianxia was so young, yet she already had such a high cultivation base. Moreover, she could pass through the passage in 8 minutes. Her talent was definitely very high. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Little girl, who is your master? I'll go talk to him. The old man said. My master, Lu Ming. Lu Xianxia's clear voice rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The son of chaos Yuan Xian's eyes flashed with 2 rays of bright light that resembled sword light. The ancient devil's eyes moved, and a layer of devilish light spread out from his body. Mu Yang's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at Lu Xianxia with hostility. Lu Ming. Monk Wuliang muttered as if he was reminiscing. He then carefully sized up Xianxia. Lu Ming? Which Lu Ming? The old man asked again. The son of chaos Lu Ming of Yuan Mountain. Lu Xianxia added. So it's him, the son of chaos Lu Ming. I didn't expect to have a disciple like you at such a young age. Like master, like disciple. The old man sighed and continued, your master's talent is indeed unparalleled. If he didn't die, it's normal for him to surpass this old man in the future. However, he has already fallen. No, I believe that my master is not dead. Lu Xianxia shook her head. Her delicate little face was filled with determination. Little girl, why don't you reconsider? The old man was still unwilling. Many thanks to senior, but this junior will not change my master. Lu Xianxia shook her head firmly. This little girl. Lu Ming smiled. Little guy, what about you? Do you have a master? At this time, another old man stared at Ouyang Moli. Yes, my master is Lu Ming. Ouyang Moli said. The scene suddenly quieted down. Yuan Xian, Mu Yang, and the others' eyes lit up. What? Lu Ming? It's Lu Ming again? Which Lu Ming? The Emperor realm old men were all stunned. She's my senior sister. Ouyang Moli pointed at Lu Xianxia. Everyone at the scene was stunned. He really was Lu Ming's disciple. 3 Elysian children from one sect. This left everyone speechless. How rare were the children of heaven? They were just too rare. Even in this golden age, they were extremely rare. There were only a few of them in one place. It was only because of the Battle of the 10 Lands that the geniuses of the entire Yuan continent gathered that they could occasionally see the Elysian children. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was a son of heaven himself. He took in 2 disciples, and they were also sons of heaven. This kind of situation, probably even heavenly emperor powerhouses would be envious. My master is definitely not dead. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli said in unison. Not dead? What a joke. You're just deceiving yourself. Mu Yang opened his mouth and sneered. What did you say? Lu Xianxia glared at Mu Yang. I'm just telling the truth. You're arrogant just because you have a bit of cultivation. You don't even know how you died. Mu Yang sneered. Humph, if I'm here, who do you think you are? You'll definitely be tortured by my master. Ouyang Moli said coldly. What did you say? You're courting death. Instantly, Mu Yang was enraged. His face flushed red with anger. He thought that Ouyang Moli was deliberately mocking him. Previously, he was indeed tortured by Lu Ming and trampled on by Lu Ming. He was utterly humiliated. But in fact, Ouyang Moli did not know Mu Yang at all. He did not know that Mu Yang had already been tortured by Lu Ming. Am I right? You were really tortured by my master before? Ouyang Moli saw something and continued to mock him. You're courting death. Mu Yang was furious. His body emitted cold killing intent as he walked towards Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. What are you doing? Is this the place for the battle? An old man glanced at Mu Yang coldly, causing Mu Yang to shiver. He broke out in cold sweat like a deflated balloon. In the end, the old men sighed. They knew that it was a pity that Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli would not be apprenticed. After that, more and more people passed through the passage. Half an hour later, around 1,000 people passed. Those who did not pass were all eliminated. Out of the 3,000 people, only 1,000 people were left. Alright, there's still the 3rd round of the selection. Follow me. The middle-aged great emperor came and announced the results. The crowd followed him, including the great emperors. The crowd flew towards another mountain peak. The peak of this mountain peak was extremely wide. It looked as if someone had sliced off the peak with a sword, making it look very smooth. In the middle of the mountain peak, there was a huge battle stage. It was emitting purple gold light. That was the power of the array. The middle-aged great emperor landed on the battle stage and said, "This round of selection is the last one. There will only be 80 spots left in this round." 80 spots, the crowd was shocked. Out of 1,000 people, only 80 would be left. The probability of elimination was too high. Furthermore, this was only the selection. The final battle had not yet begun. The 4 battle zones have the same rules. Each battle zone will select 80 people. There will be a total of 320 people who will participate in the real battle. It's a peak battle. However, let me tell you something. After this round of selection, you will be able to obtain an opportunity. A great opportunity. Many of you might be able to use it to reach the martial emperor realm. The middle-aged great emperor announced. What? Many people were shocked. After this round of selection, they would be able to obtain an opportunity that could even allow them to reach the martial emperor realm. 1. Should know that it was extremely difficult to reach the martial emperor realm from the boundary emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been stuck at this step. Some were stuck for a few years. Some were stuck for a few decades. Some were stuck for a few thousand years. Many people could not break through in their lifetime. This was a hurdle, a huge hurdle. Once one reached the martial emperor realm, it meant that one's lifespan was endless. As long as one could survive the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years, one would be able to live forever. The goal of countless people was to reach the martial emperor realm. Now, there was an opportunity that could allow one to break through to the martial emperor realm. Everyone's heart burned with passion. Before the Battle of the Ten Earths, some great emperor had said that this battle would be accompanied by a great opportunity. It seemed that it was true. I must enter the top 80. I must obtain this opportunity. Many people clenched their fists and swore to themselves that they must enter the top 80. Those who had already been eliminated sighed. The eyes of the heavenly children were especially bright. The rules of this round are very simple. Everyone will step onto the battle stage and fight. The 80 people remaining on the battle stage will be the 80 people who will advance. Of course, there is a condition. You can team up, but the number of people can't exceed 3. More than 3 people will be considered breaking the rules. Many people's hearts trembled. This rule could be said to be very simple and very crude, but it was also very effective. More than 1,000 people went up the stage to fight. Only 80 people would be left on the stage. One could imagine how intense the battle would be and how the situation would change. Being strong didn't mean that one would be able to stay until the end. One needed luck. Of course, when one was strong enough, one didn't need luck to defeat the others and stay until the end. Moreover, there was a condition. The number of people working together couldn't exceed 3. This was also a form of protection and a restriction. What he was afraid of was that there would be many experts joining forces. If more than 10 top experts joined forces and swept away the others, how could he play? If only 3 people worked together, the restriction would be great. Furthermore, teams are not allowed to work together against the enemy. The middle-aged great emperor added. Some people thought that the hope of several teams working together was dashed. Alright, these are the rules. Let's begin. The middle-aged great emperor announced. Swoosh! Swoosh, more than 1,000 young supreme talents flew up the stage. However, after flying up the stage, they separated from each other and stared at each other cautiously. The stage was huge. It was 100 miles long and wide. With more than 1,000 people on the stage, it seemed very spacious. Countless people watched nervously from all directions. Let's work together. How about you and I work together? On the stage, there wasn't a huge battle immediately. Instead, they communicated with each other and planned to work together. Swoosh! Swoosh, their figures flashed, and many people began to join forces. 3 people in a group. More and more groups appeared on the stage. Lu Ming saw Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Autumn Moon, and Huang Ling teaming up. Bubbles, Huang Ling, and Luo Tianyi were in a group. With Bubbles as the core. Then, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and Autumn Moon were in a group. Long Chen, Huang Li, and Luo Xiong were in a group. Ouyang Wushuang and the 2 powerful king bodies who joined the Dragon Alliance at Yuan Mountain were in a group. On the other side, Lu Ming saw Wu Liang, Wu Yu, and Wu Chen in a group. Of course, it was impossible for everyone to form a group of 3. Some of them had 2 people, while others only had 1 person. For example, Deathblade, Mu Yang, Yuan Xian, and the Ancient Demon were all in a group. They looked around coldly. Get down! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. Someone had begun to attack. You'll be the ones to go down. Boom! Boom, an intense collision sounded. Someone was fighting a great battle. Pull a strand of hair, and the whole body moves. When one person moves, the whole body moves. The fighting ring immediately fell into a chaotic battle. As long as he could knock his opponent off the stage, he would have more confidence in staying on the stage. The 3 of them weren't weak. The leader had a king-type body and had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. As for the other 2, although they didn't have king bodies, their spiritual bodies were superior sky spiritual bodies, and their cultivations had reached the absolute saint realm. The 3 of them launched a torrential attack on Lu Ming at the same time, wanting to blast him down in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, they were too slow when they passed through the passage. They didn't see Lu Ming use the law of death, so they didn't know that Lu Ming was an Elysian child. During this period of time, many people had inquired about some of the famous Elysian children, including their appearances. However, they had never seen Lu Ming before. You'll be the ones to get down. Lu Ming glanced at the 3 people coldly. Death Qi filled his eyes. The three people's attacks collapsed under the Death Qi. Oh no, it's the law of death. He's a deaf child. The three people shouted in horror. They wanted to retreat. But Lu Ming used the eyes of death. The Death Qi became thicker and enveloped the three people. The three people screamed in agony. It was as if their lives were being taken away. Spare us. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. The three people yelled. Lu Ming's heart moved, and the Death Qi disappeared. The three people hurriedly rushed down the battle stage. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them. The 100-mile-long battle stage looked huge when there wasn't a battle. However, it felt very small when there was a chaotic battle. With their current strength, they could move more than 100 miles in an instant. Lu Xianxia and the others were in a group of 3. They performed very well and were very strong. In the past 3 years, Emperor Notionless and the others had brought them to the corresponding secret places to cultivate. Their progress could be described as fast. Bubble's cultivation had already reached the boundary Emperor realm. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and the others were all boundary emperors. Only Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were slightly weaker. However, they were also peak saints. Moreover, their law of death had reached 99%. They were only one step away from the boundary emperor realm. However, they were Elysian children. Their battle strength was shocking. They were stronger than boundary emperors with king bodies. Wherever they passed, the experts were knocked off the battle stage. Not many people were able to fight them. Humph, Lu Ming's disciples, scram. Mu Yang targeted Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and Autumn Moon. His figure flashed as he charged toward the 3. Be careful. Xiao Yu warned. Her body was exchanging heat and cold. One side was blazing hot while the other side was cold. They interweaved, producing a terrifying destructive force that blasted towards Mu Yang. At the same time, the light of law covered her body. The law of yin and yang flowed like a river. Greenwood sky raising. Lu Xianxiang waved her small hand, and an ancient green tree appeared. It covered the sky and was incomparably huge, and it pressed down on Mu Yang. At the same time, Ouyang Moli slashed out with the reincarnation halberd. 6 reincarnation vortexes followed the reincarnation halberd and slashed toward Mu Yang. You want to stop me with just the 3 of you? Die! Mu Yang shouted. With a wave of his hand, the law of nothingness vibrated. Rays of nothingness light shot toward the 3. Boom! 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 3 explosions sounded. Autumn Moon, Lu Xianxia, and Ouyang Moli's attacks all collapsed. Under the law of nothingness, they turned into nothingness. It had to be said that Mu Yang's strength was very shocking. He had already started to form a small world and stood at the peak of the boundary emperor realm. Autumn Moon had a king body. Although she was also at the peak of the boundary emperor realm, it was difficult for her to fight against Mu Yang. As for Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli, their cultivations had yet to break through to the boundary emperor realm. Even if they worked together, they were not Mu Yang's match. Your master is dead. I'll send you to accompany him. Mu Yang sneered and charged toward Lu Xianxia and the other 2. The 3 tried their best to block, but they were still at a disadvantage and were in imminent danger. Not far away, Bubble and the others wanted to help, but there were rules. They were in groups of 3 and the others could not interfere. They could only watch anxiously. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Swoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed forward. He did not attack Mu Yang because if he did, it would mean that he and Xianxiang's group had broken the rules. He directly charged towards the people behind Mu Yang. There were other prodigies of the Mu family there. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards a group of 3. They were all prodigies of the Mu family, and 2 of them had king bodies. The Mu family was powerful. Not only did they have Mu Yang, a son of heaven, but they also had 2 king bodies. They were extremely powerful. Before Lu Ming arrived, the terrifying light of death had already enveloped the 3 Mu family experts. The 3 Mu family prodigies were shocked and tried their best to resist. But Lu Ming instantly knew, and the light of death once again burst out from his eyes. This was the Eyes of Death, a terrifying divine ability with astonishing killing power. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming's eyes emitted beams of light. They were like combat weapons, emitting sonorous sounds as they charged toward the other party. There was a miserable scream. Among the 3 Mu family prodigies, one of them did not have a king body and his cultivation was slightly weaker. He was directly killed, and his body was cut into several pieces. Even the 2 king bodies were seriously injured. If not for their extremely strong cultivation at the boundary emperor realm and the laws surrounding their bodies like a river, they would have been killed. Even so, there were a few more wounds on their bodies, and blood flowed out. The light of death attached to the wounds, wanting to deprive them of their vitality. Then, Lu Ming slammed down with his palm, and the 2 Mu family prodigies vomited large mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Mu Yang, save us! A Mu family prodigy with a king body roared, revealing a terrified expression. Brat, you're courting death. Mu Yang let out a long howl. He abandoned Lu Xianxia and the rest and charged toward Lu Ming. I've been waiting for you. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up as a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. In his hand, the law of death turned into a sword light and slashed out. This sword light not only contained the law of death, but also the law of devouring and the law of array Dao. Its power skyrocketed, and the 2 Mu clan king bodies could not block it at all. With 2 screams, 2 heads flew high into the air, and blood sprayed 10 meters high. How dare you! You're courting death. Outside of the battle platform, there were also cultivators from the Mu clan watching the battle. At this moment, they were roaring like mad lions, filled with killing intent. 2 of the Mu clan's king physiques had died. To the Mu clan, this was an earth-shattering event. The price was too great. Their hearts were bleeding. Generally speaking, those with king bodies had the potential to become great emperors. Such geniuses were simply too precious. But now, all of them had been slain at the same time. However, although the Mu clan was furious, they didn't dare to attack in this kind of situation. They could only watch helplessly, hoping that Mu Yang would kill Lu Ming and avenge the Mu clan's king body. After Lu Ming killed the 2 Mu clan's king body cultivators, his figure flashed, and like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Mu Yang. Now that Mu Yang had abandoned Xianxia and the others, he could naturally attack. Die, brat! Mu Yang roared, using the law of nothingness, and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming also attacked with his palm. Boom, their attacks collided, but the result was that Mu Yang's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat. On the battle platform, the spectators were shocked. Especially the Mu clan's cultivators. How could Mu Yang be defeated? Mu Yang was known as one of the seeded cultivators this time. He was extremely powerful and had already begun to develop a small world. When he lost to Lu Ming, it was because Lu Ming was too abnormal. But now, the Son of Death had appeared out of nowhere and was able to suppress Mu Yang. There are too many experts in the world. There are many hidden geniuses that we don't even know about. Yeah, the seeded cultivators from before are not the strongest. No one knows how many stronger geniuses there are in the dark. What is this Son of Death called? His strength is astonishing. I think his name is Tianyun. He used that name to register. Some people were discussing. Roar, on the battle platform, Mu Yang roared. He was actually forced to retreat, which made him furious. The aura on his body became even more berserk as he attacked Lu Ming fiercely. Boom! Boom, Lu Ming faced the enemy directly, exchanging blows with Mu Yang. After a dozen moves, Lu Ming had completely suppressed Mu Yang. Mu Yang's body kept retreating, and the law of nothingness on his body seemed to be penetrated by Lu Ming. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's palm broke through Mu Yang's defense and landed on his body. Mu Yang cried out miserably as his body flew out, and he vomited blood. Mu Yang, is that all you have? How can you be called a seeded cultivator? What a joke! Lu Ming sneered as he strode towards Mu Yang. I will kill you. Mu Yang's eyes were red. The same force on his body boiled, and the law of nothingness poured into his body from the void, emitting a brilliant radiance. Sea of Nothingness. Mu Yang used his strongest move, forming the Sea of Nothingness and enveloping Lu Ming. Die for me. Mu Yang seemed to have gone mad as he crazily controlled the Sea of Nothingness. The Sea of Nothingness let out rumbling sounds as it evolved into various terrifying attacks that wanted to turn everything in the Sea of Nothingness into nothingness. Nearby, there were a few people who did not manage to dodge and were directly sucked in by the Sea of Nothingness. They let out mournful screams as they turned into nothingness. Dong. Dong, but, within the Sea of Nothingness, a terrifying rumbling sound rang out, like the sound of a drum. The Sea of Nothingness began to churn violently. Mu Yang's expression changed as he tried his best to control the Sea of Nothingness. But it was useless as the Sea of Nothingness's trembling became more and more intense. Finally, with a boom, it exploded, and a figure stepped out from within. It was Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared, his killing intent surging as he charged towards Mu Yang. He was determined to kill Mu Yang. Mu Yang's expression was ugly as he quickly retreated, not daring to fight with Lu Ming. Scram, scram. Mu Yang fled frantically, and anyone who blocked his path was either killed by him or sent flying off the stage. But he still could not escape. Soon, Lu Ming caught up to him. He could only do his best to fight, but after a few moves, Lu Ming's attack landed on his body. Mu Yang was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as his body nearly exploded. How can this be? Tianyin's law is clearly not complete and has not reached Quasi-Emperor yet. How can he be so strong? Even Mu Yang can't block him? Someone was stunned. On the surface, Mu Yang's cultivation was indeed stronger. They were both sons of heaven, so how could there be such a huge difference in their battle strength? That little guy doesn't just control the law of death. He also controls other laws. This is the fusion of laws. An emperor spoke, his voice filled with shock. Although Lu Ming could fuse several laws together and hide them well, ordinary people would not be able to see through them. But what kind of people were emperors? Naturally, he could not hide it from them. As long as they paid attention, they would be able to see through it. What? He fused several laws together? This is too monstrous. He can actually control several laws under Martial Emperor. For someone below the Martial Emperor realm to be able to control several types of laws and merge them together, it was beyond imagination. Not only the ordinary people, but even the great Emperor realm old men were shocked. Of course, Lu Ming did not cast the law of chaos. If he did not cast it, of course, they would not be able to tell. If they saw that Lu Ming had mastered two types of ultimate laws, he wondered what kind of expression they would have. Also, this little guy has used a disguise technique. Very clever. A great emperor whispered. It was naturally impossible for Lu Ming's divine breathing technique to deceive a great emperor. However, these great emperors had never seen him before. Although they could see that he had used a disguise technique, they did not know Lu Ming's real identity. Lu Ming sent Mu Yang flying and continued to attack him. At that moment, Mu Yang no longer had any intention to continue fighting. He only wanted to escape. However, he was not willing to rush down the fighting stage and admit defeat. Because if he could pass this selection, he would obtain a great opportunity and be able to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. I must hold on. As long as I pass this selection, I will be able to enter the Martial Emperor realm. At that time, I will skin this little guy alive. Mu Yang roared in his heart. However, at the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. This was because Lu Ming had attacked again. He had broken through Mu Yang's defense with one move and bombarded his back. Blood splattered everywhere. There was a huge hole in Mu Yang's body. Of course, such an injury could only severely injure Mu Yang and could not kill him. Mu Yang fell to the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were filled with fear. Now, even if he wanted to rush down the fighting stage and admit defeat, he could not do so. Stop, little guy. Mu Yang is our Mu clan's peerless genius. If you dare to kill him, you will be buried with him. Outside the fighting stage, an expert from the Mu clan shouted at the top of his lungs. Mu Yang was the son of the heavens and had unparalleled talent. He could not die. The Mu clan's expert could not wait to attack the fighting stage and kill Lu Ming. Shut up. Are you going to interfere with the Battle of the Ten Lands? The middle-aged great emperor coldly glanced at the experts of the Mu clan, causing their faces to turn ugly, and they obediently shut their mouths. The middle-aged emperor was from one of the overlords of Destiny City. Moreover, the Battle of the Ten Earths was organized by the great emperors of the various regions. No one had the right to interfere. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he walked towards Mu Yang. Enough. At this moment, a cold and aloof voice could be heard from behind Lu Ming. An indifferent and arrogant voice could be heard. An extremely powerful pressure was exerted on Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt as if there was a wild beast staring at him from behind, ready to unleash a fatal blow at any time. Lu Ming slowly turned around and saw a young man walking toward him step by step with his hands behind his back. Yuan Xian, the son of chaos. Yuan Xian had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. With his hands behind his back, he had an invincible aura. This was indeed the case. He walked on the battle platform as if he was taking a stroll. No one dared to make a move against him. That was because Yuan Xian was known as one of the strongest in the younger generation of the Yuan Lu. He was extremely terrifying. Yuan Xian, help me kill him. Help me kill this brat. Mu Yang shouted excitedly when he saw Yuan Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yuan Xian didn't say anything. He continued walking slowly towards Lu Ming. His pace wasn't fast, but with every step, his aura grew stronger. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He could sense a sense of danger from Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian is about to make a move. Many people's eyes lit up around the battle platform. Even many of the older generation's figures were interested. The son of chaos, Yuan Xian, was famous for his fighting prowess. He was extremely powerful, and the other sons of heaven had to bow their heads before him. He was on par with the Destiny's Child and was known as one of the strongest. Mu Yang and Yuan Xian are good friends. It's normal for Yuan Xian to make a move when Mu Yang is injured. Then Tianyun is in trouble. He has no chance against Yuan Xian. I hope he can last until the end of the selection. Otherwise, it would be a pity if such a genius didn't pass the selection. Many people thought that Lu Ming would most likely not be Yuan Xian's match and would be defeated. Son of Chaos, I want to see your true strength. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes and his battle intent filled the air. Although he had fought with Yuan Xian during the Primal Chaos Sex assessment, there were many restrictions at that time. Their cultivations were suppressed to the same level. Even their divine skills and bloodlines were suppressed. They couldn't use their true strength. Since you want to see, I'll let you see. Yuan Xian said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. This punch was as powerful as an ancient divine mountain. It whistled through the air and directly pierced through it. This punch was extremely terrifying. An ordinary one-star martial emperor would find it difficult to block it. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his body swayed like a huge dragon. His powerful physical strength erupted completely. His saint force surged and blasted out along his arm. It was also a punch. Lu Ming also used the law of death, the law of devouring, and the law of array for this punch. The two fists heavily collided. The entire fighting platform rumbled violently. The void trembled as a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Some youths nearby were hit by the energy. They vomited blood and were sent flying off the fighting platform. The expressions of some of the stronger geniuses changed drastically. Their figures flashed as they dodged the attack. Both of their bodies trembled and swayed. The first move didn't determine the victor. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Yuan Xian's expression didn't change when he didn't push Lu Ming back. The law of primal chaos spread out from his body, making his aura even more oppressive. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian's fists continued to bombard Lu Ming. Streams of fist force smashed toward Lu Ming like meteorites. Eyes of death. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with radiance. Rays of light shot out like weapons and slashed at Yuan Xian's fist energy. These rays of light didn't only contain the law of death but also other laws. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. It was difficult to determine the victor. Yuan Xian is indeed strong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now, he had merged 3 types of precepts. Although his mastery of the Edict of Death and the Edict of Devouring had yet to reach the limit, when the 3 types of precepts burst out, in addition to his spiritual body and saint energy, his combat strength was extremely shocking. Yet, it was still difficult to do anything to Yuan Xian. He realized that Yuan Xian's physical body was also shockingly strong. It wasn't much weaker than his. However, Lu Ming still had the law of primal chaos. The law of primal chaos was already at 99% completion. Once he used the law of primal chaos and merged it with the law of death, the combination of the 2 strongest laws would skyrocket. However, now was not the time to expose it. In the blink of an eye, after a few more moves, the 2 of them had exchanged blows and both of them took a few steps back. Your combat strength is indeed strong. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. You are no match for me. Up until now, Yuan Xian's eyes finally revealed a glimmer of light. Boom! Yuan Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed, turning into a terrifying howl that swept across the sky. Emperor's aura, Martial Emperor realm. Yuan Xian's cultivation had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. The spectators around the fighting platform were shocked. They had heard that Yuan Xian had gone into seclusion to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. They had not expected him to succeed and become an emperor. Once he had confirmed his Tao and become an emperor, he would be on a completely different level. Every aspect of him would undergo a metamorphosis and be greatly improved. The Sacred Heart began to evolve into a small world with an endless lifespan. As long as he could survive the tribulation of heaven and earth, he would have the same lifespan as heaven and earth. This was an extreme metamorphosis. A boundary emperor was still a martial sage or a martial sage. After confirming one's Tao and becoming an emperor, one would be a martial emperor. Yuan Xian has confirmed his Tao and become an emperor. This is too shocking. His combat strength was already invincible. Now that he has confirmed his Tao and become an emperor, who can be his match? He is going to sweep through everyone. He might not be. I heard that Destiny's Child has already become an emperor. There might be other geniuses who have also become emperors. Some people discussed, but they were still shocked. Becoming an emperor at such a young age was unimaginable in the past. Vast Emperor's aura spread out from Yuan Xian's body, shocking everyone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Looks like I have to expose my identity. Lu Ming thought. Yuan Xian had already become an emperor and his combat strength would skyrocket. He had to do his best to fight him. In this way, he would expose his identity. He did not want to expose himself now. After all, many people wanted to kill him. If he exposed himself now, he might implicate Lu Xianxia and the others. Although the Battle of 10 Earths had already begun and they would naturally be protected by various experts, it was better to be safe than sorry. Lu Ming did not have the ability to protect himself against high-level illusionary emperors, let alone true emperors and great emperors. If the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had sufficient energy, Lu Ming would not have so many scruples. Now was not the time yet. However, facing Yuan Xian, who had become an emperor, he had no other choice but to fight with all his might. Ha ha ha, Yuan Xian, you have become an emperor. That's great. Kill that kid. Mu Yan laughed excitedly. At the same time, he used all his strength to heal himself. The injuries on his body healed quickly. He then turned his gaze to Lu Xianxia and the others. As long as his injuries were healed, he would make Lu Xianxia and the others pay the price. Bang! At this moment, Yuan Xian took a step forward, causing the entire battle stage to tremble. A terrifying aura, like 10,000 layers of waves, rushed towards Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming struck out with a palm, breaking apart Yuan Xian's aura. Stubborn resistance. Yuan Xian coldly spoke. His figure was tall and straight, and right now, he was exuding boundless emperor might. He was even more dignified, as if he was an ancient emperor who was walking in the world of mortals. My hair. At this moment, a Buddhist chant rang out. A monk walked over with a smile on his face. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear beneath his feet. An incomparably powerful aura also emanated from his body, pressing down on Yuan Xian. This monk was naturally heartless. However, to Lu Ming's astonishment, Wu Liang's aura was clearly that of a martial monarch. Monk Wu Liang had already achieved the martial monarch realm. Even with Lu Ming's wisdom, he could not help but be stunned. This unreliable monk had already achieved the martial monarch realm. An uproar took place around the battle stage. Many people were astounded. Another martial monarch at such a young age had appeared. It was truly astonishing. Yuan Xian's eyes flickered with a stern look as he glanced at Wu Liang and said, "You want to fight me? If you let him go, I won't fight you." Wu Liang pointed at Lu Ming. At this instant, Wu Liang's figure was emitting a golden glow. A Bodhi glow appeared behind his head as he placed his palms together in a dignified manner, like a virtuous monk. "Do you know him?" Yuan Xian asked. "I don't know him, but he helped those two kids just then." Wu Liang pointed at Xianxia and Ouyang Moli and said, "Their master is Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming and I came from the same place. He's my underling. Do you understand now?" Monk Wu Liang said in a serious tone. Lu Ming's face darkened when he heard the last part. Since when had he become Wu Liang's underling? Long Chen was left speechless. He and Monk Wu Liang were old acquaintances. Although Wu Liang's cultivation had shocked him, his ability to boast left him speechless. "Let's fight then." Yuan Xian was straightforward as he stepped forward toward Monk Wu Liang. Bang, his aura burst out and shook the heavens and earth. He threw a punch forward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. "My hair." Monk Wu Liang uttered a chant as his figure emitted a golden glow. 100-meter-tall golden Buddha appeared behind him. It reached out a golden palm and threw a punch at Yuan Xian. Bang, there was an earth-shattering explosion as terrifying energy swept out. Everyone nearby was sent flying. Even Lu Ming took 2 steps back. The law of cause and effect. Wu Liang has also mastered the law of cause and effect. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Monk Wu Liang must have had a fortuitous encounter after coming to Yuan continent. Or perhaps, he was talented and had not been fully discovered in the Divine Wilderness continent. Chaotic Divine Fist. Yuan Xian roared as his aura became stronger. He was like an invincible god of war as he charged toward Monk Wu Liang. Golden Buddha Body. Monk Wu Liang put his palms together and murmured. Behind him, the gigantic Buddha golden body turned into a beam of golden light and flew into his body. His body shone brightly with golden light. Even his skin had turned golden, making him look like a golden man. He used the great Buddha palm print and attacked Yuan Xian. Bang! Bang! The two of them clashed continuously and fought fiercely on the fighting stage. Sometimes they were in the east, sometimes they were in the west. Many people were hit by the shockwaves of their battle and were either severely injured or thrown off the fighting stage. Suddenly, a large number of people were thrown off the fighting stage. Some powerful Skype rides, such as Yu He and the Ancient Demon, also used their movement techniques to dodge. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had his eyes on Mu Yang. It was good that Wu Liang had attacked. At least he did not have to expose himself for the time being. Mu Yang's face was ghastly pale. He originally thought that Yuan Xian could kill Lu Ming. He did not expect Wu Liang to appear out of nowhere. Wu Liang's combat strength was so strong that he could compete with Yuan Xian. Now, Lu Ming had his eyes on him. This made him extremely depressed and he could only run away. "Where are you running to? Why don't you get off the fighting stage yourself?" Lu Ming chased after Mu Yang and sneered. Mu Yang gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been flashing around the edge of the fighting stage. If there was no other way, he would really jump off the fighting stage. After all, compared to opportunities, his life was more important. "Alright, the battle is over. Everyone, stop." At this moment, the middle-aged great emperor arrived above the fighting stage. His powerful aura spread out and made everyone stop. "It's over?" Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were not many people left on the fighting stage. Including him, there were exactly 80 people left. Lu Ming was speechless. He had let Mu Yang escape because of his carelessness. "It's over. Ha ha ha, it's over." Mu Yang was overjoyed. He had finally made it to the end and became the last 80 people to obtain an opportunity. When I break through to the martial emperor realm, I will cut you into 8 pieces. Mu Yang stared at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. You're lucky. Lu Ming curled his lips and looked at the remaining people. Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Xiang and Luo Tianyi had all successfully stayed on the fighting stage. Other than Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli, the others had all reached the boundary emperor realm. Moreover, they were in groups of 3. Unless they were targeted by the heavenly children, it would not be difficult for them to last until the end. Alright, the 80 of you have passed the selection. Now, I will let you rest for a while. After that, follow me. There is a great opportunity waiting for you. The middle-aged great emperor announced. The 80 people on the fighting stage were naturally overjoyed. However, those who had been eliminated sighed and were unwilling to accept it. On the fighting stage, some of the injured people sat down cross-legged and began to heal their injuries. Big brother, thank you for your help. Xianxia, Ouyang Moli and the others walked over and cupped their fists at Lu Ming to express their gratitude. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, his voice had also changed. Qiu Moon looked at Lu Ming curiously. She felt that Lu Ming looked familiar. This was her intuition. Soon after, Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li and the others also walked over and expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. Lu Ming originally wanted to introduce himself to them. However, after thinking about it, he held back. It would not be too late to do so later. And me Fa, Long Chen, long time no see. Monk Wuliang walked over with a smile. Wu Chen and Wu Yue were with him. Wu Chen's cultivation was at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. He controlled the laws and was extremely powerful. He was a top-notch genius. Moonless was slightly weaker. Although he also had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, he only had a king body. Wuliang, it's been so many years. I didn't expect you to have become a martial monarch. Long Chen also greeted Wu Liang. Haha, let me tell you, I'm the reincarnation of a Buddha god, a man destined to fight at the peak. Back in the divine wilderness continent, I wasn't your match because I didn't discover my potential. Now, whether it's you or Lu Ming, none of you are my match. Monk Wuliang laughed out loud and was extremely pleased with himself. Humph, if my master was here, you would definitely not be his match. Xianxia was displeased when she heard the unscrupulous person belittling Lu Ming. At the mention of Lu Ming, everyone fell silent. How was he now? Don't worry, Lu Ming is an old fox. He's very shrewd and won't die so easily. Other than me who can barely suppress him, no one is his match. Monk Wuliang said. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Was this guy praising him or belittling him? Why did it sound so uncomfortable? Xianxia and Ouyang Moli glared at Wuliang. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't defeat him, they would have beaten him up. Whoosh, at this moment, Bubbles' figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Ming curiously. After not seeing her for a few years, Bubbles still looked like a 2 or 3-year-old, as if she would never grow up. However, her cultivation had progressed rapidly and she was about to break through to the martial monarch realm. Your brother Lu Ming. Bubble suddenly spoke. Of course, Bubble was transmitting her voice and no one else heard it. Lu Ming touched his nose. As expected, he couldn't hide it from Bubble. The top 10 battle beasts were no small matter. Bubble, it's me. Don't tell anyone for the time being. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. I knew you weren't dead. Bubble transmitted her voice and her big eyes were filled with joy. Then, she ran to Xianxia's shoulder and sat down. Let's rest for a while. Luo Tianyi said. Everyone was exhausted from the battle just now. Everyone sat down cross-legged and started to rest. Not far away, Mu Yang glanced at Lu Xianxia and the others from time to time, revealing a sinister look. He was thinking of a vicious plan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was afraid that if his identity was exposed, Mu Yang would do something that would endanger Lu Xianxia and the others. He seriously suspected that the assassins from the Nation of Death were hired by Mu Yang. Soon, a day passed and everyone was almost done resting. Come with me. The middle-aged martial monarch ordered and led everyone to the center of Destiny City. The others also followed. They were very curious as to what the so-called opportunity was. Soon, a majestic mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain was so majestic and tall that it pierced the sky. This was Destiny Mountain, known as the most majestic mountain in Destiny City. Legend had it that it was connected to the sky and could lead to the heavenly world. Everyone landed on the Mountain of Destiny. They realized that there were already many people on Destiny Mountain. Is the Southern War Zone done as well? A beautiful middle-aged woman looked in his direction. You're from the Eastern War Zone, but you're fast. The middle-aged martial monarch smiled and greeted her. Obviously, the other party was from the Eastern War Zone. They had also selected 80 top geniuses. The geniuses from both sides sized each other up. Eternal Star River. Lu Ming saw Eternal Star River among the 80 geniuses from the Eastern War Zone. No wonder he hadn't seen him before. He had gone to the Eastern War Zone. Alright, you guys can rest here. When the time comes, the opportunity will naturally appear. The middle-aged martial monarch said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They were all guessing what the so-called opportunity was. It could actually help people become martial monarchs. Everyone was excited. Everyone waited here. One day later, the geniuses from the Northern War Zone arrived. 2 days later, the geniuses from the Western War Zone arrived. More and more people gathered near the Mountain of Destiny, filling up the sky. At the highest point, there were many figures covered in divine light. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but each of them gave off a boundless and unfathomable feeling. Martial monarchs, everyone's heart trembled. They knew that these people who stood high up and were shrouded in divine light were all great emperors. They might not necessarily be martial monarchs from the divine fate land. There might be martial monarchs from other regions. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed in the sky. Then, this ray of light became brighter and brighter. It's here, said a martial monarch. Everyone's spirits were shaken as they looked into the depths of the sky. It's here? What's here? Everyone was curious. Rumble, the sky trembled. Following which, the crowd saw a path extending all the way toward them. It was an ancient bluestone path that was modeled with time. Deep in the sky, a road had appeared and extended downwards, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Where did this road come from? Or rather, where did it lead to? Was the so-called opportunity related to this road? The crowd looked carefully and realized that there was an end to the road. At the end of the road, there was a door of light. They wondered where the door led to. Everyone, let me tell you what the opportunity is. At this moment, a white-haired elder stepped out from the sky. He was obviously a great emperor and a very powerful one at that. The end of this road leads to a corner of the world. Why is it called a corner of the world? That's because that corner of the world was separated from the primordial realm when it first opened. It still retains the scene of the primordial realm when it first opened. Over there, the laws are extremely clear and the innate origin chi is rich. Regardless of whether one cultivates the laws or the archaic system, one's cultivation speed will be astonishingly fast there. The white-haired great emperor said. There was an uproar at the scene. It was actually a corner of the world when the primordial realm first opened. It still retained the scene of the primordial realm when it first opened. It was definitely an unimaginable opportunity for cultivation. Opportunity, it was really a great opportunity. Countless people's eyes were burning with passion, including those martial emperors. To cultivate to the martial emperor realm, one had to evolve a small world. Entering the corner of the world when the primordial realm first opened was definitely a great improvement and promotion for the evolution of a small world. It was no wonder that those who entered had a great chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. This corner of the world was obtained by an almighty from the void. This time, it's used as a reward for the geniuses who passed the selection. However, this corner of the world is not big after all and has been here for too long. It's very useful for those below the martial emperor realm or low-level illusionary emperors. If one's cultivation is higher, it won't be of much use. The white-haired elder explained once again, causing many martial emperors to sigh. Go in. You only have 2 years in there. 2 years later, that Almighty will send you out. How much you can gain in there depends on yourselves. 2 years later, the Battle of the 10 Earths will truly begin. The white-haired great emperor announced. 2 years, they had 2 years. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had to make good use of these 2 years. Now, let's go along this ancient road. The white-haired great emperor said. Whoosh. Whoosh, following the white-haired martial monarch's words, several figures stepped onto the ancient path and proceeded upward. Let's go too. On the autumn moon, Lu Xianxia and the others also set foot on the ancient road. Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Mu Yang, and the others also stepped onto the ancient path and headed into the depths of the sky. The person at the front had already reached the end. He stepped into the door of light and disappeared. All around, countless people were extremely envious. This was especially so for the young geniuses. Their eyes were burning with passion, but there was nothing they could do. This was a great opportunity. They knew that this batch of 320 people would definitely become stronger after 2 years. The gap between them and these people would widen even further. The strong would always be strong, however, no one dared to sneak in. With so many great emperors here, it was impossible to sneak in. Lu Ming also stepped onto the ancient path, ascending step by step. Soon, Lu Ming reached the end of the ancient path and arrived at the door of light. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. Following this, the 320 geniuses stepped into the glowing door and disappeared into it. At this moment, the ancient path began to retract and enter the door of light. Following that, the door of light also disappeared in the air. Senior, I wonder which powerful figure obtained this corner of the world. Someone asked. Some of the powerful figures were thinking that if they could pay a visit to this powerful figure and let some of their juniors enter to cultivate, the benefits would be great. He's from the heavenly realm. The white-haired great emperor said. Everyone shut up. It was actually a powerful figure from the heavenly realm. At the same time, everyone was secretly shocked. Could it be that a powerful figure from the heavenly realm was paying attention to the Battle of 10 Earths this time? Everyone, come back in 2 years. The white-haired great emperor said. Then, he took a step forward and left. 2 years later, who will rise and fall? Someone whispered. They were looking forward to it. Then, everyone dispersed, and the vicinity of the mountain of destiny returned to silence. After Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, the world spun, and in the next moment, he found himself on a protruding rock. What a strong pressure! As soon as he appeared, Lu Ming could feel endless pressure coming toward him from all directions. It was as if there were hundreds of mountains pressing down on him at all times. Bang! Lu Ming tried to take a step forward, and the ground rumbled. Lu Ming's body was as heavy as a mountain. Is this the corner of the world that the primordial realm first opened? Lu Ming whispered and looked around. What greeted his eyes was an endless stretch of rocks. There were rocks everywhere, and the ground was bare. There was no vegetation at all, and there were no living creatures either. A desolate, ancient aura swept across the place. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that the connate origin energy here was unimaginably rich. As he inhaled and exhaled, dense Xiantian origin energy turned into beams of light that shot into his mouth. Also, Lu Ming felt that the laws here were extremely clear. When he spread out his spiritual sense, it was as if his body was bathed in endless laws. Lu Ming channeled his sacred power into his eyes and was shocked. At this moment, everything in front of Lu Ming's eyes changed. Between heaven and earth, there were tiny ribbons swimming, emitting all kinds of light. It was as if thousands of thin ribbons formed this world. Those were the threads of laws, which could only be formed when the laws were clear and rich to the extreme. The world at the beginning of heaven and earth, this is the world at the beginning of heaven and earth. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes full of surprise. Legend had it that when heaven and earth first opened and all things evolved, the cultivation environment at that time was the best. The laws were clear, and the connate origin energy was rich. Cultivating would be much faster. The middle-aged great emperor was right. This was an opportunity. If a quasi-emperor cultivator cultivated here, their chances of becoming an emperor would definitely be greatly increased. However, when heaven and earth first opened, it was like a desolate world. The pressure between heaven and earth is too great. Lu Ming sighed. He couldn't fly here at all. Not to mention flying, even walking for a while would probably exhaust the sacred power in his body. The best way was to stay where he was and cultivate quietly. In fact, almost everyone who came in was like this. They all sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly. This was a rare opportunity. They only had 2 years, so they naturally had to cherish it. Lu Ming cleared his mind and began to comprehend the primal chaos law. Suddenly, he felt that the primal chaos law between heaven and earth was much clearer than the outside world. With a thought, the primal chaos law between heaven and earth flew toward Lu Ming and surrounded Lu Ming. From the outside, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of light, holy and unparalleled. Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the primal chaos law was constantly deepening. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom! Lu Ming's aura suddenly erupted and rose. The primal chaos law roared and filled Lu Ming's body. With a thought, the primal chaos law between heaven and earth was easily controlled by Lu Ming. It formed the shape of a river and circled around Lu Ming. The primal chaos law had become a river. The primal chaos law had finally broken through its shackles and reached the perfect stage, forming the shape of a river. When the primal chaos law became a river, it did not mean that the primal chaos law actually became a river. With a thought, the primal chaos law would condense together like a river. Then, the primal chaos law continued to pour into Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming to refine his body and saint power. Last time, when the primal chaos law had reached perfection, Lu Ming already had experience. This time, it was a walk in the park. 2 days later, Lu Ming's aura completely stabilized. My strength and saint power have both skyrocketed. Lu Ming carefully sensed the changes in his body and revealed a look of joy. The strongest primal chaos law had become a river. Stepping into the boundary emperor realm, the refinement of the body and saint power was much stronger than the primal chaos law. Last time, when the primal chaos law had broken through, his body and saint power had also improved. But this time, the improvement was even greater. In his dantian, the saint heart was crystal clear and filled with endless saint power. As the saint heart spun, endless saint power poured into his meridians like a river. There was a faint glow circulating in Lu Ming's body. It was filled with endless power. Powerful. Too powerful, Lu Ming felt that his combat strength had skyrocketed again. Now, let's begin to comprehend the death law and devour law. Lu Ming looked expectant. If the death precepts and the devouring precepts were both perfected, how strong would his body and saint power be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation and began to comprehend. This world was indeed blessed by the heavens in terms of comprehension of laws. It was much faster than the outside world. Not only that, but this piece of heaven and earth was left behind when the primordial realm was first formed. It was of great help to the evolution of a small world. However, Lu Ming had not reached the stage of breaking through to martial emperor yet. Cultivation knew no time. Under Lu Ming's single-minded cultivation, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. In half a year, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the death law and the devouring law to 99% completion. This speed was already astonishingly fast. In the outside world, it would take at least 5 years to achieve such a feat. However, after raising it to 99%, it would be very difficult to cultivate it to perfection in one go. It would take time to accumulate. At that moment, Lu Ming began to think. He wanted to cultivate other nomological laws. What law should I cultivate? Lu Ming frowned and thought carefully. After all, he could cultivate many kinds of laws. When the laws were combined, it would greatly increase his strength. Moreover, comprehending the laws in this world was too fast. He did not want to miss it. He wanted to comprehend other laws. The law of force. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the law of force. The law of force was the ultimate power. It would allow his every strike to carry a terrifying force. Moreover, Long Chen and Huang Li both cultivated the law of force. Lu Ming had sparred with Long Chen and Huang Li many times. He had a better understanding of the law of force. It would be easier for him to comprehend it. Moreover, as more laws were perfected, Lu Ming's body and saint power would become stronger. In addition to the law of chaos, which was as heavy as a mountain, his attacks would become more ferocious and overbearing. If he added the law of force, his attacks would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming began to seriously comprehend the law of force. This world was indeed different. In just a few days, Lu Ming felt that he had grasped the knack of it. He became more serious in comprehending it. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming really did comprehend the law of force. When he threw a punch, it carried the power of the limit. Its power was shocking. From then on, he comprehended the law of death, the law of devouring, and the law of force at the same time. He alternated between comprehending each for a few days. In this way, another 3 months passed. The law of devouring was finally perfected. The law of force formed a river. Lu Ming's body and saint power were greatly strengthened again. 3 months after the breakthrough of the law of devouring, Lu Ming had been here for more than a year. The law of death had also broken through. The law of force formed a river and reached perfection. His body and saint power were once again tempered. Now, Lu Ming felt that his saint power was surging. It was terrifyingly powerful. His physical body was filled with explosive power. He felt that he could now destroy a one-star martial emperor with just the power of his body. This was not an illusion. He was really too strong. Lu Ming did not know how strong he was now. The 4 laws were all perfected. The law of force formed a river. 2 supreme laws and 2 monarch laws. His body and saint power had been tempered 4 times. The power of the 4 perfected laws was absolutely terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming had also cultivated the law of force to an extremely high level. He was not far from the law of force formed a river. When Lu Ming had been here for a year and 3 months, his law of force had also broken through and reached perfection. Lu Ming's combat strength skyrocketed again. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming cast the Chaos Divine Palm and moved freely. The 5 types of laws merged, and there was a rumbling explosion in heaven and earth. It was as if a large bell was vibrating and was about to explode. Awesome, awesome! After a long time, Lu Ming stopped and let out a long breath. His eyes were shining. The pressure of this world was incomparably great. However, Lu Ming's body was now too strong. He felt that he did not need saint power. He could withstand it with his body and travel far away. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The perfected laws don't seem to be the true perfected laws. Then, Lu Ming considered the problem of the laws. He had comprehended 5 laws in a row. He realized that the so-called perfected laws were only at a certain stage. It was not the end and he could continue to break through. In fact, he had heard Uncle Kong mention that the laws were the foundation of the world. They were very profound and were far from simple. The so-called perfected laws of quasi-emperors were only the first stage of perfection. The comprehension of the laws was divided into several stages. However, it was very difficult to break through. Ordinary void emperors would find it difficult to break through. However, Lu Ming only thought about it for a while and did not think about it. He was still some distance away from breaking through to martial emperor. I have already been here for a year and 3 months. There is not much time left. I will not comprehend the other laws for now. I will consolidate the 5 laws and reach the stage where I can break through to martial emperor as soon as possible. Lu Ming entered a selfless state of cultivation. All the geniuses who entered this place had great gains. Boom! A 2 or 3-year-old girl's aura soared as she sat on a rock. Her emperor's might spread out like a deep sea. Soon, a lightning tribulation descended, but this little girl easily passed it. I finally broke through to martial emperor. Chirp! The little girl muttered. This little girl was none other than Bubble. In another valley, a lightning tribulation also surged. Soon, the lightning tribulation disappeared, and a youth appeared. It was Mu Yang. At this moment, a strong aura spread out from his body. That was Emperor's might. He had also broken through to martial emperor. Ha ha ha. I finally broke through to martial emperor. The next time I meet that brat Tianyun, I will definitely grind his bones to dust. Mu Yang laughed loudly, brimming with confidence. After breaking through to Martial Emperor, his strength had soared. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Of course, he did not know that Tianyun was Lu Ming. He only thought that it was Tianyun. They were not the only ones. Many people had broken through. Imperial River, Xianxia, Deathblade, Gelong, these Azure children were originally quasi-emperors. After accumulating in this place for so long, they all broke through their shackles and stepped into Martial Emperor. In fact, even some people with king bodies made breakthroughs and became Martial Emperors. There was a huge gap between quasi-emperor and Martial Emperor. It was extremely difficult to break through, requiring a long time to accumulate. If it were outside, it would not be so fast. Without 10 years of accumulation, it would be very difficult to break through. However, in this place, many people broke through in just over a year. This was a great opportunity. As for Yuan Xian and Wu Liang, who were already Martial Emperors, they took another step forward, their cultivations becoming stronger. Everyone was improving, and their strength soared. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 8 months had passed since they entered this place. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. He felt that his cultivation had reached a limit. He planned to take a break before trying to break through to Martial Emperor. This place is filled with energy. I wonder if there are any natural treasures. Why don't I check it out? Lu Ming started thinking. Others could not travel far, but he could because his physical body was too strong. He wanted to walk around. In particular, he found that this place was not flat. There was a slope, and he was in the middle of the slope. He wanted to follow the slope to the top to take a look. Lu Ming started to move. He followed the slope and went up. The slope here wasn't steep, but it did go straight up. Lu Ming also found that the higher it went, the greater the pressure. Although this increase was not large, it was indeed slowly becoming stronger. However, with Lu Ming's physical strength, he could still withstand it. Lu Ming walked along the slope for 3 days, but he didn't find anything. Everywhere was smooth and there were no living creatures, nor did he find anyone who came in from the outside. Lu Ming guessed that the people who came in from outside might be at the bottom of the slope. Lu Ming walked for another day. He suddenly realized that the ground had become flat. He seemed to have reached the highest point. As far as the eye could see, there were protruding rocks in front of them, like small hills. Of course, there were also some peaks, but there was no vegetation. And here, the origin energy of heaven and earth seemed to be denser. Lu Ming went forward. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to search. Soon, he came to a valley. There's someone. After entering the valley, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he saw 2 figures. 2 young men, who looked to be in their 20s, were sitting there cross-legged. These 2 people were very unfamiliar. Lu Ming definitely had not seen them before. They were not any of the 320 people who came in. That was because when they were waiting on the Mountain of Destiny, the 320 people had all looked at each other. With their memories, they would have an impression of each other as long as they saw each other once. However, Lu Ming did not have any impression of these 2 young men. One of the 2 young men was dressed in a black robe. He had pitch-black hair and a cold expression. The other young man had long purple hair and was extremely handsome. He had an indescribable temperament that made it hard for people to forget him after a single glance. Who are they? Why are they here? Lu Ming was very puzzled. Apart from the 320 people, there were others who came in. At this moment, the 2 young men also saw Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Who is he? He's very unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. The black-haired young man said with a cold and arrogant voice. The purple-haired young man looked thoughtful. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, could he be a prodigy of the primordial realm? Recently, I heard that some prodigies of the primordial realm have also entered this world to cultivate. Hearing the conversation between the 2, Lu Ming was shocked. What did he mean? The purple-haired young man said that he was a prodigy of the primordial realm. Could it be that he was not from the primordial realm? Could he be from the heavenly realm? Lu Ming immediately thought of the heavenly realm. But why would someone from the heavenly realm appear here? Where are you from? Heavenly realm? Or the primordial realm? The black-haired young man seemed to show a hint of interest. The primordial realm. May I ask who you are? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. As expected, you are from the primordial realm. I didn't expect that there would be someone from the primordial realm who could come here. It seems that your cultivation is not weak. I'm really curious. What is the cultivation of a prodigy of the primordial realm? The one who spoke was still the black-haired young man. After saying that, the black-haired young man got up. His eyes were full of fighting spirit as he stepped toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was surprised. It seemed that these two people were really from the heavenly realm. At the same time, Lu Ming was also speechless. They had just met and the black-haired young man looked like he was about to attack. Boom, the black-haired young man stepped forward, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. It was the Emperor's aura. The black-haired young man was a martial emperor. Come on, let me see your strength. The black-haired young man's footsteps became faster and faster. In the end, he turned into a black lightning bolt and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he blasted out a palm. A terrifying palm force blasted toward Lu Ming. The power of reincarnation. This is a son of heaven. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The black-haired young man's palm contained the law of reincarnation. Boom, Lu Ming also made his move and similarly blasted out a palm. The two people's palms blasted out, and a rumble erupted. The entire valley shook. Not bad, again. The black-haired young man's palm continued to strike out. He struck out dozens of times in a row, and the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming used the law of primal chaos to fight against his opponent. After dozens of moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. A mere quasi-emperor actually has such strong combat strength. Your physical body is so strong. Impossible. Could it be that you are a primordial body cultivator? No, that's not right. How could a primordial body cultivator cultivate the law? The black-robed young man spoke continuously, full of surprise. Even the purple-haired young man looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. This guy is so strong. Lu Ming was also quite shocked. You're not weak either. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was just speaking the truth, but the black-haired youth was not happy. His cold and arrogant face became gloomy, thinking that Lu Ming had underestimated him. Kid, I didn't use my full strength just now. Do you think you can compete with me? I'll use my full strength now. Let's see how many moves you can take. The black-haired youth said coldly, and his aura became even more oppressive. At this moment, the purple-haired youth said, Junior brother, don't make a move. Time is almost up. The black-haired youth's face changed. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, this time, I'll let you go. After saying that, he turned and left, stepping into a cave with the purple-haired youth. There was a cave in the depths of the valley. It seemed that the two youths had been waiting outside the cave for something. It seems that there's some kind of treasure in this cave. Lu Ming thought. After thinking about it, Lu Ming still did not go in. The two youths were obviously peerless geniuses of the heavenly realm. Lu Ming did not want to offend them for no reason. I'd better leave first and go elsewhere to take a look. Lu Ming thought to himself, then turned and left the valley. At this moment, he could not calm down. It seemed that this place was not simple. There were geniuses of the heavenly realm. Could it be that this corner of the world was not taken out by the elites of the primordial realm, but by the elites of the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. After that, Lu Ming walked for another 2 days and finally found a strange place in a kernel. There was a spring that looked like a devil's pool or a spirit's pool. Khanate origin chi was constantly emanating from it, and the energy was shockingly high. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He planned to let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb the energy here. As long as the energy of the Celestial Emperor's body reached a certain amount, he would be able to control it. He would not have so many scruples when doing things. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and operated the technique to control the corporeal body of heaven and earth. He began to absorb the energy here. This place was filled with innate origin energy, and the energy was frighteningly abundant. As soon as Lu Ming activated the method to control the Sky Emperor's body, the incomparably rich energy from all directions converged towards the Sky Emperor's body. Moreover, the quality of the energy here was also very high. The energy storage of the Celestial Emperor's body was rapidly increasing. At all times, he could feel the energy in the Sky Emperor's body increasing and strengthening. In a short few days, the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body reached 10%. When it reached 10%, Lu Ming would be able to control it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, he did not stop. He continued to control the Celestial Emperor's body and madly absorbed the energy. Since there was so much energy here, he might as well absorb more of it. The more energy stored, the more powerful the Celestial Emperor's physical body would be. A month later, the energy here had almost dried up. It had been completely absorbed, and the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body had reached an astonishing 36%. One must know that previously, the highest amount of energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body was only 16%. The power of 36% was absolutely terrifying and astonishing. It would be great if I could completely replenish the energy of the Celestial Emperor's body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was very tempted. If the energy of the Celestial Emperor's body reached 100%, then in the era when the Celestial Emperor did not appear, he would really be able to do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He immediately set off to look for other similar springs. Unfortunately, this kind of spring was extremely rare. Lu Ming searched for a few days in a row, but he did not find any. Lu Ming did not give up and searched for a few more days. After searching for more than 10 days in a row, Lu Ming finally gave up. Time was precious here, and he could not afford to waste any time. Lu Ming began to prepare to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. He found a secluded place, sat cross-legged, and adjusted his state. A few days later, his state reached its peak, and his essence, qi, and spirit were perfect. Lu Ming began to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. To break through to the Martial Emperor realm, one had to use the Saint Heart as the core and the laws as the core to evolve a small world. The laws were the foundation of a small world. With the laws, the small world could be constantly perfected. Therefore, first, one had to use the laws to evolve the heart of the world in the Saint Heart. Then, the heart of the world and the Saint Heart combined to evolve the small world. It was as if the world was being created. Normally, when people broke through, they would use one kind of law as the core to evolve the heart of the world. After breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, one would comprehend other laws and add other laws to the small world. The more laws added, the more the small world would be perfected. However, Lu Ming controlled 5 kinds of laws, so he had to use the 5 laws to evolve the heart of the world. Otherwise, if he only used one kind of law, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Begin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He controlled the 5 kinds of laws and sent them into the Saint Heart to evolve the heart of the world. However, at this moment, his body shook violently, and he felt as if his Saint Heart was about to burst. Even his body felt like it was being torn apart by an energy. He quickly stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. How could this be? Lu Ming's face turned ugly. When he broke through, the 5 kinds of laws entered the Saint Heart and clashed with each other, creating a terrifying force that almost exploded the Saint Heart and tore his body apart. Could it be that those below the Martial Emperor realm who cultivate many kinds of laws can't break through to the Martial Emperor realm? No, I don't believe it. Lu Ming began to adjust his breathing and heal his injured body. A few days later, his injuries were healed and he tried to break through to the Martial Emperor realm again, but he still failed. Impossible, I'll try to evolve the heart of the world with one kind of law. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up and wanted to change his strategy. However, he still failed. Because of the 5 kinds of laws, when he controlled one kind of law to evolve in the Saint Heart, the other 4 kinds of laws automatically entered. He couldn't control them even if he wanted to, and Lu Ming was injured again. How could this be? Lu Ming whispered, extremely unwilling. If he couldn't break through to the Martial Emperor realm, it would be a huge blow to him. No, maybe my cultivation isn't enough and I need to consolidate. Maybe there are other ways. I can definitely become a Martial Emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Maybe it wasn't time to break through to the Martial Emperor realm yet, so he would wait for a while. However, Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to comprehend new laws now. The more laws he comprehended, the harder it would be to break through to the martial emperor realm. There's still some time. Why don't I comprehend the use of laws? I control 5 kinds of laws. If I can create a corresponding divine skill, its power will definitely skyrocket. Lu Ming put aside the matter of breaking through to the martial emperor realm and began to think about his own combat strength. Now, his divine skills were all based on a single law, such as the chaotic divine palm, chaotic calamity finger, eyes of death, and the 3 scrolls of array principles. Moreover, the so-called fusion of laws was just a rough fusion of laws to strengthen their power. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming was using laws now as if he was using brute force. He did not unleash the wonders of laws at all. He heard Uncle Kong say that after reaching martial emperor, one could comprehend many kinds of laws. Different people would naturally have great differences in the laws they comprehended. The fusion of different laws would also give rise to different divine abilities. Those divine abilities contained several different kinds of laws and their power was shocking. It was not something that a single law divine ability could compare to. A single law divine ability could only be considered a low-level divine ability. Some laws contained many kinds of divine abilities and their power was simply earth-shattering. Above martial emperor, there were some ancient scriptures that had corresponding records. However, those ancient scriptures were shockingly valuable. There's only a single law divine ability in the chaos scripture. That's not right. Lu Ming thought of the chaos scripture. He guessed that the chaos scripture he obtained was incomplete. Logically speaking, the chaos scripture was the inheritance left behind by the chaos emperor. It definitely did not only have low-level divine abilities. It definitely had different laws and divine abilities that fused with the chaos law. Perhaps, the chaos scripture I obtained is really incomplete. Lu Ming pondered. He did not have the corresponding divine ability in his hands, so he could only rely on himself to explore. In the following time, he focused on exploring the use of fusion between different laws. Time passed very quickly. 2 years were almost up. After several months of exploration, Lu Ming finally had some gains. He discovered that it was too difficult to comprehend any divine ability between the chaos law and the death law. It was not just a saying that the strongest laws were incompatible. However, Lu Ming had created 2 different types of divine powers. Their powers were astonishing. They were respectively the fusion of the chaos law, the array path law, the devour law, and the strength law to create a divine ability. Lu Ming named it Chaos Hammer. When using this move, he could condense a giant hammer with astonishing power. In addition, with the fusion of the death law, the devour law, the array path law, and the strength law, he created a divine ability. Lu Ming named it Death Sword. After using it, it formed a battle sword that cut through everything. Of course, this was only a preliminary comprehension. The power of the various laws was not fully unleashed. To be able to reach this step in such a short time, Lu Ming's comprehension was already extremely terrifying. As he slowly cultivated and comprehended it in the future and perfected it, the mysteries of the various laws would erupt. The power of these 2 moves would become stronger and stronger. However, although it was only a preliminary comprehension, it was much stronger than purely relying on the fusion of laws. This allowed his battle prowess to increase tremendously once again. After entering this world for 2 years, Lu Ming's combat ability had improved tremendously. It's almost time. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. Buzz, all of a sudden, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. Given his current strength, he was still powerless in the face of this force. His body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a void. In front of him, there was a huge door of light. Beside him, figures flashed and appeared one after another. Autumn, autumn, bubble, bubbles, 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 bubbles. He also saw Yuan Xian, Mu Yang, and the others. When Mu Yang saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. This time, he was full of confidence. He had become a martial emperor and his strength had skyrocketed. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Many people's eyes were filled with confidence. Everyone had improved greatly. Go out. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It sounded very old. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that the owner of this world had spoken. He was definitely a terrifying expert. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had more thoughts. He had seen two geniuses from the heaven domain. The owner of this world was most likely from the heaven domain. Everyone stepped into the door of light and disappeared. Destiny Mountain. During this period, countless people had gathered. There were even more people than 2 years ago. 2 years had passed. The Battle of the Ten Lands was about to begin. Also, 320 geniuses had entered the world left behind by the primordial world. How much had they gained? How much had their strength improved? Could it be that many people had already stepped into the martial emperor realm? Everyone was very curious. In the sky above the mountain peak, figures shrouded in divine light stood there like gods. These were all martial emperors from all over the world. Uncle Kong had arrived at the primordial mountain and stood together with martial emperor Wu Xiang. In addition, martial emperors Heng, He, and Tian Luo had all arrived. Not only that, but many experts from the various sacred grounds had also come. For example, the ancient moon sacred ground had sent people to participate in the first battle of the Ten Lands since the ancient times. Everyone was waiting quietly. Suddenly, a door of light appeared in the sky. They're coming out. Everyone revealed a look of anticipation as they looked at the door of light. Not long after, figures walked out of the door of light and stood in the void. 320 people, not one more, not one less. There has indeed been great progress. Many people have stepped into the martial emperor realm. The martial emperors and true emperors looked carefully and revealed a look of shock. Given the cultivation level of a great emperor and a true emperor, it was not difficult for them to see through the cultivation level of Lu Ming and the rest. Alright, 2 years have passed. The Battle of the Ten Lands will now begin. Everyone, step back a little. A white-haired old man stepped out, his voice echoing in all directions. He was the host of this gathering, an old monster from Destiny City. Everyone retreated, including the martial emperors, leaving the Destiny Mountain empty. The white-haired old man waved his hand and light filled the sky above the mountain. Stone platforms appeared out of thin air. Each stone platform was very large, like a battle stage. There were a total of 320 pieces. The next competition is very simple. Each of you will choose a stone platform and step on it. There are formations set up on these stone platforms, and they operate according to their own rules. As soon as you step onto them, the stone platforms will move. Whenever 2 stone platforms collide with each other, the 2 participants will face off against one another until the top 10 are determined. The white-haired old man announced. Everyone's eyes flashed. So that was the rule. But didn't this rule have a lot to do with luck? However, many people had confident looks in their eyes. They were confident in their own strength and believed that they could defeat any opponent they met. This time, everyone had gained a lot. They were all eager to show off their strength in front of countless people. I'll go first. Someone moved. A tall and sturdy figure rushed onto a stone platform. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming also casually chose a stone platform and stepped onto it. When Lu Ming stepped onto the stone platform, he discovered that there was a force on the stone platform that enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a person stood on each of the 320 stone platforms. Then, all the stone platforms slowly began to move as if they had formed some kind of pattern. Soon, 2 of the stone platforms flew toward the center and collided with each other. On the 2 stone platforms, the gazes of the 2 youths collided, both filled with intense battle intent. Boom! Boom! Powerful auras erupted from both of them, as if a long river surrounded their bodies. Quasi-emperors. Both of their cultivations were at the quasi-emperor realm. It's one of the monarch Dao's laws of destruction, both of them are the same. Someone cried out, recognizing the laws of both of them. The 2 youths actually controlled the same laws. We both control the law of destruction, but you're not my match. One of them said, very confident. You're the one who's going to lose. The other person was also very confident. Boom, the 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. Both of them had reached the quasi-emperor realm, and their combat strength was astonishing. Moreover, they had grasped the same kind of law, and their cultivation was similar, so their combat strength was not much different. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and the battle continued for more than 200 rounds before the victor was decided. In the end, one of them was slightly better and defeated his opponent, sending his opponent flying out of the stone platform. After his victory, his stone platform brought him back to the center of the others, while the stone platform of the defeated person turned to dust and dissipated. The defeated person was very unwilling to accept this. He became the first person to be eliminated in the Battle of 10 Lands. There was a simple rule for this competition. That was, one could admit defeat before the competition. If one did not admit defeat, once the battle began, one would be responsible for one's own life and death. Of course, one could also rush off the stone platform and admit defeat. After the first round ended, the stone platforms began to spin again. Soon, 2 more stone platforms flew toward the center and collided with each other. Boom, the 2 youths on the stone platforms directly engaged in an intense battle. Without a doubt, they were also 2 people with the Monarch Dao. In fact, those who could enter the top 80 in each battle zone were all people with the Monarch Dao, and their cultivation was not weak. After cultivating for another 2 years in that world, the weakest of them all advanced to Quasi-Emperor. What was surprising was that the nomological laws that these 2 monarch bodies controlled were the same. Could it be because of the stone platform? Lu Ming thought of the stone platform. Previously, when he stepped on the stone platform, there was a wave of energy that enveloped him. Would that energy be able to sense the laws? Or perhaps, there were other uses. Not only Lu Ming, but the others also thought so. As expected, the majority of the people who fought next all grasped the same laws. This was to let those with the same type of law determine the victor. So powerful, they are all quasi-emperors. Moreover, he's already at the stage where he's about to evolve a small world. He's about to become an emperor. Many people sighed. Indeed, in these 2 years, everyone had made great progress. Many people had not become great emperors, but they were not far from it. Some of the youths were especially envious. There were some people whose cultivation levels were about the same as theirs before, but now, the gap between them had completely widened. Some people were still stuck at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Even though there were a few who had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm in the past 2 years, they were still far from evolving a small world. The battle was very intense. In each battle, the difference in cultivation levels was not big. Moreover, the laws were the same. At least 100 moves were needed to determine the victor. Half a day later, only 10 pairs of people had fought. In the 11th battle, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. 2 years ago, he was already a quasi-emperor. It was normal for him to take the opportunity to break through this time. His opponent was also a martial emperor who controlled the law of force. The 2 of them clashed with each other. However, in the end, Long Chen cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant body. His combat strength was stronger, and he defeated his opponent in a violent manner. This was the first time that there was such a great disparity in strength between 2 people of the same law and the same level. The bloodlines of the top 10 battle beasts are indeed extraordinary. Indeed, it is said that the further they advance, the more extraordinary they are. After reaching the martial emperor realm, they will be even stronger. Some of the older generation people discussed. The battle continued. After that, Lu Ming saw that Huangli, Luo Xiang, Autumn Moon, and the others had gone up one by one. Huangli, Luo Xiang, Autumn Moon, and the others had indeed broken through the shackles and reached the martial emperor realm. They were one-star illusionary emperors. They had also defeated their opponents. However, the crowd could also see that most of the battles were of the same law. However, it was not absolute. There were also battles between different laws. It was very exciting. Lu Ming was dazzled by the various laws of the King Dao. This was indeed a great era. In the past, there were very few laws of the King Dao. However, they had all appeared now. The battles continued for a few days and people were constantly eliminated. There were no rules in the battles. It was not like one could wait for the others to finish their battles after one battle. It was not like that. Some people had just finished their battles and it was their turn again after a few battles. It was completely based on the independent movement of the stone platform. Some people were unlucky and encountered terrifying geniuses at the beginning. For example, some people encountered Yuan Xian, Wu Liang, Ancient Demon, and the others. They were almost defeated in one move and could not resist at all. Lu Ming also saw Xianxia and Ouyang Moli make their moves. After all, the two of them had not cultivated for long and were considered rising stars. They had not broken through to the martial emperor realm. However, they had reached the stage of evolving small worlds and were only one step away from the martial emperor realm. As long as they consolidated for a while, they would be able to break through. They easily defeated their opponents. The stone platform moved. Lu Ming drifted forward and collided with the stone platform. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight. Lu Ming's first opponent was a quasi-emperor with a martial emperor physique. "Do you want to admit defeat?" Lu Ming asked seriously. Lu Ming was not interested in a quasi-emperor with a martial emperor physique. The difference was too great. "If you want me to admit defeat, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so." The opponent sneered. It was a young man wrapped in a black robe. His face was pale. At this moment, he took out a staff. "Curse, weakening. Curse, deadly poison. Curse, corrosion." The young man immediately made his move. He waved his staff and a stream of energy suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body and shrouded him. "This is the law of curses." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. The law of curses was an extremely rare law of kings. It was very strange and very powerful. With the power of curses, it could kill people without leaving a trace. A stream of strange energy from his body desperately drilled into Lu Ming's body. An ordinary quasi-emperor physique would not be able to withstand it. Right now, Lu Ming's physical body was too strong. His essence energy surged, and his blood qi was like a furnace. Every muscle of his body was filled with explosive power. Roar. Lu Ming's body moved and a dragon's roar could be heard from his body. Every pore on his body spewed out blood and qi like flames. The strange energy that shrouded his body turned into smoke and dissipated with a sizzling sound. How can this be? The expression of the youth who controlled the curse law changed drastically. He wanted to use the curse law again to deal with Lu Ming. "Get down," Lu Ming said as he threw a punch. This punch was a punch of pure physical strength. This punch was like a meteor crashing into the sea. Space exploded like the sea, forming circular ripples that pressed towards the other party. The other party grunted and went flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and flew out of the platform. This was after Lu Ming held back. Otherwise, he would have killed the other party. Lu Ming easily obtained victory. However, although Xiaoqun instantly defeated the other party, he did not attract too much attention. Although the curse law was strange and profound, that youth was only a quasi-emperor. Anyone present who was a martial emperor could kill him in one move. "Humph. You only defeated a quasi-emperor. I really hope that you can run into me." Mu Yang smiled coldly, and his gaze turned even colder. He really hoped that he could run into Lu Ming. Then, he could kill Lu Ming and wash away his previous humiliation. Lu Ming originally thought that his stone platform would move back. Unexpectedly, his stone platform did not move back. Instead, it moved and met with another stone platform. Consecutive battles, many people were stunned for a moment before their expressions turned grave. This was the first time someone fought consecutively. They could not help being on guard. With the movement of the stone platforms, it seemed like anything was possible. They had to conserve their energy in the following battles. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage if they fought consecutively. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was a short-haired youth. He had sharp eyes and looked very valiant. Boom! Without any superfluous words, the other party directly burst forth with a terrifying aura. The aura brought about a strong wind as it pressed towards Lu Ming. Martial Emperor, the other party was a martial emperor with a king body. Mu Yang's eyes lit up. A martial emperor with a royal body would most likely be able to test out Lu Ming's strength. Not only Mu Yang, but some of the people from the Southern Theater of Operations were also moved. 2 years ago, Lu Ming's battle prowess was absolute. He was able to defeat Mu Yang and was called a seed expert. Many people wanted to know what realm he had reached 2 years later. Burial earth, be buried for me. The other party made a move. His body moved horizontally. In the process of moving, his body seemed to have transformed into a stone tablet, suppressing Lu Ming. This stone tablet was extremely similar to a tombstone. Dong, Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched out, slamming it into the tombstone. The tombstone trembled and was sent flying, reverting back to its human form. Kill! The short-haired young man roared and charged at Lu Ming again. This time, his body glowed and a layer of black light emanated from his body. He waved his hands and pieces of tombstones appeared one by one, constantly suppressing Lu Ming. Burial Earth Law. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Today, he had seen some mysterious laws. The Burial Earth Law could bury everything and kill it. Its power was extremely shocking. The short-haired young man used the Burial Earth Law to turn into a tombstone. He wanted to bury Lu Ming. The short-haired young man had already stepped into the martial emperor realm. His strength had soared, and he was much stronger than the genius who controlled the curse law. Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched out continuously, shattering the tombstones in the air. In the end, the short-haired young man's attack reached its peak. Large tombstones appeared in the sky, and he wanted to bury Lu Ming. The power was extremely terrifying. If someone of the same level was buried in the tombstones, it would be difficult for them to come out. Boom, an even more shocking aura erupted from Lu Ming's body as the death law permeated the air. This caused the other genius's eyes to narrow. Each of the Elysian children was not simple. They were worthy of attention as they were their opponents to enter the top 10. The death chi on Lu Ming's body became thicker and thicker. Finally, it turned into a long river that surrounded him. The laws formed a river. He has not yet become a martial emperor, just a quasi-emperor. Many people let out a long breath, relaxing. A quasi-emperor was not to be feared. He was destined to be a supporting character. Haha. After being in that small world for 2 years, he is still only a quasi-emperor. It looks like his talent is really lacking. Mu Yang rejoiced and could not help but mock. Humph. Even if his cultivation is low, he can still beat you up. Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Xianxia was indignant and mocked. Although she did not recognize Lu Ming had helped them 2 years ago. She had a good impression of Lu Ming. Seeing Mu Yang mock Lu Ming, she also mocked him. At the mention of being beaten up, Mu Yang's expression turned unsightly as he said, "That was then and this is now." He does have some strength. However, if he meets me now, only death awaits him. I will make him die a miserable death. One step ahead, one step ahead. I have already become a martial emperor, but he is still a quasi-emperor. He will never be a match for me. Mu Yang smiled coldly, filled with confidence. Lu Xianxiang snorted coldly but did not say anything. At this moment, Lu Ming and the short-haired youth had already started fighting again. Lu Ming executed the death law, greatly increasing his combat prowess. When he executed the death eye, it was like combat weapons flew out of his eyes and destroyed the other party's tomb. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming charged over like a barbaric dragon, breaking through the other party's defenses and sending the short-haired youth flying off the stage. Lu Ming obtained victory in this battle. Did you see that? Even though he has not become a martial emperor, he can still defeat a martial emperor. Seeing that Lu Ming had won, Lu Xianxiang revealed a look of joy and gave Mu Yang a mocking look. It's just defeating a martial emperor. What's the big deal? Mu Yang smiled faintly. Although he said so, there was a trace of solemnity in his heart. Being able to defeat a martial emperor with a martial emperor's martial emperor physique was enough to prove how terrifying Lu Ming was. However, he was still confident that he could beat Lu Ming. There was still a big gap between a martial emperor and an Elysian child. After this battle, Lu Ming's stone platform was sent back. The battle continued. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Now, half of the original 320 stone platforms were left. Half of the participants had already been eliminated. At this moment, Luo Xiang encountered a terrifying opponent. Although Luo Xiang had already become a martial emperor, his opponent this time was also a martial emperor. Moreover, it was an Elysian child. There was no suspense in this battle. Although Luo Xiang tried his best and executed the speed law to the extreme, it was useless. His opponent directly broke through his speed law with terrifying strength and defeated Luo Xiang in a crushing manner. However, his opponent had no enmity with Luo Xiang. He only injured him and did not kill him. The subsequent battles became more and more brutal. Out of the 320 people, half of them were martial emperors. This was extremely shocking. 2 years ago, there were only a few people who had reached the martial emperor realm. But now, half of them had reached the martial emperor realm. One could imagine how much progress they had made in that world. Thus, the crowd could not help but think about how strong those who had reached the martial emperor realm 2 years ago were. Everyone looked at Destiny's Child, Yuan Xian, Wu Liang and the others. These people were martial emperors 2 years ago. Now, they were even more unfathomable. They stood calmly on the stone platform. Previously, they had also made a move, but their opponent's strength was too low, and they were all easily killed by them. Many people started to re-evaluate the seated experts. They started to guess which 10 people would be able to enter the top 10. As for Lu Ming, he was naturally excluded. In the eyes of others, Lu Ming had not reached the martial emperor realm and had already been eliminated from the competition. The battles became more intense. They were all martial emperors. Moreover, those who were fighting were at least king bodies. Although many of them were one-star empty emperors, the Elysian children with king bodies were much stronger than ordinary one-star empty emperors. Many people were eliminated. Long Chen, Huang Li, Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the others were eliminated one after another. They had all encountered terrifying opponents, the Elysian children. Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli were also eliminated. Their cultivations were still too weak and they had not reached the martial emperor realm. It was difficult for them to compete with the Elysian children who had reached the martial emperor realm. Fortunately, they were all fine. At most, they were injured. This made Lu Ming feel relieved. Boom, Mu Yang fought. He was indeed powerful. A martial emperor with king body was almost killed by him. Half of his body was turned into nothingness. The martial emperor with king body rushed out of the stone platform with difficulty and escaped death. After Mu Yang won, he cast a provocative look at Lu Ming. It was obvious that he was provoking him. Tianyun, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, you're dead. Mu Yang sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even look at Mu Yang, directly ignoring him. After that, Lu Ming was unsure if he was lucky or unlucky, but in the next few days, he only went to battle once. He encountered a cultivator with a monarch body who had achieved the martial monarch realm and defeated him. On the 10th day of the duel, there were only 50 people left. The reason why it was so slow was mainly because there were many people with similar cultivation levels. The battle was incomparably intense, and it was not easy to determine victory or defeat. There were even people who fought fiercely for half a day before victory or defeat was decided. It was extremely bitter. The remaining 50 people were all terrifying geniuses. There weren't many people left with king bodies, and most of them were Elysian children. Of the 10 lands, with the exception of the wasteland, each of the other 9 lands had a few Elysian children, especially the Divine Fate lands, which had even more. In total, there were more than 50 Elysian children. More than 50 Elysian children gathered in one era. This was something that had never happened in the primordial realm. Legend had it that such a grand occasion had only occurred in the heaven realm in the distant past. Of the remaining 50 or so people, only Lu Ming was at the quasi-emperor realm. That quasi-emperor is called Tianyun? That's right. His name is Tianyun. His luck is pretty good. He hasn't encountered anyone too strong. Yes, his luck has come to an end. There are almost no weaklings. His combat strength is astonishing among his peers. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Without achieving the martial monarch realm, he will be eliminated in the end. Around them, some people were discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment, 2 more stone platforms collided. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Even Lu Ming revealed an expectant look. This was because one of the 2 people was the ancient demon. Lu Ming knew very well that the ancient demon cultivated the ancient demon path, and his combat strength was extremely powerful. After 4 to 5 years, the ancient demon would definitely be even more shocking. His combat strength would definitely be unfathomable. The other person was definitely not weak. He was also an Elysian child. Like Xianxia, he controlled the law of life and had also broken through to the martial monarch realm. This would be a battle between the strong. The two of them did not say anything else and directly attacked. The Elysian child controlled the law of life. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with vines as thick as an arm. Each of the vines was extremely tough, like a divine sword, and their killing power was shocking. However, the ancient demon was stronger. His entire body was covered with a layer of demonic light. The demonic light condensed into a battle saber in his hand. He directly charged into the vines that filled the sky. As the battle saber slashed down, the vines were constantly shattered. Some of the vines wrapped around his body, but they were directly shattered by the demonic light on his body. Strong, too strong, as soon as he attacked, the ancient demon had an absolute advantage. He broke through the layers of obstacles and charged at his opponent. The other party used all his strength but was still at a disadvantage. It was difficult for him to match up. This stunned many people. They found it hard to believe. What's going on with him? Why can't I feel the fluctuations of laws on his body? Some youths had never heard of the ancient demon path. At this moment, they shouted in surprise. This should be the ancient demon path, the ancient demon path. An older generation figure spoke and explained. This shocked many people and made them somewhat disappointed. The ancient demon path was so powerful that it could suppress the Elysian child. Don't be discouraged. Now that the law path is flourishing, it naturally has its advantages. The ancient demon path is not so easy to cultivate. That's right. The ancient demon path's cultivation conditions are extremely harsh. Moreover, not every ancient demon path's cultivation system is so powerful. The ancient demon is obviously a peerless genius who cultivates the ancient demon path. Some older generation figures explained so that the youths would not be discouraged. At this moment, the ancient demon's attacks were becoming more and more violent. The demonic light on his body was condensed to the extreme. It was unstoppable and constantly broke through his opponent's attacks and defenses. Pung, in the end, both sides exchanged dozens of blows. The opponent was no match for the ancient demon and was sent flying. An Elysian child who had stepped into the martial emperor realm had been defeated. The Elysian child had always been synonymous with invincibility. Apart from other Elysian children, no one could be a match for them. However, today, he had been defeated by a genius from the ancient demon path. This ancient demon is too strong. His attack power is unparalleled. There is a high chance that he will enter the top 10. Yes, there is a high chance that he will be one of the top 10. Many people were optimistic about the ancient demon. Next, after a few more battles, the remaining Elysians with keen bodies were all defeated and eliminated. Bubble is going to attack. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He saw Bubble's stone platform move forward and collide with another stone platform. Such a small child, she shouldn't be from the human race. Someone looked at Bubble. She looked to be 2 or 3 years old. She was pink and extremely cute. Some young women's eyes lit up. They wished that they could hug Bubble in their arms and fiercely love her. She is not from the human race. This little girl's origin is very shocking. Many people were even more curious when they heard what the older great emperor said. Senior, what is her true form? Someone asked. You'll know when you see it. She'll most likely reveal her true form in this battle. The great emperor smiled. Bubble's opponent was a very tall and sturdy man. He was almost 3 meters tall and had muscles all over his body like a dragon. In front of him, Bubbles really looked like a small dot. Little fella, reveal your true form. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill you when you're so tiny. The burly man said in a low, muffled voice. Big fella, don't think that you can defeat me just because you're big. If you want me to reveal my true form, we'll have to see what you're capable of. Bubble pouted, her face full of disdain. Little fella, let's see how capable you are. The burly man grinned. In the next moment, he charged at Bubble like a mountain. Boom, he threw out a punch, causing the void to tremble. He was a son of primordial chaos who controlled the primordial law. "I'll spit it out," Bubble exclaimed. She opened her small mouth and blew out a transparent bubble that enveloped her opponent. At the same time, Bubble's figure flashed and disappeared. However, the void rippled. The space shattered like a mirror and turned into terrifying sharp swords that slashed at the burly man. "Space-time law!" The burly man roared and threw out punches. The transparent bubble shattered and then blasted at the spatial swords. However, when he threw out his fist, the speed of his fist became extremely slow. It was as slow as a turtle. Everyone knew that the burly man was affected by the time law. The time in the void had slowed down, causing the speed of his fist to become extremely slow. "Break it!" The burly man roared and the primordial law erupted. The primordial law was very similar to the primordial law. It was as heavy as a mountain and every move contained boundless power. The burly man wanted to break through the restraints of Bubble's space-time law with absolute power. As expected, the burly man unleashed his full strength. The speed of his fist suddenly increased and blasted all the spatial swords. The fist did not stop and continued to attack Bubble. However, the space-time law was unpredictable. Bubble's figure flashed and disappeared. She shuttled through the void and appeared behind the burly man. She continued to attack him. After Bubble broke through to Martial Emperor, her usage of the space-time laws became even more profound. Her various unfathomable means were stronger than before. Space-time spirit rats were born with the ability to control space-time laws. The further they advanced, the more terrifying their control over space-time became. Otherwise, how could the space-time spirit mouse be known as one of the top 10 beasts? Boom, the burly young man quickly turned around and blasted backward. However, Bubble's figure disappeared again. Just like that, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows before the burly youth gradually lost his patience. "Xiao Budian, if you continue to waste time with me, neither of us will be able to do anything to each other," the burly young man roared. "Who said that?" "Chirp!" Bubble shouted and suddenly appeared above the burly man. Both of his hands were waving non-stop. With the burly man as the center, the void rippled like water and transformed into a wave of killing power that shot towards the burly man. Furthermore, with the acceleration of the power of time, the spatial slaughter energy was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of the burly young man. The burly young man was shocked. He quickly set up layers of defenses around his body to block Bubble's attack. Rumbling sounds could be heard. At that moment, Bubble opened his small mouth and continuously spat out bubbles. Hundreds of transparent bubbles appeared and then disappeared. The next moment, all of them shrouded the burly young man. The big bubbles covered the small bubbles and shrouded the burly young man in layers. "Break, break, break!" The burly young man continued to bombard the bubbles, trying to break them. When he smashed all these transparent bubbles, Bubbles stopped and looked at him with a smile, saying, "Big guy, you lost, chirp chirp." "What?" The burly young man was stunned. Then, he looked around and his face turned bitter. It turned out that he had unknowingly left the range of the stone platform. Leaving the stone platform meant that he had lost. "Senior, didn't you say that she would reveal her true form?" Someone asked the senior from before. This little guy is very smart. When the opponent was careless, she used the space-time laws to move the opponent's body out of the battle platform. I thought that she could only win by revealing her true form. The old man explained awkwardly. Bubble has become stronger. As expected, following me has restrained her and prevented her from unlocking the potential of the space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming smiled. After Bubble won, the stone platform flew back. The burly young man's stone platform turned to dust and dissipated. He could only withdraw helplessly. He had reached the end of this battle of 10 Earths. Next, every battle was very exciting. It could be said that it was a battle between the strong. There were even Elysian children of the same laws fighting fiercely. Lu Ming saw Yuhi fighting against another child of reincarnation. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves before Yuhi won with difficulty. However, he was also seriously injured. After winning, he hurriedly healed his injuries. There was also Deathblade who fought against his opponent. After exchanging a few hundred moves, he also won with difficulty. However, there were a few people who won easily. For example, Monk Wuliang was now stronger. He defeated an Elysian child of the martial emperor realm in a crushing manner. Yuan Xian was the same. He was strong and domineering. In less than 10 moves, he finished his battle. However, the one who made Lu Ming's expression the most serious was the Child of Destiny. This time, there were many geniuses. There were dozens of Elysian children, but only one of them controlled the law of destiny. Only Lu Ming and Yuan Xian controlled the law of primal chaos. They had the fewest people among the Elysian children. The Child of Destiny was too strong and unfathomable. It was difficult to measure his combat strength. The reason for that was because his fighting style was too peculiar and too shocking. When he fought with his opponent, he only said one sentence and his opponent was defeated. He said that his opponent was destined to be defeated. Then, his opponent was inexplicably injured and sent flying off the stone platform. This fighting style was simply inconceivable. It shocked countless people. Controlling the law of destiny can control the fate of all things in the world, an older emperor said. Countless people were shocked. Controlling the law of destiny could really control the fate of all things in the world. Didn't that mean that whoever he said would die would die? If that was the case, wouldn't it be too terrifying? He was like a god that ruled over everything. However, another emperor said. In order to use the law of destiny, one had to rely on one's own strength. For example, the Child of Destiny was now in the Void Emperor realm. It was impossible for him to kill a true emperor. The other party's strength was enough to withstand the law of destiny's attack. Everyone nodded. This made sense. Otherwise, the law of destiny would be too terrifying. The competition continued and there were only a few dozen stone platforms left moving in the sky. As time passed, the number became fewer and fewer. After that, a few more people attracted everyone's attention. A true dragon was incomparably powerful and had unparalleled offensive power. However, there were no fluctuations of laws on his body. A great emperor deduced that he cultivated the immemorial path of demons. The immemorial path of demons was also a type of immemorial path of demons. There was another person who was completely black and looked like an iron tower. He had boundless strength and there seemed to be no energy fluctuations on his body. He only relied on the strength of his physical body to send a martial emperor realm Elysian child flying out of the battle platform. Everyone was shocked. Some great emperors speculated that this should also be a type of immemorial path of demons, immemorial body cultivators. They specialized in body cultivation and the strength of their physical body had reached an earth-shattering level. Some great emperors explained that in the immemorial path of demons, there were body cultivators who could strike down the stars in the sky with just their physical body. It was terrifying to the extreme. There was a burst of discussion. The Battle of the Ten Lands was really unexpected. There were too many experts. Even geniuses of the immemorial path of demons appeared one after another. Immemorial path of demons, immemorial path of demons, immemorial body cultivators appeared one after another and suppressed the Elysian child. Many people speculated that the three of them could enter the top 10. Then, Lu Ming saw that Xianxia also defeated his opponent. After coming out of the Lotus world, Xianxia had disappeared and never appeared again. However, there was no doubt that this person who had always been the number one genius of Yuan Mountain had become stronger. His opponent was also an Elysian child, but he still defeated his opponent in a domineering manner, attracting attention. After Xianxia had defeated his opponent, the stone platform under Lu Ming's feet moved forward. Is it finally my turn? Mu Yang. Lu Ming whispered and then his expression became interesting. The reason for that was because the other stone platform that moved over was actually Mu Yang. What a coincidence, a wisp of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. As for Mu Yang himself, he was also stunned. Then, a cold killing intent spread out like a blade. Bang! The two stone platforms collided. Haha, Tianyun, you're really unlucky. This time, I'll make sure you die miserably. Mu Yang let out a cold laugh. He was too excited, he had been looking forward to meeting Lu Ming. He did not expect that he would really meet him. This time, he was going to avenge himself. Why do I feel like I'm very lucky? Lu Ming smiled. Tianyun encountered Mu Yang. 2 years ago, Mu Yang was defeated by Tianyun and was almost eliminated. However, in the past 2 years, Tianyun did not seem to have improved much and did not break through to the martial emperor realm. On the other hand, Mu Yang has already become a martial emperor. His battle prowess is definitely above Tianyun's. In the battle between geniuses, combat power is important, but so is potential. It seems that Tianyun's potential is not good enough. His future achievements will be limited. Some people were discussing. Some people felt that although Lu Ming's battle prowess was strong, his potential was not enough. Even if he could become a great emperor in the future, it would probably be very difficult for him to achieve much. Bang! Bang! Mu Yang stepped towards Lu Ming. His martial emperor cultivation was fully displayed. His aura swept towards Lu Ming like a gale. In such an environment, you still have not broken through to the martial emperor realm. You are really a piece of trash. In the future, you will never be my opponent. No, there is no future. Today, you will die. Mu Yang sneered as his aura grew stronger. You talk too much. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and charged towards Mu Yang. His eyes were filled with the light of death as he attacked fiercely. Mu Yang wanted to continue acting tough, but he did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. He did not follow the rules at all. He roared and retreated rapidly. His hands pressed forward, and the law of nothingness destroyed Lu Ming's attack. Even if you sneak attack, you are still not my opponent. Ah! Mu Yang wanted to ridicule Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's attack power suddenly increased. His speed also increased. He directly smashed Mu Yang's attack and slapped Mu Yang's face. Mu Yang let out a miserable scream as his body flew out like a sandbag. He almost flew off the stone platform. He was too miserable. His face was already badly mangled, almost exploding. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Lu Ming so strong that he could actually beat Mu Yang? Despicable man, it was just a sneak attack. Some Mu clan experts refused to admit their mistake. Ah, I will kill you. Mu Yang roared and dashed toward Lu Ming as if he had gone mad. He exploded with all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming. A sea formed by the law of nothingness enveloped Lu Ming. Originally, he thought that he could easily beat Lu Ming. He did not expect that he would be beaten so badly by Lu Ming at the start of the battle. He was mad with hatred and wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming stood motionless, allowing the sea of nothingness to envelop him. Die for me. Mu Yang roared and exploded with power. His small world revolved. The power of his small world and the law of nothingness worked together to turn Lu Ming into nothingness. However, a river of law revolved around Lu Ming's body, constantly blocking the invasion of the law of nothingness. It's just a river of law. You can't stop me. Die. Mu Yang roared. The sea of nothingness transformed into all kinds of attacking power and attacked Lu Ming. Is that so? Then what if I add another kind? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Suddenly, another river of law appeared on his body. This was a river of law formed by the law of Array Dao. 2 rivers of law revolved around him. How is this possible? Mu Yang roared in disbelief. Hadn't Lu Ming not broken through to Martial Emperor? How could he control 2 kinds of law? 2 kinds of law? How is this possible? He hasn't broken through to Martial Emperor, but he can control 2 kinds of law. One is the strongest law, and the other is the law of kings. The scene was in an uproar. Many people shouted in shock. Being able to control 2 kinds of law without breaking through to Martial Emperor was beyond their imagination. Only the Martial Emperors were calm. They were not surprised. Many people had seen Lu Ming's previous attacks. Today, I'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. His arms shook, and the 2 kinds of law merged. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Mu Yang's sea of nothingness shook violently and then exploded. Lu Ming had 5 kinds of law perfection. After 5 rounds of tempering, his physical body and saint energy were too strong, far surpassing those of the same level. Just his physical body and saint energy were already powerful. Now that he had merged the law of death and the law of array Dao, he exploded and broke Mu Yang's sea of nothingness. Mu Yang's body shook violently, and he almost vomited blood. Swoosh, Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning. He approached Mu Yang and struck out with his palm. Mu Yang tried his best to block, but it was useless. His arm collided with Lu Ming's arm, and it almost broke. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood flowed. Bam! Bam! Ah! Mu Yang screamed miserably, his face was filled with fear. He turned around and fled, trying to escape from the stone platform. But how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? He must kill Mu Yang. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and caught up with Mu Yang in an instant. He blasted a palm on Mu Yang's back. Mu Yang screamed miserably. His body was penetrated and there was a big hole that penetrated the front and back of his body. Now, his arms were crippled, his body was penetrated, his battle prowess was greatly reduced, he was even less able to contend against Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming leaped up and kicked Mu Yang's face. Mu Yang's body slammed heavily onto the stone platform, causing the stone platform to rumble. A series of cracking sounds could be heard from his body. Dozens of bones were broken. Then, Lu Ming stepped on Mu Yang's face, making him unable to move. This is very similar to the first time Mu Yang challenged Lu Ming. He was also trampled on by Lu Ming and lost all his face. Ah, Tianyun, I must kill you. I want you to die without a burial ground. Mu Yang crazily roared, he has really gone crazy. Before the great battle, he was still acting all high and mighty, saying that Lu Ming would definitely die a horrible death. He even mocked Lu Ming for being a good-for-nothing with no potential, unable to break through to martial emperor, and that Lu Ming would never be his match. But now, how many moves has it been since the battle started? He is like a wild dog being trampled on by Lu Ming. This kind of humiliation is driving him crazy. You still dare to threaten me in this kind of situation? Lu Ming was indifferent, he waved his hand and 2 rays of light bombarded Mu Yang's legs, causing them to explode. Ah! Mu Yang let out a hysterical miserable shriek. Although with his current cultivation, even if only his head was left, he could regrow his flesh and restore his body. But this kind of pain is real. Now, his 4 limbs were crippled, his body was penetrated, he suffered heavy injuries, he is in incomparable pain. Tianyun, you dare to kill me? The experts of my Mu clan are right here. If you dare to kill me, you'll have to face the revenge of my Mu clan. Mu Yang roared, he was certain that Lu Ming would not dare to kill him. He stared viciously at Lu Ming. As long as he didn't die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future, no matter what method he had to use. Bang! Lu Ming's expression became cold, and he directly stomped down. Mu Yang's head was like a watermelon that exploded. Then, a soul flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. It was Mu Yang's soul. At that moment, fear filled the face of Mu Yang's soul. He never thought that Lu Ming would actually dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Mu clan's revenge? You're courting death. The experts of the Mu clan were truly enraged. Someone roared, his aura shocking. It was as if the entire world was trembling. Without a doubt, this was a great emperor from the Mu clan. Mu Yang was done for. His physical body was completely destroyed, and only his soul was left. Even if he was reborn, he would not have the same achievements as before. This made the experts of the Mu clan furious. They immediately wanted to attack and kill Lu Ming. But in the next moment, at least 10 cold gazes swept towards the great emperor of the Mu clan. The great emperor of the Mu clan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He was instantly extinguished, and his aura was retracted. This was the Battle of 10 Earths. The great emperors of various regions were gathered here, and no one was allowed to disturb them. If he attacked, a group of great emperors would probably attack and kill him. Tianyun, you'd better let Mu Yang go. The great emperor of the Mu clan did not dare to attack, and could only threaten. Lu Ming sneered, too lazy to care. Tianyun, let me go. I beg you, let me go. At this moment, Mu Yang was truly afraid. He knew that he had encountered a lawless person who was not afraid of him at all. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. He had no intention of letting Mu Yang go. With Mu Yang's personality, letting him go might be more dangerous. He would definitely take revenge and would not give up. So, what was the difference whether he let Mu Yang go or not? If I let you go, you'll find assassins from the Nation of Death to assassinate me? Lu Ming said coldly. Mu Yang was stunned, then his face twisted with disbelief. In the end, he shouted hysterically, "You're Lu Ming, you're not dead." Mu Yang's scream spread in all directions and everyone heard it. Many people were stunned. What? He's Lu Ming, the son of Chaos Lu Ming? Didn't the people from the Nation of Death say that they've already killed Lu Ming? Is he not dead? Many people discussed in shock. At this moment, the eyes of the son of Chaos Xianxia shone like two stars as he looked at Lu Ming. Xingxi's energy burst out and his body was bathed in white light as he stared at Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were overjoyed. Master, it must be Master. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were also overjoyed. They finally understood why Lu Ming had helped them. They didn't know who he was, but Lu Ming helped them. They were puzzled before, but now they finally understood. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. So, he's Lu Ming. Some Emperor Realm experts whispered. They had already seen through Lu Ming's true appearance, but they hadn't seen Lu Ming before, so they didn't know that he was Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't hide it. His body began to change, revealing his true appearance. It's really Lu Ming. Some people who had seen Lu Ming before exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha ha, I told you, how could Lu Ming die? Huang Li laughed. Death Nation, they really know how to blow their own trumpet. Ouyang Wushuang also laughed. Young Master, Qiu Yu was overjoyed. Some people who were familiar with Lu Ming were overjoyed. Although they didn't believe that Lu Ming was dead, they couldn't help but worry. Death Nation, an assassin organization, was too terrifying. They were afraid that it might be true. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were finally relieved. Why isn't he dead? The countenances of some of Lu Ming's enemies changed and they became very ugly. Experts from Hing family, He family, Daluo Heaven sect, Wan family, Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces stood in the crowd, feeling indignant and regretful. They couldn't wait for Lu Ming to be killed. This was especially so for the forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He was giving them too much pressure and they were very worried. It's really you. The son of chaos, Yuan Xian, was shrouded in chaotic light. He was like a god of war, staring at Lu Ming. He had been invincible all his life and rarely suffered losses. However, during the assessment of Hunyuan sect, he suffered a great loss. He was defeated by Lu Ming and lost the last inheritance. Moreover, the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor was also in the hands of Lu Ming. He and Lu Ming were bound to fight. That's not right. How could he be Lu Ming? Isn't he the son of death who controls the law of death? Someone calmed down and finally found the problem. Lu Ming used the law of death previously. However, Lu Ming was the son of chaos. The scene was very lively and many people were discussing. Now, it suddenly quieted down and there was no sound at all. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. They couldn't wait to see through Lu Ming. Even those great emperors were the same. Huang Ling and those who were close to Lu Ming were also the same. They were in disbelief. A single person had actually mastered two supreme laws. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Some even suspected that someone had disguised himself as Lu Ming. However, a great emperor spoke up to prove that this was Lu Ming's true appearance and that he had not disguised himself. Whoosh, the scene was in an uproar. One person could actually control two supreme laws at the same time, and they were below the martial emperor realm. Then, in addition to the Array Dao law from before, wouldn't Lu Ming control three supreme laws? It was a complete uproar. This was unprecedented. Heavens, it's heaven-defying. Lu Ming is going to defy the heavens. One person controlling two supreme laws at the same time, how is it possible? Even a martial emperor can't do it. The supreme laws are incompatible. This has been the truth since ancient times, and now the truth has been broken. Many people shouted, even many of the older generation were the same, mainly because the impact was too great. It was as if the truth that they had always believed in had collapsed in an instant, and they could not calm down. Even the Thearchs could not calm down, looking at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a monster. How is this possible? How is this possible? Those who had a grudge with Lu Ming, such as the Heng family, were all in disbelief. Boom, at this moment, Yuan Xian, Destiny's Child, and the other strongest geniuses could not stay calm, and a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Invincible, Big Brother Lu Ming is invincible. Bubble screamed even louder. Master is invincible. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli also cheered. Lu Ming touched his nose. He knew that once he revealed his true identity, it would definitely cause an uproar and shock the world. However, he still did not hide it. Because if he faced Yuan Xian, Destiny's Child, and the others later, he would definitely not be able to hide it and would have to use his full strength. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. In addition, now that the energy in the heavenly Thearch's body had been stored up to 36%, he had confidence and fewer worries. If the Mu clan wanted to make a move on him, Xianxia, Qiu Yu, and the others after the Ten Earths battle ended, he could just take them and run. In any case, the heavenly monarch's physical body was shockingly strong. Not to mention, there was still Emperor Wu Xiong, Uncle Kong, and the others. At this moment, Uncle Kong, Emperor Wu Xiong, and the others were unable to calm down as they stroked their beards with all their might. They had lived for countless years, but this was the first time they had seen something like this. Let me go. At this moment, Mu Yang was nearly scared to death as he screamed crazily. One person could actually control two supreme laws. No wonder his combat prowess was so terrifying. He was about to be scared to death. Mu Yang, it was you who ordered the Death God Nation to assassinate me, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, spare my life, Mu Yang screamed in terror. Many people's hearts stirred. It seemed that this was really Mu Yang's doing. He had asked the people from the Nation of Death to assassinate Lu Ming. They did not know what method Lu Ming had used to avoid death. Moreover, the people from the Nation of Death had mistakenly thought that they had killed Lu Ming. Despicable, you can't defeat my master, but you secretly ordered assassins to kill him. Damn it. Master, kill him. Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't wait to kill Mu Yang personally. Mu Yang, rest in peace. Lu Ming said. Then, under Mu Yang's terrified gaze, he clenched his fist and a terrifying force directly crushed Mu Yang's soul, causing his soul to scatter. Damn it. The Mu family's great emperor roared as his eyes were extremely sinister. An Elysian child was killed just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. A king body was said to have the potential to become a great emperor, and an Elysian child was undoubtedly stronger. The chances of them breaking through to the great emperor realm were very high, and they could even take a step closer and touch the supreme heavenly emperor realm. Such a genius would be treated as a treasure by any force. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone, and his soul scattered. After killing Mu Yang, the stone platform that represented Mu Yang turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated. Lu Ming returned to the stone platform and floated back. Pairs of eyes fell on Lu Ming. Some were filled with solemnity, while others were filled with intense battle intent. Previously, no one took Lu Ming seriously. No matter how strong a quasi-emperor was, he wouldn't be a threat to them. But now, it was different. Lu Ming had killed Mu Yang, and for the first time, he had mastered two supreme laws. Most importantly, Lu Ming didn't use the law of primal chaos when he killed Mu Yang. If he used the law of primal chaos and the law of death, how powerful would it be? Everyone re-evaluated Lu Ming's battle strength. Of course, there were also people who didn't think highly of Lu Ming. They thought that mastering two supreme laws at the same time was already unprecedented. It was impossible to fuse two supreme laws and increase the power of the two supreme laws. Many people agreed with this point of view. While everyone was unable to calm down, the competition continued. After Lu Ming and Mu Yang's battle, there were only 20 or so people left. It could be said that those who remained were all experts among experts. Every battle attracted everyone's attention. Destiny's Child, Xianxia, Wuliang, and the others still defeated their opponents. Deathblade had finally reached the end. He encountered a true dragon that seemed to cultivate the immemorial demonic Tao. It was incomparably powerful. Although Deathblade did his best, he was still not a match for it. After a few dozen moves, he was defeated. Eternal Star River also encountered a powerful opponent. However, he was indeed very strong. After exchanging over 100 moves with his opponent, he narrowly won. Bubble also defeated his opponent. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, his opponent was not strong. He was slightly weaker than Mu Yang and was defeated by Lu Ming. Slowly, there were only 13 people left. 13 stone platforms floated in the air, sizing each other up. These 13 people could be said to be very strong. Among them, Destiny's Child, Xianxia, Wuliang, the true dragon that cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao, the immemorial physique cultivator, and the Spacetime Child were the ones who received the most attention. Because these people had stepped into the Martial Emperor realm 2 years ago. 2 years later, they were undoubtedly stronger. Their strength was unfathomable. However, these people had yet to encounter each other. Could it be related to the stone platforms? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps the stone platforms could also roughly distinguish the strong and weak. Therefore, some of the strongest people would automatically avoid them. This was very likely. If some of the strongest people encountered them first, it would be unfair. The stone platforms rotated. Then, 2 stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. One of them was Destiny's Child. The person who collided with Destiny's Child had an ugly expression. He actually encountered Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child's name was Tianming. Using Destiny City as his name, one could see that his heart was higher than the heavens. Moreover, he was worthy of this name. Tianming was dressed in white. His long hair reached his waist. He was unbelievably handsome, like the legendary god's child. Destiny's Child, Tianming, was thought to be the most likely candidate to win the competition. Before the competition, Xianxia was the only one who was thought to be able to compete with Tianming. Of course, there were many dark horses now, such as Wu Liang, the true dragon, and the primordial physique cultivator. However, most people still thought that Tianming would have no problem winning the competition. Destiny's Child controlled fate, and there were only a few in history. Almost every one of them stood at the peak and became a peak expert. Do you want to admit defeat? Tianming asked his opponent calmly with a smile on his face. Among the top 10 laws, the law of destiny is faintly superior to the other laws. I want to experience it. The young man said. He was also a very powerful child of heaven. 2 years ago, he was about to become a great emperor. After 2 years of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the peak of 1-star void emperor. How could he surrender without a fight? Tianming shook his head and said, from the moment you said that, your fate was already sealed. You will lose. What bullshit fate is this? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. No one can control my fate. The young man shouted and charged at Tianming. You are destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming said with a smile. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck at his opponent. Every bolt of lightning was multicolored. There were 5 different colors, and they were as thick as an arm. Their power was shocking. The densely packed lightning directly drowned the young man. The young man let out a long howl and unleashed a crazy burst of power, using a divine ability to resist the lightning. Your fate is to be burned by fire. Tianming said again. Then, endless flames appeared. They were incomparably terrifying flames that drowned the young man. Your fate is to be cut by a blade. Your fate is to be hammered. Tianming said continuously. Every word he said was coming true. All kinds of attacks were launched at his opponent endlessly. Finally, the young man couldn't resist anymore. He vomited blood and was sent flying out of the stage. Tianming, on the other hand, had a smile on his face from beginning to end. He stood on the stone stage in his white robe, not moving a single step. He was extraordinary. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked beyond words. The law of fate was too terrifying. Could it really decide one's fate? If he said that the other party was going to be struck by lightning, then he was going to be struck by lightning. If he was going to be slashed by a saber, then he was going to be slashed by a saber. It was as if he was controlling the fate of others. Even Lu Ming had a serious look in his eyes. Heaven's will stone platform flew back. There were still 12 people left. After another 20% of the competition, the top 10 would be determined. Soon, 2 more stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. Everyone was shocked again. This time, the one who stepped out was Xianxia. His opponent's face also darkened. In the eyes of others, Xianxia was someone who could compete with Tian Ming. Encountering him was just bad luck. Boom, Xianxia directly attacked, domineering and overbearing. His primal chaos divine fist was unparalleled in terms of offensive power. The moment he attacked, he would crush his opponent crazily. His opponent might be powerful, but he was still at a disadvantage. He was no match for him at all. Xianxia's cultivation is definitely not a 1-star empty emperor. I'm afraid he's already a 2-star empty emperor. Someone guessed. Many people nodded. This was normal. Xianxia had already become an empty emperor 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, he had encountered many opportunities. How could he not have improved? Not long after, Xianxia's opponent was defeated. He coughed up blood and left the battle platform. After Xianxia retreated, there were still 11 people left. Then, 2 more stone platforms collided with each other. It's him, an archaic body cultivator. Lu Ming's eyes moved, revealing a look of interest. One of them was the archaic body cultivator named Baoda. This person was almost 3 meters tall. He was bald and his body was pitch black like a piece of black coal or a piece of black steel. He seemed to be filled with endless power. Archaic body cultivators specialized in cultivating their physical bodies. Their physique was unparalleled and their power was endless. Lu Ming was very interested. His flesh had been tempered by the law 5 times in a row and contained 3 streaks of chaotic qi. It was already very powerful. But compared to Baoda, there was still a big gap. Baoda's opponent's face was also very ugly. This was because Baoda was also considered one of the strongest few people. Why were the opponents of the last 3 people facing the strongest ones? Haha, little one, make your move. Baoda grinned and walked towards the other party like a giant. Boom, Baoda made his move. It was simple and direct. He directly threw out a punch. This punch directly pierced through space. His pitch-black fist was like an immemorial divine mountain as it pressed down on the other party. His opponent was not weak either. He could be said to be very strong. He erupted with all his strength to resist Baoda. Unfortunately, he was still unable to match Baoda. Baoda's fist landed and directly pierced through the strongest law. His opponent's face changed drastically. He quickly retreated and was almost sent flying out of the stone platform by Baoda. Little one, you can't do it. Ha ha ha. Baoda laughed. His 3-meter-tall body directly charged towards his opponent at an astonishing speed. Boom, his opponent used all his strength and blasted out a divine ability. But when it landed on Baoda's body, it was useless. It did not break Baoda's defense. Baoda's body was like a divine weapon. He broke through his opponent's attack and then ruthlessly slammed into his opponent's body. His opponent groaned. Crackling sounds came from his body. Then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. His body was directly sent flying out of the battle platform. Many people gasped. This Baoda was really terrifying. His strength was endless. He defeated his opponent in just a few moves. What a terrifying power. It's pure physical strength. In the crowd, Huang Li and Long Chen's faces were very solemn. They cultivated the law of force and were known as the ultimate strength. But compared to Baoda, they were far behind. After Baoda defeated his opponent, there were only 10 people left on the scene. The top 10 were born. They were Tian Ming, Xianxia, Wu Liang, Baoda, the true dragon Ao Ku, the Spacetime Sun, Yun Haoge, Bubbles, Xianxia, Ancient Devil, and Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes fell on the 10 people. In the entire land of Yuan Mountain, there were countless geniuses. The 10 strongest geniuses were the focus of everyone's attention. Alright, now that the top 10 have been born, I'll give you 3 days to recuperate. 3 days later, the final battle will begin. The white-haired old man stepped forward and announced. Master is too powerful. And Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the others cheered excitedly. However, most of them did not look good because the geniuses that they thought highly of had failed and did not enter the top 10. Senior, I'm not convinced. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing everyone to quiet down. A young man stepped forward and cupped his fists at the white-haired old man. I'm not convinced either. Me too. Everyone recognized that 3 of them were the last 3 youths who had been defeated by Tianming, Xianxia, and Baoda. The other 2 youths were also the ones who had encountered Tianming and Xianxia. There were 5 of them in total. What's wrong with you? The white-haired old man asked. Some of them aren't strong enough to enter the top 10. That's right, they were just lucky and didn't encounter any strong opponents. That's why they aren't convinced. The youths spoke one after another. Everyone understood, these youths felt that they were too unlucky to have encountered Tianming, Xianxia, and the others. They were defeated because Tianming and the others were too strong. Many of them had not encountered Tianming and the others in the top 10. Therefore, these youths felt that they had only lost because of luck and not because of strength. Many of them had the same thought, especially when their gazes swept over Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xianxia. I see. The white-haired old man nodded and said, the stone platform under your feet has a special effect, so some people won't encounter you in advance. However, you won't be convinced if you don't fight. How about this, I'll give you a chance. You can challenge any one of the 10 youths. If you can win, you can replace them. Hearing this, the youth's eyes lit up. At the same time, their gazes fell on Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xianxia with strong battle intent. They were unconvinced because of Lu Ming's group. They felt that they were stronger than Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Xianxia. Lu Ming might have mastered 2 supreme laws, but his cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor realm. Although he had defeated Mu Yang, which one of them wasn't stronger than Mu Yang, there was also Bubbles, a 3 to 4-year-old child who was only a 1-star illusionary emperor. They had nothing to fear. It was the same for Xianxia, who was only a 1-star illusionary emperor. As for the ancient devil, although he was also a 1-star illusionary emperor, he cultivated the immemorial demon Dao and his battle strength was extremely strong. They had no confidence in defeating him. As for Tianming, Xianxia, Wu Liang, Baoda, Xiaku, and Yunhaoge, they did not consider them. These 6 people had already become emperors 2 years ago and their strength was unfathomable. I'll challenge first. A red-haired youth stepped forward. What right do you have to challenge first? I'll go first. I'll go first. There were 5 young men in total, all of whom wanted to challenge Qin Nan first. He would definitely have an advantage if he chose to challenge the weakest one first. Finally, the white-haired elder had them draw lots to decide who would go first. In the end, a tall and thin youth was the first to fight. This person had been defeated by Baoda. Now, he was the first to challenge someone. His gaze swept over Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Stellar River, and finally landed on Stellar River. You also cultivate eternal laws? Come out and fight me. The lanky youth spoke because he also cultivated in the eternal laws. I was just about to fight you. Xinghe's eyes shone brightly as he stepped out, emitting a powerful aura from his body. Both of them cultivated in the eternal laws. The 2 of them weren't the only geniuses who cultivated the eternal laws. However, there was no doubt that the 2 of them were the strongest. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the 2 of them moved and engaged in a fierce battle. The eternal laws collided continuously, and the battle was incomparably intense. In the beginning, the 2 of them were evenly matched. After exchanging more than 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. However, after more than 100 moves, Xinghe began to gain the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. Roar! Xinghe roared with a wild aura. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Back then, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. After that, he had been in seclusion and focused on cultivation. In the end, he had transformed and become stronger than before. Good, haha. Great Emperor Heng laughed heartily. After a few more moves, Xianxia sent his opponent flying off the stone platform and won. The first challenge ended in failure, causing the remaining challengers to look a little solemn. Originally, Xianxia was the weakest in their eyes, but he still failed the challenge. Now, it's my turn. The young man with fiery red hair who had been defeated by Tianming stepped out. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, come out and fight me. The young man with fiery red hair stared at Lu Ming. Do you think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming pursed his lips. With a thought, the stone platform under his feet flew forward. The young man with fiery red hair landed on the stone platform. The stone platform was equivalent to a battle stage. Lu Ming, you haven't become an emperor. Although you have mastered 2 supreme laws, I can still defeat you, the young man with fiery red hair clamored, trying to provoke Lu Ming. You're so impatient. Before the young man with fiery red hair could finish his words, Lu Ming rushed towards him and used the law of chaos and the law of array. The 2 laws merged and used the chaotic divine palm to strike the young man with fiery red hair. The young man with fiery red hair erupted and used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fusion of the law of chaos and the law of array was stronger than the fusion of the law of death and the law of array. After all, the chaotic divine palm was a divine ability of the law of chaos. Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm, constantly attacking the young man with fiery red hair. In an instant, he blasted out hundreds of palms. Bam! Bam! After hundreds of collisions, the young man with fiery red hair's arm went numb and was almost broken. His body kept shaking and he kept retreating. Since the beginning of the fight, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was completely at a disadvantage. He could not resist and was forced to retreat from the stone platform. You still dare to challenge me? You're just SOSO. Lu Ming pursed his lips and flew back to the stone platform. Lu Ming didn't use the fusion of the law of chaos and the law of death. Could it be that he really didn't fuse these 2 laws? It's naturally not that easy to fuse 2 supreme laws. Even so, his strength is still very strong, slightly stronger than the stellar river. Some people discussed. The faces of the remaining challengers turned even uglier. The few who they thought were the weakest had such strength. Could it be that they would not succeed in their challenge? Then, a young man challenged Bubble. Bubble still did not transform into his true body. Relying on the mysterious space-time law, he played with the opponent for 100 or 200 moves. In the end, he inexplicably sent his opponent off the stone platform and won. The remaining 2 challengers looked at each other. In the end, they sighed and shook their heads, giving up on the challenge. Even Lu Ming, Bubble, and Xianxia were so strong. They had no confidence in challenging the remaining challengers. They would only be beaten up, so they might as well not challenge. At this point, the top 10 were officially born. After a round of challenges, no one doubted the combat strength of Lu Ming and the others. They were the top 10 strongest people among the younger generation in Yuanlu. The 10 of them sized each other up, creating dazzling sparks when they collided. Especially Xianxia, most of his attention was on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll defeat you this time. Xianxia said with an intimidating look in his eyes. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Ming's reply was simple. To be honest, he didn't take Xianxia seriously anymore. Lu Ming's current opponents were Tianming and Yuan Xian. Yun Haoge, on the other hand, looked at Bubbles with greed in his eyes. Little guy, you must be a divine beast, right? You can control the laws of space and time. How about this? Be my pet and fight with me. Yun Haoge said. He was indeed eager. It would be of great help to him if he had a pet that could control the laws of space and time with him. You're more like my human pet. Bubble curled its lips in disdain. I will make you accept it wholeheartedly. Yun Haoge said coldly. Brother Lu Ming, is that guy an idiot? He wants me to be his pet. Bubbles' figure flashed and it appeared on Lu Ming's body. Its small body hung on Lu Ming's body like an octopus. He is indeed an idiot. Lu Ming smiled and patted Bubbles' head. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Lu Ming and Bubble were so close. Was Bubble Lu Ming's pet? Was it Lu Ming's pet? That would be terrifying. The two of them had entered the top 10. Yun Haoge became gloomy and glanced at Lu Ming coldly. On the other side, Bao De, Chiel and the ancient devil were also staring at each other and unleashing their combat strength. All three of them practiced the archaic system and were geniuses. They naturally wanted to see who was better. Among the top 10, only Tian Ming stood there calmly with a smile, as if he had nothing to do with it. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. The battle hadn't even started yet, but the atmosphere was already tense. The final battle between the top 10 would definitely be exciting and epic. In the history of the primordial realm, there had never been so many geniuses born, nor had there ever been a Battle of the 10 Earths. This great battle was unprecedented. Many of the Elysian children were reduced to foils. If this was said a few decades ago, they would have laughed to death. In the past, an Elysian child was a legend, a character capable of suppressing an era. However, in this era, he was reduced to a supporting role, which made countless people excited. This battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history, to be passed down through the ages. Rest up. We'll fight in 3 days. The white-haired old man announced once more. Everyone found a place to rest. Lu Ming walked towards Autumn Moon and the others. Young master, I knew you would be fine. Autumn Moon was overjoyed. She threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, ignoring the strange looks from others. Lu Ming. Huang Ling walked over. Her gaze was a bit complicated, but it disappeared in a flash, hidden by her. Then, the others also came over to greet Lu Ming. Master. Xianxia and Ouyang Moli bowed to Lu Ming. At the side, many people did not know that Xianxia and Ouyang Moli were Lu Ming's disciples. When they saw this, they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was young and extraordinary. Now, he actually had 2 disciples of the Elysian children. It was really shocking. Even the great emperors were envious. You too, cultivate well and strive to become great emperors as soon as possible. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and Ouyang Moli. At the same time, he thought of himself. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to become a great emperor. From the looks of it, he would probably be surpassed by his 2 disciples. This made his old face blush slightly. Then, Lu Ming bowed to Emperor Wu Xiong, Uncle Kong, and the others. Lu Ming, this time, do your best. After the Battle of the 10 Lands, there will be great opportunities waiting for you. Emperor Wu Xiong smiled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. There were great opportunities waiting for them. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Previously, it was just a selection, but they could enter the world left behind by the primordial world. Now that it was the final battle, how could there be no opportunities? I will do my best. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Lu Ming chose a place and sat cross-legged in the air. He circulated his qi and adjusted his condition to the best. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The final peak battle was about to begin. The white-haired old man stood at the top of Destiny Mountain. With a wave of his hand, a huge battle platform appeared on top of Destiny Mountain. It was 100 miles wide and was purple-gold in color. It was filled with a noble aura. Obviously, the final battle would take place on this battle platform. The final battle of the top 10 will be fought in turns. Each person will have to fight with the other 9 and be ranked according to their winning percentage. The white-haired old man said. Lu Ming nodded. As he expected, they would use this hairstyle. This was the fairest way to determine the ranking. It was completely based on one's strength and there was no luck involved. This was the most commonly used method. Throughout Lu Ming's journey, he had encountered this method more than once or twice. Also, in the battle between you all, no one is allowed to kill. The white-haired old man added. Many people nodded. Each of the last 10 people was extremely talented. If they died because of this, it would be a great loss. That was why there was such a rule. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to deal with Xinghe. Okay, now I will decide the order of the battle. The first battle, Xinghe against Lu Ming. The white-haired old man announced. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the first battle to be him. Moreover, his opponent was Xinghe. Could it be that the white-haired old man did this on purpose? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up. This was good too. He would start with Xinghe. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the battle stage. Xinghe's figure also landed on the battle stage. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. It was as if a flame was burning fiercely. Lu Ming, this time, you will definitely lose. Xinghe shouted loudly. His fighting spirit was soaring. You have already lost back then. Now, you are even less of a match for me. Lu Ming shook his head. His voice was silent. Many people were stunned and revealed a look of realization. It seemed that Lu Ming and Xinghe had already fought before. Xinghe and Lu Ming are both from Yuan Mountain. Naturally, they have already fought before. It seems that Xinghe is not a match for Lu Ming. He has already lost before. Many people discussed. That time, Lu Ming just used a trick. The people of the Heng family were indignant and explained. As for the powerhouses of various forces in the Yuan Mountain area, they were watching with rapt attention. Lu Ming and Heng Xianxia both came from the land of Yuan Mountain. In the past, Heng Xianxia had always been known as the #1 prodigy in the land of Yuan Mountain. Since Lu Ming's rise, this phenomenon had changed. Whoever won this battle would be the #1 prodigy of the Yuan Mountain area. Xinghe, then I will crush you. I will let you understand the gap between us. Lu Ming said faintly. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward, and with every step he took, a river of law appeared on Lu Ming's body. When he took the first step, the law of chaos turned into a river and surrounded Lu Ming's body. When he took the second step, another river of law appeared. It was the river of law of death. Chaos and death, the two strongest rivers of law, surrounded Lu Ming's body and attracted everyone's attention. This was because this was a scene that had never appeared in the Yuan realm since ancient times. It was a miracle. Many people even took out their breath shadow stones to record all of this. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The two rivers of law merged together and turned into a two-colored river of law. It's merged, the two strongest laws have merged together. Someone shouted excitedly. Oh my God, it's heaven-defying, the two strongest laws have really merged together. It's a miracle. Countless people roared, and even many great emperors could not calm down and opened their eyes wide. Two supreme laws fused together. This could be called a legend. At this moment, Yuan Xian, Baoda, and the others were shocked. My hair, why is this guy always so crazy? Monk Wuliang chanted a Buddhist mantra, and his face turned bitter. Even Tian Ming, who had always been calm, had his smile disappear at this moment, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Stellar River was also shocked, and showed a look of disbelief. I'll defeat you. Lu Ming took a step forward, charging toward the Stellar River like a bolt of lightning. Eternal Divine Bell. Stellar River roared. He was unwilling to give up, and he still wanted to fight. A divine bell appeared on his body. There were ancient patterns on it. Clang, the eternal divine bell vibrated, and a terrifying sound of killing erupted. Compared to the past, the power of Stellar River's eternal divine bell was many times stronger. However, now that Lu Ming had merged the law of chaos and the law of death, in addition to his extremely condensed saint power and physical strength, the combat strength that erupted was too strong. Lu Ming ignored Stellar River's attack, and his body did not stop, and he continued to charge. When those sounds of slaughter landed on Lu Ming's body, they were blocked by the two-colored river of laws. They couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense at all. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming approached the Stellar River. Boom! Lu Ming used the Chaos Divine Palm and fused two supreme laws of nature to strike the eternal divine bell in the Stellar River. Dong, the eternal divine bell vibrated violently, releasing terrifying sound waves that swept out in all directions. A few true emperors and grand emperors created a barrier in front of them. Otherwise, they would have been injured. The weaker ones would have died from the shockwaves. Kacha, cracking sounds could be heard from the eternal godly bell as cracks began to appear on it. The cracks were like a spider web as they covered the entire eternal godly bell. Bang! In the end, the eternal divine bell exploded and turned into specks of light before dissipating. Lu Ming's palm force didn't stop, bombarding Xianxia's body. Xianxia's body was like a scarecrow, flying out and heavily falling to the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Defeated, Xianxia was defeated in a single move. Many people were stunned. Is the fusion of two supreme laws so terrifying? Someone's voice was dry and filled with disbelief. Xianxia was a peerless genius who made it into the top 10. Yet, he was defeated in a single move by Lu Ming. The gap between them was shocking and horrifying. Since ancient times, no one in the primordial realm has mastered two supreme laws, and no one has fused them together. No one knows what kind of power the fusion of two supreme laws will have. Someone said solemnly. Everyone took a deep breath. That was indeed the case. Moreover, they thought about how many laws Lu Ming could control. Every time he controlled a river of laws, he would refine his saint force and body. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong. They finally understood. You've lost. Lu Ming said indifferently as he looked at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia vomited another mouthful of blood. He couldn't accept this result. Back then, he was the number one genius of the primordial realm. He was high and mighty and looked down on others. When he first met Lu Ming, he didn't care about Lu Ming at all. Even if he knew that Lu Ming was the son of chaos, he didn't care. He thought that he was strong enough to suppress all enemies and would not be defeated. But later, in the Lotus world, he was defeated by Lu Ming. However, at that time, Lu Ming had used some kind of secret technique. He always thought that Lu Ming had borrowed external force and that he wouldn't be defeated with his own strength. Over the years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. Especially when he knew about the Battle of the 10 Earths, he cultivated even harder. He wanted to amaze everyone in the Battle of the 10 Earths and completely suppress Lu Ming and trample him under his feet. Even though there were many geniuses this time and it was beyond his imagination, he still managed to make it into the top 10. Unfortunately, his opponent, Lu Ming, performed even more amazingly. Although he hadn't become an emperor, he had mastered two types of strongest laws. And now, he had defeated him in one move. His combat strength was strong enough to look down on him. At this moment, his confidence and belief suffered a great blow. He kept coughing blood. Damn it! Great Emperor Heng roared. Lu Ming was the nemesis of the Heng family. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. Lu Xianxiang and Ouyang Emoli were making a big fuss. They were even happier than if they had won. Do you want to fight again? Lu Ming continued to step forward. The two-colored river of laws surrounded him like a god descending to the mortal world. Xianxia hadn't admitted defeat yet. If he wanted to fight again, Lu Ming could ruthlessly torture Xianxia. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't give him the chance. I've lost. Xianxia was very unwilling, but he could only admit defeat. Otherwise, he would only be tortured. I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice. You'll never be my opponent in the future. Lu Ming left this arrogant sentence and then flew out of the fighting ring. Xianxia's expression was ugly. He also left the battle stage and took a pill to heal his injuries. This was only his first battle. There were more battles waiting for him. The first battle, Lu Ming wins. The second battle, Bubble vs Xianxia. The white-haired old man announced. Many people's eyes immediately lit up. They realized that every battle that followed was very attractive. Bubble and Xianxia had both mastered the law of spacetime. Moreover, according to the great emperor, Bubble's original form was a divine beast with a great background. Everyone wanted to know what Bubble's original form was. Bubble, do your best. Lu Ming patted Bubble's little head. Don't worry. That guy is weird. I'll definitely beat him up. Chirp chirp. Bubble cried out. Not far away, Xianxia's face was full of black lines. What did she mean by him being eccentric? How was he being eccentric? Be my pet beast. We both cultivate the laws of space and time. It's beneficial to both of us. Xianxia said again. It's the same the other way around. You can be my pet. Bubble pouted. Xianxia's expression darkened. If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do. Whoosh, Xianxia moved. As he moved, the space around him rippled like water. His body seemed to be traveling through space at an incredible speed. Many people saw him move. In the next moment, Yunhauge's body was already in front of Bubble. He grabbed at Bubble with his hand. Bubble didn't have time to dodge and was caught by the hand. However, with a bang, Yunhauge caught nothing. The Bubble's figure shattered like an illusion. It was only a mirror image. Bubble had already left. Just as Yunhauge grabbed Bubble's mirror image, Bubble's figure suddenly appeared behind Yunhauge. He reached out with his small hand and attacked Yunhauge. However, Yunhauge's figure also shattered at the same time. This was also a mirror image. Yunhauge's figure had also left. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Yunhauge's figure appeared behind Bubble. Not only that, dozens of Yunhauge's figures appeared in other parts of the battle platform as well. This is fun, chirp chirp. Bubble cried. His small figure also disappeared. In the next moment, dozens of figures appeared and pounced at Yunhauge's figures. In an instant, figures flashed on the battle platform. One figure after another flashed, but they were defeated one after another. In the end, it was discovered that they were all mirror images. Not a single one hit the real body. Many of the weaker cultivators were dazzled by the sight. They couldn't see the real body or the mirror image. They could only see the space rippling like water on the battle platform. One figure after another flashed and attacked. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens and hundreds of figures crisscrossing each other. As time passed, the speed reached an extreme. In the end, the two figures couldn't be seen at all. Lu Ming channeled his saint power into his eyes to capture the two figures. Amazing. Both of them have reached an extremely profound level in the use of the laws of space and time. A true emperor exclaimed. The space-time laws were extremely mysterious to begin with. Ordinary people would not even be able to touch someone who controlled the space-time laws. This was the use of space and time, the collision of time and space. It had only been a minute, but the two of them had already exchanged countless blows. Let me break your space-time laws. Yunhauge was getting impatient. All of his silhouettes disappeared, leaving only one behind. Boom, the aura on his body became even more violent. The surging power of the world rushed out together with the space-time law. With him as the center, the space constantly collapsed and exploded. Even time was messed up. Two-star Void Emperor, this was Yunhauge's current realm. He wanted to crush Bubble with his powerful cultivation base. Bang! Bang, with him as the center, it was as if a level 12 hurricane had been set off, sweeping toward the Bubble. Wherever it passed, space exploded, time was thrown into chaos, and the mirror images of the Bubble collapsed one by one. Bubble's true body appeared, floating within the chaotic flow of spacetime. Lose for me. Yunhauge said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Bubble. There was a sword in his hand. This was a battle sword condensed from the spacetime force. It was extremely sharp and slashed toward Bubble. Bubble waved her small hand, and a spacetime sword condensed in her hand as well, colliding with the opponent. Bang, the void trembled. Bubble's cultivation base was still a little weaker, only a one-star Void Emperor. She was not a match for Yunhauge in terms of strength. Instead, she was sent flying by the opponent. After Yunhauge sent Bubble flying, he chased after her and attacked Bubble again. After a few consecutive blows, Bubble was suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Yunhauge used his stronger cultivation base to constantly shatter the surrounding space and disrupt the spacetime force, forcing Bubble to face him head-on. Bubble, you can do it! Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the others shouted, cheering for Bubble. Be my beast pet. Yunhauge's eyes were cold as he stared at Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried out, her eyes filled with anger. Her body emitted a white light, and in the next moment, Bubble directly transformed into her true body. It was a small spiritual mouse. Its fur was snow white and sparkling, shining with a little luster. It was exceptionally cute. Could it be a spacetime spiritual mouse? One of the top 10 beasts, the spacetime spiritual mouse. Someone exclaimed, and the scene was in an uproar again. It's a spacetime spiritual mouse. Yunhauge's eyes were burning with greed. He could not wait to take Bubble for himself. In the Yuan continent, there were some geniuses who could awaken the bloodlines of the top 10 beasts. The Yuan realm was vast and boundless, and there were many such geniuses. However, those geniuses who had awakened the bloodlines of the top 10 beasts were only humans after all. They had only awakened a little of their bloodline, and the difference between them and the top 10 beasts was too great. There were countless divine beasts in the world, but there were only 10 of the top 10 beasts. Each of the top 10 beasts was unique. In the world, it was impossible for 2 of the top 10 beasts to appear. Each of them was unique. Only when one of the top 10 beasts fell could a new one be born. In ancient times, each of the top 10 beasts was a pinnacle expert in the world. One could imagine how powerful and talented the top 10 beasts were. Now, it was a young spacetime spiritual mouse. It was too rare. The spacetime spiritual mouse is mine, mine. Yunhao roared in his heart. The spacetime spiritual mouse was born to control spacetime. If he could get it, it would be of great help to him. Surrender. Yunhao continued to attack Bubble. Human pet, you're the one who's surrendering. Bubbles shouted. Her body glowed, and white rays of light spread out, causing the void to ripple like water again. Whoosh, Bubbles' figure disappeared. She traveled through spacetime without leaving a trace. At the same time, the endless space in all directions was shrinking, squeezing toward Yunhao. Break! Yunhao shouted. His 2-star illusionary emperor cultivation was fully unleashed. Together with his spacetime law, he wanted to shatter the surrounding space. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He felt that his spacetime law was being suppressed. What was even more shocking was that his spacetime law was being manipulated instead. The spacetime law that he unleashed was oppressing him instead. Bang! Yunhao's body shook violently. The endless spacetime power pressed on his body, piercing through his power of the world. His body flew out, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. Just now, Yunhao clearly had the upper hand. How did the situation turn completely around in the blink of an eye? Yunhao was injured by Bubble in one move. Yunhao is being restrained. A great emperor explained. Restrained? Some people were confused, while others were deep in thought. One of the top 10 battle beasts, the spacetime spirit mouse, is born with the ability to control spacetime. Although Yunhao is the spacetime son, he's still a bit weaker than the spacetime spirit mouse. Therefore, he's being restrained in terms of spacetime laws. The martial monarch explained once again. Everyone was enlightened. The spacetime spirit mouse could only unleash its true strength after revealing its true form. It could use the spacetime laws to the fullest, and even control Yunhao's spacetime laws. It could be said that Yunhao was no longer a match for Bubbles. Whoosh, Bubble traveled through spacetime. Her body was small, but wherever she passed, spacetime followed. The space wrapped around her like water, and endless spacetime power charged at Yunhao. Yunhao roared. He was a little unwilling and wanted to flip over. Unfortunately, it was useless. At this moment, he couldn't control the spacetime laws effectively. It was extremely difficult to control them. Without the spacetime laws, how could he be Bubbles' opponent? He was sent flying again and coughed up blood. With your strength, you want to take me as a pet beast? You're overestimating yourself. I said that you'd be more suitable to be my human pet. Hurry up and kneel down and call me master. Bubble was extremely excited. She traveled through the void and slapped Yunhao with her little paw. Yunhao roared in anger. He unleashed his full strength, but it was useless. He couldn't defy the heavens. He was completely suppressed by Bubble. In the end, his face was scratched by Bubble, leaving a claw mark. You have my mark on your face. You're now my human pet. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, Bubble screamed excitedly. Yunhao was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Many people were speechless. They could see that compared to the spacetime spirit mouse, Bubble was still in its infancy. She wasn't deliberately humiliating Yunhao. However, in Yunhao's eyes, it was a blatant humiliation. He roared in anger, but in the end, he still rushed down the battle platform in humiliation and admitted defeat. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. That guy. Yes, that guy has a good relationship with the spacetime spirit mouse. I'll take revenge on him later. Yunhao was infuriated. He glanced at Lu Ming. He couldn't beat Bubbles, so he could only get back at her from Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed Yunhao's gaze and was speechless. Why was this guy staring at him with a face full of resentment? Lu Ming pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart. If this guy didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't mind giving him a beating when they met again. Bubbles won the match. Whoosh, Bubble transformed back into human form and hung on Lu Ming's neck. Big brother Lu Ming, I'm awesome, right? Chirp. Bubbles pouted. Amazing, amazing. Bubbles is the best. Lu Ming said with a smile. Bubbles is the best. Come, let sister hug you. Lu Xianxia walked over and looked at Bubbles, her eyes shining. Lu Xianxia's eyes were twinkling with little stars after seeing Bubbles' original form. Little guy, don't be rude. You have to call me auntie. Chirp. Bubbles pouted and looked at Lu Xianxia with disdain. Lu Xianxia immediately retreated with a bitter face, causing Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others to laugh. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with envy in their eyes. Lu Ming not only had 2 Elysian children as his disciples, but he also seemed to have a good relationship with the spacetime spirit mouse. Especially Yunhao, his eyes were full of jealousy. The third match, Yuan Xian against the ancient demon. The white-haired old man announced again. The scene fell silent, and everyone's attention was drawn back. 2 figures stepped into the arena. It was Yuan Xian and the ancient demon. Boom, without saying much, they directly attacked. A terrifying collision occurred. The son of chaos, Yuan Xian, punched the air with astonishing power. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on the ancient demon. The ancient demon was covered in demonic light. He cultivated the primordial path of demons, and his attack power was astonishing. He clashed fiercely with Yuan Xian. In the first 10 moves, the two were evenly matched. After 10 moves, Yuan Xian did not hold back and unleashed his full strength. 2-star Illusionary Emperor. This was Yuan Xian's strength, and he had already reached the peak of the 2-star Illusionary Emperor. 2 years ago, Yuan Xian had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. After cultivating for 2 years, he had already reached the peak of the 2-star Illusionary Emperor realm. This speed was very shocking. Every breakthrough in the Martial Emperor realm was very difficult and required a lot of time. Some martial emperors were trapped in the same realm for hundreds of thousands of years and could not break through. In the end, they died under the lightning tribulation. This was also because Yuan Xian had entered that space that he could break through so quickly. Yuan Xian, who had unleashed his full strength, was extremely terrifying. He could completely suppress the ancient demon. It was not that the ancient demon was weak. He was very strong, and there were not many opponents at the same level as him. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still a little weak. He was only a 1-star Illusionary Emperor, and it was difficult for him to fight against Yuan Xian. After a few moves, the ancient demon coughed out blood and retreated. He was defeated by Yuan Xian. It's a pity that the ancient demon's cultivation is still a little weak. If he reaches the 2-star Illusionary Emperor realm, he might be able to compete with Yuan Xian. The power of the primordial path of demons is really amazing. Some people discussed, looking at the potential of the ancient demon. However, in the next moment, the crowd looked forward to it even more. There were 4 people left, Tian Ming, Wu Liang, Bao De and Xia Ku. These 4 people were extremely terrifying geniuses. 2 years ago, they had already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. Next, the 4 of them were going to fight. It would definitely be a battle of the peak. Wu Liang, Xia Ku. The white-haired old man announced. The crowd immediately became nervous. Wu Liang was a Buddhist genius who had suddenly risen in recent years. He had displayed unparalleled talent. He had been bragging to the outside world that he was the reincarnation of the Buddha God and that his previous life was an unparalleled almighty. Although his character was sometimes criticized, his talent and combat strength were real. He stood at the peak of Yuan continent. As for Xiaku, he was a real dragon who had cultivated the primordial path of demons. He had an unparalleled demonic body and was also incomparably powerful. Who would win? The crowd was filled with anticipation. Two figures stepped into the fighting ring. I have hair. Benefactor, you and I are fated. Why don't you be my guardian divine beast? Wu Liang said with a straight face. Monk, are you insulting me? I will twist your head off. Xiaku's face was ferocious. Xiaku came from the land of divine beasts. The land of divine beasts was home to various powerful divine beasts such as real dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants. He was the #1 genius in the land of divine beasts. Now, Wu Liang wanted to take him in as his guardian divine beast. How could he not be angry? I have hair. Benefactor, you want to twist my head off as soon as you open your mouth. Your killing intent is too strong. You should return to Buddhism and refine your killing intent. Wu Liang said with a straight face. Lu Ming and Long Chen despised him. This monk was definitely up to no good. Refine your head. Die. The purple gold true dragon could be said to be the royal family of the true dragons and was extremely powerful. The dragon claw stepped on the air and clawed at Monk Wu Liang. There was no fluctuation of the laws, but no one doubted the power of the claw. It could easily tear a 1-star empty emperor apart. You're so stubborn. Be careful, I'll catch you and cook you for my wine. Monk Wu Liang shouted. Everyone looked at each other. Lu Ming and Long Chen looked at Monk Wu Liang with disdain once again. This was probably Monk Wu Liang's true intention. Wang, unscrupulous monk's body glowed with golden light. Behind him, a golden Buddha statue appeared. It was 100 feet tall. Unscrupulous monk stood on top of the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue waved its hand, and a mountain-like hand blasted towards Chil. Boom, a terrifying vibration sounded. The two of them were evenly matched. 9 attacks of the demon god. Xiaku let out a long roar and unleashed a terrifying attack technique of the immemorial demonic Tao. His body glowed as 5 dragon claws attacked continuously. Each attack was terrifying to the extreme, capable of tearing apart the void and shattering the earth. Fortunately, this battle stage was made by a great emperor and was indestructible. No matter how they fought, they could not destroy it. Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Heartless monk had a dignified appearance as he displayed the great divine ability of Buddhism. He stretched out his hand and a palm stretched out. It rapidly enlarged and pressed towards Chil. There seemed to be a Buddha kingdom in his palm. There were 3,000 golden arhats chanting scriptures. The golden light was more dazzling than the sun. Boom. Boom, Monk Wu Liang and Xiaku's cultivation had both reached the 2-star empty emperor realm. They were extremely powerful. The dragon's roar shook the sky and the chanting of scriptures resounded throughout Destiny Mountain. The two of them continued to exchange blows and exchanged dozens of blows. What terrifying combat strength. I'm afraid that an ordinary 3-star empty emperor would be torn apart instantly. Someone from the empty emperor realm said solemnly. He is just broken through to the martial emperor realm and hasn't comprehended any other laws. Yet, he's already so terrifying. The others exclaimed. There were many factors that determined one's combat strength in the martial emperor realm. However, it was shocking to have such combat strength after just breaking through to the empty emperor realm a few years ago. The two of them fought fiercely. They used all kinds of trump cards and displayed a pinnacle battle. This was the most intense battle in the competition for the top 10 positions. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. The battle lasted for more than 200 rounds. I am the reincarnation of the Buddha God. Little worm, come and protect me. In the future, you will live a good life. If I have meat to eat, you will have soup to drink. Unscrupulous monk shouted as he fought. Chil was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He was a purple gold true dragon, a royal among the true dragons, yet he was called a little reptile. Also, aren't Buddhists vegetarians? Why the f*** are you eating meat? Ba. Some of the Buddhists who were watching the battle had solemn expressions on their faces. They chanted the name of Buddha and seemed a little embarrassed. However, although Wu Liang was unreliable, his battle prowess was indeed ridiculously strong, making people shudder. From the start of the battle until now, his body was blooming with tens of thousands of rays of Buddha's light. It was as if the more he fought, the more courageous he became. It was as if the Buddha had truly turned around, and the Dharma of Buddhism was boundless. Many people were indignant. This fellow was so unreliable, but his Buddhist divine abilities were inconceivably powerful. It really made them envious. The battle continued, and both of them were injured. Qiel's scales fell off, and he was dripping with blood. On the other hand, an unscrupulous monk was scratched by the dragon claws, and a few hideous claw marks appeared. One of his arms was almost torn off. This was a tragic battle. You are too cruel. Be careful of retribution. Wu Liang shouted, but he was more ruthless than anyone else. All kinds of Buddhist divine abilities greeted Qiel's body, and a large number of scales fell off. These scales are treasures. Don't waste them. And the dragon blood, take it back and make soup. In the battle, an unscrupulous monk did not forget to take the dragon scales and dragon blood. Qiel was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He was so angry that he attacked crazily. In his anger, he finally revealed a flaw. An unscrupulous monk seized the opportunity and continuously attacked him fiercely. He vomited blood and kept retreating. In a battle between experts, a step behind would lead to a step behind. Once Qiel was at a disadvantage, it was difficult for him to reverse the situation. At first, he was suppressed by an unscrupulous monk, and finally, he was knocked out of the fighting ring. Unscrupulous won this battle. Me-haired, thank you for letting me win. Well, about the protector I mentioned before, please consider it. Unscrupulous monk's eyes could not leave Qiel. He imagined how cool it would be if he had a purple gold true dragon as a mount. Get lost. Qiel roared. You and I are really fated. Unscrupulous monk shouted again. Fated my ass. Qiel vomited another mouthful of blood, turned into his human form, and ran to the side to heal. Me-haired, little girl, you and I are fated. Unscrupulous monk stared at Bubbles again and walked toward Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming directly kicked unscrupulous monk's face. Lu Ming, you're too ruthless. I'm injured and you still attacked me. I'll recuperate first. Unscrupulous monk smiled and retreated to the side to heal. Next, Tianming, Baoda. The white-haired old man announced. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Lu Ming was the same. Tianming was going to fight Baoda. Everyone was curious about what kind of ability Tianming would use in this battle. Previously, Tianming had defeated his opponent without even taking a single step. But now, could he do the same against Baoda? Baoda was a primordial physique cultivator. He was extremely powerful and definitely not weaker than Qiel and Wu Liang. It would not be easy to defeat Baoda. Boom, Baoda landed heavily on the fighting ring. His dark skin was flowing with black light, full of power. He was 3 meters tall, like an iron tower. Tianming, come on, let's fight. I want to see how you can control my fate with the law of destiny. Baoda shouted, his voice rumbling like thunder. Your fate is sealed. You will lose. Tianming stepped down from the sky, his white robe fluttering. He landed on the fighting ring like an immortal. Whether I lose or not is not up to you to decide. Show me your strength. Baoda shouted, then took a step forward and rushed toward Tianming like a primordial beast. You are destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming said with a gentle smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, countless lightning bolts appeared out of thin air and struck toward Baoda. Baoda did not care, allowing the lightning to strike his body. He rushed through it, unharmed. The lightning could not break through his defense at all. Is that all you have? Are you trying to scratch my itch? Baoda grinned and did not stop. He charged toward Tianming and punched out. The void shook as a fist force blasted toward Tianming. It is destined that you can't hit me, Tianming said. Everyone was shocked. The law of destiny was too invincible. He said that he was fated not to be hit, but his opponent really couldn't hit him, How was he supposed to fight then? Bao Da's attack isn't strong enough. If it was, he could have broken through the law of destiny. An expert spoke up to clear everyone's doubts. You're fated to be burned by fire. You're fated to be cut down. Tianming continued to speak, his speed extremely fast. Then, all kinds of attacks fell from the sky, blasting toward Bao Da. Boom! Boom! Bao Da waved his fist, instantly dispersing the attacks. I've been burning my body with fire and refining it with lightning since I was young. Your attacks can only scratch an itch for me. Bao Da's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. He broke through the layers of attacks and quickly approached Tianming. His muscles wriggled and his bones cracked as he punched with all his might. The power of this punch was even more shocking and powerful than before. At this moment, Tianming's expression finally turned serious. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Destiny says, absolute defense. A white wall of light appeared in front of him. Bao Da's fist struck the wall of light, causing a terrifying explosion that caused the entire platform to shake. Haha, you finally made your move. It seems like your strength is only SOSO. Bao Da laughed, then waved his fist, causing the wall of light in front of Tianming to shake continuously. Bao Da, you're fated to be injured. Tianming spoke again. His body emitted a bright light as he stretched out his finger. Roar! At this moment, Bao Da roared. He seemed to have been hit by an invisible and terrifying attack. His body shook and he took a few steps back, blood flowing from his mouth. Everyone was shocked. They didn't see anything attacking Bao Da at all. They only knew that Bao Da was going to be injured, and he was injured. This kind of method was too shocking and unbelievable. Your attack power is limited. If you have the ability, just kill me directly. Let's see if you can do it. Bao Da roared and charged toward Tianming again. His body swelled up, and his originally burly body became even more shocking. He was like a giant born into the world. Boom! Bao Da stomped heavily on the platform, and like a black lightning, he pressed down on Tianming like a demonic mountain. You're fated to be injured, Tianming spoke again, unleashing a series of profound attacks. Break! Break! Break all techniques with one force. Bao Da roared as he punched out with both his fists. The void was pierced through, and Tianming's attacks were all destroyed by Bao Da. Bao Da's strength is terrifying. His strength is slightly above Wu Liang and Xiaku's. A natural primordial body cultivator. If such a person were to cultivate in the nomological system, he would be trash. However, if he were to cultivate in the primordial body cultivation, he would be an incomparably rare genius. Experts spoke one after another, all shocked by Bao Da's strength. Tianming's expression was a little grave, but it was only a little. Great fate. He spoke softly, and the light on his body became even brighter. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a divine light slashed toward Bao Da. Dong! Dong! Bao Da continued to swing his fists, bombarding the divine light. However, the divine light was indestructible and unshakable. With every punch, Bao Da had to retreat a little. After dozens of punches, Bao Da had retreated dozens of miles and was out of the fighting ring. At that moment, the divine light dissipated. Damn it, I haven't fought enough. Let's fight again. Bao Da roared like a berserk beast. Then, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. Tianming regained his indifferent expression and turned to leave. What strength? It's hard to estimate. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Tianming. Tianming gave off an unfathomable feeling. Although Bao Da had forced out a part of Tianming's strength, no one knew if that was Tianming's final strength or if he was still hiding it. Not only Lu Ming, but the other geniuses, such as Yuan Xian, Xiaku, and Yun Haoge, all had grave expressions. Tianming's strength gave them a lot of pressure. I really want to fight with you. I'll prove to everyone who's the strongest in the world. Yuan Xian whispered, his battle intent surging. How am I supposed to fight with this freak? Wu Liang had a bitter face. Alright, the first round of the competition is over. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Wu Liang, Yuan Xian, and Tianming win, each gaining 1 point. Next, the second round, Lu Ming against Bubbles. the old man announced. Lu Ming and Bubbles were stunned. They met so quickly, that old man did it on purpose, right? I admit defeat. I won't fight with big brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's neck and refused to come down. The spectators were calm and were not too surprised. They had long known that it was impossible for Lu Ming and Bubbles to fight. One of them would definitely admit defeat. Alright, Lu Ming wins this round. Next, Xianxia against Xianxia. The white-haired old man announced again. Xianxia against Xianxia. This was also a pinnacle battle, and the battle was incomparably intense. But in the end, Xianxia used two types of laws and fused them, defeating Xianxia in one fell swoop. This shocked everyone and made them re-evaluate Xianxia's combat strength. Xianxia had actually comprehended a second type of law, and it was a type of Qingdao law. With the fusion of two types, his strength had increased exponentially. This made everyone marvel at Xianxia's talent. He had only become an emperor not long ago, and he had already comprehended a second type of law. Moreover, his mastery was not low. The third round of the second round, Xianxia against Xianxia. This was a battle without any suspense. Xianxia was crushed and lost 2 rounds in a row. The fourth round, Ancient Devil against Baoda. Both of them cultivated the ancient cultivation system. Unfortunately, Ancient Devil's cultivation was slightly weaker and was not Baoda's opponent. He was easily defeated by Baoda. The fifth round, Tian Ming against Monk Wu Liang. Monk Wu Liang was very straightforward. He did not even go on stage and directly admitted defeat. In his words, he was stupid to fight even though he knew he could not win. The second round of the competition ended. Only Lu Ming, Tian Ming, and Xianxia were still in a winning streak. After 10 rounds of battle, everyone had already begun to predict the rankings of the 10 people. Without a doubt, Tian Ming is the strongest. He will be the champion this time. It's hard to say. Xianxia is not weak either. What he has shown now might not be his full strength. Perhaps he can compete with Tian Ming. From the looks of it, the first two should be Tian Ming and Xianxia. The third is very likely to be Baoda, but it's not certain. In general, the top 5 should be Tian Ming, Xianxia, Baoda, Wu Liang, and Xianxia. Everyone made their own guesses, but most people believed that it should not be a problem for Tian Ming, Xianxia, Baoda, Wu Liang, and Xianxia to get into the top 5. What about Lu Ming? He's not weak either. He has mastered 2 types of ultimate laws. He's not weak. He has no problem suppressing Xianxia and Ancient Devil. However, compared to Xianxia and Bubble, his strength is probably inferior. I estimate that Lu Ming's final ranking should be 7th. As the crowd discussed, the third round began. Lu Ming's luck seemed to be pretty good. His first match was against the Ancient Devil. As expected, the Ancient Devil was very strong, but he was no match for Lu Ming. He was defeated by Lu Ming. This was the second time the Ancient Devil had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won 3 consecutive matches. Lu Ming's winning streak will probably end here. The next opponents he will face will not be weak. They will all be stronger than him. That's right. He won 3 matches in a row. I estimate that he will lose 6 matches in a row. Some people discussed, thinking that Lu Ming's winning streak would end here. The second match of the third round was between Bubble and Chiel. This was an intense battle, a battle at the pinnacle. Although Bubble's cultivation was slightly weaker, after transforming into its original form, its strength had increased exponentially. Its control of spacetime had reached an unimaginable level. Chiel was strong, but he could not hit Bubble. Of course, it was not easy for Bubble to defeat Chiel. It could be said that it was very difficult. In the end, after more than 200 moves, Chiel was careless and was teleported out of the stage by Bubble. In this battle, Bubbles won an unexpected victory. This made the crowd re-evaluate Bubble's strength. It also made them realize the strength of the top 10 battle beasts. In a battle of the same level, the Elysian Child was not as strong as the top 10 battle beasts. Next was Xianxia's match against Xianxia. Needless to say, Xianxia was defeated again. This made his expression turn uglier and uglier. Some people were already certain that Xianxia would be ranked 10th. There was no suspense. The fourth match was between Wuliang and Baoda. This was another peak battle. Wuliang used Buddha's golden body and various Buddha's abilities, but Baoda broke through everything. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. Wuliang shouted, but it was useless this time. He could not defeat Baoda and was finally defeated and blasted out of the stage. Baoda won this match. The last match of the third round was between Tianming and Yunhaoge. I can see my own fate in the river of time. Yunhaoge roared and fought Tianming with the space-time law. The space-time law did have some restraining effect on the fate law. This was because he could peek into his own fate through the river of time. Of course, fate was constantly changing. What he saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Later on, Tianming used the greater fate art to sever Yunhaoge's river of time and defeat him. At the end of the third round, Lu Ming, Tianming, and Yuan Xian won 3 consecutive victories. However, everyone thought that Lu Ming was just lucky in the first 3 rounds. He would lose consecutively in the later rounds. As for Heaven's Will and Yuan Xin, they were obtained through fighting. After a few rounds, the white-haired elder allowed everyone to rest for half a day. Half a day later, the fourth round began. In the first match of the fourth round, Lu Ming was still the first to fight, but this time, his opponent was Yunhaoge. Yunhaoge looked excited. The two of them stepped onto the Colosseum. Lu Ming, your good luck has come to an end. You will suffer a crushing defeat in this round. I will make you understand that the space-time spirit mouse is not something you can possess. Yunhaoge said coldly. Your space-time law is too weak. You are no match for me. Admit defeat, lest I attack you. Lu Ming was very direct. He told Yunhaoge to admit defeat. This stunned everyone. They thought that Lu Ming was boasting too much. Although Lu Ming had mastered 2 supreme laws, which could be said to be unprecedented, he was only a quasi-emperor after all. How could he be a match for Yunhaoge? Yunhaoge's cultivation had already reached the 2-star Void Emperor level. Moreover, even if they fought at the same level, he was still one of the best among the Elysian children. With such a huge difference in cultivation, how could Lu Ming be a match for him? Haha, you want me to admit defeat? What a joke. I will teach you a lesson. Yunhaoge said sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lu Ming. He shuttled through the void at an astonishing speed. In the process of Yunhaoge dashing out, the void in all directions was distorted. A terrifying force suppressed Lu Ming's body. This force contained the power of time. It contained time deceleration, causing Lu Ming's speed to become as slow as a tortoise's. There was also the power of space. The space around Lu Ming continued to press down on Lu Ming, trying to bind him. On the contrary, Yunhaoge's speed skyrocketed under the support of the space-time law. In an instant, he was close to Lu Ming. He pointed a finger, and the power of space condensed. It contained a terrifying tearing force and charged towards Lu Ming. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Boom, he struggled with all his might. His physical body and saint power erupted. The void shook, and the power of space that acted on him continued to explode. Then, a long river of 2-colored laws appeared. This was the fusion of the chaos law and the death law. Boom, Lu Ming's arms shook, and he struck out with his palm. The void exploded, and the space-time law that acted on him was directly cut open. Lu Ming's palm blasted towards Yunhaoge. But Yunhaoge moved, and his body disappeared in an instant. He appeared behind Lu Ming and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bam, Lu Ming seemed to have eyes behind him. He struck out with his palm and collided with Yunhaoge's palm. Yunhaoge's body floated back. Then, his body trembled, and a dense crowd of figures appeared from all directions. So many figures charged towards Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a terrifying killing move. Don't think that the dense crowd of figures were all illusions. In fact, these figures were all real. They were all Yunhaoge's true body. He was shuttling through the void, walking in different spaces. This move was a move that he used in different spaces. Chaos Calamity Finger. In the face of this move, Lu Ming used the Chaos Calamity finger. He reached out with both hands and pointed continuously. Whoosh! 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 Finger force burst forth, and each finger force pointed at a figure. Those figures exploded one by one, and finally turned into a figure. Then, Yunhaoge and Lu Ming exchanged dozens of blows, and the various mysteries of the spacetime law were displayed incisively and vividly. However, his control of spacetime was still not as good as Bubbles. Lu Ming protected himself with two types of laws. He stood firm and broke all of Yunhaoge's attacks. Yunhaoge finally lost his patience. I'll use my cultivation to suppress you. Yunhaoge's eyes were cold, and his two-star Void Emperor cultivation completely erupted. He charged towards Lu Ming. Wherever he passed, a spacetime storm flooded towards Lu Ming. A head-on clash? That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming smiled and stood there without moving. When Yunhaoge was about to reach him, a long river of laws appeared on Lu Ming's body again. It was the long river of laws of formations. The long river of laws of formations fused with the chaos law and death law, causing the long river of laws around Lu Ming to turn into three colors. After fusing with another type of law of monarch, Lu Ming's battle strength increased greatly. Boom, he blasted out a palm, and the palm force was like an avalanche, blasting towards Yunhaoge. As soon as Yunhaoge retreated, Lu Ming followed. His speed was astonishing as he approached Yunhaoge. Boom! 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 Lu Ming instantly struck out hundreds of palms. The void exploded as hundreds of palm prints completely enveloped Yunhaoge in all directions, disrupting spacetime. At this moment, Yunhaoge could not even escape using the law of spacetime. He could only take Lu Ming's palm force head-on. He roared angrily, activating the law of spacetime and erupting with the power of the world to fight Lu Ming head-on. After hundreds of consecutive palms, Yunhaoge's body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted. The law of spacetime that covered his body was shattered. His arms directly exploded, unable to withstand Lu Ming's palm force. Smack! In the end, Lu Ming slapped Yunhaoge's face, knocking him to the ground and twitching there. Bam! Then, Lu Ming kicked Yunhaoge's face, sending him flying out of the fighting ring. You want to torture me? You're not even close. Lu Ming said lightly. Yunhaoge fell off the fighting ring, his face swollen like a pig's head. He only woke up after a long time. When he realized his situation, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, he had embarrassed himself greatly. Big brother Lu Ming, well done, well done. Bubbles clapped her little hands in celebration. Many people looked at Lu Ming in a different light. Lu Ming was able to defeat Yunhaoge, which was beyond many people's expectations. Yes, he has also mastered the law of array Dao. I didn't expect him to have cultivated 3 types of laws to perfection and even fused them together. He is indeed talented. He has cultivated 3 types of laws before becoming an emperor. It's rare. No wonder he has such strong combat strength. Every time a law was fused, its power would increase exponentially. Even many low-level void emperors would find it difficult to fuse 3 types of laws. Putting aside the fact that Lu Ming had mastered 2 supreme nomological laws, even if he had only mastered 3 ordinary nomological laws, his talent was still astonishing. Previously, everyone had thought that Lu Ming would only be able to get 7th place, unable to compete with Wu Liang, Xiaku, and Bao Da. But now, they had changed their minds. Being able to defeat Yunhaoge showed that Lu Ming's strength was already at the level of Wu Liang, Xiaku, Bao Da, and Bubble. He was qualified to compete for the top 5. Even though he had not become a martial emperor yet, he already had such achievements. It was truly shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming obtained 4 consecutive victories. The second match of the 4th round was between Bubbles and Heartless Monk. My hair is rice, little one, you and I are really fated. On the fighting ring, Unscrupulous Monk looked at Bubbles seriously and almost drooled. This was one of the top 10 beasts. Unscrupulous Monk's heart burned with passion. Monk, it seems like you're looking for a beating. Bubbles couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Unscrupulous Monk because this was what Lu Ming had taught her. If she saw Unscrupulous Monk, just attack. Little one, you and I are really fated. Unscrupulous Monk shouted. He didn't hold back and was covered in Buddhist light. Those who didn't know unscrupulous monk would really be deceived by his appearance and think that he was an enlightened monk. Bubbles didn't dare to be careless. She directly transformed into her true form and rode on spacetime. The spacetime spirit mouse's combat strength was strong, and its control of spacetime was far above Xianxia's. This battle was extremely strange because unscrupulous monk couldn't hit Bubbles at all. No matter how he used the Buddhist kingdom in a palm, Buddhist lion's roar, Buddhist palm imprint, and other magical techniques, he couldn't do anything to Bubbles. Instead, he was sometimes caught off guard by Bubbles' sneak attacks. In the end, he was sent flying out of the fighting ring by Bubbles. "Monk, you're thick-skinned." Bubbles curled her lips. Bubbles could only send unscrupulous monk flying out of the fighting ring because unscrupulous monk's Buddhist golden body was indeed incomparably strong. Bubbles couldn't break it. Of course, if Bubbles' cultivation improved and was on the same level as unscrupulous monk, it would be a different story. The third match of the fourth round was between Xianxia and Xiaku. This was another pinnacle battle between the Son of Chaos and the primordial path of monsters. Xiaku transformed into a 1,000-meter-long purple-gold true dragon. His entire body flowed with purple light. His dragon claws tore through the void and he used the demon race's magical techniques to fight against Xianxia. However, although Xiaku was very strong, he was still a little weaker than Xianxia. Xianxia unleashed two types of laws and defeated Xiaku. Next, there was no suspense between Tianming and Xinhe. Xinhe directly admitted defeat. And the fifth match was between Baoda and Ancient Devil. There was no doubt that Baoda won. The fourth round ended, and not long after, the fifth round began. The first match of the fifth round was between Lu Ming and Xiaku. Xiaku's eyes were solemn. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed before was enough to threaten him. Therefore, Xiaku used all his strength as soon as he attacked. He transformed into a purple-gold true dragon and pounced towards Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming's body glowed and a shocking dragon roar came out from it, causing Xiaku's body to tremble and his face to change drastically. 9 dragons, Xiaku's face was a little ugly. In a battle between experts, milliseconds were crucial. Xiaku was slightly stunned. Lu Ming had already rushed over and unleashed the law of chaos, the law of death, and the law of array Dao. The 3 types of laws combined and unleashed a storm of attacks, suppressing Xiaku. Xiaku barely resisted dozens of moves and was blasted out of the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won. This made many people re-evaluate Lu Ming's combat strength once again. They thought that he already had the strength to compete for the top 3. Lu Ming may be able to compete with Baoda, but compared to Xianxia and Tianming, he's still a little weaker. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be hovering between 3rd and 4th place. Some people discussed and re-inferred the rankings. The first match of the 5th round ended. The second match was between Bubble and Xianxia. This battle was very intense. Bubble transformed into his original body and used the law of time to the extreme, changing unpredictably. However, Xianxia's strength was indeed powerful. Just like Lu Ming's previous battle with Xianxia, he used his powerful strength to break through the law of time. In this battle, Bubble did not win in the end. After many moves, seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he simply admitted defeat. The third match was between Wuliang and Elder Mo. Wuliang won. After that, Tianming and Baoda won respectively. Entering the 6th round, the atmosphere became heated in the first match. Because the first match was between Lu Ming and Baoda. In the eyes of most people, Lu Ming and Baoda were now at the same level and were strong candidates to compete for 3rd place. In this match, whoever won would be able to get 3rd place. Lu Ming, you're amazing. You haven't become an emperor yet, but you have such combat strength. I, Old Bao, admire you. But this match, the winner will definitely be me. Baoda grinned, his eyes revealing a fierce light like a big black bear. Big guy, don't be so sure. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then let me see just how strong the fusion of 2 supreme laws of nature is. Baoda revealed a ferocious look. He took a step forward, and his whole body was like a mountain, crashing toward Lu Ming. The fist force whistled and the space trembled. This was pure strength. The strength of the physical body was extremely powerful and shocking. Primordial body cultivator, I want to see how powerful your physical body is. Lu Ming did not evade. He erupted with 3 types of laws and used the chaotic divine palm. Dong, the palm and fist collided, and there was an earth-shattering roar. The space where the fist and palm collided was like a ripple of water, constantly shaking. Lu Ming and Bao Da's bodies shook at the same time, and they both took a few steps back. What a terrifying strength. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Bao Da relied purely on his physical strength. It was simply terrifying. That punch had shaken Lu Ming's 3 types of laws and almost pierced through them. Lu Ming's physical body had refined 3 streaks of chaotic qi and had been tempered by 5 types of laws. It was already extremely powerful, but compared to Bao Da, it was still a far cry. It was said that during the primordial age of the heaven realm, there was a primordial body cultivator who had an invincible physical body. He could cross the sky, stand on the ground, and explode the stars in the sky with a single punch. He was unbelievably powerful. When the physical body was cultivated to the extreme, it would be indestructible and immortal, existing with the heavens and earth. Again. Bao Da roared, and like a wild beast, he charged at Lu Ming. His muscles bulged, and his body swelled again. Come! Lu Ming shouted. 3 types of laws surrounded him, and he erupted his physical strength and saint power to the extreme to fight Bao Da. Dong! Dong! Dong, the 2 of them were like 2 wild beasts, constantly colliding in the fighting ring. There was no technique, just pure head-on confrontation. Bao Da was a primordial body cultivator. His physical strength was boundless and indestructible. Even an ordinary imperial weapon would be destroyed by Bao Da's punch. As for Lu Ming, his physical body was also very strong, and his saint power was condensed and thick. Most importantly, the chaotic law was originally as heavy as a mountain, suppressing the world. With the support of the chaotic law, Lu Ming's strength was also boundless. The 2 of them had similar styles, and they constantly collided with each other, causing the fighting ring to rumble. If they were fighting outside, it would definitely be a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. How terrifying. Seeing the 2 of them fighting, many people's faces turned pale. It was too ferocious. Under such power, any technique was superfluous. Even ultimate laws would be torn. Even if a 2-star Void Emperor were, he would be easily. The 2 of them fought continuously. Great! Lu Ming let out a long howl. After an intense confrontation, he had become increasingly proficient in the application of several laws, especially the law of chaos. The law of primal chaos and the law of forming a river were already perfect at this stage. But the fog had finally dispersed. Bao Da also laughed, and his attacks became more and more violent. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had fought over 100 rounds. At this point, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. Finally, he began to gain the upper hand and Bao Da began to defend himself. Bam! Bao Da began to retreat. Every step he took caused the fighting ring to rumble violently. Stop, I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. At this moment, Bao Da suddenly shouted. Lu Ming retreated. Bao Da gasped for breath. He was sweating profusely. It took him a long time to recover. You pervert, I'll admit defeat today. Let's fight another day. Bao Da said. Okay, sure. Lu Ming nodded. It was beneficial for him to have a powerful opponent to fight against. Bao Da leaped and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming won, many people widened their eyes. Lu Ming defeated Bao Da. It seemed that he would be in the top 3. This was beyond many people's expectations. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming would be good enough to be in the 7th place. Now, the ranking can be seen. Many people began to infer the ranking based on the previous battle results. Everyone thought that the 1st and 2nd place should be between Tian Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming was 3rd, Bao Da was 4th, and Bubbles was 5th. That was the situation for the top 5. Now, everyone was looking forward to the highlight. That was Tian Ming versus Xianxia. As long as the 2 of them could defeat each other, the top 10 rankings would be set. Humph, don't underestimate my master. Maybe my master can defeat Yuan Xian and Tian Ming. Lu Xianxia pouted when she heard that the people around her thought that Lu Ming could only be in the third place. Haha, little girl, you're really blindly confident. Your master is strong, but it's impossible for him to compete with Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. He's definitely no match for them. We can understand the little girl's confidence in her master, but you have to see the reality. Several gray-haired old men reminded Lu Xianxia kindly. Humph, your eyes are not right at all. Previously, you said that my master could only be in the 7th place. Lu Xianxia pursed her lips. We were wrong before, but this time, there's no mistake. Several old men were sure. Lu Xianxia pouted, too lazy to pay attention to these old men. The competition continued. Bubble fought Tian Ming. Bubble directly admitted defeat. He was too lazy to compete since he couldn't win anyway. Then, Xiaku defeated Yun Haoge, Yuan Xian defeated Wu Liang, and the ancient demon defeated Xianxia. In this way, Xianxia was already in the last place. He was even inferior to the ancient demon. In general, in this round, except for Lu Ming unexpectedly defeating Bao De, the other matches were expected by everyone. The 6th round ended, and the 7th round began. Tian Ming versus Yuan Xian. The gray-haired old man said. As soon as the voice came out, the scene fell silent, and then there was an uproar. The highlight of the show had arrived. The biggest highlight of the show had arrived. Tian Ming versus Yuan Xian. This seemed to be deliberately arranged by the gray-haired old man. In the previous rounds, Lu Ming fought in the 1st round. Now, the first match of the 7th round was between Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. The atmosphere was suddenly ignited. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a battle between the two strongest geniuses of the primordial realm. Tian Ming and Yuan Xian also exuded a strong fighting spirit. Their gazes collided across the air. Although both of them came from the Divine Fate Land and were known as the peerless geniuses of the Divine Fate Land, they had never fought before. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of anticipation. He had a feeling that Tian Ming and Yuan Xian had not used their full strength in the previous battle. This battle was enough to show how strong the two of them were. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures flashed, and the two rushed directly to the battle stage. Boom! Terrifying auras collided across the air, and a violent explosion erupted. I'll defeat you in this battle and break the legend of destiny. Yuan Xian said, full of confidence in himself. Destiny cannot be broken. Everything in the world has its own destiny. Even the birth and destruction of a world has its own destiny. Therefore, the law of primal chaos is also shrouded by destiny. Tian Ming said. His white robe was purer than snow. You can't control my destiny. My destiny is in my hands, not the heavens. It's not up to you. Die. Yuan Xian exploded. His figure was like a phantom as he charged at Tian Ming. The law of primal chaos spread out as he punched out with his primal chaos divine fist. You're destined to be struck by lightning. Tian Ming spoke again, as if his words were law. As he spoke, all kinds of lightning, flames, ice, poison, and swords blasted toward Yuan Xian. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian waved his fist, and all the lightning and flames were destroyed. Tian Ming, you don't have to test me. Show me your true strength. Yuan Xian took a big step forward and attacked Tian Ming. The aura of two laws spread out from his body. The two laws fused as he punched out. Boom! The fist force crushed forward, stronger than Bao De's. Great destiny art. Tian Ming stopped probing and used the law of destiny's theurgy. He reached out a finger and pointed forward. A streak of light erupted like a streak of light, but also like a divine blade as it blasted towards Yuan Xian. Boom! Yuan Xian's fist force was defeated, and the light of destiny continued to blast toward Yuan Xian. Break! Yuan Xian's fists were constantly waving, and in an instant, he punched hundreds of times, smashing the space into pieces. The light of destiny was blocked, and in the end, it was defeated. He blocked it. Yuan Xian is indeed powerful. Someone exclaimed. Previously, when Tianming used the Great Destiny art, no one could block it. Even someone as strong as Baoda couldn't block it. But now, Yuan Xian blocked Tianming's Light of Destiny. Perhaps, Yuan Xian could really fight against Tianming. Kill. After Yuan Xian defeated the Light of Destiny, he took the opportunity to attack Tianming. No one can block the Light of Destiny. Your fate is sealed in this battle with me. You will lose. Tianming said softly as he pointed his finger. In an instant, dozens of Light of Destiny burst out. These rays of light took on different shapes. Some were in the shape of swords, some were in the shape of sabers, and some were in the shape of spears. They transformed into all kinds of weapons and shot towards Yuan Xian. The power of each strike was shockingly strong. Yuan Xian waved his fists, trying his best to defend himself. However, there were too many beams of destiny light. Each beam contained boundless power. Yuan Xian was suppressed, retreating repeatedly. Yuan Xian is about to lose. The laws of fate are truly invincible. Some people sighed softly. If even Yuan Xian was no match for him, then who else could be a match for Tianming? No, Yuan Xian can still fight. He's about to erupt. Someone shouted. Boom! At this moment, Yuan Xian's aura skyrocketed once again. His cultivation was still at the peak of the two-star illusionary emperor realm. However, his aura had increased tremendously. Chaotic divine body. Yuan Xian roared. Boundless primal chaos law gathered towards Yuan Xian. His body started to change. It turned gray, as if his physical body had turned into a primal chaos stone. Yes, the chaos stones. When Lu Ming used the chaotic divine palm, his palm would turn gray, like a primal chaos stone. Now, Yuan Xian's body had turned into such a state. This was a terrifying secret technique. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian's body seemed to have really turned into a primal chaos stone. It was indestructible. He punched out continuously, destroying all the beams of destiny light. For the first time, a trace of seriousness appeared in Tianming's eyes. His body shone brightly as he constantly pointed his finger. Beams of destiny light shot out continuously, blasting towards Yuan Xian. However, Yuan Xian's chaotic divine body had increased his combat strength. Each of his punches was able to destroy a beam of destiny light. Yuan Xian was rapidly approaching Tianming. Everyone was shocked. Was Yuan Xian really going to change his destiny and defeat Tianming today? In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Yuan Xian approached Tianming and punched out, piercing through Tianming's chest. However, Tianming's body was like an illusion. It was illusory and nothing happened to him. Destiny has determined that I won't be defeated. No matter what you do, it's useless. River of Destiny, come out. Tianming said. Then, a large river appeared under his feet. This wasn't a river formed by perfecting the laws, but the legendary River of Destiny. The fate of all things in the world was in the River of Destiny. Everyone's fate was already determined. Tianming stood in the River of Destiny as if he was the ruler of the world. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian kept punching out, trying to break through the River of Destiny. However, his punches were like stones sinking into the sea. All things in the world are in the River of Destiny. Yuan Xian, you're not an exception. Tianming said. Then, he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the River of Destiny, pulling out a figure. Everyone was shocked because the figure that Tianming pulled out of the River of Destiny was exactly the same as Yuan Xian. However, they could tell that it was just an illusion. You're destined to be defeated. Tianming said softly and pointed a finger. A ray of light shot out and bombarded the illusory figure. A large hole appeared in the figure's chest. At that moment, Yuan Xian's body trembled as if he had suffered a terrifying attack. He tried his best to resist, but in the end, he retreated more than 10 steps. Everyone saw that a bloody hole had appeared in his chest and blood was flowing out. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The laws of destiny were too strange. Tianming had only pulled out a figure that looked exactly like Yuan Xian from the River of Destiny. Yet, Yuan Xian was injured when he attacked the illusory figure. Those who defy destiny will be punished. Tianming said and pointed another finger. The illusory figure was penetrated again. Yuan Xian's body trembled violently as he retreated. Another wound appeared on his body. The scene was silent. It was too strange. Moreover, Tianming was too strong. Who could fight against such strength? Tianming continued to attack. Each time he attacked, Yuan Xian would have to retreat and a wound would appear on his body. In the end, Yuan Xian vomited blood and was heavily injured. Alright, this battle ends here. Yuan Xian, you've lost. At that moment, the white-haired old man stood out and stopped the battle. He was afraid that Yuan Xian's injuries would affect the battle later. Yuan Xian was somewhat unwilling. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left the battle stage. He knew that he had lost. He wasn't Tianming's match and couldn't be the strongest in the world. I'm not strong enough. I need to be stronger. The legendary primal chaos scripture recorded all kinds of terrifying abilities that use the laws of chaos as the foundation. I must obtain them. Yuan Xian was unwilling. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Tianming is number 1 in the world, no one can match him. The rankings are almost clear. Tianming is first, Yuan Xian is second. It's a pity that Lu Ming is still a quasi-emperor. If he becomes an emperor, he might be able to compete with Tianming. How can there be so many ifs? Tianming is one step ahead and will only be stronger in the future. Lu Ming will probably never be Tianming's opponent. Everyone discussed. In the end, someone who was hostile to Lu Ming spoke, deliberately belittling Lu Ming, causing Xianxia, Bubbles, and the others to glare at him. After the 7th round, Tianming and Yuan Xian's battle, the following battles were not too surprising. Those who were predicted to win all won. Lu Ming also won. In this battle, he fought Wuliang. Wuliang dawdled for a long time. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Lu Ming, you freak. I thought I could suppress you after so many years, but I didn't expect that I'm still not your opponent. Wuliang said with a bitter face. Hey, how can you say that? What freak? This is my talent, do you understand? Lu Ming glanced at Wuliang from the corner of his eyes. My hair. Wuliang stopped talking and retreated to the side. After the 7th round ended, the white-haired old man let everyone rest for 3 days and continue the battle 3 days later. This was because some people were injured and their battle strength was affected, such as Yuan Xian. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone recovered to their peak state. Lu Ming against Yuan Xian. At the beginning of the 8th round, the white-haired old man announced the most important battle. To be honest, everyone was looking forward to this battle. This was because it was a battle between 2 sons of chaos, and also a battle for the 2nd and 3rd place. Most people thought that Lu Ming would not be Yuan Xian's opponent because the strength Yuan Xian had displayed was too shocking. But after all, it was a battle between 2 sons of chaos, a rare sight. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with a fiery light. He stepped out and stepped onto the battle stage. Lu Ming also stepped onto the battle stage. Lu Ming, this time I will make you lose miserably. Yuan Xian stared coldly at Lu Ming. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you something. No one has ever been able to surpass me after being defeated by me, not even you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Everyone was stunned. What did Lu Ming mean by this? Could it be that Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian before? How was this possible? Soon, news spread that Lu Ming and Yuan Xian had fought during the Primal Chaos Sex Assessment, and Yuan Xian had been defeated. Everyone was astonished. There was actually such a thing? It seemed like the 2 sons of chaos already had a grudge against each other. Back then, I was only suppressed. If I wasn't suppressed, I would have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Yuan Xian's expression was cold as he continued, Lu Ming, hand over the Primal Chaos Scripture. You are not qualified to wield it. I'm not qualified, but you are? Lu Ming sneered and said, you want the Primal Chaos Scripture? Sure, why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? Yuan Xian said coldly. Let's bet on this battle. If I lose this battle, I'll give you the Primal Chaos Scripture. If you lose, you'll listen to me for the rest of your life. How about that? Lu Ming said. I won't bet with you. Yuan Xian said coldly. You don't dare? Are you afraid of losing? Lu Ming said. I won't lose. I want the primal chaos scripture. I'll defeat you and take it from you. Yuan Xian was very confident. After saying that, he did not say anything else and stepped towards Lu Ming. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and the law of chaos spread out. At the same time, there was another law. It was a kind of law of the king. Although it was not very mature, it still increased Yuan Xian's combat strength by a lot. Primal Chaos Divine Fist. Yuan Xian made his move. He punched continuously, and the void rumbled. Every time he punched out, a mountain would form and suppress Lu Ming. These mountains were evolved from the law of chaos, and they were extremely powerful. Boom, Lu Ming also made his move. 3 kinds of laws erupted, and he rushed up and used the primal chaos divine palm, striking out a few times in a row. Bang! Bang! Every palm strike was capable of shattering a mountain. Mountains formed from the law of primal chaos exploded in the air. Primal Chaos Finger. After shattering a few mountains in a row, Lu Ming used the primal chaos finger again. A huge primal chaos finger formed and crushed towards Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian threw a few punches and defeated the primal chaos finger. However, at this time, Lu Ming had already arrived. He continuously struck out with the primal chaos divine palm, and in an instant, he had struck out hundreds of times. Yuan Xian threw a punch and fought with Lu Ming. The two figures fought fiercely, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. The law of chaos permeated the entire fighting ring. Yuan Xian was very powerful. He was a 2-star Void Emperor. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had been tempered 5 times. 5 times, he had 2 kinds of supreme laws, 3 kinds of law of kings, and 3 kinds of law of kings. This made up for the lack of cultivation. Lu Ming is really strong. He can actually compete with Yuan Xian. However, Yuan Xian still has a secret skill that he has not used. Lu Ming is destined to lose. Someone said, acknowledging Lu Ming's combat strength. However, they thought that Lu Ming would still lose. Yuan Xian, bring out your strongest battle strength. That's all, it's not enough. Lu Ming said in the midst of the battle. Since you want to see it, I'll crush you. Chaotic Divine Body. Yuan Xian roared, and the law of chaos boiled. His physical body seemed to have turned into a chaotic stone. After using this secret skill, Yuan Xian's combat strength increased greatly. He threw a punch and collided with Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. He could not help but take 5 to 6 steps back. Bam! Bam! Yuan Xian took advantage of the situation and threw out punches. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. Hand over the chaos scripture. Yuan Xian shouted and attacked wildly. Why are you in such a hurry? It seems that 3 laws are still not enough to deal with you. Let's use 4 laws then. As he spoke, another law river appeared on Lu Ming's body and merged with the previous 3 laws. In the next moment, a 4-colored law river appeared on Lu Ming's body. With 1 more law, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. He threw out a palm and collided with Yuan Xian's attack. Both of their bodies shook and retreated. However, Lu Ming took 2 steps back while Yuan Xian took 4 steps back. 4 laws. Lu Ming has comprehended 4 laws. Oh my god, it's the law of devour. 2 supreme laws and 2 monarch laws. It's really heaven-defying. This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Some people exclaimed. It was mainly because it was too shocking. Previously, Lu Ming did not use his full strength and even held back. Not only did he control 2 supreme laws, but he also comprehended 2 other monarch laws. Moreover, he had reached perfection. How old was Lu Ming? How did he cultivate? Master is invincible. Master will definitely win. Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli shouted excitedly. Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were also stunned. Although they knew that Lu Ming was abnormal, they did not expect him to be this abnormal. My hair, you pervert. Do you want me to live? Heartless Monk's face became even more bitter. How is this possible? How is this possible? Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Heng family, the He family, the Daluo Heaven sect, the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces, were all shocked and frightened. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more frightened they were. Yuan Xian himself was also shocked. He had also comprehended the second law, so he knew how difficult it was to comprehend other laws. It was even more difficult to merge them together. He had only succeeded in that world. However, Lu Ming had not only mastered 2 supreme laws, but also comprehended 2 other laws of the King Path. A total of 4 laws, and all of them had been perfected and merged together. This was unbelievable. Even with his wisdom, he was still shocked. So what if you have 4 laws? I will still defeat you. Yuan Xian let out a long howl, charging toward Lu Ming with an imposing aura. His body emitted a dark light as if it was made of chaotic stone. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and used the chaotic divine palm to fight with Yuan Xian. Bam! Bam! There was another shocking shock in the fighting ring. In an instant, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 50 blows. However, after Lu Ming burst out with 4 laws, his combat strength had surpassed Yuan Xian's. The more laws were fused, the stronger the power would be, multiplying the power. After more than 50 blows, Yuan Xian was completely at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Yuan Xian was not willing to give up. He roared and fought with Lu Ming without fear of death. He could not lose. This time, it was different from the assessment in the Hunyuan sect. This time, it was a real showdown. They went all out without holding anything back. This was also a showdown between Sons of Chaos. If he lost to Lu Ming, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the Chaos Emperor's legacy. Furthermore, he would have to live under Lu Ming's shadow for the rest of his life. This was a fatal blow to his path of martial arts. Lu Ming, you can't break my chaotic divine body. I won't lose. Yuan Xian roared. You think too much. Lu Ming continuously waved his palms, repelling Yuan Xian, and then bombarding Yuan Xian's chest with a palm. Boom! Yuan Xian's body trembled violently as he retreated continuously. His face paled as he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, Lu Ming continued to attack with his palms, striking out several hundred palms in an instant. Palm imprints enveloped Yuan Xian's entire body. Yuan Xian did his best to resist, but there were still palm imprints that landed on his body. Bang! Bang! Yuan Xian's body continued to tremble. In the end, cracks actually appeared on his body, as if it was about to split apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying and fell heavily on the fighting ring. Defeated, Yuan Xian was defeated. The entire place was silent. Before the battle, not many people had expected this result. Most people had always thought that Tian Ming was first, Yuan Xian was second, and Lu Ming was third at most. They thought that it was impossible for him to be a match for the 2 people in front of him. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian. His next opponent was only Tian Ming. Master is invincible. Xianxia shouted excitedly. She then looked at the few elders not far away and said, I told you, my master is invincible. No one is a match for him. The few elders blushed. Previously, they had said that Xianxia was blindly confident and told her to see the reality. Lu Ming was no match for Yuan Xian and Tian Ming. But now, it was Lu Ming who had defeated Yuan Xian. Even though the few elders had lived for many years, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Uncle Kong and martial monarch Wuxiang smiled too. Lu Ming being able to come this far had far exceeded their expectations. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Yuan Xian. I haven't lost. I won't lose to you. Yuan Xian held madly. He was extremely indignant. He charged toward Lu Ming again. But he was already injured. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? After a few moves, he was sent flying again. His body was covered with cracks and blood was seeping out. With Lu Ming's current strength, a palm strike could shatter the void and destroy a 10,000 feet tall mountain. The power was shocking. It was already very shocking that Yuan Xian could survive after taking so many palm strikes. Yuan Xian roared and wanted to continue fighting. The white-haired elder stepped down and stopped him. "You have lost. Go down," the white-haired elder said. Yuan Xian finally stopped and looked at Lu Ming with unwillingness. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. "After today's defeat, you will never be a match for me. Also, you don't deserve to control the primal chaos scripture." Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Xian indifferently and turned to leave. Yuan Xian's body trembled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, the competition continued. But the rest of the competition was within everyone's expectations. There were no surprises. Everyone was looking forward to the last round. The 9th round was the last round. After this round, the 10 of them had fought the other 9. And in the 9th round, Lu Ming would fight against Tian Ming. Originally, everyone didn't have much expectations for this battle. They thought that there was no suspense and that Tian Ming would win. But after Lu Ming defeated Yuan Xian, everyone changed their minds. At least, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian and was qualified to fight against Tian Ming. After the 8th round ended, there was a break. The 9th round was about to begin. In the last round, the white-haired elder seemed to have intentionally put the battle between Lu Ming and Tian Ming at the end. Everyone was itching, but they could only wait for the previous matches to end. There were no surprises in the previous matches. By the time the previous matches were over, the crowd already knew the rankings for this round. Except for the 1st and 2nd place, the rest of the rankings were already confirmed. 3rd place, Yuan Xian. He had only lost to Lu Ming and Tian Ming. 4th place, Baoda. 5th place, Bubble. 6th place, Heartless Monk. 7th place, Xiaku. 8th place, Yunhaoge. 9th place, Ancient Demon. 10th place, Xianxia. Xianxia had lost all 9 matches and didn't win a single one. His expression was extremely ugly. Especially when he saw the last battle between Lu Ming and Tian Ming, his expression became even gloomier. By now, Lu Ming had left him far behind. The last battle, Tian Ming versus Lu Ming. The white-haired elder finally announced the names of the two. Countless people's hearts were in their mouths. It was finally the last battle. This battle would determine who was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Yuan realm. Would it be Lu Ming or Tian Ming? One of them had yet to become an emperor, but he had already mastered 2 types of supreme laws. 2 types of monarch laws, which was unprecedented in history. The other was a rare child of destiny, who controlled destiny and was unparalleled in the world. 2 figures appeared in the air and landed on the fighting stage, attracting everyone's attention. Tian Ming, dressed in white, was shrouded in a mysterious light. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile and said, "You're strong, but you're still destined to lose." "Bullshit, I control my own fate. No one can control my fate. If there is, I'll crush them all." Lu Ming was incomparably domineering. He didn't believe in fate at all. His fate was in his own hands, not the heavens. As long as he was strong enough, he could change his fate or even reverse it. The previous people didn't believe in it either. They thought they could resist fate, but in the end, they couldn't escape it. Tian Ming wasn't angry and continued speaking as if he was in control of everything. "Oh, then have you seen your own fate? You'll be beaten into a pig's head by me?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "My fate is already determined. I won't lose," Tian Ming said softly. "Then I'll change your fate and let you lose once." Boom, 4 types of laws erupted from Lu Ming's body and fused together. Lu Ming's body was like a cannonball that smashed toward Tian Ming. "You're destined to be injured," Tian Ming said softly and pointed with his finger. There were no energy fluctuations, but at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end and his pupils constricted. He felt a terrifying force bombarding and crushing him out of nowhere. Buzz, Lu Ming vibrated his laws and the 4 types of laws gathered into a 4-colored river that surrounded his body and blocked the strange energy attack. "Is this the fate law?" "It's just a type of law." Although it's mysterious and strange, it can't really decide one's fate. It still needs an energy attack. Lu Ming had some understanding of the fate law. Boom, Lu Ming broke through the energy attack and charged toward Tianming. Tianming, don't bother with these useless things. Use your divine ability. His figure was like lightning as he approached Tianming at lightning speed. As you wish. Great fate art. The light on Tianming's body grew even denser. His figure was almost invisible as he was covered by the light. He pointed with his finger, and a beam of destiny turned into a sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also pointed out with a finger and used the chaotic finger of calamity. An extremely condensed finger force burst forth and destroyed the light of destiny. However, Tianming's finger continued to point out, and rays of light of destiny transformed into various weapons that shot towards Lu Ming. The power of these weapons was extremely shocking. All of them had terrifying killing power. Tianming's cultivation was also at the peak of the two-star illusionary emperor realm. However, his combat strength was absolutely shocking. Every ray of destiny light could instantly kill an ordinary two-star illusionary emperor or even an ordinary three-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming operated the law and covered his palm. He executed the chaotic divine palm and continuously struck out. Bang! 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 Lu Ming defeated the rays of destiny and scattered them like fireworks. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. He continuously destroyed the rays of destiny that were attacking him. His figure rapidly approached Tianming. In the end, Lu Ming broke through the obstruction. He pointed out with a finger and a chaotic finger of calamity shot towards Tianming. Tianming's eyes narrowed. A river of destiny formed under his feet and he was in the middle of it. However, Lu Ming's current attack power was stronger than Xianxia's. The chaotic finger of calamity crushed over and caused the river of destiny to tremble. Everything is shrouded by the long river of fate. Lu Ming, be defeated. Tianming roared and reached out with his hand. He grabbed a figure from the river of destiny. That figure was exactly the same as Lu Ming. However, it looked very illusory and struggled in Tianming's hand. It was as if Lu Ming's fate was really in Tianming's control. Whoosh, Tianming pointed out with a finger and a ray of light pierced through the illusory figure's body. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared out of thin air and blasted towards Lu Ming. It wanted to pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming let out a loud roar. The power of the four laws vibrated continuously, blocking that surge of power. Bang! Bang! The four types of law power constantly vibrated and collapsed bit by bit. That force was ancient and terrifying. It was unknown where it came from. Even the fusion of the four types of law power couldn't block it. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming frantically retreated. The four types of law power were penetrated. However, after the force penetrated the four types of law power, it was more or less neutralized. It only left a shallow mark on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wasn't injured. Lu Ming isn't going to be a match for him. However, this is enough to show how terrifying Lu Ming is. Xianxia was no match for that move and was seriously injured. However, Tianming's move is too terrifying. Seeing Lu Ming being repelled, everyone guessed that the final victor of this battle would be Tianming. Some of the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Ming wasn't that heaven-defying. Fate can't be defied, Tianming said. He stood in the river of fate as if he was about to reach divinity transformation. Whoosh! Whoosh! He pointed out two fingers in a row and pierced through the illusory figure in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. The law power vibrated. Lu Ming's figure frantically retreated. However, he was blocked in the end and wasn't injured. Bullshit! Lu Ming stepped forward and charged towards Tianming. Tianming continued to attack with his finger. The force of his finger pierced through the phantom. Lu Ming encountered a terrifying attack. Several terrifying forces were attacking him. Boom! Lu Ming was blasted a few hundred meters away. His body trembled and he felt his blood boil. Lu Ming, I admit that you're a rare genius. However, you can't defy the heavens and defy fate. Tianming said coldly and arrogantly. you're so full of yourself. Is that all you've got? Lu Ming sneered. Tianming frowned. How can you defeat me with this little strength? You can't hurt me at all. Lu Ming said. Many people were shocked. Indeed, Tianming could only repel Lu Ming, but he couldn't seriously injure Lu Ming. Lu Ming could use his powerful defense to drag on and make this battle difficult to determine the winner. Tianming's face darkened. His body shone brightly as he continuously pointed his finger. However, he could only repel Lu Ming, but he couldn't injure Lu Ming. Is this your limit? Then today, let me break fate. Lu Ming roared. His body was like lightning as he rushed towards Tianming. Boom, in the process of rushing out, the aura on his body became stronger. The 4-colored Law River turned into 5-colored Law River. This time, the entire audience was ignited. Gosh, 5 colors, 5 types of laws. Lu Ming has mastered 5 types of laws. Am I seeing things? It's true. It's too terrifying. There's no limit. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had revealed 4 laws, which was already shocking enough. Everyone guessed that it was most likely Lu Ming's limit. Lu Ming displayed 5 types of laws. The integration of the 5 types of laws caused an uproar. Many people found it difficult to remain calm. Lu Ming simply had no limit. Now that he had 5 types, no one was sure if he would reveal 6 later. As for Lu Xianxia and Ouyang Moli, they jumped in excitement. Swish, Lu Ming traversed the void and approached Tianming in an instant. Tianming's pupils constricted, and his expression was incomparably solemn. His body was almost fused with the river of destiny, becoming illusory. At the same time, he continuously pointed at the illusory figure. This time, he pointed at the illusory figure's forehead. The illusory figure's forehead was pierced. Lu Ming, who was charging over, encountered a terrifying attack. An incomparably sharp force attacked Lu Ming's forehead. However, now that Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws, his combat strength had increased greatly. His laws trembled, blocking the force. Then, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, bombarding the attack. Boom, a shocking explosion erupted, and the void trembled. The force that attacked Lu Ming was extremely shocking, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming. Try my finger. Lu Ming rushed over and pointed with his finger at the same time. Energy surged between heaven and earth, converging into an incomparably huge primal chaos tribulation finger that crushed toward the river of destiny. Whoosh, this time, the river of destiny couldn't withstand the power of the primal chaos tribulation finger. The river rolled and shook, and the water surged, stirring up thousands of waves. Rumble, as the primal chaos tribulation finger pressed down, the river of destiny seemed to be about to collapse. At this moment, the scene was dead silent. Many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly because they knew that this was the critical moment. It was time to determine the victor. Who would win? River of Destiny / Tianming roared. He was absorbing the power of the River of Destiny, turning into a ray of light that slashed at the primal chaos tribulation finger. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded in the sky. The light that Tianming slashed out blocked the primal chaos tribulation finger, and the two dissipated. Again. Lu Ming pointed a few more times. Boundless energy gathered, and a total of 3 chaos tribulation fingers shot toward Tianming. Tianming could only do his best to resist. The situation had completely reversed from before. Earlier, Lu Ming had been at a disadvantage when Tianming used the River of Destiny, but now, Tianming was at a disadvantage again. The situation was rapidly changing. Boom. Boom. Boom, another 3 rumbling sounds rang out. The 3 chaos fingers of calamity were blocked, but Tianming's figure retreated frantically. The river of fate trembled, and the radiance became somewhat dim. You broke through my defense. Tianming roared. Even now, you're still so confident. Let's shatter your confidence. Lu Ming stepped into the void and clenched his fist. A massive sword light condensed in the air. Sword of Death, this was a killer move that Lu Ming had created himself. It contained the 4 laws of death, devour, array Dao, and extreme energy. This was not a simple fusion of laws. Instead, it was a divine ability constructed from the various miraculous effects of the four laws. This kind of divine ability was many times stronger than a simple law fusion. Although Lu Ming could only use the four laws, he couldn't block it. This divine ability had become one of Lu Ming's strongest killer moves. Slash! Lu Ming roared and slashed down with his sword. This sword cut through the void and slashed at Tian Ming. Tian Ming tried his best to resist, but it was useless. His river of fate trembled violently before it was cut in two by the sword of death and exploded. Tian Ming retreated frantically, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood that dyed his snow-white robe red. Tian Ming was injured. With his river of fate broken, he was severely injured. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming did not stop there. He used the Chaos Calamity finger and continuously pointed. A few huge fingers shot toward Tian Ming. Tian Ming wasn't blasted out of the battle stage, but he didn't admit defeat either. The battle wasn't over yet. Tian Ming was unwilling to give up and tried his best to resist. However, he was severely injured and his battle strength was weakened. Moreover, his river of fate had been cut. He couldn't resist Lu Ming at all. After a few moves, he was sent flying 100 miles. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. He had been sent flying out of the battle stage. You've lost. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the battle stage and said indifferently. Defeated, Tian Ming had lost. The crowd was silent at first, but when they came to their senses, there was an uproar. Lu Ming is really heaven-defying. He defeated Tian Ming as a quasi-emperor. The legend of the law of fate has been broken. Fate can be broken. Man can conquer the heavens. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected that Tian Ming would be defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Tian Ming and stood at the peak. At first, no one thought highly of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the martial emperor realm, they even mocked him. At that time, no one thought that Lu Ming would be able to enter the top 10. Even more so, no one thought that Lu Ming would take first place in the end. Master is invincible. I know that my master is invincible. Xianxia jumped up in excitement and didn't forget to look at the few elders nearby. Those elders were also in a daze. When they saw Xianxia's gaze, they couldn't help but blush. Young master is really amazing. Qiu Yu's face was full of smiles. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Tianyi, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also had smiles on their faces. Deathblade looked at Lu Ming in silence. As for Xianxia, his face was extremely dark. There was even a hint of fear. Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded his expectations. If Lu Ming attacked with his full strength, he could kill him in a single blow. Brother Wu Xiang, Brother Kong, Brother Heng, Brother He, I heard that Lu Ming came from Yuan Mountain. Who would have thought that Yuan Mountain would have such a genius? Congratulations. Some great emperors congratulated Uncle Kong, Great Emperor Wu Xiang, Great Emperor Heng, and Yi clan. Ha ha ha. Both Uncle Kong and Emperor Wu Xiang laughed heartily. Emperor He and Emperor Heng harumphed coldly. Their faces were extremely dark. They couldn't wait to slap Lu Ming to death. How could they be happy when others congratulated them? How could this be? The ones with the worst expressions were the Heng clan, He clan, Ancient Moon Sacred Land, Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces. Their faces were pale. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming was allowed to grow, they would all be destroyed in the future. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with fear. Damn it! Yuan Xian roared. He couldn't accept that Lu Ming had taken first place. Tian Ming couldn't accept it either. His eyes flashed, but they eventually fell silent. Alright, the Battle of 10 Earths ends here. It's all over. The white-haired elder walked out and smiled. Now, I announce the top 10 in the Battle of 10 Earths. First place, Lu Ming. Second place, Tian Ming. Third place, Yuan Xian. There was a deafening cheer at the scene. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the center of attention. The Battle of the 10 Earths had gathered all the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. Moreover, this generation was known as the Golden Age. Geniuses came out in large numbers and experts gathered. Many of the sons of heaven were reduced to foils and attracted the attention of the world. And Lu Ming stepped over all the geniuses and fought at the peak. He used his strength to prove to everyone that he was the strongest. He's already so terrifying before becoming an emperor. His future is limitless. With such heaven-defying talent, if he continues to grow, he'll probably become a top expert in the world. Most people were discussing Lu Ming. However, Yuan Xian and Tian Ming were ignored. The Son of Destiny and the Son of Chaos were originally dazzling and eye-catching, but at this moment, all of their glory was snatched away by one person. Big brother Lu Ming, you're really too powerful. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's body, unwilling to let go. Master is so powerful. Xianxia and Ouyang Moli also came over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. In their eyes, Lu Ming was invincible. Lu Ming, congratulations. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also walked over and congratulated Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming being able to defeat Tian Ming was also beyond their expectations. Everyone, this is not over yet. Now, it's time to give you your rewards. At this moment, the white-haired old man's voice sounded again, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Yes, there were rewards for passing the selection previously. They could enter that corner of the world and obtain great opportunities. How could there be no rewards now? At least, the rewards for the top 10 were definitely amazing. Especially the first place, many people revealed envious expressions and looked at the white-haired old man, guessing what the rewards were. But there was no doubt that the rewards would be better than the previous selection. The reward this time is a little special, so you'll have to wait for a while. You'll know when the time comes. After the white-haired elder finished speaking, he went to an ancient altar at the peak of Heaven's Mandate Mountain. He waved his hands, and rays of light entered the altar. The altar emitted a resplendent light, and a ray of light pierced through the void and into the depths of the heavens before disappearing. Everyone was curious, but they didn't ask and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 2 days. On this day, a muffled rumble suddenly came from the depths of the sky. Then, a resplendent golden light covered half the sky. Look, there's a door. Someone exclaimed. In the depths of the sky, where the light was the brightest, a door suddenly appeared. This wasn't a gate of light, but rather something that seemed to be made of bronze. Roar! Roar! The door was open, and roaring sounds could be heard from behind it, shaking heaven and earth. Dragon roar! Many people could tell that it was the roar of a true dragon. Then, everyone saw the sound of footsteps coming from the door, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. Then, the crowd saw 9 true dragons rushing out from the gate. The 9 true dragons were side by side, pulling a huge chariot that appeared in the depths of the sky. On the chariot stood a number of figures. Most of them were young people who looked to be in their 20s. There were both men and women, and all of them had extraordinary temperaments. There was only one middle-aged man on the chariot. He was wearing iron armor, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a great emperor. At the highest point of the chariot sat a figure, but this figure was shrouded in divine light, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Many people were shocked. Who was this person? He appeared from the depths of the sky, and he was being pulled by 9 true dragons. There were also true dragons on Yuan Mountain, and at this moment, many of them had ugly expressions. Using 9 true dragons to pull a chariot was a humiliation to the true dragon race. However, the aura emitted by the middle-aged man was too shocking. It was filled with killing intent and endless murderous intent. It was as if they were in an endless hell. Even many great emperors had solemn expressions. The true dragon stepped into the air and arrived above Tianming Mountain, floating there. The white-haired old man and some other great emperors stepped forward and cupped their fists. Greetings, Heavenly Realm emissaries. What? Heavenly Realm emissaries? Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that these people were actually from the Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm might not be unfamiliar to some great emperors because great emperors should have channels to enter the Heavenly Realm. But for those below the great emperor level, the Heavenly Realm was a legend. Many powerful forces knew that the Heavenly Realm was at war, but they had never been to the Heavenly Realm. It was even more so for the younger generation. Now, they finally saw the people from the heavenly realm. Many people's eyes lit up as they sized up the people from the heavenly realm. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. On the heavenly realm's chariot, he saw two young men that he had seen before. Previously, when he entered the primordial realm, he had seen two young men in the corner of the world that he had left behind. One had purple hair and an extraordinary temperament, unfathomable. The other was dressed in a black robe and controlled the law of reincarnation. He was a son of reincarnation and had fought with Lu Ming before. These two are indeed from the heavenly realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he thought of many things. It seemed that the primordial realm's prodigies were not the only ones who had entered that corner of the world. Perhaps the heavenly realm's prodigies had also entered. Could it be that the so-called opportunity is related to the heavenly realm? The heavenly realm has been around for countless years. It's much older than the primordial realm. Legend has it that there are endless opportunities. Some people discussed softly. Although many people knew that the nine heavens domain in the heavenly realm had been mostly occupied by the foreign tribes, there was still the strongest and largest heavenly domain in the heavenly realm, the Tai Ching heavenly domain, which was still under control. Legend had it that the Tai Ching heavenly domain's area was not smaller than the Yuanlu. It also contained all kinds of opportunities from the heavenly realm over countless years. Many people's eyes burned with passion. Who are the top 10 prodigies of the primordial realm? Step forward and take a look. The middle-aged man in iron armor stepped forward, his voice spreading throughout the area. Many people retreated, while Lu Ming and the other top 10 prodigies stepped forward and appeared in the middle of the Destiny Mountain. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the 10 prodigies like lightning. A layer of goosebumps appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was as if the armored man's gaze could see through them. After the armored man swept his gaze around, he nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. It's said that the primordial realm is also full of prodigies. You didn't let me down. This time, many of you can enter the heavenly realm and obtain great opportunities." As the armored man spoke, many people's eyes lit up. It was indeed so. The reward this time was related to the heavenly realm. "General, I heard that the primordial realm has also reached its golden age. Many prodigies have gathered. Now that the top 10 strongest prodigies have been determined, I'm itching to spar with the prodigies of the primordial realm." Many people's eyes flickered. The prodigies of the heaven realm were going to challenge the prodigies of the Yuan realm. However, it was normal. They were all young and full of vigor and confidence. When they saw a strong opponent, it was inevitable that they would want to learn from each other. The eyes of the Yuan realm prodigies also lit up. They also wanted to know how strong the prodigies of the heaven realm were. "Alright, then let's learn from each other." The armored burly man nodded. They had brought the prodigies of the heaven realm over with such a plan. "Thank you, General." The burly young man cupped his fists and stepped forward. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others. He had short hair, each strand like a needle. His gaze was sharp like a lion's. "I cultivate the Archean martial arts of the Archean system. Among you, there should be someone who cultivates the Archean system." The short-haired young man spoke. His gaze swept over the 10 people with a faint arrogance. Bam! 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 Baoda, Xiaku, and the ancient devil stepped forward at the same time. A powerful aura erupted from their bodies. "I'll take you on." Baoda spoke. His body was like an iron tower, filled with infinite power. "He's mine." Xiaku also spoke. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was a purple gold dragon, a royal of the true dragon clan. However, the other party used 9 dragons to pull the carriage, which made him extremely unhappy. The short-haired young man glanced at the 3 of them. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That trace of contempt was not concealed at all. An Archean physique cultivator, an Archean demon cultivator, and an Archean demon cultivator. "Very well, the 3 of you, come at me together." The short-haired young man said indifferently. His contempt was even stronger. "What?" Many people's faces changed. This short-haired young man was too arrogant. He actually asked Baoda and the others to come at him together. After all, Baoda had obtained 4th place. His combat strength was extremely powerful. With Xiaku and the ancient devil, they could even fight Yuan Xian. This short-haired young man had such strong combat strength? Arrogant, I'll take you on. Xiaku was already angry. Now that he was being looked down upon by the other party, how could he bear it? He roared and transformed into his original form. He charged at the short-haired young man. His 5 dragon claws continuously stepped out, wanting to tear the short-haired young man apart. Boom, the short-haired young man struck out with his palm. His palm directly pierced through the void and collided with Xiaku's dragon claw. Roar, Chiel roared, his entire dragon body trembling violently as he retreated. That is, everyone saw that Chiel's dragon claw had cracked open. It was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. With just one move, he had injured Xiaku, which was shocking. Many people's gazes were solemn. This short-haired youth's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Tianming and Yuan Xian both had serious looks on their faces. I said, the 3 of you should come at me together. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. The short-haired young man said with even more disdain. Then let's meet you. Bao De let out a furious roar. His muscular body swelled as he threw out a punch. Similarly, he punched through the void. At the same time, the ancient devil also made his move. A demonic light slashed toward his opponent. Roar, Chalk roared. Blood energy filled the air, and the wound on his dragon claw quickly healed. His body emitted a purple-gold light as he charged towards the short-haired youth. 3 geniuses from the archaic system attacked at the same time, shocking the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. The short-haired youth laughed. One of his palms changed, as if it had turned into jade. It was so transparent that even the blood vessels in his flesh could be seen. Boom. Boom. Boom, the short-haired youth attacked, throwing out 3 consecutive palms. Pung, the ancient devil collided with a palm print. His body shook violently as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was weak. He had been severely injured. Pung. Pung, next, it was Chiel and Bao De. Both of them retreated frantically. Is that all you've got? Not enough? Come again. The short-haired youth charged towards Bao De and Chiel. His palms struck out continuously. Bao De and Chiel tried their best to resist, but they were no match for him. The short-haired youth's palms seemed to have the power to split open the heavens. After more than 10 moves, Bao De and Chiel coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their arms were shattered, and they were severely injured. They were unable to continue fighting. Everyone was shocked. This short-haired youth was too terrifying. There were no law fluctuations on his body. It was obvious that he also cultivated the archaic system. However, his strength was astonishing. He easily defeated Bao De, Chiel, and the ancient devil. He should be one of the top skyprides in the heavenly realm. Someone guessed. You guys are too weak. The short-haired youth glanced at Bao De and the other 2 and stepped back. Bao De, Chiel, and the ancient devil's faces were ugly. However, the other party was indeed powerful. This made them feel helpless and they had suffered a great blow. I'll spar with the skyprides of the primordial realm. After the short-haired youth returned, another youth walked out from the heavenly realm. This person was wearing a grey robe. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He looked at the crowd and said, I cultivate the law system. Who wants to spar with me? I'll spar with you. Yunhauge was the first to speak. He stepped forward. The void around his body undulated like waves. His 2-star Void Emperor cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. The space-time child, 2-star Void Emperor? How about this? I'll suppress my cultivation to 2-star Void Emperor. The grey-robed youth said. Then, a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was a 2-star Void Emperor. Everyone was shocked. The grey-robed youth's words were very obvious. His true cultivation had surpassed that of a 2-star Void Emperor. Now, he wanted to fight with Yunhauge at the same level. In that case, don't regret it. Yunhauge said. As soon as his voice fell, he made his move. He shuttled through the void and charged towards his opponent. His speed was astonishing. The gray-robed youth's face remained calm. At this moment, he waved his hand, and the law erupted. A large cauldron appeared in his hand. The primordial law, this person was a son of primordial chaos. At this moment, the large cauldron in his hand was formed by the primordial law. The primordial cauldron quickly expanded to the size of a mountain and suppressed Xianxia. The power of the primordial cauldron was too shocking. It directly crushed the void and caused spacetime to become chaotic. Boom, wherever the primordial cauldron passed, the space constantly exploded. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he felt a shocking force crushing towards him. He wanted to escape, but he could not. He could only face it head-on. He used all his strength and blasted out a blow, bombarding the primordial cauldron. However, the result was that his body was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his arm exploded. It was a tragic sight. Many people gasped in shock. One move, just one move, and Xianxia was defeated. The other party did not use too high of a cultivation. Instead, he suppressed his cultivation to that of a 2-star Void Emperor and fought with Xianxia at the same level. However, he defeated Xianxia with one move. How was this possible? Many people found it hard to believe, but this was the truth. Too weak. The young man in a gray robe from the heaven boundary had challenged Xianxia. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He was not confident that he could win against the young man in a gray robe. However, since the other party had challenged him, he could not avoid the challenge. Xianxia stepped out and his aura exploded. 2 types of laws spread out. The young man in a gray robe was surprised and he said, "You have comprehended 2 types of laws and merged them together. Not bad. I wonder how strong you are now. I will show you." Chaotic divine body. Xianxia did not dare to be careless against the young man in a gray robe. He immediately used his strongest attack and used his chaotic divine body. Xianxia's body was covered in the color of primal chaos, as if it was made from primal chaos stones. His aura had reached its peak. Interesting. Come on, let me see your strength. Don't worry, I will still suppress my cultivation to that of a 2-star empty emperor. The young man in a gray robe revealed a faint smile and a tinge of interest. However, he did not panic at all. His attitude showed that he was looking down on Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were filled with anger. He let out a roar and stepped into the air, charging towards the young man in a gray robe. Boom, Xianxia threw out a punch. His fist was like a chaotic stone and it flew towards the young man in a gray robe. The young man in a gray robe stretched out his hand and a primordial cauldron appeared in his palm. It grew rapidly and became the size of a mountain. The young man in a gray robe waved his hand and the primordial cauldron flew towards Xianxia to suppress him. Dong, Xianxia's punch landed on the primordial cauldron. The cauldron shook violently and sound waves swept out in all directions. Many top powers emitted light from their bodies and blocked the sound waves. Xianxia also suffered a terrifying impact. His body trembled and he was forced to retreat. He stepped on the air and exploded. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. You have some strength. Let's see how many of my attacks you can block. The young man in a gray robe said. He seemed surprised. He then pressed his hand down and the primordial cauldron flew towards Xianxia again. Break! Xianxia roared. Both of his fists continued to bombard. One punch after another, it was like a violent storm. However, what was unbelievable was that after every attack, Xianxia was forced to retreat. He was no match for the young man and he was suppressed. After more than 10 attacks, he had retreated a few hundred meters and blood flowed out of his mouth. Suppress! The gray-robed young man whispered. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he pressed down with his hand again. The cauldron trembled and grew even larger as it pressed down on Xianxia. Boom, this time, Xianxia was in an even more miserable state. His body directly fell down and heavily smashed into the battle stage at the top of Destiny Mountain, causing the battle stage to tremble violently. How could this be? In the primordial realm, many young geniuses roared in disbelief. Xianxia, the son of chaos, a peerless genius. This time, he was ranked third among all the geniuses in the primordial realm. Even such an expert had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated so easily. Most importantly, the other party had already suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star illusionary monarch, yet he was still able to suppress Xianxia with ease. What was going on? The son of chaos was supposed to be invincible among cultivators of the same level as him, so how could he have been suppressed so miserably? Second-level laws. The other party's laws have already reached the second level. A powerful true emperor said. The second realm of laws? Some people didn't understand. Immediately, a senior figure explained. When one cultivated to quasi-emperor, one's laws would be consummation, forming a river. However, this so-called consummation was only the consummation of a certain stage. To be precise, it was only the consummation of the first realm of laws. The cultivation of laws was divided into 3 realms. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, some experts could break through their laws again and cultivate them to the second or even the third realm. Of course, the difficulty of that was extremely shocking. However, once a breakthrough was made, the power would also be shocking. Once a person broke through to the second realm, the power of their laws would increase exponentially. Even the path of the monarch would be able to contend with the strongest laws after reaching the second realm. The gray-robed young man's primordial laws had already reached the second realm. In a battle of the same level, he could easily defeat the son of chaos. However, according to the senior figures, only high-level illusionary monarchs could cultivate their laws to the second realm. Some people would never be able to break through in their lifetime. However, the other party had broken through to the second realm of the primordial laws at such a young age. It was shocking. The geniuses of the primordial realm are really flowers in a greenhouse. They can't even withstand a single blow. How boring. The gray-robed young man looked down at Xianxia and said indifferently, his voice full of disdain. Damn it. The geniuses of the primordial realm were all furious. It was really uncomfortable to be looked down upon like this. However, the other party's combat strength was too shocking. Even Tianming and Lu Ming would probably be defeated if they went up against him. Therefore, they could do nothing about being looked down upon by the other party and could only swallow their anger. After the gray-robed young man finished speaking, he seemed to have lost interest and returned to the war chariot. At that moment, a woman walked out. This woman was wearing a suit of iron armor. She was heroic and had a murderous aura. She glanced at Lu Ming and the others and said, I heard that the child of destiny has been born in the primordial realm. I'm very curious about how wonderful the path of destiny is. Do you dare to fight with me? Tianming's eyes flashed. The other party had directly challenged the child of destiny. He could only accept the challenge. Stepping out, his white robe fluttering, Tianming looked at the heroic woman and said, I am the child of destiny. What's your cultivation level? The heroic woman asked. 2-star illusionary monarch. Tianming said. 2-star illusionary monarch. Great, I'm also a 2-star illusionary monarch. The heroic woman said, and the aura of the laws emanated from her body. Path of the monarch laws. You have a monarch body? Tianming was stunned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The other party had a monarch body. She dared to challenge him with a monarch body. This was looking down on him. So what if I have a monarch body? Even a monarch body can defeat you. The heroic woman's aura became stronger. A long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear stirred up the wind and clouds as it pierced toward Tianming. As the long spear pierced out, the aura of the heroic woman's body skyrocketed. She was like an invincible war goddess. Great art of destiny. Tianming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He displayed the great art of destiny and turned into a rainbow light, charging toward the heroic woman. Boom, the light of destiny collided with the opponent's long spear, and an astonishing fluctuation erupted. The heroic-looking woman was successfully blocked. Second-level laws. However, you're no match for me even though you're at the second level of the path of the monarch laws. Tianming shouted and launched a counterattack. He could see that the other party's laws had already reached the second level. However, he cultivated the path of destiny, while the other party only cultivated the path of the monarch laws. He was fearless and could crush the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tianming's finger continued to point out, and rays of light of destiny bombarded the other party. If one doesn't work, then I'll use 2, 3. The heroic woman said coldly. Her aura became stronger as 3 types of laws erupted. Moreover, she had completely mastered them. 3 path of the monarch laws and 2 of them have already reached the 2nd level. How is this possible at such a young age? A true emperor with snow-white hair roared in disbelief. The others were also shocked. This heroic woman looked so young, but she had already comprehended and fused 3 Qingdao laws. Moreover, 2 of them had already reached the 2nd level. This was simply shocking. The heroic woman's aura was like a rainbow. She wore iron armor and held a long spear in her hand. She was like a goddess of war. She stabbed out with her spear, causing the wind and clouds to change color. 3 types of laws exploded out at the same time, and a terrifying spear stabbed towards Tianming. Tianming's eyes narrowed. His body glowed, and the river of destiny appeared. He stood in the middle of the river of destiny and used it to resist. However, the huge spear seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. It directly pierced into the river of fate, causing the river of fate to tremble and create huge waves. The laws of destiny were extremely profound, powerful, and unparalleled. When he made a move, it was as if his words were the law. With a single word, he could determine the success or failure of others, determine their life or death, and determine their fate. However, that was only relative to those with weak cultivations. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one would be able to break through the laws of fate with one's strength. Previously, Lu Ming was like this, and now, the heroic woman was the same. The river of fate surged before finally exploding. Tianming's body trembled violently as he staggered backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tianming had lost. The scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Was this the prodigy of the heaven realm? He was just a king body, yet he was able to defeat the child of destiny of the primordial realm. It was like a dream. So what if you're a son of heaven? So what if he was the child of destiny? Below the martial emperor realm, they might have an absolute advantage. However, after the martial emperor realm, anything is possible. In the future, I will also use the law of kings to derive the strongest law and trample all the Elysian children under my feet. The heroic-looking woman spoke. Her voice was filled with confidence. She had a king-type body. Under the martial emperor realm, it was impossible for her to fight against an Elysian child. However, after she had broken through to the martial emperor realm, she had broken through to the martial emperor realm and comprehended 3 king-type laws. 2 of them had even reached the 2nd level. Many Elysian children of the same level were no match for her. The heroic woman's words shook the hearts of many people. It also made the eyes of many king bodies and even young people who cultivated ordinary laws light up. Indeed, so what if they fell behind now? They still had a chance. After breaking through to martial emperor, they might erupt with power and surpass the Elysian child. They would charge all the way to the peak. Some of the older generation figures shook their heads. It was easier said than done to achieve this. Even after breaking through to martial emperor, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the laws of kings. As for comprehending the strongest laws, the difficulty was even more astonishing. It was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. For a woman with a heroic spirit to be able to reach this step, she was already a rare genius. However, they naturally wouldn't say anything to dampen the enthusiasm of those young people. The heroic woman didn't say anything and returned to the war chariot. Tianming's expression turned ugly. In the past, he had been invincible, sweeping through the world. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could match him. However, during this period of time, he had suffered consecutive defeats. First, he lost to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had yet to become a martial emperor. Now, he had lost to someone with a king physique, which dealt a great blow to his confidence. At the same time, the youths of the primordial realm also looked dejected. The geniuses of the celestial realm were too strong. No one in the primordial realm was a match for them, and they suffered consecutive crushing defeats. These geniuses from the heaven realm should be the strongest group of geniuses in the heaven realm. The resources in the heaven realm are better, so it's normal for them to have such cultivation. That's right, they must be the strongest group of people in the heaven realm. Some of the youths discussed. Although they were whispering, they were still heard by the people from the heaven realm. The gray-robed youth from before sneered and said, "Don't comfort yourselves. In the heaven realm, we are not the strongest group of people at all. At most, we can only be considered second tier. The strongest group of people are much stronger than me." What? These words stunned the geniuses of the primordial realm. Even many of the older generation were a little stunned. The youths of the heaven realm were not the strongest. In the heaven realm, there were people stronger than them. They could only be considered second tier. Many of the geniuses of the primordial realm had ugly expressions. Even Tianming, Yuan Xian, Baoda, and the others had ugly expressions and were somewhat discouraged. Is the gap between our primordial realm and the heaven realm that big? I heard that the heaven realm only has one celestial realm left. How can it still be so terrifying? If it was at its peak, how strong would it be? Many people discussed and became even more dejected. You don't have to be discouraged. At this moment, the armored burly man stepped out, and his voice spread throughout the entire place. Many people looked at him. Your talents are actually not bad. Many of your talents are not inferior to the top geniuses of the heaven realm at all. What you lack is resources and training. The heaven realm has existed for countless years. Although there is only one celestial realm left now, it is the largest celestial realm. The resources, treasures, and various cultivation holy lands that have been accumulated over countless years are incomparable to the primordial realm. That is why their cultivation is stronger than yours. Also, the heaven realm is now at war with the foreign tribes. Sometimes, they will also step onto the battlefield and fight to the death. Only by training through life and death can they become stronger. The armored burly man said. These words made the eyes of many geniuses of the primordial realm light up again, and they regained their confidence. Yes, it was not that their talents were bad. It was just that their resources were not as good as the geniuses of the heaven realm. How could the children of the heavens be bad? So, this time I will bring a group of geniuses of the primordial realm to the heaven realm. The resources of the heaven realm will be completely open to you. The armored burly man said again. Many geniuses' eyes shone with ecstasy. The resources of the heaven realm and various cultivation holy lands were not something the primordial realm could compare to. They were tempted and wanted to go. They understood that this was the reward of this battle of 10 earths. It was indeed tempting. Obviously, the heaven realm wanted to cultivate geniuses so that this generation of geniuses could rise quickly. As long as you obtain the resources of the heaven realm, you may be able to compete with them in the future. The armored burly man pointed at the geniuses of the heaven realm and encouraged them. Senior, actually, the number one genius of our primordial realm has not made a move yet. If he does, he may not lose. A youth from the primordial realm spoke up. Previously, their primordial realm had been losing consecutively, and some of the youths were still uncomfortable. At this moment, someone could not help but speak up. Oh? The armored burly man and the geniuses of the heaven realm all looked surprised. At first, they all thought that Tianming was the number one genius of the primordial realm. They did not expect that the number one genius of the primordial realm was someone else. Who is the number one genius of the primordial realm? The armored burly man asked. Many people looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Originally, he did not want to stand out because the cultivation of the geniuses of the heaven realm was too high. Even if he made a move, he might not be able to win. But now, he was pushed forward. The armored burly man glanced at Lu Ming and was shocked. With his cultivation, he could easily see through Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor level, so he did not take it to heart. He never expected Lu Ming to be the number one supreme talent in the Yuan realm. Could Lu Ming be stronger than the Destiny's Child? The heavenly talents of the heaven realm also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. So it's you, General. I'll take him on. A voice rang out, and a black-robed youth stepped out of the war chariot and walked towards Lu Ming. This person was dressed in a black robe and had long hair like a waterfall. His face was cold and arrogant, and his eyes were sharp. He was the youth that Lu Ming had met in the other world. At that time, this person was with the purple-haired youth, and the two of them seemed to be fellow disciples. At that time, Lu Ming had fought with this person, but the other party seemed to have something to do and ignored Lu Ming. He had wanted to fight for a long time. Now that he heard that Lu Ming was the #1 supreme talent in the Yuan realm, he could not wait to attack. Let's fight. Let me see how strong you are. The black-robed youth stared at Lu Ming, and the arrogance in his eyes intensified. His aura shot up to the sky. He was a 2-star Void Emperor. Buzz. Buzz, then, 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared behind him, spinning continuously. These were reincarnation vortexes that wanted to swallow people into the cycle of reincarnation. This person was a son of reincarnation. In fact, after becoming a martial emperor, there was almost no need to call one a son of heaven. This was because after becoming a martial emperor, there were people who could cultivate the strongest laws. Those who did so after becoming a martial emperor could not be called a son of heaven. However, it was difficult to distinguish who was born and who was born. Therefore, after becoming a martial emperor, people rarely used such a title. However, the black-robed youth's reincarnation law had an extremely oppressive aura. The 6 vortexes seemed to want to swallow the entire world. Remember, the person who defeated you is called Liu. After saying that, the black-robed youth pressed down with one hand, and the 6 vortexes pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Liu's battle prowess was definitely above Xianxia and even Tian Ming. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm. He was no weaker than Tian Ming and Xianxia. Moreover, his reincarnation law had already broken through to the 2nd level. Lu Ming did not hold back and directly exploded with his full strength. The 5 types of laws all burst out, and a 5-colored river of laws surrounded his body. Whoosh, Lu Ming soared into the sky and struck out with his palm. Rumble, the terrifying palm force slammed into the 6 reincarnation vortexes, causing them to tremble incessantly. Liu's body also trembled as he retreated continuously. 2 supreme laws? Impossible. How is this possible? A shocked voice came out of Liu's mouth. He widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. He had actually sensed 2 supreme laws from Lu Ming. This was absolutely unbelievable. He was not the only one. The other geniuses of the heaven realm also widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming in a daze. They had the expression of a virgin who had not seen the world. Now it's your turn to be shocked. Some of the geniuses of the primordial realm were excited. When they saw that the geniuses of the heaven domain were shocked, they were delighted. Boom, even the armored burly man could not control himself. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and his eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. At the same time, a terrifying and oppressive aura permeated between heaven and earth. This aura made people feel as if they were facing the might of the heavens and could not resist it. It was as if they were ants. The stronger one's cultivation, the deeper the feeling. Many of the great emperors' faces changed drastically, and they broke out in cold sweat. They looked at the figure sitting on the heaven domain's war chariot. The heaven-like aura came from this figure. This figure had been shrouded in divine light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Before this, he had been very calm, and there was no abnormality. At this time, after seeing Lu Ming erupt with 2 supreme laws, this figure fluctuated and revealed a trace of aura. Sky. Sky Emperor. A martial monarch spoke with great difficulty. The hearts of the crowd shuddered. Sky Emperor, the figure sitting on the war chariot was actually the Sky Emperor? The Sky Emperor contained the might of the heavens, however, the aura was restrained as soon as it was released, and the terrifying pressure disappeared. You can comprehend 2 supreme laws and 3 supreme laws of the Path of Kings in the Boundary Emperor realm. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the primordial realm to have such a person. Continue, let me experience it. Liu was not shocked but delighted. His fighting spirit was stronger. He laughed and rushed towards Lu Ming. Along the way, his aura became stronger, and another law also spread out. Liu had mastered 2 laws, one was the reincarnation law, and the other was the Path of Kings. However, the path of kings had not broken through to the second realm, and was only at the first realm. However, it also increased Liyu's combat strength by a level. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Liyu stretched out his arms and punched out. The fist carried the power of laws and crushed towards Lu Ming. Sword of Death. Lu Ming used one of his strongest killing moves, the Sword of Death, a huge battle sword condensed and was held in Lu Ming's hand. Previously, Lu Ming used this move to cut off Tian Ming's River of Destiny. Swoosh, the Sword of Death slashed out violently. Boom, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The Sword of Death collided with the other party's fist light, stirring up endless energy. The force was like a raging wave, wave after wave, sweeping in all directions. Boom, the two of them retreated 100 meters each. Liyu was indeed stronger than Tian Ming. Previously, Lu Ming could cut off Tian Ming's River of Destiny with a sword, but now, he could not defeat Liyu. Again. Liyu roared and charged towards Lu Ming again. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist covered the sky and the earth as it charged towards Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming roared, his eyes revealing an excited fighting spirit. He was indeed excited. In the Yuan realm, among the younger generation, he was already invincible. Once the Sword of Death was used, even Tian Ming would be defeated. But now, Liyu was able to fight with him. This would allow Lu Ming to continue perfecting the Sword of Death. Lu Ming was only at the initial stage of the Sword of Death. He could barely exert the mysteries of the 4 laws, but he was still far from mastering it. Only in a great battle could he continue to perfect it. Boom! Boom, the two of them charged at each other, fighting and resisting each other. It was incomparably intense. I didn't expect there to be such a character in the Yuan realm. The young man from the heavenly realm had a rare solemn expression. Lu Ming is indeed powerful. He can fight against the geniuses of the heavenly realm. The geniuses of the Yuan realm smiled and finally felt a little better. Previously, the geniuses of the Yuan realm were completely suppressed by the geniuses of the heavenly realm. Although the heavenly realm had more resources, so their opponents were stronger, and they were not bad in terms of talent, they were still unhappy. The battle was very intense, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 moves had passed. Awesome, awesome! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He realized that as the battle continued, the power of his Sword of Death became stronger and stronger, and he became more proficient in the use of the 4 laws. This kid is using Liyu to cultivate his supernatural powers. What a terrifying talent. The armored burly man saw through Lu Ming's purpose and was secretly shocked. Damn it! Liyu roared in his heart because he realized that the more they fought, the stronger Lu Ming became. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, but now, he was faintly suppressing him. He was furious. He couldn't be defeated by a prodigy of the primordial realm. He roared and tried his best to fight Lu Ming. Let's cultivate the hammer of chaos. Lu Ming didn't care about what Liyu thought. Now, he was completely immersed in cultivating his supernatural powers. Suddenly, his attack changed. The Sword of Death disappeared, and Lu Ming used the hammer of chaos to fight fiercely with his opponent. A huge hammer was formed in Lu Ming's hand, and he smashed it at Liyu. Every strike was extremely heavy and could blow up a mountain and penetrate the earth. The two fought again, and after hundreds of moves, Lu Ming's hammer of chaos became stronger and stronger. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming sometimes used the hammer of chaos and the Sword of Death to hone his supernatural powers. Liyu, on the other hand, was having a hard time. He was completely at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger, he roared. He didn't want to be the first person to be defeated by a prodigy of the primordial realm. He wanted to turn defeat into victory, but everything was in vain. Bam! In the end, he was hit by Lu Ming's hammer of chaos, and even the 6 reincarnation vortexes exploded. His body retreated wildly, and blood spurted out. His face was pale and extremely ugly. He was defeated by someone from the primordial realm. Great! Many youths from the primordial realm cheered. The primordial realm finally won a battle, and their defeat wasn't that bad. Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the others even jumped up and cheered. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming glared at Liyu. Again. Liu roared, unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Junior brother, stop. At this moment, a voice resounded, and then a figure stepped out. It was the violet-haired young man. Liu seemed to be very obedient towards the purple-haired youth and stopped. Junior brother, you're no match for him. If you continue fighting, you'll definitely lose. There's no need for that. Let me do it. The purple-haired youth smiled. Senior brother, you want to make a move? Liu was stunned. I can suppress my cultivation and fight with him. The purple-haired young man said. There's no need for you to do anything. How about leaving this battle to me? Another voice sounded out. It was the gray-robed youth who had defeated Yuan Xian earlier. At this moment, he stepped forward. The purple-haired young man pondered for a moment and said, you can do it too. Lu Ming, right? Make your move. Let me see your strength. The gray-robed youth spoke as a primordial chaos cauldron formed in his hand. Boom, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party and directly attacked. The incomparably huge primordial chaos hammer smashed towards the other party. Since the gray-robed youth dared to attack, he was definitely stronger than Liu. Lu Ming didn't hold back and went all out. The gray-robed youth waved his hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron spun and suppressed Lu Ming. Two types of laws. The gray-robed youth also controlled two types of laws. One was the strongest law, and the other was the ruler law. However, like Liu, his ruler law had yet to reach the second level. However, his mastery of the primordial chaos law was obviously deeper. Boom, the primordial chaos hammer and the primordial chaos cauldron collided. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge through the primordial chaos hammer. Lu Ming's body shook and he retreated a few steps. However, the primordial chaos cauldron was also sent flying and was caught by the gray-robed youth. He's stronger than Liu. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The other party's mastery of the primordial chaos law was obviously deeper and stronger. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. He was only excited. Another person had come to hone his skills. Lu Ming stepped into the void and charged toward the gray-robed youth. Boom. Boom, after more than 10 moves, although Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage, he wasn't defeated. He became stronger as he fought and comprehended super skills in the battle. You want to use me as a whetstone? Impossible. I didn't say that I would suppress my cultivation to fight with you. The gray-robed youth said coldly. In the next moment, a shocking aura erupted from his body. It was much stronger than before. 3-star illusionary emperor, this was the gray-robed youth's true cultivation. He had already reached the peak of the 3-star illusionary emperor realm. He was just one step away from becoming a 4-star illusionary emperor. The gray-robed youth's cultivation erupted, and his battle strength soared. Lose for me. The gray-robed youth waved his hand, and the primordial chaos cauldron smashed toward Lu Ming again. Its power was much stronger than before. The primordial chaos cauldron suppressed the void and was as big as a mountain. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but the primordial chaos cauldron chased after him at an astonishing speed. Boom, Lu Ming attacked with the primordial chaos hammer. The sky shook violently, and Lu Ming's body shook violently as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. His arm shook slightly, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, with blood seeping out. The difference between each rank in the martial emperor realm was huge. A 3-star illusionary emperor was much stronger than a 2-star illusionary emperor. If it was an ordinary 3-star illusionary emperor, Lu Ming could kill him instantly. However, the gray-robed youth was a genius among geniuses. He could kill opponents of a higher rank than him, and Lu Ming was no match for him. Buzz, the primordial chaos cauldron shook again and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was sent flying again. His blood boiled, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. I can only use the third bloodline. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. With a thought, the energy of the third bloodline continuously flowed into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's body to be covered in a layer of blood-red light. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, and his killing intent was endless. Dong. Lu Ming held the primordial chaos hammer and sent the primordial chaos cauldron flying. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Countless people looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. Lu Ming still had energy left. He had not used his full strength before. How was this possible? They were shocked. How could this be? Tianming, Xianxia, and the others were also shocked. Lu Ming had defeated them without using his full strength, which was a huge blow to them. It's this kind of secret technique. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. Back in the Lotus world, Lu Ming had used this kind of secret technique to defeat him. Some experts from the Heng family, He family, and other forces were even more shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. Some of the Heaven Boundaries geniuses also had grave expressions. Kill. The grey-robed youth stepped on the primordial chaos cauldron and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming met the grey-robed youth head-on. After borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's battle strength increased greatly. He continued to exchange blows with the grey-robed youth and even gained the upper hand. Alright, let's stop here. A voice sounded. The voice was clear, but it contained supreme majesty. Hearing this voice, the grey-robed youth's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Lu Ming also stopped and did not continue to attack. He withdrew the power of the third bloodline, and the bloody light on Lu Ming's body disappeared. Everyone's eyes were on the figure sitting on the chariot, shrouded in divine light. He was the one who spoke just now. At this moment, the figure stood up and stepped out of the chariot. The divine light on his body was also withdrawn, revealing his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He wore a long robe and looked rather elegant. However, the great emperors of the Yuan realm hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperor." It was indeed the Celestial Emperor. Everyone was shocked, and then they followed suit and bowed, their voices resounding through the sky. The elegant middle-aged man nodded, and his gaze swept across Lu Ming, then swept across Tianming, Xianxia, and the others. He said, "The Yuan realm has also reached its golden age, and geniuses have gathered. Very good. Many of you are very talented. If you enter the celestial realm and receive the cultivation of the celestial realm, you will definitely rise quickly. I have decided that this time, the top 320 in the Yuan realm can follow me to the celestial realm to cultivate. Those cultivation holy lands will open their doors for you. At the same time, there will also be celestial emperors to guide you." The elegant middle-aged man said. What? The top 320 can all go. And the celestial emperor will personally guide us. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. Especially those geniuses in the top 320. They were all ecstatic and excited. This meant that the 320 people who passed the selection could all go. Many who did not reach the top 320 had ugly expressions and sighed helplessly. The resources of the celestial realm were much better than the Yuan realm, and there was also the guidance of the celestial emperor. This was too tempting. Of course, when you enter the celestial realm, you will also be allowed to enter the battlefield at an appropriate time. There will also be some dangers in fighting with the foreign tribes. If you are not willing to go, I will not force you. Those who are not willing to go, say it now. The elegant middle-aged man said. No one stepped forward. Who would want to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Moreover, if they wanted to rise, they had to rise through fighting. None of these geniuses were afraid of fighting. Without tempering themselves, how could they set foot on the peak? Not a single person wanted to back out. Very good. The middle-aged man nodded and looked at Lu Ming with surprise in his eyes. After a while, he said, "Everyone in the top 320 can go, but you can't." What? These words caused everyone to be stunned. The celestial arch said that Lu Ming could not go. What was going on? Lu Ming's strength was obvious to all. His battle prowess was unparalleled. Although he had yet to become a martial emperor, he had already grasped 5 types of laws. 2 of them were the strongest laws, and 3 were the King Dao laws. His battle prowess was terrifying. It could be said that no one had seen such a person since ancient times. But now, the celestial emperor actually said that Lu Ming could not go. Could it be that there were other arrangements? Many people's imaginations ran wild. Even Lu Ming himself was stunned. Your Majesty, why can't I go? Lu Ming was a little unwilling. If he could go to the cultivation holy lands of the heaven realm to cultivate, and even receive the guidance of the heavenly emperor, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In today's great world, the foreign races were invading. He did not know when a great war would break out. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Your physique, below the martial emperor realm, can be said to be a peerless divine body, unparalleled. The celestial emperor looked at Lu Ming and said slowly. Many people were shocked. Even the celestial emperor described Lu Ming as a peerless divine body. Wait, someone noticed that the celestial emperor said below the martial emperor realm. Sure enough, the celestial emperor continued, but at the same time, your physique is also a peerless trash. What? Countless people were shocked. Previously, the celestial emperor said that Lu Ming's physique was a peerless divine body. Why did he say that Lu Ming was a peerless trash now? Everyone was puzzled and did not understand what was going on. Sigh. The celestial emperor sighed as if it was a pity and said, since ancient times, those who cultivate the law system know that below the martial emperor realm, one can at most comprehend one type of law. It is impossible to control two types of laws. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Didn't Lu Ming control many types of laws? They knew that the celestial emperor was most likely going to reveal a big secret. The celestial emperor continued, however, the heaven realm has been passed down for countless years. At the end of the primordial age, the law system rose to prominence. Until now, countless years have passed. In such a long time, who knows how many geniuses have appeared? Many geniuses have amazing talent. A long time ago, there were also people who broke the rules. Below the martial emperor realm, there were people who controlled many types of laws. There were even people who controlled more laws than you, but no one could control two types of supreme laws at the same time. Those people below the martial emperor realm were amazing. Their combat strength was unparalleled. Not to mention those of the same level, it would be easy for them to kill an empty emperor. However, these people could never break through to the martial emperor realm. The celestial emperor explained in detail. Everyone was shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. They could not calm down. It turned out that in the ancient times of the heaven realm, there were already such heaven-defying people who controlled many types of laws and had unparalleled combat strength. However, the most shocking thing was that these people could not break through to the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming was also shocked. He was dumbfounded. He could not break through to the martial emperor realm, impossible. Lu Ming's eyes turned red. He could not accept it. At the same time, he recalled that in that world, he had tried to break through to the martial emperor realm but failed. He had almost torn his saint heart and body apart. As everyone knows, to break through to the martial emperor realm, one must transform the laws in the saint heart into the heart of the world. Then, with the heart of the world, the saint heart can evolve into a small world. However, controlling many types of laws is difficult to balance. It can be said that there is no balance at all and it is impossible to evolve the heart of the world. Once you force a breakthrough, the terrifying power of the laws will tear your saint heart and body apart. In history, geniuses like you have taken two paths. One is to force a breakthrough and then be torn to death by the power of the laws. The other is to be trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for the rest of your life until your life is exhausted and you die of depression. Rumble, the celestial emperor's words were like thunder, exploding in Lu Ming's mind. This was because what the celestial emperor said was too similar to what he had faced. No. Impossible, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. His eyes were bloodshot. He could not accept this fact. If he could not break through to the martial emperor realm, then what was the point of cultivating? Impossible. My master will definitely break through to the martial emperor realm. My master is unparalleled. Xianxia shouted. Her face was pale and she could not accept it. No. Ouyang Moli, Chiao Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others shook their heads. They could not believe it. The scene was in an uproar. Lu Ming had defied the heavens and emerged as the champion of the Battle of 10 Earths. He stood at the peak of all the geniuses. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the most dazzling in this Battle of 10 Earths. No one could compare to him. He had defeated Yuan Xian, Tian Ming, and even the geniuses of the heaven domain. This was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Previously, everyone thought that Lu Ming had a boundless future and that his future achievements were unimaginable. They thought that he would become a peak expert. Some powerful forces even planned to befriend Lu Ming and build a good relationship with Lu Ming. But now, the Heavenly Emperor said that Lu Ming could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm and would be trapped in the Quasi-Emperor realm for the rest of his life. No one doubted the Heavenly Emperor's words. It could be said that Lu Ming's fate was sealed. What a pity. A rare genius. What a pity. Some people from the major forces sighed. They had planned to befriend Lu Ming and build a good relationship with Lu Ming. But now, they gave up on that idea. If he could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm, no matter how strong he would not be taken seriously by these major forces. Below the Martial Emperor realm, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be, any true emperor would be able to crush him. Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. The Heng clan, He clan, Daluo Heaven sect, Ancient Moon Sacred Grounds Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces laughed crazily in their hearts. They were too excited. It was simply a blessing from the heavens. Previously, the abilities that Lu Ming displayed made them tremble with fear. They were scared to death. They were afraid that Lu Ming would rise and find them to settle the score. But now, Lu Ming could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm and would be trapped in the Quasi-Emperor realm for the rest of his life. To them, he was no threat at all. No matter how strong a Quasi-Emperor was, what could he do? Peerless useless body, haha. The great emperor of the He clan sneered. He had been beaten up by Lu Ming's heavenly emperor body and had always held a grudge. For those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, there was no better news than this. On the other hand, those who were close to Lu Ming found it hard to remain calm. One by one, they sighed. The heavens are unfair. An elder from Phoenix Palace sighed. Such an outstanding talent was unprecedented in the primordial realm's history. Yet, it was difficult for him to break through to Martial Emperor. This was truly a pity. Emperor Wu Xiang and Uncle Kong couldn't believe their eyes. Your Majesty, has no one in history ever broken the shackles and stepped into the Martial Emperor realm? Uncle Kong asked. No, never. Those who wanted to break through all died. As for the others, they were stuck at Quasi-Emperor for the rest of their lives. The Celestial Lord shook his head. He felt that it was a pity. Uncle Kong's body trembled, as if he had aged many years in an instant. Ha ha ha, good, good. He's just a piece of trash. Finally, I don't have to worry about him anymore. He's just a piece of trash. To think that I even treated him as a peerless genius. Many people from the Heng family, He family, Golden Crow clan, and other forces laughed loudly, their faces full of smiles. Of course, they didn't dare to say it out loud. They only thought it in their hearts. Trash, hee, he's only strong now. It won't be long before I surpass him in all aspects. The son of primal chaos, Yuan Xin, laughed coldly. At this moment, he was filled with confidence. Lu Ming couldn't break through to Martial Emperor, so he was no longer qualified to be his opponent. I still wanted to defeat you with my own hands in the future. Hee, I actually lost to a piece of trash. Tian Ming laughed coldly in his heart and shook his head slightly. What a pity. He was originally a very good opponent. The purple-haired youth among the celestial realm's geniuses sighed. No, my master will definitely break through. I don't believe that Lu Ming can break the shackles. Xianxia and the others still found it hard to believe. No, I will definitely break through. I will definitely step into Martial Emperor. Even the heavens won't be able to stop me. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists tightly. His voice was filled with determination. What a joke. The Celestial Emperor already said it, but he still doesn't believe it. Wishful thinking. A middle-aged man from the Wan family couldn't help but mock. Immediately, he attracted angry gazes and immediately shut up. You want to break through by force? The Celestial Emperor looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I believe in myself. I will definitely break the shackles. The path is created by people. Even if the ancients didn't do it, it doesn't mean that I can't. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Since ancient times, no one had mastered two supreme laws at the same time. Didn't he achieve it? Breaking through to Martial Emperor by force will risk death. Are you prepared? The Celestial Emperor asked. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. He also sighed in his heart. Lu Ming's talent, Lu Ming's willpower, and Lu Ming's firm martial heart were all admirable. If Lu Ming didn't have a crippled body, his future would be unimaginable. It was not impossible for him to break through to Martial Emperor. I will definitely succeed. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Well, in that case, I will give you 10 days to prepare. After 10 days, I will lend you a hand and help you break through to Martial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's voice spread in all directions. What? The Celestial Emperor was going to personally help Lu Ming break through to Martial Emperor. This was definitely a great opportunity. Damn it. The Hing clan, He clan, Ancient Moon Holy Ground, Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces were shocked. They were extremely unwilling and envious. The Celestial Emperor was going to help. Originally, they were overjoyed when they heard that Lu Ming could not break through to Martial Emperor. Now, they were afraid that Lu Ming would succeed with the help of the Celestial Emperor. They were all secretly praying that Lu Ming would not succeed. As for Lu Xianxia and the others, they were overjoyed. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming solemnly bowed to the Celestial Emperor to express his gratitude. He was sincere. He really didn't expect the Celestial Emperor to help. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Uncle Kong and Emperor Wu Xiang also bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Then, Lu Xianxiang, Ouyang Moli, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others all bowed. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. Then, many people in Yuan Mountain also bowed to express their gratitude to the Celestial Emperor. For example, the ancient sacred tribe's divine emperor and some other forces. All of them knew that when the alien tribes wreaked havoc on Luanyuan Mountain, it was Lu Ming who risked his life and the few great emperors to seal the void passageway used by the alien tribes. They were grateful to Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, Celestial Emperor. In the end, the ancient great emperor of the land of infinite demons, and even some experts of the divine fate land and other regions expressed their gratitude to the Celestial Emperor. Most of them were not so narrow-minded and had no enmity with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too high. It would be a pity if he fell silent. They all cherished talents, so they expressed their gratitude to the Celestial Emperor. You're welcome. I also cherish talents. I won't look on helplessly as an unparalleled genius slumbers. During these 10 days, I'll set up the array at this moment to help Lu Ming break through. However, the Sky Emperor spoke very bluntly and directly. The foreign tribes were invading and the heavenly realm was at war. Nurturing peerless geniuses and allowing them to grow up would mean a lot to the heavenly realm and the primordial realm. Therefore, every single resource was precious and had to be used where it was needed most. If Lu Ming could not break through to the Martial Emperor realm, then Lu Ming would lose his value. No matter how strong a boundary emperor was, he would be useless in the war against the foreign tribes. The heavenly realm's experts would not waste resources on a piece of trash. Therefore, if Lu Ming could not become an emperor, he could only stay in the primordial realm and could not go to the heavenly realm. I understand. Lu Ming nodded. Good, get ready. Adjust your condition to the peak. The heavenly emperor said. Lu Ming nodded and went to the side. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. He needed to adjust his condition, his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak. The heavenly emperor began to carve a formation on the top of Heavenswell Mountain. The top of Heavenswell Mountain shone with dazzling rays of light. Everyone was waiting here. In fact, the number of people had even increased. Lu Ming could be said to be a peerless genius in the history of Yuanlu. Everyone wanted to see if Lu Ming could become an emperor. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming opened his eyes and took a step forward, stepping onto the top of Heavenswell Mountain. Lu Ming, let's begin. The heavenly emperor said. During this period, everyone knew that the heavenly emperor was called Kong Yin and was known as Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. Lu Ming nodded and sat cross-legged on top of Heavenswell Mountain. You must succeed. Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the others were very nervous and clenched their fists. The Hing clan, He clan, Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda and other forces were also very nervous. However, in their hearts, they hoped that Lu Ming would not succeed. Boom, Lu Ming's body emitted a powerful aura. He was about to break through. The scene was completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. With the Heavenly Emperor in charge, even those forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Mu family, did not dare to make the slightest move and disturb Lu Ming's breakthrough. Otherwise, if he angered the Celestial Emperor, the entire Mu clan would be buried with him. As for the Hing clan and He clan, they didn't dare to make any moves. At this time, Lu Ming began to control the 5 types of laws, forming the world heart in his saint heart. However, at this moment, the 5 types of laws erupted, unable to coexist. They clashed against each other, and a terrifying tearing force burst forth. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just like the previous time, it was difficult for him to succeed. Lu Ming, focus your mind and focus on evolving. I will protect your body and saint heart. Heavenly Emperor Kangyin said. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. The entire peak of Heaven's Mandate Mountain was filled with tens of thousands of rays of light. Streaks of divine light appeared and enveloped Lu Ming's body, then seeped into his body and covered his saint heart. This was the power of the array protecting Lu Ming's body and saint heart. Evolve! Lu Ming roared. He no longer cared about his body and saint heart. He controlled the 5 types of laws with all his strength, wanting to evolve the world heart in his saint heart. However, the 5 types of laws were too many, and it was difficult to achieve a balance. The power clashed and stirred up each other, and a terrifying force rushed out. Lu Ming's saint heart and body trembled violently as they were bombarded by the destructive force. If it wasn't for Heavenly Emperor Kangyin protecting his saint heart and body, Lu Ming would have been seriously injured. His saint heart might even explode, and his body would be torn apart. I must succeed. Lu Ming roared. He ignored everything and went all out. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions came from Lu Ming's body as if there was an expert fighting inside Lu Ming's body. His body burst out with rays of light like a sieve, and it was extremely shocking. Poochie, following that, Lu Ming coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. One could see that cracks were beginning to appear on his body. Not good. Heavenly Emperor Kangyin's face changed. Even with his help, Lu Ming was still injured. It wasn't that he didn't have enough power, but when Lu Ming was breaking through, the power of law surged and directly burst out from Lu Ming's body. In the end, it might attract the power of the heavenly Tao, causing Lu Ming to self-destruct. Master! Lu Ming! At this moment, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others were all extremely nervous. Breakthrough! Lu Ming roared and continued to break through. He had to break through. His martial path couldn't be severed just like that. Kacha, Poochie, cracks even appeared on Lu Ming's saint heart, and there were even more cracks on Lu Ming's body. Blood kept seeping out, as if he would be torn apart at any time. Lu Ming, stop. You can't continue. Otherwise, you will die. Heavenly Emperor Kangyin shouted. Breakthrough! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were extremely persistent. He wanted to continue breaking through. Many people were moved, and many people sighed. They could understand Lu Ming's feelings. As a peerless genius, if he could only be trapped in the quasi-emperor realm for the rest of his life and couldn't break through, how sad would that be? Thinking about it from another perspective, many people would also break through at all costs. Poochie! Poochie, there were even more cracks on Lu Ming's body. Many cracks directly spurted out blood. Master! Xianxia said softly, tears welling up in her eyes. Young master! It was the same for Autumn Moon. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Everyone who was on good terms with Lu Ming revealed a look of pity. As for the Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces, they were ecstatic. They were screaming in their hearts that Lu Ming must not succeed. Poochie, at this moment, a crack appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It was as if his entire head was going to split open. This was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, his body would explode, and his soul would scatter. Stop! Heavenly Emperor Kangyin shouted. He pressed down with one hand, and a powerful and terrifying force entered Lu Ming's body, controlling Lu Ming. He knew that if he did not intervene, Lu Ming would only have a dead end. With the intervention of a heavenly emperor, Lu Ming could not control the laws. The laws dissipated, and he vomited blood. His face was pale. Failed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Failed again, and it was with the help of Heavenly Emperor Kangyin, but he still failed and did not break through. Could it be that he really had a peerless trash body, and could not become an emperor? He was extremely unwilling. Along the way, he had experienced countless dangers and storms. He had broken through all the barriers, and today, he had stepped onto the peak of the younger generation in the primordial realm. In the end, he was blocked by the emperor realm. It was difficult to break through. If he could not become an emperor, everything would be in vain. If there was a great war in the future, he would be powerless and unable to protect his family. No. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He was unwilling. He would not give up. He would break the shackles and create a miracle. Lu Ming, heal your injuries first. Heavenly Emperor Kangyin said, and a warm energy entered Lu Ming's body. Thanks to the flowing light, his injuries were rapidly recovering. Lu Ming continued to refine the energy, allowing it to circulate throughout his body and seep into his saint heart. The cracks on his saint heart were disappearing and finally, it was completely healed. His physical body had also completely recovered from his injuries. Lu Ming understood that this was all thanks to the Heavenly Emperor's help. That energy contained endless vitality, allowing him to recover so quickly. Otherwise, cracks would appear on his saint heart and his injuries would be extremely serious. It would take a long time for him to slowly recover. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming stood up and thanked Heavenly Emperor Kangyin solemnly. Heavenly Emperor Realm, what kind of person was he? Yet, he was able to help him break through. Whether or not he succeeded, Lu Ming was very grateful. Sigh, what a pity. Heavenly Emperor Kangyin sighed. It was a pity that a person like Lu Ming could not become an emperor. Lu Ming, don't force yourself to break through in the future. This time, I can save you. Next time, no one will be able to save you. Take care of yourself. Heavenly Emperor Kangyin said, then turned around and returned to the war chariot. Master, Xianxia believes that you will definitely break through in the future and create a miracle. Xianxia walked over and looked at Lu Ming with tears in her eyes. I also believe in Master. Ouyang Moli also walked over. Young Master. Qiao Moon also walked over, but did not know what to say. Then, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Tianyi, Luo Xiang and the rest also walked over. Looking at these disciples and friends, Lu Ming's heart warmed. He smiled and said, don't worry, I won't take risks easily. At this moment, the Heng family, He family, and other forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming were ecstatic. They laughed in their hearts and let out a long breath. Mu Yang was actually killed by a cripple. Humph, my Mu family will definitely take revenge. The Mu family's experts sneered in their hearts, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Alright, it's getting late. The top 320 geniuses, follow me to the heavenly realm. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Kangyin's voice sounded. Swoosh! Swoosh, one by one, the young geniuses flew up to the front of the war chariot. No, Xianxia doesn't want to go to the heaven realm. Xianxia wants to stay and accompany Master. Lu Xianxia shook her head. Young Master, I'm not going either. Autumn Moon also spoke. I'm not going either. I want to accompany Big Brother Lu Ming. Bubbles hung around Lu Ming's neck, swaying from side to side. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Kangyin had said that if Lu Ming couldn't become an emperor, he wouldn't be able to head to the heavenly world. The heaven realm would not waste resources on a person who was destined not to become an emperor. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's all go to the heaven realm to cultivate. Only in the heaven realm can you improve faster. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Autumn Moon and the others. If the heaven realm wanted to nurture this batch of young geniuses, they would definitely take out a large amount of resources. Furthermore, with the guidance of the Celestial Emperor, their improvement speed would definitely be very fast. If they stayed in the primordial realm and relied on themselves to explore, their cultivation speed would be much slower. With the invasion of the foreign tribes, no one knew when the war would break out. Only by going to the heaven realm to cultivate was the right path. Lu Ming wouldn't let them stay. No. No. Autumn Moon, Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, and the others shook their heads. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Kongyin looked at Bubbles and said, "Little guy, you're a space-time spirit mouse. Staying in the primordial realm will only bury your talent. Follow me to the heaven realm. There will be a specialized Heavenly Emperor to guide you." Heavenly Emperor Kongyin valued Bubbles a lot. The top 10 battle beasts were no small matter. Each of them had unparalleled talent. If they were to fully mature, they would be peak experts. The top 10 battle beasts of the ancient era were all terrifying existences with unparalleled combat power and unparalleled divine might. No. Bubbles shook his head like a rattledrum. Many people were so envious that their eyes turned red. With such good conditions, Bubbles still didn't want to go. It was simply infuriating. "All of you, go to the heaven realm to cultivate together." At this moment, Lu Ming's face sank. His sharp gaze swept across Bubbles, Lu Xianxia, and the others. "I'm not crippled. There's no need for you to accompany me. Don't worry, I will definitely become an emperor in the future. When that time comes, I will go to the heaven realm to find you." "Master," Lu Xianxia whispered. "Let's go." Lu Ming said sternly. "Yes." In the end, Lu Xianxia, Ouyang Moli, and the others nodded. Bubbles pouted unwillingly, looking reluctant to part. Then, he lay weakly on Lu Xianxia's shoulder and came to the front of the war chariot. "Lu Ming, take care." Huang Ling, Huang Li, and the others also came to the front of the war chariot. "Lu Ming, when you return to the divine wilderness and see Yanlin, help me pass a message. When my cultivation is successful, I will definitely look for her." Longchen said to Lu Ming. He also wanted to stay and return to the divine wilderness to reunite with Xian Yanlin. But he knew that the war was not far away. Without cultivation, even if they reunited temporarily, they would not be able to protect anything in the future. He wanted to go to the heaven realm to cultivate. This opportunity could not be missed. "Don't worry, I will return to the divine wilderness soon. When the time comes, I will pass the message for you. Take care." Lu Ming patted Long Chen's shoulder and smiled. Everyone bid farewell to Lu Ming one by one. Only Autumn Moon did not move. "Autumn Moon, go." Lu Ming looked at Autumn Moon. "No, I won't go. I want to stay by young master's side." Autumn Moon shook her head. Before Lu Ming could speak, Autumn Moon said again, "Even if young master drives me away, I won't leave. I want to stay by young master's side. I want to return to the divine wilderness to see master and madam." Autumn Moon looked at Lu Ming with a determined face. "All right." In the end, Lu Ming sighed and let Autumn Moon stay. "Lu Ming, you have to take care. I'm going to the heaven realm too." At this moment, a figure came to Lu Ming's side. It was Emperor Wu Xiang. "Dean," Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be that Emperor Wu Xiang was going to the heaven realm to participate in the war? Huntian and Heavenly Fire have entered the heaven realm. I don't know if they are dead or alive. I'm worried. Emperor Wu Xiang explained. Lu Ming understood that Emperor Wu Xiang was going to look for Huntian and Heavenly Fire Emperor. "Dean, take care." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "Haha, Lu Ming, I hope that the next time I see you, you will have become an emperor." Emperor Wu Xiang smiled and then left. "Lu Ming, I hope you can become an emperor. When the 20 years are up, I will challenge you. If you can't become an emperor, everything will be meaningless." In the end, Deathblade came to Lu Ming's side and left. "Let's go." Heavenly Emperor Kongyin said. 9 true dragons roared and shook the sky. Rumble, the 9 dragons pulled the chariot toward the depths of the sky. It rushed into the huge door and disappeared. The other skyprides of the Yuan realm also entered the door and disappeared. Before stepping into the door, Yuan Xian glanced at Lu Ming coldly and then turned to leave. In the crowd, Lu Ming saw Luo Zhangqiong's figure. He was also one of the 320 people. He also glanced at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming, I hope you can survive. The next time I see you, I will kill you. Luo Zhangqiong sneered and stepped into the door. Master, take care, Lu Ming, take care. At the door, the voices of Xianxia, Bubbles, Huang Ling, and the others could be heard. When the voices came, they were already gone. In the depths of the sky, the gate disappeared. The celestial world's emissaries and more than 300 geniuses all entered the celestial world. Many people looked back at Lu Ming. Many sighed, many sneered, and some even revealed killing intent. Lu Ming, you must pay with your life for killing Mu Yang of the Mu clan. An expert from the Mu clan was the first to attack. He stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming with killing intent. This was a great emperor with a goatee and a ferocious look in his eyes. Mu Yang was a peerless talent. He could have gone to the celestial world to obtain great opportunities and even become a celestial emperor in the future. If he became a celestial emperor, he would have been able to lead the Mu clan to glory. Everyone in the Mu clan had high hopes for him. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming. They wouldn't let Lu Ming go. What are you doing? Uncle Kong stepped forward and arrived in front of Lu Ming. His powerful aura erupted and blocked the great emperor from the Mu clan. You think you can stop the Mu clan by yourself? Another cold laughter rang out as a figure appeared beside Uncle Kong. His aura permeated the air, enveloping Uncle Kong. It was another great emperor. The Mu clan was a very powerful force in the Divine Fate land. They had more than one great emperor. On the other side, the great emperors wanted to help, but they were stopped by the great emperors of the Heng clan, He clan, and Tianluo clan. Lu Ming must die today. The great emperor from the Mu clan with a goatee said coldly and slowly approached Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He had the celestial emperor's body. At most, he could control it and cause a ruckus to escape with Uncle Kong. Mu clan, you've gone too far. At this moment, a white-haired elder stepped forward and released a terrifying aura. The two great emperors from the Mu clan were shocked. This was an expert from one of the overlords of Destiny City. His cultivation was unfathomable. The Battle of the Ten Earths just ended, and you want to touch the champion of the Battle of the Ten Earths in Destiny City? Do you want to die? Said someone else, glaring at the two great emperors from the Mu clan. They were from another powerful group in Tianming City. Many powerful great emperors glared at the two great emperors from the Mu clan. Although Lu Ming couldn't become a monarch, he was still the champion of the Ten Lands battle. His tenacious character was admirable. At this moment, how could they let the Mu clan touch Lu Ming? The two Mu clan's great monarchs gritted their teeth and retreated helplessly. Take the two of them and leave Destiny City. The white-haired old man transmitted his voice to Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong nodded and said to Lu Ming, Hall Master, let's go. Following this, he waved his hand and a wave of energy brought Lu Ming and Autumn Moon away, disappearing without a trace. After some time, they appeared at the peak of a mountain. This place is already far away from the Divine Fate land. You all enter my small world first, I will bring you all back to Yuan Mountain. Kong Bo said. Uncle Kong, I don't want to go back for the time being. I want to look around. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Look around? Uncle Kong was stunned at first, then a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He understood how Lu Ming felt. Not being able to become a monarch was a huge blow to anyone, not to mention a peerless genius like Lu Ming. Lu Ming needed time to calm down and adjust himself. Hall Master, this is the Divine Fate land. I'm afraid the Mu clan will do something to you. Uncle Kong was a little worried. Uncle Kong, don't worry. I won't use my real identity. I will use the Divine Aura technique to hide my identity. The Divine Fate land is so big, the Mu clan won't be able to find me. Lu Ming said. I want to follow you, young master. Autumn Moon said. She also cultivated the Divine Aura technique. In the end, Uncle Kong nodded and allowed Lu Ming to look around. Alright, I'll wait for you at the Great Pill Development Hall. Uncle Kong nodded and then tore through space and left. After Uncle Kong left, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon both used the divine aura technique to change their appearances. After changing their clothes, the two of them walked together between the mountains and the earth. Indeed, not being able to become a monarch was a huge blow to Lu Ming. He had to adjust himself. They walked and stopped, doing whatever they wanted. Sometimes, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon would discuss cultivation. Autumn Moon had already become a monarch and could comprehend many types of laws. Lu Ming had already comprehended 5 types of laws to the first level of perfection. In this aspect, he could be said to be very experienced. Autumn Moon also received a lot of inspiration. Lu Ming would sometimes meditate in one place for a few days. Autumn Moon would accompany Lu Ming to comprehend the laws. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming had been meditating for half a month. What should I do in the future? Sitting on the mountain peak and watching the clouds, Lu Ming's mood had completely adjusted. Now, he was thinking about what to do in the future. Since I can't become a monarch, I'll continue to comprehend the laws. The more laws I comprehend, the stronger my combat strength will be. As long as my combat strength becomes stronger, so what if I can't become a monarch? Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. Since he couldn't become a monarch, he would continue to comprehend new laws. Every time he integrated a new type of law, his combat strength would skyrocket. Now, he only had 5 types of laws. What about 6, 7, 8, or even more? What level would his combat strength reach? Moreover, since he could comprehend 2 types of supreme laws, could he comprehend 3 or 4 types? If he could control all 10 types of supreme laws, what level could he reach? His path was not cut off. His strength could still continue to improve. Then I'll comprehend new laws. Lu Ming stood up, his face showing a confident expression again. Young master. Xiaoyu came to Lu Ming's side. Xiaoyu, let's go. Lu Ming held Xiaoyu's small hand and stepped into the air. Next, what law should I comprehend? Lu Ming pondered. A moment later, Lu Ming had already made a decision. Alchemy Dao Law. Next, Lu Ming planned to comprehend Alchemy Dao Law, Alchemy Dao Law, Array Dao Law, and Tools Dao Law were 3 types of King Dao Law evolved from the Dao of Inscription. Each had its own mysteries. Lu Ming had already mastered Array Dao Law. Lu Ming planned to master Alchemy Dao Law and Tools Dao Law in the future. In that way, the fusion of 3 types of laws would be even more mysterious. A few days later, they arrived at a large city. This large city was the holy land of alchemy in the divine fate land. Everywhere was filled with medicinal fragrance. The factions in this large city were practically all focused on alchemy. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu temporarily stayed in this large city. In this large city, it was helpful for Lu Ming to comprehend Alchemy Dao Law. In just a few days, Lu Ming already cultivated Alchemy Dao Law to the rudimentary level. This made Lu Ming secretly amazed. He comprehended various laws at an astonishing speed. During this period of time, Xiaoyu was also comprehending other laws. But she encountered tremendous resistance. Cultivating it was very difficult. Lu Ming guessed, could it be related to his somewhat mutated sacred heart? The two of them were not in a hurry to return to Yuan Mountain. They continued to wander around, relaxing and cultivating at the same time. Aeon City, Mu Clan. In a hall, a group of people were discussing something. According to reliable sources, Lu Ming did not return to Yuan Mountain. The only one who returned was old Devil Dan Kong. A Mu Clan powerhouse said. But we sent people to look for Lu Ming everywhere, but they couldn't find him. That kid seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Another person said. It doesn't matter. We'll just wait for him. Lu Ming will return to Yuan Mountain sooner or later. We'll send people to Yuan Mountain and wait for him to return. That's right. Lu Ming must die. We must avenge Mu Yang. The Mu Clan powerhouses spoke one after another. Let me make a trip there myself. Finally, a middle-aged man with a goatee walked out. This was a great emperor. Back then at Destiny Mountain, he was the first to make trouble and wanted to kill Lu Ming. We're relieved to have you make a trip there. The others nodded. Immediately, the great emperor with the goatee led 2 Mu Clan powerhouses and left Aeon City, heading towards Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming didn't know all of this. They were still comprehending as they walked. In the north of Yuan continent, the land of divine beasts. It was an extremely barren and hidden place. Here, the space was extremely unstable and the origin chi was thin. It was a famous place of death in the land of divine beasts. There were thousands of divine beasts in the land of divine beasts, but no divine beast would come close to this place. On this day, a black-clothed woman with peerless beauty and peerless elegance was holding the hand of a 3- or 4-year-old boy. The little boy had bright eyes and white teeth. He was very good-looking. "Mother, where are we going?" the little boy asked. The beautiful woman looked at the little boy with a complicated look in her eyes. Finally, she said softly, "Mother will take you to a better place and teach you cultivation." He, little sister, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to have a child." A delicate laugh sounded, and a figure stepped on the air and came over. It was also a woman with peerless beauty. Her appearance was exactly the same as the previous woman in black, but her temperament was slightly different. The woman behind him was dressed in a white dress. Her entire body was shrouded in holy light. She looked very holy. "Xianxia." The black-clothed woman's eyes turned cold. That's right, the woman in black was Xianxia, and the woman in white was Xianxia. Xianxia carefully looked at the little boy in Xianxia's hand and revealed a look of surprise. He said, "This little baby looks 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming. Could he be yours and Lu Ming's child? This is really beyond my expectations. From what I see, you've already awakened, yet you're still doing this kind of thing with Lu Ming. Moreover, you haven't killed Lu Ming yet. That's even stranger." Xianxia was extremely curious. "It's none of your business," Xianxia said coldly. "No, I can see that the memories of your previous life and this life haven't merged. It should mean that the memories of this life don't want to merge with the memories of your previous life. No wonder, no wonder. However, if you continue like this, your cultivation will be completely surpassed by mine sooner or later." Xianxia seemed to have seen through something and laughed. Xianxia's face revealed a complicated expression. Although she had awakened the memories of her previous life, the memories of this life were not willing to merge with the memories of her previous life. The two kinds of memories would appear alternately to control this body. "Why do you have to do this? Only by merging the memories of our previous life and this life can we surpass our previous life and embark on the supreme path. If you continue like this, all of your efforts will eventually be in vain." In the end, Xianxia let out a long sigh. Her personality was indeed very different from before. In the past, when she saw Xianxia, she would not speak to him with such an attitude. At this moment, Xianxia's expression changed. Her eyes and expression also changed. Her eyes and expression were the same as Xianxia's in the past. She touched the little boy's little head dotingly and said, "I won't merge. This life is this life, and the previous life is the previous life. Why should I awaken? Why should I merge? It seems that you can't let go of Lu Ming," Xianxia said. Xianxia was silent and did not speak. "Mother, who is she? Why does she look like you?" the little boy asked and looked at Xianxia curiously. "I'm your aunt. Come to Aunt. Aunt will take you to the heavenly realm and teach you the supreme cultivation method." Xianxia smiled. "I will take him there. You don't have to worry." With that, Xianxia did not say anything else. She held the little boy's hand and walked toward the void turbulence. Xianxia smiled and also walked toward the void turbulence. In the end, their figures disappeared. If others knew, they would be very surprised. The void turbulence here could lead to the heavenly realm? Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked and stopped. When they arrived at Huanhai, half a year had passed since the end of the Ten Lands battle. In this half a year, the news of the Ten Lands battle had spread throughout the world. Countless people were shocked. Countless people knew the name Lu Ming. Of course, there were also countless people who sighed. A peerless genius could not become an emperor. It made people sigh. After Lu Ming and Autumn Moon arrived at Huanhai, they took the cross-sea warship and returned to Yuan Mountain. After returning to Yuan Mountain, they did not disguise themselves and returned to their original appearance. Lu Ming did not go to Celestial City, nor did he return to ancient Moon Holy Land. The first place he wanted to go was the ancient sacred tribe. He wanted to go to the ancient sacred tribe to find Xianxia and ask about Xianxia's situation. He felt that Xianxia must know what happened to Xianxia. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the ancient sacred tribe, he was told that Xianxia had already left the ancient sacred tribe a few months ago and his whereabouts were unknown. Lu Ming was helpless. He could only leave the ancient sacred tribe and take the teleportation formation to return to ancient Moon Holy Land. Emperor Wu Xiang had already left. Lu Ming no longer needed to go to Celestial City. Lu Ming planned to return to ancient Moon Holy Land first before returning to Tsang State. It was time to settle the matters in Tsang State. With his current battle strength, he could kill an ordinary Void Emperor with a raise of his hand. After settling the matters in Tsang State, it was time for him to return to Divine Wilderness Continent. Counting it, he had left Divine Wilderness Continent for more than 10 years. It was time to go back and take a look. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. When Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation formation outside the ancient Moon Holy Land, he was immediately recognized by others. The teleportation formation area was in an uproar. Lu Ming's name was famous all over the world. In the Battle of the Ten Lands, he trampled over the other geniuses and won the championship. His peerless talent made the people of ancient Moon Holy Land feel very proud. Everyone, please make way. Lu Ming was speechless because the road was already blocked. A large number of people surrounded and watched. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu squeezed out of the crowd and flew towards ancient Moon Holy Land. He's just a crippled body. If he can't become an emperor, what's the use of having strong battle strength at this stage? After Lu Ming left, someone sneered and mocked. That's right, he's just a boundary emperor. My Golden Crow clan can easily send out a high-level empty emperor to suppress him. A Golden Crow clan expert sneered. He must have done too many evil deeds and received his retribution. What a satisfying retribution. A giant wolf from Skywolf Pagoda said and even grinned. The others sighed. It was a pity that Lu Ming could not become an emperor. Soon, the news of Lu Ming's return to the ancient Moon Sacred Ground spread throughout the ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Lu Ming did not stop. Soon, he and Autumn Moon returned to the Great Pill Development Hall. Junior brother. Junior brother. Tian Shui and Xianxia had been cultivating in the Great Pill Development Hall. Their cultivation levels were not high and they did not go to the Divine Fate Land. When they saw Lu Ming return, they smiled. Junior brother, I believe that you will become an emperor in the future. Xianxia came over to comfort him. That's right. You will blind everyone. Tian Shui also came over and comforted him. Of course, I will definitely create a miracle. Lu Ming smiled. After this period of time, he had already adjusted his mood and said half-jokingly. He had not given up on the path to becoming an emperor. He would slowly search for it in the future. However, at this stage, he could continue to comprehend new laws and his strength could continue to increase. He was not in a hurry. Moreover, he had heard that there was a prerequisite to becoming an emperor. That was to cultivate all 9 laws to the complete third realm. Then, the 9 types of laws would be integrated, and the quantity would change into the quality of the great Tao. Only then would one be a great emperor. Therefore, he would not waste his time by comprehending more laws. In the future, if he really broke through to the martial emperor realm, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Come, let's drink. Tian Shui laughed and took out jars of wine. Everyone began to drink. Autumn Moon also accompanied Lu Ming and drank a jar. Her face flushed red as if she was a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The few of them drank and chatted until the next day. Lu Ming wanted to rest for a while. However, at this time, Lu Ming received a message that someone had come to the Great Pill Development Furnace. Miss Mu, Brother Yi. When Lu Ming arrived outside the Great Derivation Pill Furnace, he saw a few youths. Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfeng were among them. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, other than Huang Ling and Long Chen, Lu Ming was the closest to Mu Qingxue and Yi Dongfeng. Obviously, they had also heard the news of Lu Ming's return. Lu Ming, we just heard that you're back. Lu Ming, we all believe in you. One day, you'll definitely become a martial emperor. Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfeng, and the others also comforted him. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled and invited them in to take a seat. Lu Ming, the younger generation of the ancient moon's sacred ground has decided to invite you to a banquet in 3 days to congratulate you on becoming the champion of the Ten Lands tournament. In the end, Yi Dongfeng spoke. Alright, I'll definitely go. Lu Ming nodded. After chatting for a while, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfeng, and the others took their leave. Lu Ming rested for a while and then continued to comprehend the law of alchemy. During this time, he had already cultivated the law of alchemy to 60%, which was extremely fast. On this day, the Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, Wan clan, and Ziji sect all received invitations to the Feng clan for a meeting. When they arrived at the meeting hall of the Feng clan, they found that the people sitting at the top were not the Feng clan leader, but 2 strangers. The Wind clan's clan leader and the Wind clan's elders sat below and carefully accompanied him. Feng clan leader, why have you called us here? The Wan clan leader asked first. No hurry, let me introduce you. These 2 are from the ancient Sun Holy Land and the Daluo Heaven sect. The Feng clan leader pointed at the 2 and said. The Wan clan leader and the Golden Crow clan leader's faces changed slightly. The Daluo Heaven sect had a martial emperor in charge and was an emperor-level force. Their strength was far beyond theirs. They hurriedly saluted the 2 people from the Daluo Heaven sect. The 2 people from the Daluo Heaven sect nodded slightly. Everyone, I'll come straight to the point. This time, I've asked you to come together for only one purpose, that is, to kill Lu Ming. A middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said coldly. The hall suddenly became quiet. After a while, the Wan clan leader said, Brother Luo, to be honest, we also want to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming is protected by the old guy from the Great Development Elixir Palace. That old guy is a martial emperor. If we kill Lu Ming, I'm afraid that old guy will kill us directly. Yes, without the old guy from the Great Development Elixir Palace, we would have killed Lu Ming long ago. The Golden Crow clan leader followed. It doesn't matter. This time, Martial Emperor Tian Luo of the Daluo Heaven sect will take action. The old guy from the Great Development Elixir Palace will be dealt with by Martial Emperor Tian Luo. The middle-aged man from the Daluo Heaven sect said. Martial Emperor Tian Luo will take action? The leaders of the Wan clan, the Golden Crow clan, and the Sky Wolf Tower were all overjoyed. But then, they became worried because they thought that Lu Ming still had the body of the Celestial Emperor. Lu Ming still has the body of the Celestial Emperor. Although he was assassinated by the Death Kingdom in the Divine Fate Land, he didn't use the body of the Celestial Emperor. Some people speculate that there are many restrictions on him using the body of the Celestial Emperor. But we have to be careful. The Wan clan leader said. The others nodded. They had to be cautious because it was related to the survival of their forces. We have already considered this point. So, you need to send someone to assassinate Lu Ming and test whether he can control the body of the Celestial Emperor. Someone from the Daluo Heaven sect said. We'll test him? The Wan clan leader and the others changed their expressions. They had sent someone to test him. If Lu Ming could control the body of the Celestial Emperor, the person they sent would be dead. If Lu Ming was angry, all the forces would be in danger. Don't worry. We'll test him just in case. If Lu Ming can't control the body of the Celestial Emperor, we can kill him directly. If he can control the body of the Celestial Emperor, you'll lose a few experts at most. When it comes to doing big things, a little loss is necessary. And let me tell you, this time we're not the only ones who want to deal with Lu Ming. The Mu clan in the Divine Fate Land has also sent a great emperor to deal with him. So, even if Lu Ming can control the body of the Celestial Emperor, he will still die. But, if this matter is spread out, the Mu clan and the Daluo Heaven sect will lose face. So, we need you to send someone to assassinate him. Another person from the Daluo Heaven sect said with great confidence. The Mu clan in the Divine Fate Land has also sent an expert. The eyes of the Wan clan leader and the others flickered, and they finally made a decision. Well, we'll send someone to ambush Lu Ming. If we can kill him directly, it'll be the best. The leaders of the forces made a decision. Lu Ming was too big a threat to them. He must be eliminated. Even if Lu Ming could not become an emperor, they had to eliminate him as soon as possible. Only then could they feel at ease. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Ming headed in the direction of the Thunder God sect alone. This time, Mu Qingxue, Yi Dongfeng, and the other young geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had invited Lu Ming to a gathering place near the Thunder God sect. It was very luxurious and there was an elegant restaurant. When Lu Ming arrived, there were at least dozens of young geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land who came to welcome Lu Ming and congratulate Lu Ming. These young geniuses might not be much on the stage of the Battle of the Ten Lands, but in the ancient Moon Holy Land, they were all top geniuses and would be the pillars of the ancient Moon Holy Land in the future. Everyone toasted each other and it was very lively. After half a day, the banquet finally ended and Lu Ming took his leave. He planned to bring Qiu Yu, Xuanxin, and Tian Shui back to the Tsong continent in a few days. Lu Ming thought about his next plan as he flew. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he felt a sense of danger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming quickly retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of Lu Ming, several terrifying wind blades cut through the space and slashed through. Then, behind Lu Ming, the space shook and several rays of light shot towards Lu Ming. Those were a few emperor weapons that directly pierced through space with terrifying power. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his power. He activated all 5 types of laws and cast the Chaos Divine Palm, striking a few times consecutively. Dong! Dong! Several imperial armaments were knocked flying by the collision. 3-star illusionary emperor. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming felt that the person controlling the emperor weapons was a 3-star illusionary emperor. Rip! Above Lu Ming's head, the wind whistled and heat waves surged. A huge claw grabbed towards Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. If Lu Ming was scratched by this claw, he would definitely die. Boom! Lu Ming erupted with power and executed the Sword of Death. A battle sword formed and slashed upwards. Pucci, a huge claw was chopped off by Lu Ming. 4-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's gaze turned even colder. Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, Feng Clan, you're all courting death. Lu Ming shouted angrily. The experts from the Wind Clan, the Wan Clan, and the Golden Crow Clan had made their move. They were all 3-star Void Emperors and above. Kill! A loud roar reverberated in the air. Then, one figure after another appeared, charging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming discovered that not only were there people from the Wind Clan, the Wan Clan, and the Golden Crow Clan, but there were also people from the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Purple Extreme Sect. Terrifying auras engulfed Lu Ming. Some people's cultivation bases were extremely terrifying. High-level Void Emperor. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Among them, there were 5-star empty emperors, 6-star empty emperors, and even 7-star empty emperors. Lu Ming, you will die today. Someone said coldly. Kill. A giant wolf pounced towards Lu Ming. Its aura was violent and cold. It was a 4-star Void Emperor. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming held the Sword of Death in his hand and slashed out. During this period of time, as Lu Ming comprehended, the Sword of Death and the Hammer of Chaos, these two self-created super skills, became more and more powerful. Poof, blood spurted out, and a giant wolf head was directly chopped off. A 4-star Void Emperor was directly killed by Lu Ming. This made the others feel a chill in their hearts, and they broke out in cold sweat. This was too terrifying. He was only a boundary emperor, but he could actually kill a 4-star Void Emperor. This was simply unbelievable. Such a thing had never happened before. This kid is even more terrifying than during the Ten Lands battle. We can't let him live. Let's attack together. Loud roars sounded one after another. Indeed, Lu Ming had now cultivated the law of alchemy and had already mastered 6 types of law. His combat strength had increased by another level. Boom! Boom! This time, those high-level Void Emperors also moved. 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors moved. Streams of terrifying divine powers were about to engulf Lu Ming. Feng Clan, Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, Ziji Sect, Sky Wolf Pagoda, you're all courting death. Lu Ming's gaze was extremely cold. Back then, he had sworn that he would destroy the Golden Crow Clan, Wan Clan, and other forces. However, he did not intend to do it now. He planned to wait until he returned to the Divine Wilderness continent and then do it. But now, these forces had taken the initiative to ambush him. Then, he would get rid of these forces. Clang, the sword's roar shook the sky. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Poof. Poof. Poof, Lu Ming swung the sword and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Suddenly, a series of screams sounded. In an instant, a 6-star Void Emperor, 2 4-star Void Emperors, and 3 3-star Void Emperors were slashed into two by the sword. The terrifying sword chi in the sword destroyed their souls. Oh no, it's the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. He can control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Run, run. The remaining Void Emperors were almost scared to death. They screamed crazily and fled frantically. Since you're here, you must die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with indifference. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor slashed out continuously. Swoosh! 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 Tiny sword chi entered the air and slashed towards those people. In the next moment, there were endless screams. Those who came to ambush Lu Ming were killed one after another. Void Emperors were too weak in the face of the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. They were like ants. Whether it was a 7-star Void Emperor or a 3-star Void Emperor, there was no difference under the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. They were all killed with one slash. In a few breaths, more than a dozen experts were killed by Lu Ming. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body has stored 36% of the energy. The power of the sword of the Heavenly Emperor has also increased sharply. Moreover, 36% of the energy is enough to destroy a few forces. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. He then put away the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and began to collect the spoils of war. These people were all martial emperors and had abundant resources. Lu Ming would not miss out on them. Lu Ming kept the storage rings one by one. In addition, Lu Ming also kept the corpses of the Golden Crow clan experts in the Sky Wolf Pagoda. These were martial emperors, divine wolves, and golden crows. The value of their physical bodies was also very high. After collecting, he looked in a direction and said coldly, "Then let's start with the Golden Crow clan." After saying that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flickered away. The Golden Crow clan lived in a group of volcanoes. There was abundant flame energy here and it could continuously absorb the sun's fire essence. It was a rare treasure land. From time to time, one could see 3-legged golden crows flying back and forth between the volcanoes. What is that? Suddenly, a golden crow cried out. All the golden crows looked in the same direction. Rumble, the sky shook and an incomparably huge battle sword appeared in the sky. It was a stone sword, but it was too big. It was hundreds of miles long. It fell from the sky and slashed toward the volcanoes where the Golden Crow clan lived. It was like a divine punishment from the gods. The vast and terrifying aura scared many golden crows out of their wits. Someone is attacking. Run, run. Countless golden crows fled in all directions. Boom. Boom. The stone sword spanned 100 miles and covered the volcanoes as it slashed down from the sky. The earth split open as the stone sword slashed down. The volcanoes exploded and lava raged everywhere. Ah! Miserable screams resounded as the golden crows were swept by the sword energy and exploded. Their golden feathers fluttered in the air. Who is it? Who wants to kill my tribe? Run first. The golden crows were in complete chaos. The 3-legged golden crow soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, in the sky, a figure with a stone sword in hand walked over. Sword. Light burst forth, killing the golden crows one after another and causing them to fall downwards. Lu Ming, it's you. A loud roar echoed in all directions. It's Lu Ming, it's him. Lu Ming, why do you want to kill our tribe? Many golden crows panicked after hearing that it was Lu Ming. The golden crow tribe shall be exterminated. Lu Ming said coldly. The stone sword didn't stop. Each slash killed a golden crow. Moreover, Lu Ming specifically targeted the powerful golden crows. True emperors were powerless before Lu Ming and were killed with a single slash. Whoosh! The next moment, Lu Ming fixed his eyes on a golden crow. This golden crow had an extremely powerful aura. It was a high-level true emperor and most likely a high-ranking member of the Golden Crow tribe. Run, run, run. The Golden Crow tribe leader was panicking. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to control the body of a heavenly emperor and wield the heavenly emperor's sword. Even someone as powerful as him felt powerless. He could only run and wait for Tian Luo and the experts from the Mu clan to kill Lu Ming. But in the next moment, he despaired. A sword ray tore through the void and approached him in an instant. No! The chief of the Golden Crow tribe cried out in fear. His entire body was covered with golden flames, as if he had turned into a large sun. He wanted to block Lu Ming's sword light. However, when the sword light slashed past, the flames were extinguished. A sword mark appeared on the forehead of the Golden Crow clan's chief. His soul had already been destroyed. The patriarch of the Golden Crow clan had fallen. This time, the energy stored in the Sky Emperor's body reached 36%. Even if Lu Ming only controlled the sword of the Sky Emperor alone, no one below the Great Emperor level could stop him. The patriarch is dead. Run! The Golden Crows roared one after another. Chaos, complete chaos. Lu Ming went on a killing spree, slashing out sword gleams continuously. He specifically targeted those true emperors and void thearchs. The sword light was too fast. It pierced through the void. Even though the Golden Crow had extreme speed, it was difficult for it to escape. One after another, the Golden Crows fell to the ground and perished. After a long while, Lu Ming finally stopped. Almost all the martial emperors of the Golden Crow clan were slaughtered. Only a few below the martial emperor realm managed to escape. After this battle, the Golden Crow clan could be considered to have declined. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he began to collect the spoils of war. He kept all the corpses of the Golden Crows into a storage ring. After that, Lu Ming turned around and left. As soon as Lu Ming left, many figures flashed over. They were people from the other forces of the ancient Moon Holy Ground. The battle with the Golden Crow clan had caused too much of a commotion. Sword chi filled the sky and the cries of the Golden Crows spread in all directions. When these people arrived, they were deeply shocked. The volcano exploded and lava flowed on the ground, covering the ground with golden feathers of the Golden Crows. From time to time, a few weaker corpses of the Golden Crows could be seen. Lu Ming did not want those corpses and did not take them away. God, the Golden Crow clan has been destroyed. Someone's voice trembled. It's Lu Ming. Someone just shouted for Lu Ming. Lu Ming killed the Golden Crow clan and destroyed them. Many people were dumbfounded. Very quickly, the news spread like wildfire across the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. This was explosive news. Everyone, including all the major powers, was shaken. Many people were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They could not believe it and felt that it was unreal. The Golden Crow clan that had been passed down for countless years in the ancient Moon Holy Ground was destroyed. The person who destroyed it was a young man, Lu Ming. Many people recalled that when the Great Pill Development Palace appeared, the Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces sent out martial emperors to suppress Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming had said that one day, he would destroy the Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces. Today, it had come true. On this day, two terrifying experts arrived at the Feng clan. The Great Emperor of Tian Luo and the Great Emperor of the Mu clan with a goatee. At this moment, they received the news that the Golden Crow clan had been destroyed. Good, Lu Ming. You're very decisive. I'll take action directly. The Great Emperor of the Mu clan said coldly. Brother Mu, Lu Ming has a heavenly emperor's body in his hands. He can suppress a great emperor. We must be careful. The Great Emperor of Tian Luo warned and briefly explained the matter between Lu Ming and the Great Emperor of the He clan. Old man, he is only a 1-star Great Emperor. I am a 2-star Great Emperor. I can suppress Lu Ming and kill him. The Great Emperor of the goatee sneered and was full of confidence. In the Great Emperor realm, the difference between each star was huge. Lu Ming could barely suppress the Great Emperor of the He clan, but he could kill the great emperor of the He clan. At the same time, his eyes shone with greed. The Heavenly Emperor's body. Lu Ming actually had the Heavenly Emperor's body. If Lu Ming could suppress a one-star Great Emperor by controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body, wouldn't he be able to dominate the Great Emperor realm if it fell into his hands? The Great Emperor of the Goatee's heart was burning. Wait for me here. If there's any situation, immediately send me a message. The Great Emperor of the Goatee said and took a step forward, heading towards the Golden Crow clan. When he arrived at the Golden Crow clan, Lu Ming was long gone. Where will this brat go next? The Great Emperor of the Goatee pondered. Not long after, another explosive piece of news spread throughout the ancient moon's sacred ground. Skywolf Pagoda was destroyed. The terrifying Sky Wolves in Skywolf Pagoda were killed by Lu Ming. Blood flowed like a river. The ancient moon's sacred ground was shaken once again. In a short period of time, Lu Ming had destroyed two powerful forces. This was a magnitude 12 earthquake. The ancient moon's sacred ground was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter. At the same time, they sent people to observe the developments. The Great Emperor of the Goatee also received the news at the same time. He tore through the void and quickly rushed to Skywolf Pagoda. However, Lu Ming had already left. This brat left rather quickly. He's going to take revenge. Very well, I'll wait for him at the Wind Clan. The Great Emperor of the Goatee sneered. As for the Golden Crow clan, he didn't care about Skywolf Pagoda being destroyed. His goal was to kill Lu Ming. What did the destruction of these forces have to do with him? After he rushed back to the Wind Clan, he immediately discussed with the Great Emperor of the Tian Luo clan and the clan leader of the Feng clan. Not long after, the clan leader of the Feng clan sent out a message for the Wan clan and the Purple Extreme sect to retreat to the Wind clan. They would wait for Lu Ming there. After Lu Ming flattened Skywolf Pagoda, he immediately left. His next stop was Lu Ming's trip to the Wan clan. This time, he would not let go of the Feng clan, Wan clan, and Ziji sect. Before returning to the Divine Wilderness continent, he would flatten all of these forces and eliminate them forever. Next was the Wan clan. The Wan clan was the first to have a feud with Lu Ming. It could be said that they would not rest until one of them was dead. It was a pity that when Lu Ming arrived at the Wan family's residence, it was already empty. All the figures above the Sage Realm had left. Those who were left behind were those below the Sage Realm. Lu Ming could not be bothered to kill those below the Saint Realm. He was not a bloodthirsty person. However, he still captured a few people and asked about the Wan clan's whereabouts. Family Head and the others should have gone to the Feng clan. An elder from the Wan clan said in horror, afraid that Lu Ming would kill them in a rage. The Feng clan? It seems that they are waiting for me in the Feng clan. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter is not that simple. Since they know that I control the Heavenly Emperor's body and still dare to wait for me in the Feng clan, they must have something to rely on. Could there be a great emperor behind this? Lu Ming's mind was constantly thinking. He felt that it was very likely because the whole thing was very strange. As soon as he returned, he was ambushed by the Feng clan, Wan clan, Golden Crow clan, and other forces. Logically speaking, these people would not be so bold because Uncle Kong was there. Uncle Kong had said that before Lu Ming became an emperor, they were not allowed to send people above the martial emperor level to deal with Lu Ming. However, this time, the other party had directly sent experts to ambush him. Even if they wanted to ambush him, they should not have done it in the ancient moon's sacred ground. Or rather, they would not have sent people personally but hired assassins. That was the safest way because if Lu Ming was not dead and the news was leaked, Uncle Kong would not let them off. However, if the other party dared to do so, they most likely had something to rely on. Lu Ming did not immediately kill his way to the Feng clan. No matter who is behind this time, I'll get rid of them once and for all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Currently, the Celestial Thearcha's body had 36% of the energy stored in it. Previously, when he killed the Golden Crow clan and the Skywolf Pagoda, the strongest of these two forces were merely high-level true emperors. Therefore, Lu Ming did not expend much energy. This was the source of his confidence. He wanted to completely destroy the Wind clan, Wan clan, and Ziji sect. However, if the other party had a great monarch behind him, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. Lu Ming immediately sent a message to Uncle Kong before heading towards Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming's arrival at Phoenix Palace shook the place. Lu Ming's current reputation was too resounding. Soon, Lu Ming met the Palace Lord of Phoenix Palace in the main hall of Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, why have you come to Phoenix Palace to look for me? Phoenix Palace's palace master asked directly. I would like to request Phoenix Palace's assistance in annihilating the Feng clan, Wan clan, and Ziji sect. Lu Ming went straight to the point and stated his intentions. Phoenix Palace's palace master frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Lu Ming, are you confident? Phoenix Palace's palace master asked. This concerned the future of Phoenix Palace, so he had to be cautious. Yes. Even if they have a great monarch behind them, they will still die. It's hard to change anything. Lu Ming was extremely confident. Alright, I agree. I will invite the leaders of other factions to join me in annihilating the Feng clan, Wan clan, and Ziji sect. Phoenix Palace's palace master made her decision. The Feng clan was one of the ancient clans with deep roots and great strength. Ever since they came into being, they had been suppressing the other factions of the ancient moon's sacred ground. Especially after Lu Ming's conflict with the Feng clan and his killing of Feng Wuchen, the factions that were on good terms with Lu Ming were even more oppressed by the Feng clan. They had long wanted to rebel. Thank you, Palace Master. I will make another trip to the Divine Elephant sect. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and left Phoenix Palace, heading toward the Divine Elephant sect. The Divine Elephant sect, like the Phoenix Palace, quickly agreed. They also invited other factions to join the battle. Half a day later, Phoenix Palace's palace master and the Divine Elephant sect's sect master sent Lu Ming a voice transmission. The matter had been decided and a total of 10 factions would join the battle. All the factions agreed to meet at Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming also headed toward Phoenix Palace. When he arrived at Phoenix Palace, the 10 major forces had all arrived. Moreover, the leaders of the 10 factions had all come together. This time all the factions were going all out to annihilate the Feng clan. Seniors, please wait a moment. I will start the battle first. If the situation doesn't seem right, you can retreat first. Lu Ming said. If the other side had an expert that even he couldn't defeat, then Phoenix Palace and the other factions would only be sending themselves to their deaths. He had to be on guard against that. Everyone nodded. Naturally, they wouldn't joke about the fate of the entire faction. I'll go first. With that, Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed in the direction of the Feng clan. Not long after Lu Ming left, the people of the 10 factions also set off toward the Feng clan. Lu Ming was extremely fast. Soon, several majestic mountains appeared in front of him. The Feng clan's original headquarters was in a small world. However, ever since they were born, they had built many majestic palaces in the ancient moon's sacred ground. From afar, one could see that the majestic mountains were filled with magnificent palaces. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed toward the mountains where the Feng clan was located. Who's there? Someone noticed Lu Ming and shouted. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming said coldly. With a punch, the person in front of him was torn apart. He was only a quasi-emperor. Naturally, Lu Ming killed him in an instant. You're Lu Ming. Someone recognized Lu Ming and immediately shouted. Lu Ming is attacking. Lu Ming is attacking. Loud roars reverberated throughout the Feng clan. In a large hall, the Tian Luo Great Emperor, the Goti Great Emperor, the Feng clan leader, the Wan clan leader, the Purple Extreme sect leader, and other higher-ups were discussing matters when they heard a loud roar from outside. He's finally here. The Goateed Great Emperor sneered coldly. He got up and strode outside. The others all followed. Outside the Feng clan, Lu Ming stood in the void with a cold look in his eyes. The Feng clan sent people to secretly ambush me. Do they really think that I have a good temper and can be bullied at will? Today, I'll flatten the Feng clan. Lu Ming shouted. His voice was like heavenly thunder, exploding in the sky. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor appeared. Lu Ming slashed out. An incomparably huge sword slashed toward the mountains of the Feng clan. Its power was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. Many disciples of the Feng clan trembled in fear and shouted frantically. Lu Ming, you're the one who will die today. A cold shout came from the mountains of the Feng clan. A figure rushed into the sky. Then, a giant palm appeared out of thin air. It was bigger than the mountains and covered the sky as it grabbed at the giant sword. Boom, the mountains shook and the world roared. Lu Ming's sword was blocked. The sword light dissipated and a figure appeared in the sky. It's you? Lu Ming squinted his eyes and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He recognized the Great Emperor with the goatee at a glance. Back at Destiny Mountain, the Great Emperor with the goatee was the first to attack and kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He did not expect the Great Emperor of the Mu clan to be the mastermind. The Mu clan had actually sent people to Yuan Mountain. Then, Lu Ming looked behind and saw the Great Emperor of Tianluo and the rest. And the Daluo Heaven sect. The cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. The Daluo Heaven sect was within Lu Ming's expectations. He had previously guessed that the Daluo Heaven sect, the Heng clan, or the He clan were supporting them. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the genius of the Mu clan, Mu Yang? Today, I'll bury you with him. The Great Emperor with the goatee said coldly. Then, he exploded with a terrifying aura. The aura was appalling and unimaginably powerful. He's even stronger than the Great Emperor of the He clan. Lu Ming was surprised. No wonder the Great Emperor was so confident when he knew that he could control the heaven and earth body. It turned out that his cultivation had surpassed the Great Emperor of the He clan. Lu Ming did not hesitate and took out the Heavenly Emperor's body. Lu Ming turned into a rainbow light and entered the Heavenly Emperor's body. The Sky Emperor's body grew rapidly, like a giant standing between the heavens and the earth. It's a waste for the Heavenly Emperor's body to fall into your hands. Give it to me. The Great Emperor with the goatee's eyes were burning with passion. He took a step forward and stretched out a large hand to grab Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared and controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. He held the stone sword and slashed out. Puff, the Great Emperor with the goatee's hand was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The Great Emperor with the goatee was shocked because the combat power that Lu Ming displayed when controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body was stronger than what the Great Emperor of Tianluo had said. So strong. Lu Ming was amazed. The stored energy had reached 36%. Although it had consumed some before, it was not much. With so much energy stored in it, the power it could unleash was simply too shocking. Kill! Lu Ming let out a battle cry and charged toward the goatee Great Emperor. With a slash of the sword, the stone sword became 100 miles long and 10 miles wide, suppressing the heavens. The stone sword slashed through space and shattered it. The stone sword slashed towards the goateed Great Emperor with boundless spatial turbulence. Boom, the goatee martial monarch unleashed his power too. His body emitted a brilliant glow. The entire place was filled with an indescribable pressure. The world was filled with the aura of the Great Path. The goateed Great Emperor was controlling the Great Tao. At the same time, 2 golden sabers appeared in his hands. He slashed out with the sabers and sliced through the void. Clang! Clang! The saber and the stone sword collided violently. Wung! The saber in the goatee Great Emperor's hand buzzed as if it was under great pressure. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. Once again, he charged towards his opponent. Kill! The goateed Great Emperor controlled the Great Tao and charged at Lu Ming with 2 golden sabers. The two of them fought in the sky. However, the goateed Great Emperor was at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After every move, the goateed Great Emperor's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. How is this possible? The Tianluo Great Emperor, the Feng clan leader, and the others were in disbelief. The goateed Great Emperor was a 2-star Great Emperor. He was much stronger than the He clan Great Emperor and could even kill him. But now, he was suppressed by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage. Back in the Celestial City, Lu Ming could barely suppress the He clan Great Emperor when he controlled the Heavenly Emperor's body. Why was he even more terrifying now? Not good. At this moment, the Feng clan leader, Wan clan leader, and the others turned pale. They were relying on the goateed Great Emperor and the Tianluo Great Emperor. but now, the goateed Great Emperor was at a disadvantage. If the goateed Great Emperor was defeated, Lu Ming wouldn't let them off. Their faces were filled with fear. Some of them were already considering if they should escape first. Boom, in the sky, there was another explosion. The goateed Great Emperor was forced to retreat as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! The goateed Great Emperor roared. He felt that he had been cheated. The information he received didn't match the reality. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming roared. The more he fought, the braver he became. He didn't care about his own defense and attacked the goateed Great Emperor. He had to end the battle quickly because the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body was depleted too quickly when fighting against a Great Emperor. If the battle dragged on for too long and the energy was depleted, he would be finished. Lu Ming gave up on defense and attacked crazily. Clang, the stone sword deflected the goateed Great Emperor's battle blade. Lu Ming kicked the goateed Great Emperor's body, almost causing the goateed Great Emperor's body to explode. The goateed Great Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Lu Ming chased after him relentlessly. Tianluo, come and help me. The goateed Great Emperor shouted for Tianluo to help him. Tianluo Great Emperor's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed to the sky. He took out a Great Emperor weapon and attacked Lu Ming. Today, he had to get rid of Lu Ming. Otherwise, if the goateed Great Emperor died, he would be finished too. But at this moment, a bright sword light lit up the sky and slashed at Tianluo Great Emperor. Old Devil Dan Kong. Tianluo Great Emperor was shocked and tried his best to defend. Boom, the sky exploded. Uncle Kong's figure appeared. His sword light was shocking as it slashed at Tianluo Great Emperor. Uncle Kong's cultivation was already at the limit of a 1-star Great Emperor. He wasn't far from becoming a 2-star Great Emperor. Moreover, Uncle Kong had cultivated for countless years. His battle strength was obviously stronger than Tianluo Great Emperor. The battle strength of a Great Emperor wasn't just a battle of cultivation. Uncle Kong was obviously stronger in other aspects. Back in Celestial City, Uncle Kong was heavily injured from the battle with the evil god tribe. That was why he was able to fight Tianluo Great Emperor to a draw. Tianluo Great Emperor was also suppressed and could only defend himself. Not good. The Feng clan leader, Wan clan leader, and the others turned pale. The two great emperors that they relied on were at a disadvantage. Once the two great emperors were defeated, they were finished. Retreat, retreat from here. The Feng clan leader roared. They had no choice but to retreat in order to protect the Feng clan. You want to leave? It's too late. A cold voice came from afar. Then, a large number of figures appeared. They were the experts from the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the other top 10 forces. It's you. How dare you attack my Feng clan? You're courting death. The Feng clan leader roared. You're the ones who will die. Today, you will die. Attack. Kill. The top 10 forces attacked the Feng clan from all directions. This time, the 10 great forces virtually turned out in full force, sending out all of their powerhouses. The 10 great powers moved out in full force with too many experts. All sorts of attacks rained down on the Wind Clan's entrance. Many people from the Wind Clan, Wan Clan, and Violet Extreme Sect were killed. I'll destroy you all. The Wind Clan leader's eyes turned red as he glared at the Phoenix Palace Lord. His body soared into the sky, bringing with it endless gales as he attacked. The Wind Clan leader was a peak 7-star true emperor. He was practically invincible in the ancient moon's sacred ground. The other lords didn't have such a cultivation. Attack together! The Phoenix Palace Lord shouted. The cry of a phoenix resounded from her body, resounding across the firmament. A gigantic phoenix lunged at the Wind Clan leader. Roar! Then, an elephant's cry sounded. Long Chen's master had made his move. Long Chen's master was a supreme elder of the Divine Elephant Sect. He was a 6-star true emperor, an existence on the same level as the Phoenix Palace Lord. He also joined the fray with a punch. A gigantic elephant stomped on the sky and charged at the Wind Clan leader. At the same time, lightning filled the air as if a heavenly tribulation was descending. A figure shrouded in lightning appeared and used a grand technique to attack the Wind Clan leader. This was the sect master of the Thunder God sect, a 6-star true emperor. On top of that, the leader of another faction made his move too. The 4 great experts fought the Wind Clan leader together. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. It was difficult to determine the victor. The other places were embroiled in bitter battles. The patriarchs of the Wan clan and the Ziji sect both sent out their own experts to fight against them. The Wind Clan was caught in the flames of war. Moreover, the Wind Clan, the Wan clan, and the Ziji sect were at a complete disadvantage. People were constantly being killed. The Wind Clan was strong and was the strongest in the ancient moon's sacred ground. However, this time, the 10 major forces joined forces and sent out all their experts. They had already completely surpassed them. Experts from the Wind Clan, Wan Clan, and Violet Extreme sect were dying one after another. In the sky, the battle between Lu Ming and the Goatee Emperor had entered its final phase. Lu Ming went all out with more than 30% of his energy, surpassing that of a 2-star Great Emperor. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need to defend and only needed to attack. His battle prowess was undoubtedly stronger. The goateed Great Emperor spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Half of his body was struck by Lu Ming's sword light and exploded. He was severely injured. His hair was disheveled and his body was bathed in blood. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. He charged forward with all his might, wanting to escape. But how could Lu Ming let him escape? Lu Ming ignored his defenses and attacked with all his might. His attacks were like a torrential downpour. In the blink of an eye, he had sent out several hundred slashes, completely cutting off his opponent's path of retreat. The goatee Great Emperor was mad with hatred. He roared madly and was extremely unwilling to accept this. Could it be that he was going to die here today? He wasn't willing to give up. He had come here to kill Lu Ming, not to throw his life away. He was a great emperor. As long as he made it through the great calamity, his lifespan would be endless. He would dominate a region and receive the respect and reverence of countless people. He didn't want to die, he resisted with all his might. But it was useless. Bang, there was a golden saber in his hand. After the continuous battle, it had been shattered into pieces that flew in all directions. Poof, Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and chased after him. He chopped off the other arm of the goatee Great Emperor. The goatee Great Emperor roared, wanting to recover from his injuries. At the Great Emperor realm, as long as one's soul wasn't destroyed, even a drop of blood could be recovered and the body could be rebuilt. But this time, he couldn't do it. His body couldn't recover immediately. This was because Lu Ming's stone sword contained a terrifying destructive power that was constantly destroying his body. After being injured again and having his emperor weapon destroyed, the goatee Great Emperor's battle strength was even weaker. Kill. And Lu Ming's attacks were still violent. He slashed at the goatee Great Emperor's forehead. The forehead was the place where one's soul was stored. If it was hit, death was certain. The goatee Great Emperor tried his best to dodge. In the end, he managed to avoid being hit. But in the end, he didn't manage to dodge completely. He was split into two by Lu Ming's sword. The goatee Great Emperor controlled half of his body and frantically retreated. His face was filled with horror. Kill. Lu Ming continued to attack. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. I'm the Great Emperor of the Mu clan. If you kill me, the Mu clan won't let you go. The goatee Great Emperor roared. You're a great emperor. At this time, you're actually using the Mu clan to threaten me. What a joke. You're talking as if the Mu clan will let me go if I let you go. Go to hell. Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was incomparably dense as he continued to attack. Swoosh, the battle sword slashed down. It was incomparably huge. It was as big as a mountain and crushed the void. No. The goatee Great Emperor couldn't dodge. He roared hysterically. Bang, the battle sword pressed down. Half of his body directly exploded. His soul roared and wanted to rush out. But it was mercilessly crushed by the battle sword and exploded. His soul was destroyed, a great emperor had fallen. At this moment, everyone who was fighting felt their hearts tremble violently. Stormy waves rose and they couldn't calm down. Great emperors were the pinnacle of the Yuan mountain. They were supreme and ruled over a region. With a stomp of their feet, the entire Yuan mountain would tremble. Such a figure was now dead. He was killed by Lu Ming. Moreover, he was a 2-star great emperor. Kill. The morale of the 10 major forces including the Phoenix Palace greatly increased. As for the Feng clan, Ziji sect, and Wan clan, their morale was greatly reduced. This way, they were even more vulnerable and were constantly being killed. Great Emperor Tianluo was also greatly shocked. He was originally no match for Uncle Kong. At this moment, his mind was greatly shaken. After being swept by Uncle Kong's sword, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Go! Great Emperor Tianluo did not hesitate. He unleashed his full strength and madly rushed out. He successfully rushed out. He turned into a rainbow light and ran for his life. Trying to escape? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold light. He threw the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand. The Heavenly Emperor's sword turned into a rainbow light. Its speed was extremely fast as it flew towards Great Emperor Tianluo. Block it! Great Emperor Tianluo roared and unleashed his full strength to block the attack. He threw out several emperor weapons, most of which were true emperor weapons, hoping to block Lu Ming's sword. As the sword light passed through, the emperor weapons exploded one by one. Puff! In the end, the sword light swept past Great Emperor Tianluo and almost cut him in half. However, he managed to dodge it in the end and madly fled into the distance. Whoosh! Uncle Kong turned into a sword light and chased after Great Emperor Tianluo. Lu Ming did not chase after him. In order to kill the Great Emperor with the goatee, he had used up too much energy. Now, the energy in the Heavenly Emperor's body had dropped below 10%. With such energy, even if he chased after Great Emperor Tianluo, he might not be able to kill him. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Great Emperor's storage ring. At the same time, he called back the Heavenly Emperor's sword and walked towards the Feng clan leader. Lu Ming, I surrender. The Feng clan will never be your enemy. I am willing to compensate you with a large amount of treasures. End of chapter 2150. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.